What if Issei joined the Justice League and stood with Supergirl against the universe? A dragon, a girl of steel, a love beyond worlds.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei joined the Justice League and fell in love with Supergirl Part 1. Before we start, please go support Seki Prime 2024 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. In this story, superheroes, beings from other planets and all mythologies exist in the same universe and throughout the multiverse. Issei Hyoudou, current wielder of the Red Dragon Emperor, Ddraig, Sekiryuutei, manages to awaken his powers after an accident and eventually becomes the superhero known as Sekiryuutei, Seki. For 3 years, he has protected his city, New York, facing supernatural beings with the help of the current wielder of the demonic sword, Graham. His journey of destiny finally begins after officially joining the Justice League and following the arrival of the last daughter of Krypton. Prologue. To understand what I'm going to tell you, you have to do something first. Believe in the impossible. My name is Issei Hyoudou, and I am the Red Dragon Emperor of the modern era, an era that changed completely with the arrival of superheroes like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Arrow. There are others, but I'll just mention them for now. I live in New York with my parents and I'm a freshman in high school. This year was going to seem boring until a girl came into my life. Her name is Yuma Amano, and she was my first girlfriend. We dated for almost 3 months. Things between her and I were going really well, and I even invited her out on a date out of town. The particle accelerator at Star Labs in Central City was going to be turned on, and I didn't want to miss it. That's why she and I got ready to see it, and we made it. That day was a roller coaster of events, starting from the moment we arrived and left Star Labs after watching the particle accelerator start up. Yuma and I had walked hand in hand until we reached a park where she made an unexpected request when she was in front of me and behind a water fountain. "Could you go get me?" I hadn't really heard what he was trying to say, and when I asked him to repeat what he had said, a strange tremor shook the ground of the park, and the next thing I saw of Yuma was him disappearing. In the distance I saw that the Star Labs particle accelerator exploded and a series of strange phenomena occurred in the skies of the city. I saw that a strange golden lightning struck a distant building within the city. Then I saw a gigantic red dragon appear in the skies of the city with a spectral appearance, but for some reason no one else could see it. And that's when a strange crimson lightning fell from the sky and struck me. I was in a coma for almost a year, and when I woke up, I found myself in New York General Hospital. The first thing I received was a warm hug from my parents, but what surprised me was that there was no sign of Yuma. In fact, my parents and high school classmates didn't remember seeing her. They even concluded that I had dreamed about her while I was in the coma, but that didn't make sense. In the days following my awakening, I began experiencing very strange dreams in which I saw an impossible being, a red dragon, which was smaller than the one I had seen that night in the skies. I still remember the first time this new dragon and I spoke. I was dreaming that I had finally met Yuma again in that park in Central City, and then everything went dark and his voice echoed everywhere. "Aren't you a little desperate, silly boy?" His voice was mocking and authoritarian at the same time. "What are you? Where are you?" I exclaimed, not knowing where to look. "I'm in front of you. You a dragon?" I exclaimed as I fell to the ground in shock. "That's right. What you assume I am for now. I've been trying to talk to you for a while, but my words probably couldn't reach you because I was still very weak and your level wasn't good enough." The dragon's red eyes fixed more on me. "But now, since you were struck by that lightning, I am finally able to show myself to you." "What? What are you saying? What were you trying to tell me? I don't understand what you're saying." The gigantic dragon brought his head towards me, which caused me to panic because I thought he would try to eat me. "Oh no, I see you're hungry and you're going to eat me." "Eat you? You look so unappetizing, ha 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 ha." The dragon mocked me for a long time until he sat down in front of me. "That's not the case. I just wanted to say hello to my comrade who I'll be fighting alongside." "Fight? Comrade? What are you saying? Who are you? Why are you talking to me?" "Our time is running out, one way or another you'll know who I am, we'll talk another time, buddy." "Hey, don't leave yet." When I tried to get up from the ground I extended my left arm forward and felt a sharp pain in my left hand and a strange gauntlet seemed to materialize on me. Ah. Suddenly I found myself awake, sitting in my bed clutching my left arm in fear that something might happen to me. "Issei, breakfast is ready." I heard my mom from downstairs. "I'll be right down." I exclaimed as I got out of bed, trying to process everything I experienced in my dream. Later that same day at the high school I attend, when it was time to leave, I stayed in the library until dusk, using one of the computers to continue searching for any clues that would help me figure out what might have happened to Yuma. In doing so, I came across several cases of paranormal activity that had occurred in recent months since the particle accelerator explosion. Man on fire, beings of darkness, angels and demons. None of this is of any use to me. Was Yuma just a part of my imagination all this time? With no clues about the whereabouts of my girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, I decided to shift my search from her to finding out something about dragons. I didn't have much time left. In my search, I came across a few images that referenced ancient and medieval times, although there was nothing that could help me until I saw a very old article. Strange dragon-like creatures battle in the skies over the European continent. April 16, 1955. What a curious date. Just as I was about to review the article, I was kicked out of the library because I had already exceeded my time, and just as I was about to leave, I was surprised to see a grown man with a very scary look on his face. He was tall, probably 6 feet tall, with short dark hair. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His eyes were blue, quite dark. His attire consisted of a pale gray trench coat over a white shirt with a matching ascot, black trousers, a pair of black gloves, and a black fedora. Professor Donique. The aforementioned smiled evilly when he saw me. Issei Hyoudou, I have been informed of your recovery, be careful when you go out, the night is still very dangerous. A shiver ran through my body when I heard his words. Yes, thank you, I'm leaving now. I nodded nervously and ran out of the building, stuffing all my things into my backpack. That teacher always gave me a bad feeling, but this day was definitely the worst. Instead of going home, I decided to go to Central Park to get some rest. At this time there were usually many people gathered, but today seemed to be the exception. There was nothing and no one, which was strange. Did something happen while I was in a coma? Well, it's not that I'm complaining about being alone, but this just doesn't fit with Manhattan. Do you want to know why there's no one here at this hour? The one who said that was Professor Donique. His mere appearance almost gave me a heart attack. How did it get here? I tried to ask without seeming nervous as I stood up from the bench, but I failed. The hunter never loses sight of his prey. He explained with a rather evil smile. And getting back to the topic, the reason there's no one around at this hour is because of people like you. He said with great contempt. People like me? What are you talking about? I didn't understand what this guy was talking about. You don't need to know, but if you want to blame someone, you can do it with Mr. God, because he was the one who put that damn sacred gear in you. With those words, a pair of black crow-like wings sprouted from the professor's back, and I sensed a very dangerous murderous intent from him. God's sacred gear? You can consider your school career over. Saying that, he materialized a sort of blue energy spear in his right hand, and before I could even try to run, he came in front of me in the blink of an eye and threw his spear at my stomach, piercing it through and through. My legs shook like jelly, and I slowly backed away until I fell to my knees on the ground. Looking down at the ground, I saw that I had started to lose blood, and the unpleasant smell of blood filled my nostrils. Is this how I was going to die? Are you still alive? I heard the mocking voice of this macabre professor. It hurts a lot, doesn't it? Do you want me to take it out for you? He asked maliciously, holding my hair behind my neck too tightly, making me scream with great desperation, and without any hint of delicacy, he removed the spear from my stomach by holding it behind my back. Ag. Now there was a pretty ugly hole in my stomach and my vision started to blur. I apologize for the pain. It seems I narrowly missed your vital organs. I'll be more precise this time. I'll kill you for sure. This was the end for me. I'd already accepted my death, and if there's one thing I regret, it's not saying goodbye properly to my mom and dad, my grandparents, not meeting Superman and Batman in person, and as for you, Uma. Right now, you're not even using your power. A rather authoritarian voice spoke to me reproachfully while I saw only darkness. Their voice, I've heard it before. You'll never get strong if you continue down this path. True, I saw you once in my dreams. You are a very special individual, your body houses a dragon. Stop being so pathetic or the white boy will laugh at you. Who is this white boy? If you live long enough, he'll appear before you one day. You two are destined to fight. You need to get stronger. You can't afford to lose to this pathetic fallen angel. Fallen angel, you mean the homicidal professor? Yes, in your current condition you will not be able to defeat him since you have not yet awakened your true power, but I can lend you a little of my power since my power is your power from now until the time of your death. Will you lend me your power? Is there a price for that? Normally you would have to sacrifice something for me, but that lightning that struck you last year brought a benefit for you. What kind of benefit can someone get when they are struck by lightning? That's not important right now, so what do you say? Do you accept that I share a little of my power with you? If with that power I can get out of this alive, I accept. By the way, what's your name? Suddenly, all the darkness around me was illuminated by an immense and intense amount of bright flames, and in front of me was the dragon with whom I had been talking. I am the Red Dragon Emperor, the Welsh dragon, Ddraig. Dragon. His eyes were red and very bright, I hadn't noticed that until now. I reside in your left hand, and now, the time has come to show the world our power, comrade. My left hand was engulfed in fire as was my entire body. But these flames, they weren't hurting me. Suddenly my vision returned to the place where I was attacked by Professor Donique, and an immense amount of energy completely enveloped me, the wound I had on my stomach healed, and not only that, I was also wrapped in a strange red armor that covered me from head to toe. This armor had the appearance of a dragon and seemed to be sharp. On my arms were gauntlets, and within them were jewels that shone a deep emerald color. These jewels were also on my knees, and in the center of my chest was a rather large jewel, just like the previous ones. Welsh dragon over booster. Balance breaker. The fallen angel professor gasped in surprise as he now found himself high above Central Park. I see, so this is the power Ddraig told me about. I've never felt such great power before. Well, I've never felt any kind of power, but this is simply incredible. That's right, although it is an incomplete version at the moment, for it to be complete you must achieve this transformation on your own. I don't know if I can accomplish a feat like this on my own, but I have nothing to lose by trying. Red dragon armor covered with emerald green jewels. I didn't think your sacred gear was one of the 13 Longinus. If I don't kill you now, you'll be a threat to this world. The fallen angel professor declared, forming a spear of blue light larger than the previous two and throwing it at me from the top of Central Park. 5. The spear crashed into me and caused a powerful explosion of energy. But nothing happened to me. My armor was still intact and the jewels on my gloves, elbows, chest and knees were still lit with a powerful emerald green light. Amazing. Ddraig, this is amazing. I exclaimed quite excitedly. Ha 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 ha. I'm glad you're having fun, but you need to finish off this fallen angel quickly. Since the activation of this incomplete version of your balance breaker, a 5-minute countdown has begun. And how much time do I have left? I asked looking at the jewel that was on my left hand. About 4.5 minutes, maybe more, maybe less, I didn't set a timer. 5. Just then the fallen angel launched a spear of light more powerful than the one a few moments ago, but the damage was still less than the resistance of my armor. Professor Donique is still in the air. How am I even going to defeat him if he's in the air? Your balance breaker has boosters on its back, use them. And how do you expect me to do it? I need a tutorial so I can learn all the moves I can do. Do you even have instructions? Okay, you have a good point, gosh, you humans are becoming more and more like glass. On the back of my armor I felt the activation of the thrusters, and in seconds I rose high above Central Park, closing the entire distance between Donique and me. Here I go. Just before hitting him, the fallen angel dodged me very easily, and I continued rising higher and higher in the skies of the city, until I was practically close to the clouds where airplanes usually fly. Okay. Enough, Ddraig. We're way up. I've never been this high before. As I looked down I started to feel dizzy from how high I was and almost panicked again. You'll have to get used to this, most likely all or most of our battles will be in the air. We'll discuss whether or not to fight later. Now I need your help learning how to use this armor. Let me know what I can do. The balance breaker scale mail in its incomplete version gives you access to a very small fraction of my power. You won't be able to use the boosted gears abilities, but the power it gives you right now should be enough to kill that fallen angel. What do you mean, kill? I'm not a murderer. Technically he tried to kill you so you can consider it self-defense. I don't like that teacher anyway, so I might consider it. I nodded, more and more convinced, and at that moment more spears of light began to bombard me from below. With very unbalanced movements, I narrowly avoided them, and when I looked down I saw that it was the professor. Are you trying to escape from me? Sekiryuutei. He exclaimed quite madly. Seki what? Sekiryuutei is the nickname we both share, partner. It means Red Dragon Emperor. I don't know, that name seems very long and somewhat complicated to pronounce. Seki is shorter and easier to remember. Look, you better concentrate on the fight, you have to take advantage of every second. Entendido. Gaiam Dragon. Attack, comrade. In this way, I crouched in the air and did a dive against the fallen angel professor, and thanks to the strength and speed against gravity, I managed to successfully attack him by performing an aerial tackle. Let me go, you Sekiryuutei brat. He tried to break free, but my grip was too strong for him. More speed, Ddraig. Listening to me, Ddraig put more power into my thrusters while he continued to plummet, and in that way I made him crash into the entrance to Central Park, causing a small amount of destruction there. That was great. Let's do it again, but louder. I was pretty excited about what I could do. DKS, I can't believe I'm being outclassed by a rookie brat who barely knows how to punch. Donique said to himself, quite disgusted as he brushed the dirt off his clothes and turned to pick up the dirt. I decided to wait until he was ready, and when he was in a fighting stance, I launched myself at him, starting a hand-to-hand battle like the ones I usually see on TV. The fallen angel continued to evade all my blows with surprising evasive skill, and on more than one occasion I received a few hits from him, but those hits didn't hurt me, since this balance breaker armor was on another level. Unfortunately, I couldn't say the same about my own abilities. In this way, 3 full minutes passed without me being able to land a single hit, no matter how strong I was thanks to the armor. My lack of experience had trolled me. Damn. If this keeps up, I'll run out of time, and I can't escape because he'll know where I live. Yes, I have already noticed and see that you do not possess a single special technique or ability. Of all my carriers, you are without a doubt the weakest. Thanks for the votes of confidence, Ddraig. Suddenly, on the next failed attack I made against the fallen angel, I felt a strange numbness in my left arm, which seemed quite strange to me. Hey, what's going on now? Apparently, your body is also reaching its limit. Soon you will lose your balance breaker, and you will be vulnerable against this fallen angel, who apparently adapted to you and has barely sweated once managed to predict and dodge all your attacks. Knowing that, I placed both palms of my hands against the helmet of my armor, not knowing what to do once the armor faded. Am I really finished? Don't tell me that, Ddraig. I don't want to die yet. There are so many things I want to do. I want to become a superhero, meet Wonder Woman, Superman and Batman too. I want to see Yuma again and… After mentioning Yuma, the fallen angel Donique started laughing loudly, which annoyed me greatly. What's so funny? I demanded to know as I turned around to face him again. For a few seconds he continued laughing until he calmed down. See Yuma again, you say? No way. You can't not know. I angrily clenched my fists, not understanding what was causing him to laugh so much about Yuma. I don't know. What are you telling me? Answer me, Professor. He nodded, laughing again with loud laughter until he calmed down again. This Yuma you are so in love with is actually a lethal and bloodthirsty fallen angel who had planned to kill you after the date you had at Star Labs. Huh? Hearing that, I dropped my arms down, no longer in a fighting stance. What are you talking about? Isn't she? Donique formed a strange magic circle in the palm of his right hand which he raised to hold said circle, and in it I could distinguish Yuma. I could never forget her. The day has come when I'm finally going to get rid of that annoying human called Issei. Although it was fun hanging out with him and I grew a little attached to him, I have more important matters to attend to in the company of Lord Kakabiel. The screening came to an end and, not knowing what to do or say, I stared into space and, without realizing it, fell to my knees. Was she going to kill me? Buddy. I don't understand. If she's like you, why didn't she kill me? Why didn't she do it after all this time? I begged, my voice cracking and somewhat distorted due to how my voice sounded with the helmet on. Donique simply shrugged. I don't know, I never asked him, and to tell the truth I don't care. She was my world. Mate. Don't get so down on yourself over that woman. Besides, you still don't know why she didn't do it. And there are millions of women in this world and other worlds. But if you let yourself die here and now, you won't have the chance to meet them. Are you telling me you're going to throw everything away for someone you knew for what? A month? Almost 3 months. Ddraig, you're absolutely right. Power began to intensify in each of the jewels on my armor, and a red aura rose over my own armor as I stood back up. I still don't know why he didn't kill me. If he really wanted to do it. I'll find out in due time. Now all I have to do is deal with this son of a bitch. That's right. Now extend your left arm forward and open your hand. Like this? I asked as I extended my arm and opened my palm. Watch and learn. Without me doing so, the immense amount of aura I felt throughout my armor began to concentrate solely in the palm of my left hand, and a sphere of pure bright red color formed in it. That is. The fallen angel gasped, quickly rising back up. Now hit it, buddy. Okay. Dragon shot. I exclaimed intensely and punched the red sphere with all the strength I had in my left arm. Hi. That thing rose up in seconds against Donique and completely engulfed him. 5. The move Ddraig helped me perform caused a huge explosion above Central Park. Really? Dragon shot. Ddraig questioned me, sounding amused. What? I thought I should say it. I defended myself by shrugging my shoulders. Hahaha. Looks like I'm going to have a lot of fun with this fellow despite his lack of power and experience. Before answering Ddraig, I saw a sinister silhouette hidden in the smoke of my explosion. This isn't over yet. It was the fallen angel, still alive, very hurt, but his desire to fight had not yet ended. In that case, this time Ddraig and I will use more power. I warned the fallen angel as the aura of my armor fully gathered in the palm of my left hand again, but this time the jewel on my left gauntlet began to flash red and emerald green, as if it were a countdown. 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. When the countdown reached 1, my armor flashed with a strong reddish glow, and in the next instant it vanished completely along with all the strength I had at that moment. Hey. From the shock I fell to one knee, almost in shock. What does this mean? I'm sure I still had more time. Although you have a source of power in the cells of your body that can keep the armor active for quite some time, you still lack basic skills, you need a lot of training. The fallen angel began to laugh rather maliciously as he approached rather stealthily. Congratulations, boy. Donique grabbed me by the open neck of my shirt. To be honest, another year and no, half a year or even a month, and if you had gotten used to the dragon's power, I probably would have died at your hands. He formed a spear of light in his right hand again. Now, safe journey to the other world. Oh no. After everything I've been through today, am I really going to? Zaz. Suddenly, a strange dark crimson blade pierced completely through Donique's body. Damn it. He groaned in excessive pain as the two halves of his sliced body separated further and further, reminding me of that mythical scene from Dragon Ball, when Frieza was sliced in half. A very devilish crimson flame formed in the area where he was cut, and immediately his body was consumed by that aura until it became nothing more than ashes. My body trembled with strong chills due to that strange aura. What's going on? Why am I so scared right now? Fallen angels, demons, and dragons. Anyone who endangers the innocent will be consumed by Graham's blade. The calm voice spoke, and in the shadows I saw a human figure approaching me. In his right hand, he held a sword, a rather dark red yet shiny color. The sword gave me a bad feeling, but I still wasn't able to get up as the person approached me. And who are you? I asked, still not over my shock, and the person, who was perhaps a little taller than that evil fallen angel, seemed to be 183 centimeters tall. His hair was similar to mine, brown, and his eyes also seemed to have the same tone. He was wearing some kind of dark-colored armor with some dark red and gold details. The person smiled at me, but still held the hilt of his sword in his right hand. I am the heir to Sigurd's will, the current owner and bearer of the legendary sword Graham, you may call me Zez. He introduced himself and pointed the tip of his sword called Graham at my neck, which made me even more nervous. Be careful, partner, this human possesses the strongest demonic sword discarding Samuel. It could be considered the ultimate dragon slayer. A definitive dragon slayer. Ugh. Just what I needed. Curious, despite having a celestial dragon you don't seem like a bad guy. But that remark towards me, he put the sword back in the sheath he had on his back and gave me his left hand to help me up. Thank you. I agreed, standing up even though my legs were shaking. Why are you here? Zez smiled at my question as he shrugged. Graham felt the aura of a dragon fighting a fallen angel and came here with the intention of eliminating them. Eliminate me too. That thought sent shivers down my spine. Relax, I don't plan on hurting you, at least not yet. What's your name, and why were you in a fight with that fallen angel? In this way, we both moved to the rooftop of one of the many buildings in the city, and in the minutes following that, I explained my story to him. He listened attentively to every detail, nodding on more than one occasion with a hand on his chin. The fallen angels will know of the death of one of their own. You'll need to be ready to defend yourself, Issei. Hearing the obvious, I sighed and shrugged. I already know that, but I highly doubt I'll be lucky next time. Maybe it would have been better if that lightning hadn't struck me, maybe that way maybe Yuma would have done what he was supposed to do. Zez looked at me with a rather honest expression, lowering his hands again. I don't think that ray of light fell on you, Issei, I think it chose you. Hearing this, I shook my head. I don't know if I can be like you, Zez, I don't know if I can be a warrior who kills left and right. You can be better. He insisted. Because you can inspire people like I never could, caring for your city like a celestial dragon, making a difference, saving people, like a noble Sekiryuutei. Zez's words touched my heart. Then I looked down at the palm of my left hand. My power is still incomplete. Then I'll help you complete it. Zez took a step towards me and took Graham in his right hand. It wasn't easy for me to control Graham, it required a lot of training and discipline. I was trained since I was a child. I don't know how long it took you to complete Balance Breaker, but I'm going to help you. Hearing that I frowned, feeling confused. Why would you do something like this? We barely know each other. What were their motives? I've come from Europe to these North American lands to deal with the metahuman threat posed by sacred gears, not to mention that the supernatural activity of fallen angels and demons has increased dramatically this past year here in New York. He explained to me, bringing his right hand in front of me. I could use some help from a celestial dragon. It took me a second to recover from what he said to me, and with an honest smile I shook his hand. It seems that Ddraig and I will not be starting this adventure alone as we initially believed. Special notes. If you made it this far, I hope you really enjoyed the beginning of this new story. Note, I'm still writing Bakugan, I just got motivated to start a new project and went all out. There are many reasons why I started this story. To begin with, I always wanted to do a story about the Red Dragon Emperor. He is, so to speak, a character who deserves a chance to shine in a different story than what he is used to. Until now I never wrote a story about Issei Hyoudou because I didn't know where to start, and without it being a copy and paste of his version of the light novels, it was then that I read the story written by Kryptonian07, and it occurred to me to create my own version of the character Issei, and here you have it. The character's Zeitenberg is an arc based on the character Sigurd from the mobile game 7 Deadly Sins. Grand Cross, there are two reasons why I made this character. The first is that I simply could not introduce the horse Issei Hyoudou because unlike Issei, his fixed point keeps him linked to the Gremory clan. The second reason is because when creating it, I was inspired by a good friend of mine whom I have high esteem, and Sigurd is the character that he loves the most due to the background of powerful swords like Gram. As for Supergirl, she won't appear in the first chapters since I'm going to cover 2 points, Issei's preparation and how he joins the Justice League. The latter makes me wonder whether or not I should constantly update this story these days. Finally, since I decided to use DXD and DC to create this story, perhaps the power scales of the characters such as Ddraig, Albion, Volley, Azazel, Surziches, the Justice League and others like them can be either buffed or nerfed depending on your point of view, since everyone thinks what they want and is free to do so. It is inevitable that these things happen when everything is part of the same universe, and when the time comes I hope to do it right, since I am treading on sensitive ground for those who take one of these franchises very, very seriously. Have a nice day. For now SEKIPRIME 2024 says goodbye, and if this story is constantly updated these days, you already know why. Chapter 1. Awakening of the Red Dragon Emperor. It's been a few days since I, Issei Hyoudou, met Ddraig and also Zez, in addition to learning about the existence of the paranormal, and that throughout my life a legendary and powerful dragon has been living inside me. Well, I don't know if that's the correct term, since I'm not entirely familiar with the rules of being a human who possesses a sacred gear. Yes, I now know that what I possess is a sacred gear. Over the past few days, I've been compiling the seemingly limited information that exists about these artifacts. Furthermore, Ddraig explained to me that sacred gears are the artifacts that the God of the Bible created and grant very powerful abilities to humans. Most of these work as a source to create miracles. They completely defy physics as we know it, and most likely the most influential people in history that I know have been possessors of sacred gears. There are also sacred swords that are similar to sacred gears, such as the demonic sword Gram that Zez possesses. Speaking of which, he told me he'd let me know when it's time for training. The weekend is almost over, and I still haven't received his call. I don't know what he's doing right now. What I can be thankful for is that so far I haven't faced any supernatural beings again, and I'm aware that I still have a long way to go before I can do something like that. At the moment I was sitting in my desk chair in my room, leaning back in it, looking up at the ceiling, with several things on my mind. Hey Ddraig. When we first met you told me about someone white, although I don't remember if it was a boy or a girl. A white girl. Issei. If it's a girl I'd be very interested in being with her. I don't know if the situation is about a girl or a boy, but I would recommend avoiding lustful thoughts about this individual. That did catch my attention, so I sat back in my chair as I watched the back of my left hand light up with an emerald light whenever Ddraig spoke. Why? Who is it? The White Dragon, Vanishing Dragon. When Ddraig mentioned that name, the image of a gigantic white dragon appeared in my thoughts. Something I forgot to mention is that Ddraig can share images in my mind, just as I can do the same with his because of our special connection. I was going to ask him for more information about that dragon, but just at that moment my phone started ringing, and when I saw it, I realized it was good old Zez. We'll continue this conversation another time. Hello Zez. I greeted him when I answered his call. Issei, sorry for the delay, I'll send you the location by GPS, don't be late. Okay. I answered after the call ended and was surprised to see the location, as it was Mohink Preserve, a protected natural area covering 3,200 acres in the Shawangunk Mountains. Don't take long. That's 2 hours from where I am. With a sigh, I grabbed my black jacket and told my parents I was going out. I'm lucky to have fairly forgiving parents, even given what happened last year. As I mentioned, it took me almost 2 hours to get to the exact locations Zez asked me to come to. When I arrived, I rested my hands on my knees and breathed a little raggedly. It took me a moment to catch my breath. It was the first time I'd walked so far since I woke up. Was it necessary? To go so far? I questioned my friend who was standing with his back to me, looking at the landscape from the top of the mountain. There is no supernatural presence in this place. He explained to me as he turned around. I suppose that in these days that passed you have at least been able to release your sacred gear. With a smile I nodded his affirmation and extended my left arm. Dragon booster. As I made that exclamation, a red gauntlet formed on my left arm with a green jewel that glowed a deep emerald color. 2 golden spikes formed on the part of the gauntlet that covered my arm. The ends of the upper part of the gauntlet reminded me of what the final form of my sacred gear looked like. This is my sacred gear, the boosted gear, a very special sacred gear, since it was catalogued as one of the 13 original longinus. The abilities that the boosted gear possesses in this form are doubling my power every 10 seconds until I reach my physical limit, the ability to transfer said accumulation of power to any object, animal or person it touches, and there is also a third ability called penetrate, which would allow me, according to Ddraig's explanation, to completely ignore the defensive abilities, or rather, the defense stats that the target may possess. This last ability, as far as I know, is very difficult to unlock, since one of the main requirements is to have previously mastered the final form of the sacred gear, balance breaker. Boost. As soon as I activated my gauntlet, the jewel lit up with a strong flash of emerald aura and began to double my power. The next announcement would be within the next 10 seconds counting from now. Seeing my boosted gear, Zez smiled. Very well Issei, I will measure your maximum physical abilities, then I will determine how to perform basic training to finally help awaken your balance breaker. Zez told me after sticking his sword in the ground, giving me to understand that he would not use his demonic sword during training. Very good. Boost. When a full minute passed, the boosted gear stopped doubling my power, implying that my limit was up to ×5, and with this great power, I launched myself at Zez to be able to face him with everything I had. Zez waited until the last second to react to me, and with a rather quick movement, he snatched all the air from my lungs with a punch, then slid one of his feet towards my ankles, and I fell backwards to the ground without a single bit of energy. It's over. Ugh, well, how was I asked, wanting his honest answer. If I had to give you a level, I would say you are at level 0 of the novice rank, or maybe one lower than novice. Oh, I expected that. The training we'll do this week will be the 4 basic lessons. You won't be using your boosted gear, though. He explained to me as he finished catching his breath. I just understood that I was going to have a terrible time this week. First week. Lesson 1. Weapons handling. Well. In this part of the training, Zez and I used wooden swords to have a fight. He dodged my next attack attempt very accurately. That's not right. Don't look at the sword's movement, but at your enemy. Expand your vision to see both your opponent and your surroundings. Zez instructed. At the exact moment I lost sight of him until I felt a tap behind me on my left shoulder. I knew he was very good, I had already expected it. Watch out. We're not done yet. 2 hours later. Lesson 2, training the power of a dragon with Ddraig. Let the aura of your body flow and concentrate it on one part of your body. Ddraig told me while trying to concentrate the aura in the middle of my hands, which was not easy for someone like me. Come on buddy, remember the dragon shot I helped you do. He persisted until finally a small red sphere of energy formed in my hands. I did it. I exclaimed quite happily, although when I saw how small my sphere looked I was a little disappointed. Don't worry about it, buddy. Remember that magic is based on your imagination. Think of something special, something that's always on your mind, that way you can quickly shape it with the energy you possess. Is that so? So tell me, what did you think that time? I asked when referring to the dragon shot. Very easy, I thought of destroying that fallen angel. Ah, I thought so. 3 hours later. Lesson 3. Hand-to-hand combat with the Zez. Within seconds, he had hit me so hard that I was rammed into a tree quite brutally. That really hurt. I complained almost to the point of collapse. Your attacks should be directed at the central part of your opponent's body, again. He insisted, and with great effort I got back up. One way or another I would either get stronger or end up dying. 3 hours later. Lesson 4, physical resistance. What can I say about the last lesson? Only I've never done such an insane physical workout before, but somehow my body held up through that crazy, hellish training session. Once it was over, I was barely able to return home, my body covered in bandages and band-aids, but I was still very surprised that I was able to recover. Although I wouldn't know if that was a reward or a punishment, since tomorrow everything I did would be repeated over and over again for the rest of the week. The following week was more of the same, but intensified by 2. In the third, Zez allowed me to use my boosted gear, and thanks to all the basic training I had the first 2 weeks, my body adapted to the possibility of doubling my power up to 20 times. At first my quick recovery was quite strange because I was human, or so I thought until an analysis of my DNA revealed the existence of nanites that were developing inside my body since the day I was struck by lightning, and their development was based on my boosted gear as an energy source response for the maximum use of my sacred gear, which explains my superhuman resistance capabilities. He was no longer a human, he was a metahuman. Ddraig and I decided to call what is in my cells nanogears, since they are technically similar to nanites, microscopic machines, and act as a function for my boosted gear. I may not have much magic, but I do have a lot of energy in my nanogears. In the 4th week, Zez and I faced each other in a head-to-head, where I showed the results of my training, although compared to his level, I was still a rookie, but a very well-trained one. Time passed quickly and now it had been a whole month since I started my training, and it seemed that I had encountered the last barrier I needed to overcome to reach my balance breaker. Ddraig, what's going on? The sacred gear won't work, buddy. Why? What's happening to him now? I had tried to summon my boosted gear, but it didn't respond, it just made a strange buzzing noise in my left hand. He has entered a state of confusion. Confusion? What do you mean? With all the training you've had this month and the improvement of your nano gears, you should reach balance breaker, but it seems there's a doubt in your heart that's preventing you from doing so. There's a crossroads or halfway point. The sacred gear will change once you've made a decision, but I don't know if it will be a normal power increase or balance breaker. The system still doesn't know what decision to make because of the doubt that still remains in you. So you're saying there's something in my heart that's preventing me from reaching the point of balance breaker. What do you think it is? You already know that, but if you make the wrong decision, the opportunity to achieve a balance breaker may never present itself again. That's not helping me. Ddraig and I would have continued arguing, but Zez decided to attack me, and I had to defend myself with everything I had at my disposal. What's wrong with you? I asked, quite annoyed by his outburst. Do you need a boost? Do you need development? In that case, I'll attack you until you make a decision. Zez insisted, and the attacks he made with his fists, knees and feet were too powerful. It seems this time he is very serious against me. Yes, that's how things are going to be. In response, I also began to punch and kick him back, blocking all of his attacks with great effort. Zez easily blocked each and every one of my punches that were now precise. He also blocked my knees and feints that I learned thanks to him. I also learned to block several of his blows, but in certain situations, he managed to break my guard by giving me a perfect blow that caused me to be stunned for a second or two. After the last blow I received, I was brutally rammed against a rock, although my improved stamina allowed me to continue fighting. I'm using Gram this time, so you better be prepared. He warned me, and just as he promised, he wielded Gram with both hands, and a large amount of dragon-slaying aura was concentrated in it. If this doesn't activate your power, maybe nothing else will. Zez made a strange circular movement with Gram, and with it managed to fire a terrifying slash of dark reddish aura that emanated an immense desire to kill dragons. I knew this because I felt a lot of tension in my boosted gear. Damn. I have to avoid that blow or else. Suddenly my whole eye flashed before my eyes, my parents, the friends that are no longer with me since I missed senior year, the moment I first saw Superman on the news, the happy moments I shared with Yuma, the last time I saw her and the lightning that struck me and greatly trained my body to be able to better utilize the boosted gear. It said that when you see your life flashing before your eyes, it's because you're about to die. Will I really die now? No. I can't die here and now. There are still many things I have to do. I must. Could you go get me? Go for me? Yuma's last words keep repeating in my head, but what did she want me to do for her? Why can't I? Could you die for me? Now I remember she wanted me to die for her. But is that something I could ever do? Would you really be willing to die for a person who? If I die here and now, There is a doubt in your heart. I see, maybe this is what Ddraig meant. Making a drastic decision, choosing a path. Am I going to die accepting what Yuma wanted? Or am I going to live and overcome her? If that is the doubt, then I choose to live. I'm going to live my life. I'm going to surpass Yuma. I'm going to achieve my goals. It happened the moment I made that decision. An immense red aura emanated from my entire body. This aura came from inside my sacred gear, and the power was too much. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. 5. At that moment I had received head-on the attack of the demonic aura of Zez's Gram sword. The impact made my bones vibrate, but it did not cause me any severe damage. In fact, my armor was still as if nothing had happened. You did it. You finally reached balance breaker. Zez congratulated me. Congratulations, buddy. Although I have to admit I was initially worried that you might not make a decision or decide to do nothing. Now it was Ddraig's time to congratulate me as well. Thank you, and sorry for taking so long. What's the current status? I asked my partner while looking at my left gauntlet. You can maintain the scale mail for 30 minutes, thanks to the training that the human wielder of the demonic sword Gram made you go through, your resistance improved a lot, and your nano gears that are now active are in charge of managing much of the energy you need to maintain the balance breaker. That's great. What about the boosted gears abilities? While using balance breaker, you can double your power without the 10-second interval, although your time limit will be reduced by 1 minute for each increase. So if I concentrate enough I could fight Zez for 15 minutes. You won't need that much time, just raise your arm and throw an energy sphere. Ddraig pointed at me with a somewhat mocking tone. How have I been practicing all month? Let's see. I pointed my left hand forward and concentrated the dragon aura, the energy from my nano gears, and the magical power necessary to try to create a dragon shot on my own. By doing so, I had unintentionally concentrated an immense amount of aura, combined with the energy from my nano gears into the palm of my hand, and the size of the sphere I created was easily the size of a 2-story house. Huh? Zez and I said at the same time, then I shot him with that gigantic Draco shot. The dragon shot traveled towards Zez like a rocket, almost missing him, but he was able to move aside in time, and my attack continued its course until it crashed into one of the distant mountains of the reserve. 5. The shock wave completely covered one of the very distant mountains in the area, and the collateral impact reached even further than where Zez and I were standing. The ground shook for quite a while, and a large number of birds flew through the skies, terrified by what had just happened. Well, it looks like you're ready. Although you need to get a better grip on the power you use. While he was saying this, I had other things on my mind, and by concentrating the energy into the thrusters of my scale mail, I shot into the sky at great speed. This would be the second time he took flight and not to fight. This is amazing, Ddraig. Although the view feels uncomfortable. I said to my partner as I left the territory where Zez and I had been training to enter the skies of the big city. Uncomfortable? Do you want to make changes? Is that possible? Sure, the sacred gear adapts to your preferences, don't forget that, just share the idea with me and I'll help you with the adjustments. Then. Closing my eyes, I sent Ddraig the thoughts I had in my mind. I see, that's very easy. Ready, mate. When he told me that, I opened my eyes and saw that there was now a bright emerald green and red HUD in front of me. The system was inside my helmet and I could now see things I couldn't before. To my right, a full image of my balance breaker appeared, indicating the armor's status. At the top was a 100 indicator, which indicated the amount of energy I had left. Next to it was a stopwatch indicating the remaining time I could maintain balance breaker, and in the middle was a target lock. There was also a lot of other data that would help me have a better view of my surroundings, especially at night. Now, I'm ready for anything. Chapter 2. Reunited, Part 1. It's been 3 years since I, Issei Hyoudou, officially became the Sekiryuutei, the main hero of New York. Since then, I've been in the company of Zez, and together we've dealt with the supernatural threat that had been threatening my city. We face fallen angels, rogue demons, metahumans who possess sacred gears, people like me, and of course, normal villains. I still fondly remember the first time I became a public figure. That happened when a train derailed and was about to crash in the middle of the city. Using my balance breaker, I successfully stopped the train. I also saved a plane that was about to crash into the Brooklyn Bridge that same day, but at night. It was these kinds of actions that quickly catapulted me into a superhero, albeit a semi-reclusive one, since Zez preferred to limit himself to supernatural activities. In the first year, we did a great job defending New York, but over time, the threats became increasingly complicated. At the end of the second year, Batman, the Dark Knight of Gotham City and member of the Justice League, came to my city as some of its most dangerous villains tried to move into Manhattan, so Batman, Zez, and I did an excellent job defeating them all. In the end, the Bat of Gotham congratulated us on a job well done and gave me and Zez Bat communicators in case we ever need his help or he needs ours, which is highly unlikely considering he's part of the Justice League. Things changed in this third year. I'm currently 19 years old, finished high school, and was ready to submit my application to the League until they arrived. The Thanagarians invaded the planet with lies and tricks, not only that, but Hawkgirl also betrayed her companions because of their race, and now the Justice League is completely defeated. All seemed lost until. Bid. Ddraig, please turn off the alarm. I asked him, feeling quite sleepy. First of all, I can't do that since I live inside the sacred gear. And second, that wasn't the alarm, it was the communicator the Dark Knight of Gotham gave you a year ago. As soon as he said that, I fell out of bed wide awake and searched everywhere for that communicator. Where is it? Aha. I got it. I finally found it and pressed the only button on it. Is Sekiryuutei, the Red Dragon Emperor, Welsh Dragon here reporting. Tell your dragon to follow these coordinates. Batman immediately interrupted and then hung up the call, but not before sending some strange coordinates. "Looks like it's time, huh, mate?" Ddraig said it with a mocking and funny tone while I looked at the back of my left hand. "So it seems we should go for Zez and..." "It won't be necessary, he already got there first." Without wasting any time I activated my boosted gear, starting the countdown to the activation of Balance Breaker. I quickly dressed in a red shirt, dark pants, normal shoes, and put on the black jacket I had been wearing for the past year, then I opened my bedroom window and carefully jumped into the yard of the house where I live with my parents. In recent years my body had become toned and very resistant thanks to the arduous training I did with Zez and the nano gears inside my body due to my condition as a metahuman. Once in the yard, I quickly ran through the streets of my territory and once I was far enough away and the 1-minute countdown ended, I exclaimed with a slightly raised voice. "Balance Breaker. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker." The jewel on my boosted gear glowed brightly and an immense aura of red fire enveloped me completely, transforming in an instant into my Balance Breaker scale mail armor in its full version. Energy and aura quickly gathered heavily in the thrusters of my scale mail, and like a human rocket, I quickly rose into the skies of my city, the HUD inside my helmet's face, synchronized with the data from Batman's communicator, and through the satellite path that Ddraig and I created inside my Balance Breaker, I followed the coordinates given above. How many minutes are we from the place? Under normal parameters we would arrive in an hour. That means if we perform 5 boosts now and transfer it to the thrusters at maximum power, we would arrive in less than 2 minutes. Yes, although that would reduce the Balance Breaker time to 1 hour and 55 minutes. No problem, the sooner the better. Don't you feel like kicking some Thanagarian ass? Hahaha. You understand me, mate. Boost. 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 Transfer. Zoom. The doubled power was transferred directly to my thrusters and the maximum speed of my Balance Breaker was doubled 5 times. That caused a total of 2 sonic booms and in less than 2 minutes, I arrived at what was a gigantic Thanagarian ship. Warning, unidentified hostile object has been detected. Destroy the target. Look, Ddraig, what a welcome. Doesn't he remind you of rogue demons and fallen angels? I asked while performing evasive maneuvers to dodge all the hostile shots I received while concentrating a good amount of my nano gear's energy and dragon aura in the palm of my left hand. Thanagarians, fallen angels, or demons. They're all equal to us, comrade. Show them who's boss. I'm a rugby player. I exclaimed, creating with that great accumulation of power a large red sphere, a Draco shot the size of a vehicle, and after hitting it hard with my left fist, the Draco shot collided directly with the gigantic ship and opened a deep hole in it. I quickly entered through the gap I created and looking to my left, I saw several dozen Thanagarians who were heading towards me with their weapons. Hey, fallen angels, aliens. Would you be so kind as to direct me to the location of the League? I asked them in a rather cheerful voice, and I knocked out the first ones that came at me with my precision punches that were charged with a good amount of dragon aura. Another one of them tried to hit me with his characteristic maces, but I grabbed the Thanagarian by the neck with the tail of my armor and positioned him upside down, then I charged my left foot with a lot of dragon aura and kicked him so hard that he was thrown, and his body made another hole in the ship while he fell unconsciously out of the ship. I'm not worried about what might happen to him, since he'll probably land in a building, most likely. Many more of them tried to attack me, but before they could attack me, I attacked them with enough force to knock them out. It was quite fun and within seconds I had already managed to shoot down 24 of these aliens. I detect about 6 life forms very different from what we are facing here. Ddraig warned after I had gone quite deep into the Thanagarian ship. Thanks my friend. Another group of Thanagarians tried to attack me from the front and behind them there was some kind of reinforced door. Do you want to feel the blow of a dragon? I exclaimed, bringing my left elbow back, keeping my palm open, while concentrating a lot of dragon aura, my own energy and magical power. Here's my dragon shot. Shouting that, I slammed my Draco shot with my left fist, and the Draco shot traveled rapidly against the Thanagarians, completely enveloping them and continuing its course against the massive reinforced door. 5. The impact was very powerful, and the gate was crumbled into ashes, while the Thanagarians who were knocked down were badly burned by my attack, although they were still alive but unconscious. Without wasting any time, I entered the room whose door I had knocked down with that Draco shot. Inside were a total of 6 elves, one of which was reddish in color, and inside was a handcuffed and weakened Superman. He looked at me with a surprised face to which I responded with my left thumb up. Did someone call the cavalry? Because I am the cavalry. Security breach in Sector 7. Highly dangerous hostile individual has been detected. The Thanagarian standing at the top of the sector exclaimed and 2 others pointed their spears at me, opening fire. TFF. The attacks from those weapons bounced off my armor ineffectively, they were on the level of the magical attacks of powerful demons or fallen angels, but my scale mail armor was able to withstand all that and more. Seki, the magnetic field. Batman called me as he cut out my name, he was in cell number 4, and I quickly approached his cell as I was propelled quite quickly by my thrusters. AHHH. I screamed as I punched the control panel pretty hard. 5. The object in question burst and the magnetic field dissolved, he wasted no time standing behind me with metal handcuffs blocking his hands. Hey, if you have the handcuffs on, how did you call me? I questioned as I repelled all the Thanagarian spear shots with my fists. Because I'm Batman. He simply said with a slight hint of arrogance. Free to Diana. He ordered me immediately without wasting time, the aforementioned was in cell number 5, it was only necessary to fire a very low-intensity Draco shot at the control board of her cell, making it explode. Upon doing so, she quickly emerged from her cell with her signature lasso of truth, and upon seeing her, I couldn't help but be dazzled for a few seconds. Good morning, Miss Diana. I exclaimed in a rather cheerful tone of voice, while keeping my eyes fixed on her wonderful cleavage. Her breasts look bigger in person than on TV. Red dragon armor. She said surprised and quickly gave me a smile. You must be the current Welsh dragon living in New York. Yes, it's me. It's an honor to see you in person. This is not the time. Batman interrupted me sternly just as the Thanagarians broke the windows to try to attack me and Wonder Woman. Free the others. The sensual Amazon exclaimed, charging at those Thanagarians, and when I turned around I realized that Batman was still handcuffed. Oh? Yes. Sorry. I apologized by breaking his handcuffs, then another Thanagarian tried to attack him and me, but before he could do so, I charged my right arm with a lot of aura and hit him very hard right in the jaw. Whitties. I exclaimed as I struck that blow, and the Thanagarian was rammed against a cell containing Flash, receiving the impact of immense amounts of electricity. Batman ran to the red cell containing Superman, and I entered the cell where Flash was, disabling the controls that kept him in that strange gravity field. I feel very tired. The Scarlet Speedster gasped as he helped him up. Don't worry, you can rest later. I told him with a smile while he looked at me strangely. How did it happen that? Batman. I explained to him as I turned my gaze to see that he had already managed to free Superman and was carrying him on one of his shoulders. Oh, I see. The Speedster responded, seeming to recover quickly and releasing the remaining cells. When I left Flash's cell I saw that now all the members of the League were free and facing the Thanagarians. Suddenly one of them managed to ram Wonder Woman against a wall, and she responded by giving that guy a strong squeeze on the waist with her thighs crossed. Damn, what envy. I screamed and the door on the opposite side opened revealing another dozen angry Thanagarians who went to attack Wonder Woman. Another of these hostiles knocked down Batman and Superman. The Man of Steel got back to his feet and hooked him twice with both fists, though it didn't do any damage as he was still very weak, a consequence of the cell he was in. The Thanagarian smirked, but before he could attack Superman, I tapped him on the right shoulder to turn him around, and when he did, I punched him with my left hook, charged with a lot of aura. The blow was so strong that I sent him against a wall, and then he went through said wall with his body from the impact. Don't worry, he'll cover you. I assured the Man of Steel who nodded with a half smile, and then I launched myself to the charge of 6 other Thanagarians who tried to take him from behind. I knocked each of them down with powerful blows full of dragon aura. Wonder Woman had been taken by 4 more of them, but using her super strength, she managed to knock down all those who were on her, Flash and Green Lantern. The soldiers kept coming, and immediately another group appeared accompanied by a very large Thanagarian who was carrying a kind of spatial energy machine gun in his hands. Dragon. I have it. I immediately put both hands together to create a Draco shot with a lot of aura and energy from my nano gears. With Ddraig's help, I managed to create a truly powerful one and immediately launched it at the Thanagarian at the exact moment in which he fired a large burst of energy with that weapon. For the clash of powers was short as the energy of my Draco shot was greater than the shot from his weapon and quickly reached the Thanagarian, causing a large explosion. We have to get out of here. I exclaimed as I watched a Martian detective knock down several of these soldiers with Thanagarian weapons shaped like nunchucks, but with their characteristic mass. Point up and we'll create one. Ddraig indicated me and immediately I created with his help a very powerful Draco shot which I fired towards the roof, making the roof fly completely. Consequently, the ship began to lose altitude since the damage I caused was very serious. We're losing altitude rapidly. We must get out of here immediately. Wonder Woman screamed, holding onto a pillar as several fallen Thanagarians were ejected through the openings I made in the ship. Let's go. I yelled at Flash, passing him my right hand. He took it and Ddraig concentrated a lot of energy into my thrusters, allowing me to exit the ship through the opening I created. Next to me also flew Wonder Woman, who carried a weakened Martian Manhunter on her right shoulder and Green Lantern with her left arm. Behind me came Superman carrying Batman on his back, and in this way the 7 of us abandoned the ship that in seconds crashed against the coast of the city, sinking rapidly. A few minutes later, the Justice League and I were hiding in the alleyways of Metropolis, easily evading the Thanagarian sentinels who were constantly searching for us. It wasn't easy considering the large group we were, although I knew Zez was nearby, since in the distance I also saw several of these downed flyers with cut wounds emanating a bloody aura. What's going on here? Can you see anything? Green Lantern asked Superman as we hid in another alley, only to see a new group of Thanagarians fallen with fatal cuts, which gave us the green light to head to the next alley that had a back door to a clothing store. Wonder Woman made sure we could all get inside the building, but before that Green Lantern asked Superman to help him get out of the handcuffs. The Man of Steel nodded using his heat vision, managing to free his companion, also commenting that he still felt very weak and had not recovered his energy. Is your X-ray vision working well? Lantern asked Superman again, who looked up at the roof of the building. Apparently there is a person with a sword that emanates dark energy. He is riddling the Thanagarians without mercy. Superman told. Don't worry, that person is with me. I assured everyone who turned around to see me. And who are you? Green Lantern questioned, arms crossed and brow furrowed. His question took me by surprise, as I thought everyone in the league knew me by now. What? So, let's go, the Secret Service. I told him while pointing at me with my right thumb, but my words only confused him more. Dude, you should pay more attention to what's happening on TV. It's the guy who's been protecting New York for the past 3 years, you know, the Red Dragon. Flash said as he introduced me and then turned around to look at me with a smile. By the way, you have good taste, red is definitely the best. Of course, friend. I replied cheerfully and we both bumped fists. It was at that moment that Zez landed in front of Flash and me, catching him and Green Lantern off guard, since Superman, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter and Batman saw him coming. I've taken out all the Thanagarians within 10 blocks, it'll take them at least 2 or 3 minutes to secure the areas again. Zez said it bluntly with a somewhat smug smile at his good work. Although it's only a matter of time before they cover the entire city again. The Martian answered him. Who knows? Maybe they'll get tired and go home. Flash suggested, earning serious looks from all the league members including Zez. Yes, I know. But a little optimism doesn't hurt us right now. The Scarlet Speedster defended himself, and it was then that an intense alien light covered the surroundings outside, and a loud voice boomed. This is the spokesperson for the Thanagarian Occupation Authority. The Justice League has violated our martial law. They are considered enemies and will be punished. Anyone who provides them with shelter or assistance will be punished. Okay, goodbye optimism. Flash said it with a shrug. For now I think we have to hide. Batman said it with a voice full of authority. And how are we going to hide when the whole planet is looking for us? Wonder Woman asked. They're looking for the Justice League. The Martian Manhunter commented, looking at a coat that was on sale before changing his appearance to that of a middle-aged human wearing a large brown trench coat. Without our suits we are ordinary citizens. I was already understanding what he meant and that worried me. Wait a second, what about the secret identity? I insisted, earning the stares of everyone present. I mean, I trust the Justice League, but I'm not ready for. Before I could finish speaking, Batman stood in front of me and pointed at me with the index finger of his left hand. Issei Hyoudou, Zez Zatenberg, Barry Allen, Clark Kent. The Bat began to say, pointing to Zez, then me, then him to Flash, then Superman, and finally taking off his hood. Bruce Wayne. The Batman all this time was the rich guy from Gotham City. It took me a few seconds to process what he said. I was more surprised to know who he was than him knowing who I am. But there is Issei, I shrugged. Presumed. And with those words, I deactivated my balance breaker, revealing my true identity to the rest of the league. Seeing who it was, everyone except Bruce and Zez of course were stunned. The child. Green Lantern gasped, quite incredulously. Are you telling me a kid just rescued us from the Thanagarians and was able to take down dozens of them in a jiffy? We must be in worse shape than I thought. His comment made me glare at him. Okay, Mr. Lanternless Lantern, first of all, good morning, thank you for saving me from the Thanagarians. Well, I didn't have my power ring. And second, I'm 19, not a kid. And third, I've been saving New York from things that would give you nightmares and make you rethink your religious beliefs. After saying that, everyone fell into a somewhat awkward silence. Does that mean you started this career when you were 16? Clark asked, raising an eyebrow. For my part, I nodded and raised my left arm, activating my boosted gear, to the surprise of those who did not know my identity. This is called boosted gear, and it's a sacred gear that was created by the God of the Bible himself. It's catalogued as one of the 13 original longinus. This isn't something anyone can find anywhere. I was born with this sacred gear because it was God's will. If you have any complaints, I hope you have good luck trying to talk to him. I told them as I pointed up at the incredulous faces of Superman, Flash and Lantern. What Issei says is true, I can confirm it. Wonder Woman said it to my surprise and that of most people, while Batman just raised an eyebrow. The sacred gears are the artifacts that the God of the Bible created for humanity. Most of these can create miracles, while others are capable of giving the bearer the power to defeat a god, and in the case of Issei, he possesses the boosted gear that has sealed the legendary celestial dragon, the Red Dragon Emperor, Ddraig, which allows him to have enough power to defeat a god if he ever manages to control it perfectly, as Elsha once did. He finished telling us and at the mention of the last name, a doubt formed in my head. Sorry, who is Elsha? Elsha is one of the previous Sekiryuutei who had the boosted gear before you, partner. She was the most powerful female Sekiryuutei that ever existed. Draig's explanation sent a chill down my spine. So the most powerful, eh? Suddenly Diane stroked my head, smiling at me affectionately, making me blush. You may not be as strong as her right now, but you're just as brave. It seems that in this era, Ddraig will have a good partner. Now I had difficulty looking into her eyes as my gaze repeatedly fell towards her tight cleavage. Oh really? Ahem. Bruce interrupted sternly, ruining the good atmosphere. The rest must be changed. In the following minutes, the members of the Justice League including Zez began to change. Superman now wore a blue suit with glasses, Diana a long-sleeved blue shirt and jeans, while she tied her hair in a ponytail. Green Lantern donned a blue cap, brown hoodie and brown pants. Batman donned a leather jacket along with grey pants and a turtleneck. Flash wore dark jeans and a brown jacket, and Zez opted to remove his knight armor for pale grey jeans. The white hoodie and over it an open blue shirt guarding Graham through magic circles connected to another dimension. Now, the 8 of us found ourselves hidden outside an alley we had already passed through before, and Bruce poked his head out to see if the coast was clear. We have to split up. They're looking for a group of 7, not 2. Green Lantern said it. We'll need a meeting point. The Martian added. We're about 500 kilometers from Gotham City, so we'll meet there at my house. But try to keep a low profile. Bruce walked away after saying that and was followed by Diana. The next to leave were Clark and the Martian, leaving only Zez, Barry and Lantern. Great 500 kilometers through Falcon-filled territory. No problem. I muttered with a bit of exasperation, and then Barry and Lantern went one way, and Zez and I went the other. Along the way, I saw several wounded Thanagarians being treated by their own people who were trying, without much success, to heal those fatal wounds caused by Zez's demonic sword. It was a guy in black. He carried a sword as red as blood. I've never seen anything like it before. I heard some injured Thanagarians say this, and suddenly another broadcast appeared on the televisions in a store. We are here to serve the people of Earth. Making sure that we do what's best for you. And what suits them is to obey us. Only if you obey us, we can serve you. I'm starting to think aliens are worse than demons. Zez commented, hiding his hands in his pockets as we walked. 50 and 50, in both cases there are good and bad. Just at that moment a flock of Thanagarians passed in front of us. Although in quantity yes, they are much worse. I clarified in agreement and the 2 of us continued moving forward until we reached the parking lot where he had parked his vehicle, a tinted black Ford Mustang. He was the first to enter the vehicle, taking the driver's seat while I entered, sitting towards the passenger side. We both put on our seatbelts and then he inserted the keys to start the engine with strong acceleration and using the GPS, he drove towards Gotham City. I can't believe Bruce Wayne is Batman. I imagined a billionaire playboy might smile once in a while. I told my friend who kept his eyes on the road. And I can't believe that just by putting on a pair of glasses, no one could tell that Clark Kent is Superman. I mean, how could we not have noticed? He questioned himself, still incredulous about that. We've seen stranger things than Superman's identity, like Constantine and King Shard acting like a casual couple in the underworld. You had to say it, Seki, you had to say it. The trip to Gotham City took us almost an hour since Zez had to take several detours, but luckily we had already arrived and he parked his car at the entrance of Wayne Manor, Batman's guard. When I reached the front door, I rang the bell and an elderly man, Alfred, answered. We're looking for Bruce Wayne, the Lord of the Night. I told the butler, doing an imitation of the Batman mask with my hands on my head, and Zez tried to stifle a laugh. Of course, Master Bruce is waiting for you. He responded by inviting us in. Zez and I stood at the entrance until Alfred closed the doors of the mansion and continued leading us to where Bruce was. So are you part of the package or does Mr. Wayne just rent you out for parties? I asked, wanting to know more. I have been at your service since the master was in diapers. He responded by stopping in front of an antique clock, turning around, and in my mind appeared the image of a baby wearing a Batman mask, trying to fight invisible people in the crib. Ah, what a funny image. I mentioned this to Zez, who shrugged, and Alfred revealed a secret entrance behind the antique clock. Your guests have arrived, sir. Alfred warned, allowing Zez and I to go ahead of him. As I went down the stairs, I saw in the distance that Bruce, along with the rest of the League, was already here. They're late. Bruce commented while sitting in the only chair in this Batcave. There was traffic. Zez explained, and I got distracted watching a giant T-Rex. Look, it's a giant dinosaur. I exclaimed as I pointed at him with a smile. It was the same thing I said when I arrived. Barry responded with a smile, and I walked over to the assembled League group. We were speculating what the Thanagarians were really here for. Detective Martian explained to us. Obviously not to protect us. Clark sensed. But if the Gordanians aren't anywhere near here, why did they build a magnetic field? Diana asked. If that's even it. Bruce deduced thoughtfully. So what is it? Lantern asked. I can tell you. The ninth voice spoke, and the League was shocked because they recognized it. Just like the League, Zez and I turned around to see who it was. From the shadows emerged the owner of that voice, a rather attractive red-haired Thanagarian, Hawkgirl, the person who sold out the League not long ago. I don't know how you dare to come here. Clark spoke quite angrily, being followed by Diana. Thank you very much, you saved us from having to hunt you down. Diana spoke after Clark. The rest of those present followed her example and approached her, and just in case I activated my boosted gear again, although I would now have to wait a 30-second countdown to use my balance breaker again. I didn't come to fight. But to help. The girl said without lifting a single muscle. Hawks all over the planet. Martial law, chasing them like dogs. I think I speak for everyone when I say we don't need your help. I told her with my arms crossed, and she looked at me strangely. Where did this boy and man come from? He asked his former teammates since he didn't recognize me or Zez. Don't waste your time, Cher. Barry also told him with his arms crossed. Well, the situation is worse than you think. The traitor nodded, seeming intimidated by everyone. They're building a hyperspace lane. When activated, it will destroy the planet and everyone on it. Upon revealing this to us, she approached Bruce and handed him a strange alien box. Here's all the project information. Believe me, I didn't know these were Talak's plans. Bruce looked at her hard for a few seconds and then accepted the box. We'll investigate. The door is there. He said with the hardness of a stone, and then turned around like the rest of his former companions, except Lantern. Let them talk to each other, it seems there is romantic tension between them. Zez whispered to me, and to prove it I exchanged glances between Lantern and her several times. Yes, I think you're right, it's not up to us. He and I walked away from that couple and rejoined the rest of the League, who also waited for them to say what they had to say to each other. Are you going to turn your back on me too? I heard Hawkgirl ask. The last time I trusted you, you betrayed me. It wasn't personal. Keep thinking like that. I did what I thought was right at the time, and I do the same thing now. She handed something to Lantern and then left the Batcave, flying off towards some other exit. Shortly after Hawkgirl's departure, Bruce placed the CD into his computers, and the huge high-definition screen displayed what would happen if the Thanagarians completed the hyperspace bypass. The Earth would be consumed by the device's energy until it became uninhabitable. Witty. Bruce admitted. Yeah, I'm impressed. Let's go destroy it. Clark nodded, taking off his glasses. He was still amazed at how such simple glasses were able to hide his identity. What? He's behind a force field. Green Lantern questioned. The force field controlled by the command ship. Bruce explained, typing on his computer to show the ship thanks to the CD Hawkgirl gave him. If we can disable it, Zez and I can destroy the generator. I told the League, and Bruce turned around in his chair to look at me sternly. And exactly how do you plan to do that? Bruce is right, that thing is the size of a city. How could they destroy something like that? Barry said it. Zez and I exchanged glances, and he nodded with a smile, then I raised my left arm, in which I still kept the boosted gear active, which had already finished the countdown for balance breaker. Looking at the jewel, I asked Ddraig a question. Ddraig, do you think Zez and I could destroy that thing? In response, the jewel on my boosted gear glowed quite brightly. Of course, buddy, if you use all your power in one attack you would be able to destroy a city, with the help of your friend's demonic sword Gram, that will be a piece of cake. Everyone heard Draig's words, and Barry let out a whistle. I'm glad to know you're on our side. I'll have plan B ready if they don't manage to destroy it. Bruce said after Barry, and an alarm was seen activated on the monitors. Proximity sensors have been activated, get dressed. He ordered, and we all dispersed inside the Batcave. Glancing up at the entrance stairs, I saw that the invaders would be about to break down the door at any moment, and before I could even ask him to, Ddraig activated my balance breaker. Chapter 3. Reunited, Part 2. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. An aura of fire covered me from head to toe in a flash, and out of nowhere I was completely covered in my scale mail armor. Cisco would love to see that. Flash smiled as he said that, and when I turned to look at him, I saw him take his suit out of the ring he was wearing, and in an instant, he phased inside it, being fully dressed in his scarlet suit. We all stayed hidden in the shadows, waiting for them to come towards us. It didn't take long for the Thanagarians to completely break down the blast door, and as usual, 24 of them rushed in to try to ambush the League. "Separate yourselves. They hid somewhere." The group superior commented, and then a green laser pierced the weapon of one of the soldiers, catching the group off guard and rendering the weapon useless. Ah. Who's hiding? "I was waiting for you," said Green Lantern coming out of his hiding place with his characteristic black and green suit with very bright emerald eyes, very similar to the jewels on my armor. "Come for me." He challenged them, and several of the attacking group attacked him. Green Lantern rose from the ground, preventing the Thanagarians from hitting him, while also striking one of them with another energy blast from his ring. Wonder Woman used her lasso and caught one of them by grabbing its ankle and swung it towards the Martian Manhunter, who simply extended his arm, hitting the Thanagarian in the head. Flash made his way through other soldiers, hitting them at high speed and then moving away from them. The Thanagarian aimed his weapon at the speedster, but Zez, having summoned Gram beforehand, cut off the weapon with a slash of his sword. Level 1 Cursed Punch. Zez exclaimed as he concentrated Gram's demonic aura and with a quick movement, launched a slash of cursed energy towards the Thanagarian's chest. The slash exploded with great force when it collided with its target's body, thus causing fatal damage as he crashed unconscious against a rock wall. 2 other Thanagarians were chasing Flash, but he dodged every shot he received. They were both off guard and couldn't react in time to my move. Using a small amount of aura, energy from my nanogears, and magical power, I shot both soldiers with a Draco shot strong enough to knock them against a giant coin, then they fell to the ground and the coin toppled over on top of them, tails up. Flash and I headed over to the giant penny and high-fived. "Cruz, we won." The speedster joked, and then I saw Batman swing from the ceiling on a grappling line, kicking a soldier in the face. He let go of said rope to land on the ground and then threw 3 batarangs at the chest armor of 3 Thanagarians. The blades didn't pierce the armor, and the warriors rose into the air, each looking at Batman with contempt. "Thus armas son patheticus." One of them gloated, ignoring the flashing red light on each batarang. "Wait and see." The bat told them, and hundreds of eyes shone in the darkness. Those eyes belonged to bats, and they all attacked the Thanagarians, drawn by the signal emanating from the batatangs. They were quickly rendered unconscious and quite bloody. As for Superman, he found himself in an easy fight with a superior Thanagarian whom he knocked down casually against a wall, landing into something containing a weapon. Superman slowly walked towards him, and the Thanagarian crawled up to reach that weapon and fired it at the Man of Steel, who tanked the shot with his ice breath, freezing the Thanagarian who was left with wide eyes. 7 Thanagarians stampeded in front of Zez, and with a ruthless smile, he wielded Gram in both hands and rushed in front of them and slashed right and left diagonally twice. Every movement he made, a dark red slash came out of the sword, hitting all 7 Thanagarians at the same time, and all 7 were paralyzed. At the end of his movement, for a second 3 slashes were seen to the right and left that crossed diagonally, giving the image of 6 dragon claws, and the Thanagarians fell bloodied, giving off a dark aura coming from Gram. Zez stood in front of them as he finished his attack, holding Gram with his right hand. Gram's level 3 strike is a move that eliminates low and mid-rank demons, with the second slash. "Who wants to be next?" he asked, seeing 3 other Thanagarians who were behind him, hesitating on whether to attack him or not. They looked at each other and moved away from him, rising into the air, only to meet me, Superman and Wonder Woman, each of us knocking down the last 3 Thanagarians with a punch, finishing them all off. "Let's go." Batman said it, and the 8 of us went up the stairs to leave the Batcave and the mansion. In the mansion, along the main hallway, Alfred was sweeping up the debris of glass from the windows caused by the Thanagarians when they broke in. "Be careful with the glass," he warned calmly, and Batman turned around in front of Lantern. "I want you, Seki, Superman, Wonder Woman and Zez to go to the command ship and disable the force field. The hyperspace bypass is on its way, in the Gobi Desert. Get within range of the ship and destroy that thing." "And the rest of us?" the Martian detective questioned. "They will help me retake the watchtower." Flash frowned in disbelief at that. "It's full of Thanagarian soldiers. How do you plan to get in there?" "With that," he replied and looked at the Thanagarian ship parked outside the mansion. Green Lantern formed an energy barrier to transport Zez, since he was the only one of Batman's group who couldn't fly. That narrowed the line of attack to Superman, Wonder Woman and me, at least until we reached the ship. The command ship was orbiting near Japan, and when we got close enough after flying over for half an hour, we encountered an immense swarm of combat ships that surrounded the command ship. What bad luck. Wonder Woman said when she saw the number of enemy ships. Indeed, they will have no chance. Ddraig nodded at Wonder Woman's words. Yeah, they're out of luck. Superman said in agreement, and the three of us charged forward, simply flying in front of these ships to crash into them and pass through them. This wasn't a battle, it was a beating. The three of us were facing unfair resistance at the moment, so hitting these ships only gave us a mild tingle. All the pilots who were flying those ships placed Superman, Wonder Woman and me as their priority threat, neglecting Green Lantern, who took advantage of that oversight to easily infiltrate the ship through an opening he created with his ring. Wonder Woman climbed onto another of these ships and with her super strength ripped out the weapon that the ship had, opening fire on the other ships. Superman took one of these endless attack ships and threw it against the cap of the command ship, then Wonder Woman advanced towards the ship and used it to completely cross the cap. Now she and I had infiltrated, the Man of Steel for his part would stay outside to destroy the other attack ships that still remained. There were two paths that would take us to the engineering area. Left or right? The Amazon asked kindly, and in response I raised my left hand with my thumb up. On your left. She smiled and went to the right and I went to the left. Every time I ran into a Thanagarian, I made sure to defeat them with the least amount of aura possible, since I needed to save as much energy and aura for the grand finale. At the end of the hallway I came across a strange door with irregular bars, and upon seeing it, I realized they were alien grills. Inside that chamber was Hawkgirl, who was inside an energy field, surprised to see me. Without the helmet she usually wears all the time, you can better appreciate her beautiful face and how her red hair looks on her. You look so pretty without that weird warrior helmet. She became more confused by my words. Excuse me, do I know you? She asked, confused, and to answer her question I made the face disappear from the helmet of my armor. Maybe the others won't forgive me for this, but if you're there it means you're no longer with your people, and I don't know you well enough to feel betrayed by you, so. I charged a bit of aura into my right fist and punched hard at the cell control holding her prisoner. The control was completely shattered and both the jagged bars and the force field were destroyed. Could you help me get to the shield control? It took her a second to process my question and wordlessly nodded as she ran alongside me, then picked up one of the maces from the downed Thanagarians and looked at me with growing determination. Follow me. His answer brought a smile to my face and the face of my armor helmet reformed, covering my face once again. Hawkgirl and I quickly made it to the engineering room, whose door was already open, and entered just in time to see Talak about to execute a downed Green Lantern. Bro, enough. The Redeed squealed and Talak turned around, ignoring my presence, seeing only Hawkgirl. The fight is over. You're a soldier, not a murderer. She said, walking next to him, who lowered the weapon. For a second he did nothing, but then he slapped Hawkgirl hard, sending her to the ground. I'm a fool for having loved you. Talak shrieked as Hawkgirl wiped the blood from her lip with the back of her right hand. She glared at him and stood up, tightly gripping the handle of the mace she had brought with her. It didn't have to end like this. She told him, but before they could fight, I stood in front of her looking angrily at the Thanagarian named Talak. How dare you hit her? You rotten cretinous fried chicken. Talak took another second to digest the insult I gave him and then looked at me quite angrily. Insolent. You'll pay for every word you've said and for every soldier you dared to hit. The axe he wielded was charged with a great amount of energy and he lunged at me to strike me with that axe. With great confidence I allowed him to approach me and put my left arm forward to block his axe blow. TFF. That. To my surprise, that axe blow had pierced my armor, causing a wound on my arm. Talak smiled pleased and stepped back with the edge of his axe stained with my blood. Fascinating, that blow must have been more than enough to slice your arm off. A few drops of my blood fell on the ground from that wound, which hurt me for a brief moment. Dragon. Of course. But don't get too confident again. My partner nodded, regenerating the opening in my armor. Talak charged at me again, wielding his axe with both hands, and this time I used my agility to dodge the slash. Until now, the Thanagarians seemed like easy opponents to defeat, and that's why I was overconfident, but without a doubt, Talak was above the level of all the Thanagarians I'd faced so far. Not for nothing was he the general of his race. Talak soared up and descended in front of me, aiming his axe at my head, but I dodged him a second before, propelling myself upwards using my armor's boosters, landing on the other side of the room. The report said you were relentless, so far you haven't shown me any defiance, beyond dodging my attacks. Buddy, if you want to defeat him you'll have to use more power. I know that, but I can't risk running out of energy and aura to destroy the hyperspace bypass. And if you don't defeat him quickly, you risk not having enough time to destroy the hyperspace bypass. Ddraig was right, I had gotten myself into a difficult situation. What should I do? My solution came when Green Lantern and Hawkgirl stood in front of me, each determined to fight. Don't waste your strength on him, Seki, you have to use all your power to destroy the detour, Cher and I. Lantern paused to look at Hawkgirl. We'll take care of him and the force field too. I didn't have to think twice. The Justice League was counting on me and Zez to destroy the detour. I understand, I can't do both, I'm counting on you lovebirds. That. They both said at the same time, quite embarrassed, and before they could complain, I flew out of the room at full speed, flying quickly in a straight line towards the ship's exit. As I stepped outside the ship, I saw Zez standing on top of the command ship, waiting for me to make my move. I just needed to wait for Lantern's confirmation that the force field was deactivated. I was on edge hoping they had been able to take down Talak. Seki. It's done. I heard Cher say it through my communicators. You heard her? Yeah. Boost. 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 Transfer. Ddraig transferred all that power directly into my eyes so that I could see from the distance I was in to the hyperspace bypass located in the Gobi Desert. He took care of locking onto the target that was halfway to igniting, then I extended both my arms forward and with his help, I began to accumulate every last drop of aura, the energy of my nano gears and magic that I had left. Boost. 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 I had pushed my capacity beyond its limits. My arms were going numb, and my armor's time limit was reduced to 60 seconds. Zez on my signal. I informed my friend who nodded and got into position to use his most powerful technique, Fafnir's End. That technique in turn caused the demonic sword Gram to shine with a crimson intensity that illuminated the skies above the country where the command ship was orbiting like a temporary flash. All the power I had duplicated was concentrated into the immense Draco shot that I created with all the energy, aura and magical power I had left. Its size would have been colossal, but thanks to Ddraig, I was able to control it and keep it at the right size that would allow me to hit it with enough force so that it would be shot in seconds towards the Gobi Desert that was thousands of kilometers from where I was. With all the strength I had left, I threw my left elbow back and then exclaimed at the top of my lungs. Now. 5. I fired my most powerful dragon shot which shot out at great speed towards the Gobi Desert. Final to Fafnir. Zez for his part concentrated all the aura of the demonic sword Gram to shoot with it, the most powerful and gigantic slash he was capable of performing. That slash was divided into 6 gigantic dark auras that took the shape of the head of the dragon Fafnir, and each one was concentrated in the dragon shot boost version that I shot, traveling almost at the same speed as my attack. The demonic sword Gram is known as the ultimate dragon-slaying sword, which is why the most powerful technique Zez can perform with it is able to chase down my most powerful technique, like a predator chasing its prey. The dark heads were a second away from devouring my dragon shot, which finally reached the hyperspace bypass and then. Hey boom. In the distance a flash was seen that shone bright red and dark crimson red. Our combined attack had exploded in the hyperspace bypass, causing an unparalleled aura blast that was probably seen across the entire continent. My vision inside my armor was still enhanced, and I briefly saw the distant location south of Mongolia, where I found the hyperspace bypass still shrouded in the bright red and dark crimson aura. The aura was decreasing in intensity, revealing that there was no longer such a hyperspace deviation. It was destroyed without a trace. Now in its place was only a deep dark crater. We did it. I exclaimed with joy before losing the ability to stay in the air, but I was caught by Superman who witnessed the show that Zez and I put on from the front row. Good work Seki, Zez. Superman said with a warm smile descending on top of the ship where Zez was also located, who fell to his knees, leaning on Gram, trying to catch his breath. I would like you to give me a slice of orange. Zez muttered, still very agitated. Of course, when we get back to Bruce's house you can have all the orange segments you want. Superman promised him. Finally, it was all over. Gotham City, Wayne Manor. When the morning of this day came, I, Zez Zaytenberg, in the company of Shayera Hull, were sitting next to each other on the couch in the mansion of billionaire Bruce Wayne watching the news. Issei couldn't join us because he'd get into a lot of trouble with his parents since they don't know he's the Sekiryuutei. Well, I don't know how he'd hide the cut on his left arm from Talak's axe. It would be hilarious if he had to come up with some plausible excuse. I was still feeling pretty exhausted from everything I did a few hours ago when I helped him destroy the hyperspace bypass. Consequently, I won't be able to wield Gram for the next 24 hours unless I want to lose years of my life. It is one of the disadvantages of using the strongest demonic sword. This is Snapper Carr. In an unexpected development, the Thanagarian forces have abandoned Earth and their whereabouts are unknown. Once again, the world owes gratitude to the selfless heroism of the Justice League, the Red Dragon Emperor, Seki, and Knight Zez. Shayera turned off the TV and looked at her feet, feeling depressed. She was currently wearing a white top and blue jeans. I was wearing a black t-shirt with white trim, brown jeans, and dress shoes. They've been in there for a long time. Shayera told me. Yes, that's how it is. I answered him, seeing in the distance the closed door that led to the entrance to the mansion's dining room. Of course, we were referring to the League, who were discussing Shayera's future, as well as the future of Issei and me. Since she betrayed them, she lost the right to express her opinion on League matters. And since I wasn't part of the League at all, I was politely asked to wait outside. Over the past few hours, we've been chatting about old adventures. I've told him about several of the adventures I've had before and after meeting Issei. He was very surprised to learn that I began my warrior career at the age of 11. You know, Shayera. As a warrior, I know you did what you thought was right. If I were in your shoes, I might have done exactly the same. I'm not as upright as Issei, and it never bothered me to eliminate as many demons and fallen angels as crossed my path. Shayera nodded and I continued talking to her. That's why when I saw the opportunity to have the Sekiryuutei on my side, I didn't waste the opportunity to train him, but once he and I started acting as a duo, I was influenced by his desire to be a hero. As I said that, I looked at Shayera with a smile. In your case, it was the League that changed your warrior heart, and without a doubt, if you hadn't made the great sacrifices you did today, Issei and I wouldn't have been able to end the hyperspace diversion, and we wouldn't be here having a pleasant conversation. Shayera looked at me with a tender smile, and we both looked back at the dining room door. No matter what they decide, you will still be a great heroine, and I'm not the only one who thinks that. I assure you that Issei and John think the same. Meanwhile, inside the dining room, the Justice League was gathered. Bruce Wayne was at the head of the table, in civilian clothes. To his right was Barry Allen, also dressed as a civilian. To the left of Bruce was John Stewart wearing his Green Lantern costume. He still had several bruises on his face, and his right arm was in a cast from the fight he had with Talak. To the right of Green Lantern was Princess Diana of Themyscira, who was dressed as always, with her tight armor. In front of her next to Barry was John Johns the Martian Manhunter, and on the other side of the table was Kal-El, better known as Superman, in civilian clothes, but without the glasses. He exploited our weaknesses, he betrayed us. Diana ranted about Shayera, who had surely been giving several reasons why the traitor she considered her friend for a long time shouldn't be forgiven. Come on, I was in a no-win situation. But when it came down to it, he decided for us, as always. Barry came to Shayera's defense, which surprised more than one person, since he had been betrayed by others in the past and never forgave them, the fake Harrison Wells and Hunter Zolomon. She's an outcast among her own people. We're all she has left. John added, supporting Barry. Believe me, John. I feel for her. But after everything she's been through, I don't know if I could ever trust her again. The Kryptonian said. This isn't going anywhere. It's time for a vote. Bruce declared, starting not only the vote on Shayera's fate, but also the votes on Issei, who was not present, and Zez, who was keeping Shayera company. When the voting was over, Bruce sent Alfred to find Shayera first, and it didn't take long for her to enter the dining room. The 6 official members of the League stood side by side, each looking at her quite seriously, some more than others. Hawkgirl. Kal-El began to say with his hands clasped behind his waist. Before you start, I have something to say. She interrupted him and took a few steps forward. I came to this place as a patriot, with a mission, and I was fulfilling it. What I didn't know was that I would come to care about Earth and its people, that I would care about all of you. I've spent the last few years torn between my feelings and my duty. I won't ask you to do the same. That's why I resigned from the Justice League. Effective immediately. As she finished speaking, she turned to leave, but Barry went to her side and gave her a warm hug, which she reciprocated without hesitation. I'm going to miss you, Shayera. Me too, Barry. Say hi to Caitlin and Cisco for me. Seconds later, the two separated and she continued on her way towards the exit of the mansion. Shortly after she left, Bruce notified Alfred that Zez could enter. He didn't take long to arrive either, but when he entered, the only ones present were Kal-El, Barry Allen and John Johns. Now then. Kal-El began to say. Zez, first we'd like to thank you and Issei for everything you did during the Thanagarian invasion and for everything you've all done over the past 3 years. The world needs more heroes like you. Zez was surprised that only 3 of the now 6 founding members of the League remained and couldn't resist asking. They are waiting. Zez interrupted Kal-El. Where did Bruce and Diana go? Barry smiled at her question. To give a gift to a certain New Yorker who shares my excessive fondness for the color red. Nueva York, Brooklyn. Issei? Honey. Issei, heard my mother knocking on my door. I was feeling quite tired from all the energy I'd used a few hours ago to save my world, but my mother's voice robbed me of my sleep, and I was also worried about the possibility of her seeing the cut I still had on my left arm. You could say that at that moment I felt true terror. Yes, Mom? I asked as I lifted my head from the pillow, hiding my bandaged arm under it as she opened the door to my bedroom. Quick, get dressed. We have visitors. She told me very excitedly. Visits? I asked very confused. Mr. Wayne has come to see you. She said very happily and then closed my door and went down the stairs. That man V no give. Oh no. He probably realized it was me who broke several things inside his back of. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, buddy, a man dressed in a bat suit is nothing to us. Don't talk nonsense, Ddraig. Having Batman as an enemy isn't something you want. With my nerves on edge, I changed my clothes again, also making sure to wear a long-sleeved shirt that would cover the bandages on my left arm. Over that shirt, I put on my signature red shirt. Then I put on some dark pants and left my room and went down the stairs. I hope you like your coffee with milk, we're out of cream. I heard my mom say, my dad wasn't home since it was his work schedule and it was already 9 in the morning. I prefer her. Me too. I heard the voices of Bruce and Diana who were sitting next to each other on the couch and my mom stood up with a radiant smile, then she looked at me and both Bruce and Diane did the same. Issei, I'm sorry for making you get up early. You must be very tired. They said quite happily as I approached them with fearful steps. It doesn't matter. I told them with a smile and approached my mom who gave me a suspicious look. I didn't know you knew each other. He questioned me and I laughed a little nervously. Yeah, well, it just slipped my mind with all that invasion stuff and you know. I couldn't think of anything and Ddraig remained silent. It was time we saw each other. Did you get my emails? Bruce asked, winking at me. Yes. I answered with my hands in my pockets and my mom looked at me again, very happy. Mr. Wayne wants to offer you a job at Wayne Enterprises. A job? I asked confused, looking back at Bruce and Diana, who nodded with a dazzling smile. That's right, do you remember applying for a job? Oh. Yes. I accepted, so now, you can work for my company, but I warn you, I am a very difficult employer, I demand excellence from everyone who works with me. Saying that, he took a sip of his coffee and got up from the couch. Mrs. Hyoudou, may I have a few moments alone with Issei? Of course. Bruce and I went to my room while Diana stayed to chat with my mom. Once we got to my room, he closed the door and I turned around to face him. I'm pretty sure I never sent an application. I told him without any recollection that he refers to the aforementioned. Don't worry, I can take care of that. I'm sure Lucius Fox wouldn't mind accepting you as a special assistant even if it's just for show. He clarified, lifting his still steaming cup of coffee. So technically I wouldn't be going to Gotham City every day, right? Of course not. He assured me. So that means. This morning, we voted on what to do with you and Zez after finishing the pending matter with Cher. Bruce reached his right hand out towards me. I want to officially welcome you to the Justice League, Seki. Without thinking twice, I shook my right hand with Bruce's, unable to stop myself from being amazed. Although it would be weird for my mom if I didn't. Bruce shook his head, flashing the smile he usually makes whenever he's Bruce Wayne in front of people. Don't worry, you'll be paid a salary to keep the facade intact and make it look like you actually work at Wayne Enterprises. Hearing that I couldn't help but laugh a little out of nerves. Although it will be hard to believe that I go to Gotham City every day if I don't have a credible means of transportation. And that's why I also bought you a vehicle, so that it's believable that you travel to Gotham every day. He explained, handing me a small red box. When I opened it, I found the keys to a vehicle, but they weren't just any vehicle keys. They were the keys to a. I guess red is your favorite color, huh? The keys were for a Ferrari, and when I walked over to my bedroom window, I saw a Ferrari 458 parked in the driveway. I don't know what. Consider it a gift from me for saving me several $1 million on a new watchtower. New watchtower? If you and Zez hadn't destroyed the hyperspace bypass with your powers, I would have manually driven the watchtower toward the bypass so I could destroy it. You know, I take back what I said about this guy, mate, he's really scary. Thank you, Mr. Wayne. No, thank you, Seki, and as for expecting excellence from you, I mean it. He assured me before leaving my room, giving me a very hard look. This day has definitely been my best day ever. Chapter 4. The Last Daughter of Krypton. Gotham City, the Brown Bridge. I am Issei Hyoudou, the Red Dragon Emperor known as Sekiryuutei. It has been almost 3 weeks since I officially joined the Justice League, and these have been the most intense days. To begin with, I have met Zatanna and Black Canary in my adventures with the League, as well as Catgirls like Catwoman, who, despite her bad habits, looks perfect in tight leather. The job I have at Wayne Enterprises allows me to be off practically all day, and it's very rare that I go there, and the salary is top-notch. To make it believable, Bruce offered me a salary of $150 an hour, which can usually be rounded up to $30,000 a month, and I've already saved up practically half of that. On the other hand, the Ferrari 458 that he gave me so far has been the best gift I could have received. At first glance it seems like an excessive consumption of fuel, but I fixed that part in a fairly simple way. When my Ferrari is about to run out of fuel, I transfer the duplicated power from my boosted gear directly to the fuel with the help of Ddraig, and that makes the fuel recharge to 100% without having to spend money on it. You could say that thanks to my boosted gear, I have developed infinite fuel. This week Batman destroyed a huge kryptonite meteorite, and as a result, the skies have been lit up with multiple meteor showers across the planet. Since then, there hasn't been much Batman involvement in either Gotham City or the Justice League. This day was one of those rare days when I was officially going to Gotham City to fulfill my work schedule with Lucius Fox, who makes me suspect that he knows that I am the Red Dragon Emperor, although he doesn't say anything. Now I was on my way to New York, although it had to be one of those days where there was a lot of traffic and the bridge I had to cross was packed with vehicles. Maybe I should have flown here in my balance breaker instead of driving, but I was so eager to drive that I forgot how bad that damn traffic could be. Ugh, these are the moments when I can't help but go over everything I've done so far. I managed to join the Justice League, a super easy job that earns me more than a college student with degrees. I also have a Ferrari and I'm New York's favorite superhero. All I need is to get a pretty hexy girlfriend with big breasts and all my dreams will be complete. You? So that means you finally decided to ask the Amazon out. Ddraig asked me, emerging from the back of my left hand as a flash of very bright green aura. Of course I'd love to go out with Wonder Woman, but I'm afraid she'll use her lasso of truth on me. The image of Diana subduing me with a lasso of truth so that I would reveal all my lustful thoughts flashed through my mind, followed by a cold shiver. Thinking about it, I shook my head several times. No. Definitely not. Trying to date her means danger. Dude, you're 19. Stop wasting your time with that thought and go out and have fun. Go to the affectionate ones. Now you have plenty of money to spend on women as often as you want, you can practically line your pockets with women even without money since you have me. Besides, think about it, do you really think destiny will bring you a girlfriend from heaven? Just then, through my vehicle's rear view mirror, I saw a large flash of light coming from the sky. I rolled down the window and stuck my head out of the vehicle to look back and see what that bright light was. Huh? Ddraig and I said at the same time. While a meteorite fell from the sky toward Gotham City's harbor, shaking the entire city. After a few seconds of thought, I put my head back inside the vehicle and began to pray. Please, Lord God, let it not be just any meteorite and let it be a beautiful space woman for me, so Ddraig can eat his words, amen. Buddy, do you know I'm listening to you? With a sigh, I put my vehicle in reverse, then made a 180-degree turn and returned to Gotham City, parking it in an empty spot. I then exited my vehicle and locked it, using some of my dragon aura as protection for my car. My boosted gear was activated, and through the green jewel Ddraig connected me to the Justice League's open line. This is Seki reporting, I'm in Gotham, I'll investigate what happened. I didn't expect anyone to answer, but I just wanted to let you know in case anyone was. Put on your best armor, Seki, that wasn't a meteorite. It's a ship and it brought someone on it. The one who answered me was Batman and what he said left me with my mouth open, I could even feel Draig's eyes widen. Hey, I was just joking about a girl falling from the sky. Too late to back down, Ddraig. Since the street where I parked my vehicle was empty, I activated my balance breaker without any concern, being enveloped in the characteristic flaming aura that lasted for a few seconds. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. With my balance breaker online, the 2-hour counter appeared on my right along with the rest of the systems, showing that I was currently at 100% capacity, the energy from my nano gears, and the dragon aura accumulated in the thrusters of my scale mail, and with great speed, I rose into the skies of Gotham City to find the space visitor. Something very special came to my partner from space and trapped him, and he will know all its secrets. With superpowers he changed and now he is the Sekiryuutei. And if you see him, prepare yourself because he will surprise you. He will activate his balance breaker. And in less than 10 seconds his power will double. He is the Sekiryuutei. And he will solve any case. Defeat evil anywhere, fear will never stop him, and from the ruffians he will save us. Sekiryuutei. BFF. What a good reference, Ddraig. I may not be the captain, but that reference filled me with pride. 5. In the distance I heard the sound of a vehicle's engine exploding. Maybe you should go there. As I approached I heard the sound of several gunshots and stopped on the roof of a building to get a better view of what was happening, and then I heard someone climbing the walls of the building. On the edge I saw a woman's hand, then the other hand, and then I could make out a beautiful blonde hair rising on the edge, and it was there when she finished climbing onto the roof, allowing me to see her from head to toe. When she saw me she was also scared, and without wanting to, I made the face disappear from the helmet of my armor, taking her by surprise with that involuntary action. Blonde, her hair is a beautiful blonde color as radiant as the rays of the sun at dawn, and more precious than a pretty yellow lily. Her eyes are as blue and deep as the sky, and the large size of her breasts stand out in the trench coat she wears as her only item of clothing. Is something wrong, buddy? Suddenly as I stopped looking at the enormous volume of her breasts, I looked again at the beautiful blue of her eyes that slowly transformed into a beautiful crimson color. A beautiful crimson like the crimson lightning that bust. Ah. From her eyes she shot me straight to the chest with the same rays that Superman usually shoots. She has heat vision. The impact and surprise I felt at that moment were enough to make me crash into the opposite edge of the building. It hurts a lot. I gasped in pain, and the face of my armor's helmet returned to cover me. The HUD revealed that the jewel on my armor's chest had taken critical damage and was losing a significant amount of aura. As I leaned up on my elbows, I saw the pretty girl's horrified face, who didn't understand what had just happened and ended up running scared in the opposite direction. I tried to get up, but my chest felt heavy. Careful, buddy, if it weren't for the scale mail, that girl would slice you right through the chest like a donut. He warned that he would take care of the wounds he had suffered from that intentional or unintentional attack. Yes, sorry, it won't happen again. When I got up, I saw the girl float up into the sky screaming, then crash into a blimp. The impact sent her flying to the ground, covered in smoke. The blimp continued plummeting. The aura still emanating from my armor was enough for me to fly toward the blimp that was still falling toward the city streets where there were many civilians. Upon arriving in front of the blimp, I managed to stop its fall using a lot of my strength in both hands. After that, Ddraig took charge of sending more aura and energy to my thrusters so that I could rise higher in the sky, and in a short time I managed to take the blimp to Gotham City Bay, avoiding further collateral damage. Inside a building, I saw the girl standing in the middle of a small crater, her legs wrapped around her arms, scared and babbling incomprehensible words. In the middle of the path, I ran into Batman. He gestured for me to be quiet and was the first to approach her with a kryptonite rock. I don't know who you are, but you've had enough fun for today. The Bat sentenced, bringing the rock closer to the girl, who stared at the rock until she became unconscious. Shortly after that nighttime incident, Batman and I took the girl to the Batcave. Upon arrival, Batman placed her on a cot with titanium handcuffs and notified Superman of the incident. Curiously, he was already on his way and came straight to the Batcave. Batman scanned the girl's eyes and, as usual, maintained a rather stern look whenever he wore the cowl. Was it necessary to expose her to kryptonite like that? This feels like a kidnapping. I asked Batman standing behind him to see the unconscious girl. Considering the chaos in the bay, the chase with the police, the destruction of the blimp, and the fact that it almost pierced your chest with its powers, I'd say yes. He replied without taking his eyes off his computers that were analyzing the alien girl's DNA. Since the Thanagarian attack, Batman had apparently made several innovations to the Batcave. From any angle he looked at it, it seemed a very different place than it had been a few weeks ago. His DNA is definitely not human, it doesn't match. Increase. I don't know if he's talking to me or his computers. Very high concentrations of neural stem cells. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, awakening from her sleep, and with her strength, she easily broke her bonds. Batman turned around, standing on guard, about to open the lead cartridge in his bat belt. Sekiryuutei. She said that, glaring at Batman, who fired his heat vision again. This time, I wouldn't have enough time to re-enter balance breaker, and before things could get ugly, Batman jumped in and pushed me with himself to avoid the explosion of his computers. Oh. The girl covered her eyes with her hands, trying to control the heat vision, and unconsciously, she floated back into the air, being caught by Superman, while Batman got back to his feet while I dusted myself off. Good morning. Superman spoke and I tilted my head to my right side without understanding what he said. Huh? "But night?" asked a girl who stopped floating. "Hello, Kal-El, I'm sorry." The Kryptonian continued speaking strangely, covering the girl with his red cape. "Yabdanebejue tetna." Now I felt like my brain was in a blender as they were saying nonsensical things. "Oh, Black Pilot. Kara Zor-El, throw the dead witness." Kevison replied. Said the girl hugging Superman. For my part, I didn't understand a damn thing about what she said. I don't know what she said, but she's probably lying. I barely understand the Taka language because of my parents. How do they even expect me to understand what they are saying? I asked without referring to anyone. "Well, if you don't know what they're saying, you can tell them yours just in case." Ddraig suggested as Superman, and the girl got off in front of Batman and me. "Her name is Kara Zor-El, from Krypton." The Man of Steel explained to us, and the girl looked at me feeling calmer, then he lowered his left hand on the girl's left shoulder and they looked at each other affectionately. "She's my cousin." "Your cousin destroyed 50,000 worth of customs machinery." Batman replied. "Send me the invoice." "But the journalist's salary." "Sure." Hearing that, I raised my left hand with a funny smile. "Oh, come on Bats, you have 10 times that amount stored in your backpack," I said to lighten the mood, and earned a frown from him. "Keep this up and I'll cut your salary by 50%. That threat stopped me in my tracks, and Superman sneered a little. I didn't want to look at Batman for fear he'd keep his promise, so I just watched the cousins' interaction. I don't have any cousins, but that reunion made me remember the time I used to play with that childhood friend I had many years ago. The boy was from a very religious family, and if I'm not mistaken, he must be in England now. The Arctic, the Fortress of Solitude. In the following week after Kara Zor-El's arrival on Earth, Superman and Batman took her to the Fortress of Solitude located in the Arctic. I also ended up accompanying them, since Kara needed all the help she could get to adapt and learn about Earth's culture. Not to mention that Superman was already very busy being the guardian of Metropolis and helping Batman translate the transcripts that were on Kara's ship. On the other hand, there was me, a young man who was almost the same age as Kara, who has a legendary dragon that is also capable of helping her understand Earth better. Since I've been staying at the Fortress of Solitude these past few days, Zez has had to stay on guard, protecting New York from all the dangerous metahumans always looking to cause chaos, or the occasional rogue demon. Now, Kara was exploring other places in the Fortress of Solitude while I was in the company of Superman and Batman, who continued studying Kara's ship while I was enjoying a delicious cheesecake. "This ship contains my daughter Kara Zor-El, from the now dead planet Krypton. Treat her as your own. She will prove a treasure to your world." It was Superman's translation of the symbols written on Kara's ship, while Batman wrote down everything he said on the alien computers on the right. "Treasure? Are you sure about the translation?" Batman asked with some doubt, turning around to see Clark. "He says treasure. Not terror, not trauma. Always cynical. Can't help it. Right." The Man of Steel replied. "Remember the tests I ran on him? His cellular structure is a shade denser than yours," he said, referring to Clark. "She's a better metabolizer of sunlight. It could be her youth, it could be something else. Bottom line, she could be more powerful than you. Also, I find her sudden appearance a bit." When the topic of her sudden appearance was brought up, I choked on my cheesecake since Kara's appearance happened at the exact moment Ddraig and I were talking. "Is something wrong, Issei?" Superman asked, and before he had time to answer, a loud banging sound was heard on the closed door. The doors were broken down by none other than Kara, who was now wearing a long-sleeved white t-shirt with red lines on the arms, sides of the torso, and the edge of the collar. She was also wearing tight gray jeans and was barefoot. Terrified, she looked back and hurriedly flew towards where the three of us were gathered. "When will it fly? When?" she exclaimed in fear, standing behind her cousin. "Ddraig, what did he say?" "I don't know what he's saying, but he's probably lying." "Speak Spanish?" Batman asked, and Kara hid behind Clark's right arm, pointing at the door to be knocked down. "It's attacking," he responded in Spanish. "What's attacking?" Superman asked without understanding. "That." Kara squealed quite nervously. Batman prepared his bat hook to attack, and I activated my boosted gear, aiming my fist towards the broken door. However, the one who crossed that door was a cute white dog wearing a golden collar with the same symbol that Superman wore on his chest, and a red cape identical to Superman's, with the same symbol in gold on top of the cape. Ha ha ha. I knew he was lying. It was Superman's pet that lives in the Fortress of Solitude. "Crypto, no." Superman exclaimed as he grabbed the dog by its collar, preventing it from jumping at Kara. Kara immediately took cover behind me, while the dog continued barking with a rather threatening look. "That dog, Kara is a friend. Leave her alone." He scolded his dog by lifting him up in the air, and he became tame for a moment. "Hey Kara, what exactly happened?" I asked my friend, turning around and deactivating my boosted gear again. I wanted to please him, but he just barks and growls. He hates me. He explained, turning his gaze towards Crypto, looking at him angrily. Go up to your room. That man ordered her. Kara looked at him in disbelief. But I didn't do anything wrong. We'll talk later. Superman assured her more calmly, putting Crypto down on the floor. Kara nodded, not before giving Batman another dirty look and then going to her room. Crypto growled at her threateningly again, which scared her and made her run faster, fearing that the dog would attack her again. Crypto is too overprotective, right kid? Superman said as he bent down on one knee and stroked her head with his right hand. I don't know, he's always known how to judge people. Batman replied in the most cynical way possible. Oh come on, she's already suffered a lot this week, aside from learning a whole new language and trying to control her powers, there's no reason to be so hard on her. I said to Batman with a friendly smile. We don't know anything about her. She claims she doesn't remember anything from before she landed in Gotham City Bay. Batman answered me firmly. I'm not saying there are any loose ends. Not having control over her powers is more than just a loose end. She's more dangerous than when you couldn't control your balance breaker. That's why she's in quarantine until she can get under control. Superman interrupted us with a sad look. She may be my only living relative and I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. At least for now, you don't have a problem with that, do you? Not at all, but I think the dog does. Batman responded by looking at the dog who was still growling towards the door and without saying anything else, he left leaving only Superman, Crypto and me. Hey Clark. Yeah? You know, I think Kara's a little fed up with being in quarantine and the only people she's seen so far being you, Bruce and me. How about I take her around Metropolis and New York for the rest of the day? At that request, Clark's face lit up. Are you serious? Yeah. I nodded excitedly before continuing. If something bad happens, I'll have my balance breaker charged and ready to protect her, I promise. I assured him, reactivating my boosted gear, holding my thumb up while smiling. Superman approached me and placed his left hand on my left shoulder. I'm leaving Kara in your hands, Issei, but if anything happens, don't hesitate to call me. Of course. I agreed with a smile and leaned down to pet Crypto's head, who remained in his good puppy state. I don't know what you have against Kara, but I'm sure you'll be glad you don't have to share the fortress with her for the rest of the day. Crypto barked once and then I set off to find Kara. In the halls of the fortress, Kara Zor-El walked while looking at the exotic species in the zoo of the Fortress of Solitude. She looked at them with melancholy because they reminded her of her homeworld, her family. Kara wished they were still with her, she hated feeling alone. Her only consolation was that her cousin was still alive and she had found him, although he was much older than she remembered. She felt someone else's presence, could hear a heartbeat. Her first thought was that it might be Issei Hyoudou. Of the 3 people she'd met in the last week, he was the one she held in as high regard as her cousin. Even though she accidentally attacked him when they first met, he never showed contempt toward her. On the contrary, he helped her as best he could during the last week and became her only friend. The excitement she felt at the possibility that it was Issei quickly turned to disappointment and bitterness when she realized that the person who had approached her now was Batman. Are you spying on me now? She asked, turning her gaze, seeing that the Dark Knight of Gotham continued to approach her. You don't like me, do you? Batman replied. Ah, you're the one with the problem. Why don't you leave me alone? You'll never understand what it's like to be me. Kara responded angrily, crossing her arms and then letting them fall. Explain it to me so I understand. Batman asked her as politely as possible, but she ignored him, returning to her arms crossed position. Batman didn't care and approached the statues where Superman's parents were. Does this help with your memory problems? He questioned Kara. Some. I know those are my Uncle Jor-El and my Aunt Lara. Kara responded by looking up at those statues, getting a little closer to them as well. Because Superman. Kal-El. Told you so. The Gotham Bat questioned, giving an air of interrogation. No. Because I remember. Kara insisted, closing her eyes to let the memory flow through her mind. My Uncle Jor-El was like a father to me. They both believed the planet was doomed, so my father built a ship. Kara remembered the image of her planet, her father building the ship in which she arrived on Earth. I was told the course was set for Earth and that my family would soon follow. I had just left when I saw them die right before my eyes. Her memories were fragments of what she lived. She remembered her father holding her hand, helping her get on the ship, showing her the internal controls of the ship, her father and her mother in the distance until there was an explosion. And then that light burst forth, that horrible, scorching white and silver light. It was a white and silver light, that explosion almost seemed like pure energy. Then, I only remember darkness. You told me the rest, how the asteroid carried me across the galaxy until it shattered and I landed here. Kara finished telling Batman the whole story she knew, there was nothing more, there was nothing less. Do you remember your mother's name? Batman asked. You know you don't. Why don't you trust me? Kara responded feeling very irritated. Kal-El has enemies. Who would do anything to destroy him? Batman explained to him. Do you think I would hurt my own cousin? The Kryptonian asked with a frown. Batman, for his part, remembered when she attacked Issei and then said to her. Maybe not intentionally. Kara stood with her mouth open for a few seconds, then she walked away feeling quite indignant about what Batman said to her. When she moved away from him a little, she stopped and turned her gaze towards him. I felt your presence because I thought I heard your heartbeat. I was wrong, you don't have a heart. Batman didn't answer her, and Kara just walked away. Apocalypse. Apocalypse is a planet very far from Earth, located on the other side of the galaxy, considered a hellish planet that makes the underworld seem like a pleasant place to vacation and live in peace. This planet is ruled by one of the most powerful beings in the universe, Darkseid, one of the so-called new gods. He is immortal, with immense strength and many abilities. At this time, he was witnessing an important event, the search for a warrior who could take Barda's place, since she betrayed Apocalypse and went to live on Earth. The candidate to fill that position would be the warrior known as Tesoro. She was in her final challenge, which was to defeat Darkseid's elite army, the female Furies. The fight was overseen by Grandmother Goodness, who had trained Tesoro to get to where she is. The battle began, and the fight seemed to be in Tesoro's favor, as she managed to read and block all of the Furies' movements. But little by little, the group began to overwhelm her, as they were so well coordinated and easily managed to destroy her mercilessly. Treasure, who was now on the ground, bleeding profusely, was watched by Grandmother Goodness. Who in turn was watched by Darkseid. You disappoint me, Grandmother Goodness. You told me Treasure could replace Big Barda as captain of my guard. Darkseid told him in an authoritative voice. She looked very promising. Grandmother Kindness replied with little sadness. There's been an interesting event on Earth. Bring me the girl who fell from the sky, the one they call Kara. And don't fail me this time. Or you'll be the Furies' next victim, dear Granny. Darkseid told her, as news of the recent arrival of Superman's cousin reached him, since he had his own spies in a criminal gang known as Intergang, to whom he sent Apocalypse technology in exchange for information and results. He was now not only aware of the arrival of the last daughter of Krypton, but was also aware of rebel forces within the three main factions of the mythology of the god of the Bible. It was only a matter of time before Chaos Brigade made itself known. Chapter 5. Being a normal girl. Saying goodbye to Superman and his faithful pet, I, Issei Hyoudou, went to look for Kara. At first, I looked for her in her room, but she wasn't there. So, I started looking for her in other places until we finally met face to face in one of the hallways. She had an angry expression as she lowered her head, her brow furrowed, her arms crossed, and she looked like she was about to hit anyone near her. Is everything okay at home? I asked casually and she looked up, allowing a sigh she had been holding to escape. No. That man dressed as a bat is driving me crazy. He still doesn't believe me and won't stop harassing me. I feel like kneeing him in the back. Her hostile comments about Batman made me feel a little nervous. As she finished speaking, Kara lowered her left arm and then took it in her right hand, seeming more melancholic than angry. Hey, in his defense, he grew up in Gotham City, one of the worst places on this planet to go out at night with mom and dad. He might be a little wary of strangers, but he'll warm to you eventually, somehow. In response to what I said, Kara only got angrier. He said I could hurt Cal. My own cousin. My only family. Kara exclaimed incredulously between screams, now holding both arms outstretched and her fists tightly clenched. Yeah, well, it's Batman, he probably doesn't even trust his own shadow, so don't take it personally. Saying that, I pointed at my chest with my right thumb. He may not trust you, but I promise you I do. Really? She asked me, surprised, looking me straight in the eyes, a little calmer. Like you, I had trouble controlling my powers and had the occasional accident because I couldn't control my aura. I know you wouldn't hurt your cousin unless he asked for it by being so overprotective. I mean, that's understandable, but if you had to use your powers, it would be to do the right thing since you're a very good person. And as for your memories, all I can say is that you have my support, and if you have any questions you can count on me. I would never turn my back on a dear friend. The bitterness on his face changed to a cheerful smile. Thanks Issei, I mean. He quickly corrected himself with an apologetic gesture, although I didn't mind him calling me that. No problem, you can call me Ice if you like, that shows the trust we have between us, don't you think? Kara clasped her hands together, nodding her head several times. By the way, I spoke with your cousin to see if he would allow me to take you to see Metropolis and New York, both cities are very close to each other, so there's no problem. Kara's eyes widened when I told her that, and she jumped a little with excitement. Are you serious? That would be great. She answered me very excitedly. Of course, you've been in the Fortress of Solitude for a long time, you need to know what the world you're going to live in is like, so let's go. What I said moved her even more, and then she hugged me, but very tightly, which made the bones in my back crack painfully. Ah. Kara air. I gasped for air and she quickly let go, she had overdone it with that hug. I'm sorry. She apologized, very embarrassed. It's okay, we're leaving soon, so get dressed. I asked her while stretching my muscles again while she with a smile ran towards her room without controlling her speed. Mate, are you sure this is a good idea? Ddraig questioned somewhat worriedly. Of course, what's the problem? The Kryptonian has that aura that she might end up making you spend too much. No problem, the salary Batman gave me will be enough. It would have been cheaper for you to go with the affectionate ones. I'm glad Ddraig only spoke inside my mind, or I'd be in a lot of trouble with Kara. New York. It was a lovely quiet afternoon in my hometown. Zez and I have championed the city for the past few years. People were enjoying a good cup of coffee, going for a walk, getting some fresh air, or jogging, especially in Central Park. To go out, Kara changed into a beautiful purple crop top, skinny blue jeans, and brown heels. I wore a black collared shirt with white buttons, an open red jacket with green buttons, gray jeans, and dress shoes. We both went for a walk on the sidewalk on one of the main streets of the city, and Kara was really fascinated. Ah, you don't know how happy I am to finally get out of quarantine. Kara said, taking a deep breath in the city atmosphere. The Fortress of Solitude isn't bad, but it's a really boring place. Kara continued telling me while looking at all the stores along our way. New York is much more my style. She stopped in front of me with a radiant smile as she said that. This is the life I want to have, Ice. I loved seeing how excited she was. If that's what you want, fine. Though you have plenty of time to decide, Kara. I assured him, smiling back. I want to know everything there is to know about being an Earthling girl, so where do we start? Kara asked me, quite motivated, getting a little closer in front of me, looking at me again with those beautiful eyes, which caused my gaze to slowly fall towards her breasts. Where do we start? An idea came to my mind before she could realize I wasn't looking her in the eye. I know where to go, let's go. I said as I took her hand and led her to one of the stores. In the hours that followed, Kara and I went from store to store where she tried on t-shirts, blouses, shoes, accessories, makeup, manicures, and much more. My credit card was loaded with money, so I didn't think twice about the expenses I might have. After all, I don't have a journalist's salary. In the last few stores we visited, Kara started trying on dresses and other outfits. I loved each one of them, as she was otherworldly beautiful, and I blushed more than once, even coming close to having a runny nose. The best part, without a doubt, was when Kara decided to try on something more revealing. List. He asked me just before leaving. Karen, well. What Kara wore was quite tight. A black dress that hugged her body and was extremely revealing. It had a low neckline and was divided by a gold belly ring, leaving her belly exposed. Her back was bare and the skirt reached almost mid-thigh. I quickly brought my right hand up to my nose, covering the nosebleed I had suffered. Luckily, I did it just in time, or an embarrassing catastrophe could have happened. Yes. Of course. The more revealing, the better. I exclaimed quite excitedly with my left thumb raised upwards. Perfect, I'll take it. Kara nodded quite happily and proceeded to take off the dress so she could buy it, but in doing so, she accidentally ripped off the fitting room door. Once we'd finished shopping, Kara and I left the store, carrying a good amount of bags of clothes and shoes, as we headed to the spot where I'd parked my car. Oh. That was so much fun, I'm going to love being an Earthling girl. She said very excitedly, while putting all the bags inside the front trunk of my vehicle. You certainly have the shopping part down. I responded by closing the trunk, and Kara got too close to me again. Are you hungry, Ice? I'm starving. Yes, and I know exactly where to go. I responded with a cheerful smile, taking Kara to a Big Belly Burgers. The place that sells the best burgers in the entire country. We both sat at a two-person table, facing each other. To make this occasion extra special, I ordered 2 Seki balance breakers, which were triple meat and triple cheese burgers doubled in size with barbecue sauce. The cool thing about these burgers is that the Welsh dragon symbol from my boosted gear appears on the box, and on top of the burger bun is a toasted drawing in the shape of my custom-made armor. Kara's mouth watered when she saw the size of these burgers. Enjoy. I told Kara and she took a bite out of her burger. It's so delicious. She then devoured her burger, finishing it in less than a minute. The Kryptonian metabolism is truly amazing. Well, that's all. Shopping, junk food, I think you're a real Earthling girl. I told him with a smile, noticing that there was a little ketchup on the right side of his lips. With my left thumb I wiped the ketchup off her lips, making her blush with a tender smile. Metropolis. After eating at Big Belly Burgers, Kara and I went to various locations in New York, including the place where I first trained with Zez, so he could help me awaken my balance breaker, though I left out the details of the hellish training he put me through. Later that same day, I drove her to Metropolis in my vehicle, and she thoroughly enjoyed the experience of riding in a high-speed vehicle like any true Earthling girl. In Metropolis, I guided her to locations similar to those in New York, so there was some additional shopping to the point of filling up the trunk of my car. Time continued to pass and night finally fell. We were walking across a bridge in a park quite similar to Central Park, and to be honest, I had never enjoyed a day so much. Well, there was one occasion, but that's no longer relevant to me. It's in the past, and I hope it stays that way. New York and Metropolis are truly beautiful places. Not like the city where the grumpy bat lives. Kara said, as we walked side by side holding hands. Grumpy bat. He's not so bad once you get to know him. I assured him with the intention of seeing if I could change his perspective on Batman, or as I like to call him, the Lord of the Night. What's your problem? Kara asked with annoyance. He just wants you to take things easy. Adapting to a new culture is always difficult. I assured her, and she looked back at me. Is that why Cal wears those glasses? To fit in, even though he can see better than anyone on the planet. It's a way for heroes to live a life without always wearing capes or armor. We have to keep our identity secret. I explained, trying to forget that with just a pair of glasses, Superman had outwitted the entire planet. That's why the friendly gentleman never takes off his lead-lined hood. That observation caught me off guard, as I wasn't aware that Batman had lead in his head, although on reflection, it makes perfect sense. Lead? I didn't know you already had X-ray vision. I told Kara with an amused smile, remembering that this is one of the abilities that I also possessed, only mine was exclusively for seeing attractive women, and on more than one occasion I used it to be able to appreciate Wonder Woman's sculpted and divine body. You didn't ask me. Kara whispered, and I noticed a subtle change in her tone of voice directed at me, but before she could say anything suspicious, she came across something that left her eyes wide open. Oh dear. She said as we separated our hands and we both stopped in front of what surprised her, the gigantic statue of Superman. The whole way neither of us realized that there was something like this in Metropolis Park, and to tell the truth it made me feel a little jealous, since I didn't have a statue of myself in New York, at least not yet. That's how they see it, important. Kara continued speaking, not taking her eyes off her cousin's statue. He is your champion. Kara thought for a moment, tilting her head, then raised it again, turning around to look at me. These powers, the dragon powers you have, do you ever regret having them? He asked with an air of doubt. No. I replied to Kara with a bit of pride. Since I realized I had my powers, there hasn't been a single day I regretted being this generation's Sekiryuutei. It's true that at first it was really difficult, as it was a power that demanded a lot from my body and made me a target for several enemies. But seeing all the good I did, everything I accomplished with these powers, being a hero, made it all worth it. Not even a little. He asked me again to see if I had any doubts, to which I responded with an honest and warm smile. Can I tell you something? You can tell me whatever you want. I replied to Kara. They terrify me. Kara told me, and I could see some sadness in her eyes. Responsibility. I don't want to be anyone's champion, no offense. She worried that her honesty might anger me, but it was just the opposite. You didn't do it. I assured her with a smile, and Kara moved a little closer to me to the point where I could feel her breathing. My cheeks flushed a little at what might or might not happen, what I wanted to happen, maybe. Comrade, be careful. We're being watched. Ddraig warned me, breaking up the moment he was having with Kara. She looked puzzled by my sudden change in attitude. Whereas? She asked me worriedly when she saw that I activated my boosted gear, which was charged and ready with a balance breaker. Stay close, Ddraig told me, we're not alone. I responded to Kara, scanning the bushes and trees for any signs of hostility. After a few seconds of not seeing anything, I turned around again to relieve Kara. I guess. Bust. Ah. Ddraig was right, because when I turned around an energy shot hit me directly in the chest, sending me flying into the farthest bushes in the park. Whereas? I heard Kara scream. She tried to come to my aid, but in mid-flight something seemed to grab her ankle. Whatever had held her sent her back to the ground, and it sounded like she was being dragged. Help me. Someone. Anyone. Kara. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The moment I shouted my friend's name, I activated my balance breaker, unleashing the full capacity of my scale mail, and charged at her side at full speed. However, I had barely advanced a few meters when I was held back by a succession of magical aura blows from someone who could multiply himself, and I ended up falling to the ground. They told us you would try to stop us, but we took the girl. The voice belonged to a woman with blonde hair, but not as beautiful as Kara's. I couldn't see their faces, and I didn't care much about knowing who they were. She's not going anywhere. I replied to the warrior woman, getting back up. Boost. 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 I doubled my power a total of 15 times, and before they could react to what I was going to do, I propelled myself backward using the thrusters of my scale mail and accumulated a large amount of my aura in the palms of my hands, keeping my arms extended. Shockwave. Saying that, I performed a powerful clap with my hands with my highly duplicated power and generated such a massive shockwave that the warrior woman along with her clones were scattered far away by the impact. After knocking them down, I concentrated more aura into my scale mail's thrusters and immediately went to Kara's aid. As I reached her, I saw her use her heat vision in an uncontrolled manner, destroying several trees, a park bench, and shattering the statue of her cousin. It may not seem like it now, but this is for your own good. Said the person who had captured her, who took Kara by the neck with his right arm. If that person had been any stranger, I wouldn't have hesitated to throw a full-powered dragon shot at them, but that wasn't the case. The person who had taken Kara was in fact someone very important to me, someone I admire and secretly fantasize about. You. I said, still in shock, seeing that it was Wonder Woman. I'm sorry Seki, but this has to be the case. He told me quite seriously. She's right. I'm with them. The next to appear, but behind me, were Batman and Zez, each with a very serious attitude, leaving me even more surprised. What's going on here? To add to my surprise, Superman appeared and descended beside me with both fists clenched. Tell me about it, I swear I'm about to lose my mind if no one explains to me what's going on. I responded to Superman with my fists clenched, releasing more and more dragon aura in my growing anger. Look around you. Diana insisted, and just like Superman, I saw the destruction in Metropolis Park. What if this had been at noon with the park full of people? She needs training. I'm taking her. Diana sentenced, and any platonic feelings I felt towards her disappeared from my thoughts when I saw the terror in Kara's eyes. What if I say no? Superman asked as they both gave each other a challenging look, as if an intense fight was about to begin. Another reason why he can't stay. Batman spoke, cutting the tension between two of the Trinity. I'll explain later. For now, I ask you to trust me. Batman had a persuasive power over Superman, any feelings or desire to save his cousin disappeared from him. Oh. He began to beg his cousin. You're not going to let him take me, are you? I'll try to control my powers, I promise. Kara continued to plead with him, but he just looked down. Oh. There was no response. Oh. He wasn't going to help her, and I couldn't take it anymore. Are you all serious? I turned around to see Superman. Are you really going to do nothing but bow your head and allow her to be taken away against her will for your only cousin? Superman looked up, quite hurt to see me ranting about him. Seki, I ask you please to calm down, you're getting upset. No. I shouted in anger, raising a more intense and powerful aura. Then I looked at each of the Trinity and at Zez, who looked at me with fear. It's not fair that you guys act like a bunch of people without values. I looked back at Superman and pointed at him with my left hand. You never dared to ask Kara what she really wanted. Do you want to know the truth? She doesn't want to be like you. She told me she doesn't want to fight. Now I looked at Batman. Do you think this is Gotham City enough for you guys to kidnap anyone? You must be as crazy as the Joker himself. After saying that, I now face Diana. And you. You say you're an Amazon queen and all that, but deep down, you're the worst. You didn't even ask Kara to go with you out of spite. What the hell is wrong with you Amazons? The power kept growing in me. Partner, you must stay in control. Ignore him, you're the Sekiryuutei. Prove that you are. Fill them all, you have the power that even surpasses the Kryptonian. Show them the abyss of crimson purgatory. If you're not going to do anything for Kara. If you don't leave her alone, I'll force you to leave her alone by force. Hate, resentment, venom, contempt, love, despair. My sanity reached a breaking point I didn't even know I had. Then, some words appeared inside my mind. I, the one who is about to awaken, am the celestial dragon who has stolen the principles of domination from Oz. Without me seeing it coming, Zez appeared in front of me and pierced my stomach with his demonic sword Gram, causing me pain I had never felt before. All those overwhelming emotions I felt were cut off, and now I just felt pain and so much disbelief. Whereas, Issei, Seki, Kara, Superman and Batman shouted at the same time, while Zez removed Gram from my stomach. Now I fell to my knees, having a fatal wound in my stomach, and in turn, my balance breaker was deactivated by the damage received from the ultimate Dragon Slayer sword. Wyu. Now everything became blurry as I lost consciousness. When Issei fell, there was silence in the park. Diana loosened her grip on Kara's neck. The Kryptonian ran to Issei, who was bleeding out in the park, so did Batman, while Superman faced Zez quite angrily. "You better give me a good explanation." Zez, for his part, was not intimidated by the Man of Steel. It was the only way to stop him from using the Juggernaut drive. On his face there was a mixture of determination and pain. He never expected to have to attack his friend in order to prevent him from using that cursed power. "Juggernaut drive?" the Kryptonian asked, confused. "Don't worry, his life won't be in danger." Diana assured him as she watched Batman treat Issei's wounds with the first aid kit he carried on his bat belt. His gaze fell on the young Issei, who was unconscious. "I'll have to take him to Themyscira as well. There he'll be able to heal his wounds better, and we'll give him a special medicine that will help suppress the negative emotions of the previous Sekiryuutei." Diana continued explaining, seeing the pain and tears on the Kryptonian's face, speaking a little of her warrior heart. "Are she and Issei close?" he asked Superman, who nodded melancholy. "You could say he's the only true friend he's had since he arrived here." Some time later, Superman carried Issei in his arms while Diana took Kara. It must be said that she no longer put up any resistance to being taken against her will. All of that ended the moment she saw Issei fall. The next day. When I opened my eyes, I was in a room I had never seen before. I remember having a pretty active day with Kara, then the Trinity showed up, I got angry, and then. "Are you awake?" When I looked in the direction where that voice was coming from, a woman who belonged to the Amazons was there. "Where am I?" "You are in Themyscira. Queen Diana requested that you be treated immediately." "You mean the island where?" "Yeah. And they are all." "Yeah." With a rather pleased smile, I lay back comfortably in bed, letting out a dreamy laugh. "This is definitely paradise. I'll go inform the queen that you've woken up. Avoid leaving this room. You're still too weak to overexert yourself." The Amazon indicated, withdrawing from the room, and I let out a rather heavy sigh. I should be angry with Zez, but I don't quite remember what made him act that way. "It's because you were influenced by the ancient Sekiryuuteis, which led you to almost unintentionally activate the Juggernaut drive." Ddraig explained to me, and I raised my left hand, looking at the back of it that was shining with an emerald light. "Juggernaut drive? Ancient Sekiryuutei? What are you telling me, Ddraig? Remember when I told you that balance breaker is the final form of a sacred gear?" "Yeah, what's up with that?" "There are many mysteries within the sacred gears, however, in those special sacred gears, such as the boosted gear, in which I reside, there are limiters. I already know that. The limiter allows me to correctly use my balance breaker, giving me an amount of power within the range that I can control." "Correct, mate, and in the case of the Juggernaut drive, that would be the equivalent of removing the limiter." "Oh really?" "Yes, with that temporary movement, you could achieve power that rivals the gods, but at great risk." "Risk?" "That would shorten your life considerably and also make you completely lose your mind." "I mean, would I get out of control?" "Yes, very violently. In that state, you would begin to destroy everything around you as well as yourself. I do not recommend using it under any circumstances. Sacrificing your lifespan for power is not the path you should follow." I was going to use that power because I got so angry at Bruce, Clark and Diana, but how was I able to be on the verge of using something I didn't even know existed? Due to the negative influence of the previous Sekiryuuteis, they tried to take advantage of your emotions to force you to use that curse. The one who said that was Diana. At some point during my conversation with Ddraig, she had entered the room without me noticing. "Diana, so isn't there any way to stop those emotions?" When I was worried, she smiled at me quite affectionately, very different from the attitude she had the night before. She came up next to me and sat on the edge of my bed, then ruffled my hair a little like a big sister would. "You don't have to worry anymore." Saying that, she handed me a glass containing a strange liquid that I had never seen before. "This is a special medicine that can only be made in Themyscira. It will limit the negative influence of Draig's previous hosts. You must drink it once a month." Without a second thought, I drank the entire special medicine Diana prepared for me. Then there was a moment of silence between the two of us. "So you brought Kara here, right?" Diana nodded. "When Zez stopped you, she no longer resisted, but I need you to do something, not for me, but for Kara." What he said caught my attention. "What thing?" "That you come visit her from time to time. Of course, she is an important friend to me." I accepted with a smile. "I'm not going to abandon Kara, not today, not tomorrow. It's a promise I'm willing to keep." Chapter 6. The Flames of a Dragon. Themyscira Island. It's been 2 months since Kara was forced to stay on Themyscira, the home of the Amazons. An island hidden from the outside world. The Amazons are unable to leave their island. With the notable exception of their queen Diana. Furthermore, when Diana requests the Amazons' help to go to the outside world, they unhesitatingly abandon the island to follow their queen. It wasn't always like this, as before Diana became queen, her mother Hippolyta had created very strict rules that were never to be broken, and things would have been very different if she hadn't died. I am Issei Hyoudou, and I have come to the island of Themyscira today with Superman, Batman, and Zez. Today was a very pleasant morning. I watched some Amazons go about their daily tasks, such as fishing, cattle raising, blacksmithing, and other activities. Others were in charge of security or training with swords or staffs. Over the past 2 months, Kara had witnessed the rigorous training the Amazons undergo to become the warriors they are known for in myth. Hand-to-hand combat, meditation, handling of bladed and blunt weapons, and learning about their customs. All she needed was to learn about magic, and it could be almost the same training I underwent 3 years ago under Zez. And how did I know? Because just as I promised Diana, there were times when I visited my dear friend, and I also had to make sure that the previous Sekiryuuteis would not influence me again to activate my cursed power. During the first few days, she told me how much she disliked doing this, as it also drained her psychologically, not to mention being here against her will. Fortunately for her, she was able to make a good friend, and when she wasn't with her, Kara was with her new friend. I would have liked to stay on Themyscira the whole time, so I could be with Kara and the rest of the women there, as it was a paradise for any young single man like me. But I couldn't afford that luxury because New York needs the Sekiryuutei, and I couldn't tell my parents, Mom, Dad, I'm going to the Amazon island, so don't wait up for me. By the way, I'm the Red Dragon Emperor, Seki, and I'm in the Justice League. Kara's relationship with her cousin had become strained since the night I nearly lost control, because he did nothing to defend her, which made me the only person in the league she had complete trust in. There were times when I tried to help them get along again, but it bothered her, so I stopped. But I knew that deep down, she still cared because, after all, they were cousins, family. Right now, all the Amazons, the Trinity, Zez, and I gathered at the Colosseum where Kara was going to duel with someone who was known to be one of the best warriors in the Amazon army, Artemis. A toned red-haired warrior wore a red outfit with a golden shoulder pad on her left side, and in her right hand, she wielded a huge sword. Kara, on the other hand, wore a white outfit with golden shoulder pads, and her sword was thinner and smaller than Artemis's. Zez and I sat in the stands, distanced from Superman and Batman. After what happened 2 months ago and understanding that his attack on me was for my own good, there was no hard feelings between him and me, and we remained friends. To be honest, I'm glad he stopped me like that, or I might not be alive, safe, and sound to see my dear Kryptonian friend. This will be fun. Who do you think will win? I asked Zez, leaning my elbows on the stands. Are you really asking me? Kara's Or-El versus Artemis. In a sword fight. It's the same as you and me having one. His response already made me know how uneven this duel would really be. Just then, another blonde girl landed in front of us, wearing a blue outfit and a strange red helmet, and she was also blonde. If I am not mistaken, this girl is Layla, Diana's protege and Kara's best friend. Whenever you want, Artemis. Kara said, taking a fighting stance with her sword. List. Artemis responded, taking a different stance than Kara, being more offensive than her. Diana then approached both women holding a red flag in her right hand, and with every step she took, my eyes looked directly at her hip, enjoying the scenery. Now. Diana exclaimed, making the duel official, and both warriors began attacking each other. Kara's movements were always defensive, blocking the red-deeded warrior's strong sword slashes, and whenever she found an opportunity, she would attack her as well. However, Artemis's movements were so offensive that her offensive movements easily became defensive without even changing her stance. What's the point of this? Kara could wipe out the entire island. I heard Superman say this to Batman in the distance. Having powers and knowing how to use them aren't the same thing. You, more than anyone, should know that. Diana replied, turning her gaze towards him, before returning to watch the fight between Kara and Artemis. You know, I can't stand her. Superman tried to whisper it to Batman without much success. I heard that too. Diana responded again, which caused a smile between Zez and I, who were still watching the sword duel. Kara became more offensive with her sword, but Artemis blocked and dodged with greater precision. At one point in the duel, Kara managed to corner Artemis, but the Amazon knocked Kara down with a brutal kick that sent the Kryptonian flying. Before falling, she lost her sword. When she was about to get back up, she found Artemis's sword in her face, who prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Now little one, get ready. He exclaimed, about to give him the final blow. In the blink of an eye, Superman appeared in front of Artemis and grabbed her sword-wielding hand. What he did took everyone by surprise, and Zez brought a hand to his face, as he had become very excited about the duel until Superman interrupted him. Don't touch her. He said to Artemis, throwing her to the ground after letting go of her arm. Pal. This was just a training exercise, she wasn't going to hurt me. Kara said to her cousin as she stood back up. Is there a problem? Diana questioned, sternly approaching in front of Superman, and behind her Artemis also stood up. You asked me to keep an open mind, and I kept an open mind. But Kara must be in Metropolis with me. Superman declared, almost killing Diana with his gaze. We agreed that this was for his own good. Wonder Woman strikes back. If this continues, things could get ugly for both sides. You'd think the Trinity would always stick together, but with everything that's happened in the last year, share Kara's arrival. Wait, I can't have an opinion. Kara asked, trying to stop the argument between her cousin and the Queen of the Amazons. No. No. They shouted at the same time, surprising several people present, including Kara, Zez, and me. Sorry, of course. Clark apologized when he realized the mistake he made, but Kara again avoided eye contact with her cousin, standing with her arms crossed. But you've been locked away on Themyscira for 2 months, you don't know what the rest of the world has to offer. Who do you think is best at deciding what's right for you? Clark asked, placing his left hand on his cousin's right shoulder, but that only added fuel to the fire for her. What about me? She asked, annoyed, removing her cousin's hand and backing away from him. Hal, you let them bring me here, and now you don't like it and you want me to go back to Metropolis. I'm sick of being shuffled around and treated like a child. From now on, I'll decide what's best for me. Kara sentenced, then turned around and walked next to the girl who had become her best friend. Come on Layla, let's go before someone tries to send me to bed without dinner. They both left the Coliseum, flying through the skies, and Artemis faced Superman quite angrily. Don't do that again. She then left, and the next person to approach Superman to reprimand him was Batman. It seems no one is able to give him a break. You look like you were going to break Artemis's neck. Batman said to Superman while Zez and I also approached the Man of Steel, although without saying anything. The Oracle's visions showed Kara in danger. How do you expect her to react to a sword at her neck? The moment Superman said that, Zez and I shared a rather incredulous look, not understanding what they were talking about now. Hey, time out. I said as I stood in front of the two now having the attention of the Trinity. What do you mean by Kara being in danger? Batman and Diana remained silent, so I turned around to see Superman, who took a deep breath to calm the nerves he'd been having. Issei, what's happening is that Layla, Kara's friend, has been having visions about Kara being attacked. She apparently doesn't survive. He said the last thing with a very pained expression. For a few seconds I felt like I couldn't breathe. What I was experiencing was comparable to receiving a bucket of cold water during the coldest time of the year. What, is she going to die? Why didn't anyone tell me? Does she even know that? I started asking questions, looking back and forth between Superman, Batman, and Diana. No, for your own good. Batman answered my question simply. His answer made me clench both fists tightly as I tried to keep myself under control, although now I was doing so without much success. Of course you don't seem to care after all, you've done nothing but annoy her. To you, she's someone dangerous who could hurt Superman. You can't see the good in her, you prefer to belittle her and hide inside that lead-lined hood. Issei is enough. Zez tried to calm me down by taking my left shoulder with his right hand. Unlike you and Clark. I just act rationally, and I expect both of you to do the same when the time comes. Batman answered me calmly. Bruce. Diana whispered as she tried to reassure him. No. Ever since this girl arrived, both of you have let your guard down. Issei, you almost exposed your secret identity and lost your common sense when you let yourself be influenced by the negative emotions inside your sacred gear. Something you should have under control by now. I tried to refute Batman's words, but I didn't know what to say to justify my actions. At that moment Superman stepped in front of me and looked at Batman with his arms crossed. Issei has one thing going for him. Like me, he doesn't look for all the bad in people. You can call us naive, sentimental, but all my instincts tell me that girl is my cousin. She hasn't done anything to prove otherwise, and she'll be safe with me. Clark, the visions are getting worse. Diana interrupted him, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a great amount of fear, causing me to involuntarily activate my boosted gear. How about we go for a walk while we talk? Zez suggested, and we all agreed. I needed to ease the fears I had begun to feel since I found out about what could happen to my dear friend. The five of us left the Themyscira battle arena and headed toward one of the island's beaches, taking the stairs one step at a time. It was already beginning to get dark, and as I looked out at the ocean I could see the sun slowly setting. It was a beautiful sight from this island, although the fear was still strong in me. No. I have to stop thinking about that. No matter what happens, I'll make sure to protect Kara. Even though she's far more powerful than me. What kind of enemy would be capable of endangering the life of a Kryptonian? As far as power and strength go, the number of enemies I know who can do that can be counted on the fingers of one hand, but when it comes to kryptonite, those numbers increase considerably. Are you telling me these visions are about to become reality? Superman asked Diana, advancing to my left while the Queen of the Amazons was to my right and both Zez and Batman went in front. That's what Layla thinks. Diana nodded. But he hasn't given them any more information. Zez remembered. That's why we have to keep Kara hidden. Diana told me and I looked at her with a frown, stopping my steps. That's the plan. Keep waiting. That doesn't sound like a good plan to me, no offense. I told Diana, not very convinced, and she looked at me with a smile worthy of an older sister. Issei, this is the safest place for her. I have my army ready, I can call it any time. Now would be good. Batman warned us shortly after that a strange explosion was heard, and when I looked towards the beach, I saw that it was a toot boom. The strange portal brought with it strong gusts of wind that reached the place where the five of us were standing. To protect my face from the rising dust, I shielded myself with my boosted gear, while Diana and Zez did so with their arms, and Batman with his cape. Superman was unaffected. Ddraig. Don't worry, buddy, since I heard that explosion I started the activation countdown. From the portal, I saw a rather enormous creature emerge. Its skin was a dark gray, and it had pimples all over its face, neck, forearms, knees, back, and torso. It had a bit of white hair and very sharp teeth. It wore dark green shorts and anklets, and had large very sharp claws on its hands and feet. The creature's eyes were a very intense red. The creature leaped out of the portal, and upon landing crushed the ground it stepped on with ease. Doomsday. Superman exclaimed as he recognized the creature, and I looked at the creature with wide eyes. I should have stayed in my bed. The creature roared, and its roar was so powerful that it could have been heard all over the island. Protect Kara, I'll take care of this. Superman said as he took the initiative. Wait. Batman stopped him. The tube isn't closing. Just as Batman said, the tube remained open, and then a huge amount of doomsdays began to come out of that portal. They weren't hundreds, they were thousands or maybe several thousand, and all of them were ready to attack and massacre. At that moment, I could feel true terror. I had already heard about this creature called Doomsday and the titanic battle he had against Superman, which effectively ended with the death of the Kryptonian sitting here next to me. If that thing was capable of killing Superman, what am I supposed to do with my balance breaker? Perhaps the only way I have any chance of standing up to these creatures is by activating the Juggernaut drive, but that would only be a golden ticket to the afterlife. There ought to be a better way out. Darkseid. He copied the monster. Superman said it very confidently, and while I was shaking I looked at the count of my boosted gear. I just had to wait a little longer. Let's draw a line in the sand and we'll keep them here. Diana ordered and her entire army of Amazons rushed alongside us like an immense battalion, each of them ready for the coming battle. Diana's army was in position and ready to face Doomsday's army. She took her shield to fight and then threw Batman an axe for battle. Zez summoned his demonic sword Gram, which he wielded with both hands. The Dark Knight stood in front of everyone and defiantly looked at the immense enemy army. So? Did you come to look at the scenery or something? The Bat challenged me and I raised my left arm upwards. Ddraig, let's begin. Leave it to me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. A deep fire-like aura enveloped my body. The flaming aura took the form of my balance breaker scale mail. With my balance breaker online, Doomsday's army advanced forward, beginning the great battle. Amazons, attack. Diana exclaimed, and the first to take the lead in the line of attack was Superman, who flew at a low altitude against the Doomsday's army, while I, along with Diane, Batman, Zez and the Amazon army stayed on the ground, running at full speed against them, although in my case, I propelled myself at great speeds, using my scale mail boosters. Superman being the first to arrive against the Doomsdays, he rose even higher and at great speed, he plummeted against the Doomsdays, causing great destruction on the beach grounds, wiping out several of these monsters in a jiffy. The next one to arrive against the Doomsdays was me. I wasn't going to let these monsters of biblical proportions attack me first. I have to take the initiative and be the one giving the blows, not the one receiving them. It could be the end of me if I take even one hit from these apocalyptic monsters. I continued flying straight ahead with my thrusters at full power. AKII at this. I hit the first Doomsday I saw with a powerful, suicidal right punch, filled with an immense amount of aura. The Doomsday didn't even flinch from dodging my blow, but when it landed. Boom. The punch landed square in the Doomsday's chest, and the creature was propelled at immense speed by my blow, eventually crashing into many other Doomsdays, who were knocked over the same way a bowling ball knocks over cones. But what's going on here? I didn't even have to double my power. I just made a suicidal move out of pure impulse and ended up taking down several Doomsdays in one hit. Something must be wrong. That punch you made had quite a bit of aura, but even with it shouldn't have been enough to defeat a creature that was capable of killing the Kryptonian. Ddraig also realized the flaw in the Doomsdays. I see. So this changes things completely. I exclaimed with great restored confidence. We can beat them. Let's do it. At that moment, the Amazon army finally arrived against the Doomsdays, as did Zez, Diana, and Batman. I saw my friend wield his demonic sword Gram against several of these Doomsdays, performing the level 3 Gram Scourge, but no matter how many times he successfully slashed the Doomsdays' bodies diagonally left and right, finishing them off with 6 more diagonal slashes, none of them bled. There's no blood. I heard Diana cry out as she impaled her spear through the chest of one Doomsday, only to be struck down by a different one who knocked her back. That Doomsday was immediately attacked by Artemis, who stabbed the creature with her sword, but the creature lashed out with its right arm, knocking the warrior to the ground. The creature pursued her with bloodlust, but Artemis got ahead of it by taking the spear of one of her fallen sisters and managed to pierce the creature's chest, killing it instantly, but it fell on the warrior, leaving her at the mercy of another Doomsday. That Doomsday was about to turn her into pulp with his fists, but before he could do so, I concentrated an immense amount of dragon aura and energy from my nano gears with a bit of magic power into the palm of my left hand, thus forming a gigantic Draco shot with the help of Ddraig. Then, I hit my Draco shot with a left punch, sending my attack against that Doomsday, who was enveloped in the red aura of the Draco shot. Hey boom! My Draco shot exploded with brutality, and of that Doomsday not even its ashes remained. Artemis stood up again and smiled gratefully at me from the distance we were standing. Then another Doomsday tried to attack me from behind, but was frozen by Superman's Arctic breath as he covered my rear. Seeing that frozen Doomsday, I took advantage and hit him with a powerful right punch, causing him to explode into a pile of frozen remains. Another Doomsday tried to attack Superman from behind, but he stepped forward and kicked him powerfully. Then a second Doomsday tried to attack him, but he knocked him down with a powerful steel uppercut. The monster, as a result of the blow, traveled at supersonic speeds, taking with him dozens of Doomsdays. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Batman managed to take down a Doomsday with pure axe blows. Before he could get on guard, he was attacked by another one and ended up losing the axe in the process, but he reacted in time and threw several explosive batarangs at his attacker, which destroyed said attacker. The fact that his weapons had had such an effect already gave him an indication that something was quite wrong. Zez began to attack with increasing seriousness until he reached a point where he moved as if he were a trail of dark crimson red light. Zaz. All I could see were the dark crimson aura slashes of the demonic sword Gram, slashing through one Doomsday after another at various angles. Likewise, Superman put more force into his attacks and managed to knock down many others with powerful blows that caused deadly shock waves. Behind him another Doomsday tried to attack him, but I flew straight after him with my thrusters at full power, and with a punch charged with enough aura I knocked down that Doomsday before he could attack Superman. The blow I gave him was so brutal that it went through his body. Another of the endless Doomsdays tried to attack me from behind, and to counterattack I once again accumulated the aura and energy of my nano gears in the palm of my hand to be able to create a Draco shot, but my attempt to counterattack was slow, and the creature charged at me with a deadly punch that went straight against my face. That blow, I felt it down to my bones, and I was thrown to the ground. Before I could recover, that same Doomsday kicked me like a football. Cracks. I felt the thick claws of that creature's foot manage to pierce a little through the torso of my armor, but it wasn't enough to reach my body, although that didn't make it any less painful. Being on the ground and as a result of that kick received, for a few seconds the sound I heard in my ears was only a buzzing. I kept my face staring blankly to the left and saw several Amazon warriors fall in battle, some with very fatal wounds. This fight made no sense whatsoever. Why did we keep overextending it? Tracks. The Doomsday that had attacked me stepped on my head quite hard, managing to bend the plates of my helmet. On the HUD inside my helmet, I saw that my armor's defense had been compromised by that attack, and if I didn't react in time, I would risk imminent death. No. This ends here and now. Boost. 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 My power began to double with great intensity, and as I extended my left arm towards the Doomsday that was trying to crush my head, I generated a powerful dragon shot that completely destroyed the creature. After that, I flew straight up into the sky and headed next to where Diana and Zez were fighting the Doomsdays in front of them. Diana, withdraw your army. Zez, you must also leave. By this time she had managed to defeat another Doomsday, and Zez managed to decapitate another Doomsday quite elegantly. Both of them raised their heads to look at me. That. They both exclaimed without understanding. Just do it. Then I looked over to where Superman was, who had easily dealt with several dozen of them already. Superman, you must back off too. Superman turned around to see me, and without a second thought he flew towards me and positioned himself behind me. Amazons, fall back. Diana ordered her army. Once she, her army, and Zez were far enough away, I positioned myself at a perfect angle that would allow me to hit all the Doomsdays in one move. "What are you planning to do, buddy?" Ddraig asked, quite intrigued. I then took a deep breath and filled my lungs with plenty of air. Then I lit a small fire inside my stomach with the energy from my nano gears. "I'm gonna win, Ddraig." I kept my balance breaker aura at its maximum capacity. Boost. 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 Transfer. I transferred all the duplicated power into the fire inside my stomach and spat out a gigantic flame of fire. The fire of a dragon. I expanded my attack range. The entire battlefield that was teeming with doomsdays was dyed with my fire. There wasn't a single doomsday who could escape it. This is one of the moves Ddraig had taught me. Create a powerful flame in my metahuman stomach by igniting a spark with the energy of my nano gears and a little magic, and transfer the power of my balance breaker to full capacity to create the mighty fire of a dragon. No matter how weak the flame I make in my stomach may be at first compared to that of the dragons of legends, it is still the flame of a dragon, and with the power of the Sekiryuutei and balance breaker at full capacity, that flame becomes something brutal, something that is usually described in legends or in the Bible. At the end of my blaze flame attack, I fell exhausted to the ground from having suddenly used an immense amount of my power, but before touching the ground, Superman caught me by placing my right arm around his neck while I tried to catch my breath. "That was a great move. What other abilities are you keeping hidden until now, Issei?" Superman asked with a smile. "Some I'd rather not say sorry," I said, quite agitated, not wanting to reveal questionable abilities, and as I looked up at the battlefield, I was almost in shock at the ravages of my attack. All that was in front of me was an area of almost 1,000 meters filled with fire and charred earth with large amounts of smoke. Several trees within the area were reduced to ashes. All the doomsdays were reduced to ashes. This was without a doubt one of the worst fires that had happened on Earth. I had tried to narrow it down to just the doomsdays, but it was really hard to control that huge amount of power. It was a strike first, regret later kind of thing. That kind of destruction was truly worthy of a dragon. Ddraig congratulated me, although it didn't make me feel better. If this had been on the streets of Manhattan, okay, take your time, don't think about what wasn't. These creatures weren't really alive, no blood, no brain. You did what you had to do and you did it quite well. You always find a way to make me feel good. I thanked my partner and was finally able to stand on my own, without assistance from Superman. Turning my gaze, I saw all the Amazons happy with the display of power I performed. Zez was also happy, but the strange thing was that wherever I looked, there was no trace of Batman. "Where's Batman?" Superman asked, noticing his absence as well. On the other side of the island, the four of us found Batman standing over the body of a blonde girl floating in the water. By now, I was no longer wearing my balance breaker, and to get us all closer to Batman, Diana carried me in her arms, and Superman carried Zez, flying quickly to the Bat, who looked rather dejected. Doomsday's attack was a distraction. Batman started counting as he managed to feel when Superman and Diana descended from the sky. Seeing that it was a blonde girl, for a moment I felt like the world stopped. The second tube opened here. There were 4 of them, maybe 5. She didn't go down without a fight. "Kara," Superman said as he approached the girl's body. Diana and I followed him a second later, but when Superman turned the girl's face around, the 4 of us got a big surprise. The girl wasn't Kara, she was Layla. Diane's name was painful. Knowing it wasn't Kara made the world keep spinning around me, but the pain in my heart was still quite terrible. Regretfully, Superman wrapped the girl's body in his cape as he lifted her up, and Diana caressed her deceased protege's face, trying hard not to cry. Suddenly, a magical golden aura manifested in the middle of everyone. "Attention, this is the Oracle's last vision." Ddraig warned me, and heeding what he said, I watched in silence, like the rest, Layla's last vision. In that vision it was seen that the one who killed her and kidnapped Kara was Darkseid, ruler of Apocalypse, a hell that literally makes the underworld of Earth look like a paradise and a place to have a good time with the family. "She died protecting Kara. I swear her death will be avenged." Superman said it with great determination and fury. "I'm going to Apocalypse." "That's exactly what Darkseid wants." Batman tried to reason. "Then I won't let him down." Superman replied. "I'll go too," I said after Superman, and his gaze met mine. The fury and determination in his eyes was identical to the one in mine. "There's nothing that'll change my mind." He understood that just by looking at me. We're not going to let him down. Diana nodded in agreement and Zez smiled. Whenever there's a beautiful girl in danger, you can't resist going to her rescue, huh? Well, I already followed you to the underworld once, so I'll gladly accompany you to Apocalypse. The four of us nodded with a smile, and Batman remained in the same posture as always. Someone will have to make sure you four get home, so I'll go too. Batman said when he saw that we had all already made the decision to go rescue Kara. Chapter 7. Welcome to Apocalypse. Apocalypse. Let me go, you witch, let me go. Kara screamed as she was tied up. Shut up. See. Grandma has your room ready for you. Don't worry, little one, you won't be alone for long. Enjoy your place, little one. Grandma Goodness said, and Kara was thrown into a cell by her. She wore a collar around her neck that blocked her abilities. Once they locked her cell, she began to get scared by everything she saw. What he felt has no description, it was nothing good, and from the shadows, the ruler of Apocalypse appeared. Now you are defenseless. Soon you will see fear in the eyes of men. As captain of my furies, your fame will spread throughout the universe. The fiercest warriors will flee in your presence, armies will fall to their knees, even nations at the sound of your name. You will know a power you would never have known on Earth. You will never be lost, for you will stand at Darkseid's side. Kara felt true terror as she backed away until she crashed into a wall and he approached her, beginning her brainwashing. Unknown location. Batman, Superman, Diana, Zez, and I, Issei Hyoudou, took the javelin that was stationed on Themyscira. Diana was in charge of piloting it to lead us to a location where, according to her, we would find a key ally who would help us go directly to Apocalypse. She landed the craft in a gated community in the middle of the street, in full view of several people engaged in everyday activities, such as going to work, taking walks, watering plants, some children playing on the sidewalk, and others playing basketball in the center of the neighborhood, among other things. The first to get off the javelin was Batman, although I didn't see the moment he came out. Next were Superman and Diana, followed by Zez and me. Superman knocked on the door of one of the houses, and we were greeted by an extremely beautiful woman with tan skin, brown hair, and brown eyes. She was wearing only a red towel on her body and another one over her hair. Her breasts were a very good size and poked out from the towel. I couldn't help but stare at them with extreme fascination, standing behind Superman just for safety. When I said you could visit me whenever you wanted, this wasn't what I had in mind. The woman said, looking at Diana. Hello, Barda. Diana greeted her. Diana. You didn't leave an invisible plane in the forget it. Barda noticed the javelin parked in the middle of the street, attracting a lot of attention. We need to talk. Superman said, entering his house without asking permission, followed by Diana and Zez. I stared at Barda a little longer with a slightly blushing smile. Can I get dressed first? She asked, somewhat annoyed by the way the three of them entered, and then she turned her gaze towards me with a raised eyebrow. Are you expecting an invitation, handsome? Yes. Thanks for letting me in. And thank you so much for just using a towel. I entered Barda's house, and then she closed the door. As I entered, I wasn't surprised to find Batman already inside. You were captain of Darkseid's honor guard. Batman told him. Deserted. She responded, a little annoyed by the fact that he had appeared who knows how. Was it easy? No. But for the first time, I feel free. Barda continued talking, finishing drying her hair as she walked toward her living room. And this one. She stopped when she saw some neighbors looking in at her window. She walked over to the curtains and closed them, then turned around and sat down contentedly on her sofa, with both arms extended and her legs crossed over each other. A simple, quiet, boring life is all mine. We need your help, Barda. Darkseid kidnapped my cousin Kara. Superman asked him immediately. So you've already lost her? Barda responded immediately. I'm sorry. She said as she stood up and walked towards her vanity, which was at the end of the hall. Barda, you can't. Superman raised his voice, and Barda turned to face him. Listen to me. It's too late now. Darkseid will control her mind. He'll turn her into a killing machine. He'll exploit her weaknesses. Barda's gaze was quite sharp with every word she said. Just like he did to me. She said the last thing quite sadly, and in her eyes I could see the pain in her memories. Superman was about to continue speaking, but I stopped him by touching one of his shoulders and approached Barda, who looked at me expectantly. Barda, they made you commit terrible acts. No one blames you. Now, he has Kara, my friend. The five of us will go to Apocalypse and rescue her. We just need your help to get there. You don't have to come with us. She closed her eyes and took a calmer breath, then looked at me, calmer. You don't know what you're up against. He told me, turning around to head towards his bathroom, leaving the door open. We just ask that you lend us your motherboard so we can generate a boom tube to take us there. Superman begged him, quite discouraged. Sounds like they think they're coming back. Barda said inside the bathroom. Yes, we will return. I assured him without a hint of doubt in my voice. There's no way out of that hell, handsome. The whole planet is a death trap. She insisted. It was a mistake to come. Diana said regretfully. If Barda refuses to help, how are we going to? Batman told Diana, but was interrupted by the arrival of Barda, who was now wearing a battle suit. I'll help you get to Apocalypse. On one condition. I'll go with you. Barda sentenced, full of burning determination. At the bar. No way. Diana and Superman rejected. I know Darkseid's strength like the back of my hand. You need me, so get over it. Barda told the two and opened a compartment under her plasma TV, revealing her arsenal of weapons that were manufactured on Apocalypse, including her mother box. I'm over it, what about you four? Batman spoke rhetorically. I like her. Zez nodded with a smile. The more the better. I said in agreement with Batman and Zez. 3 in favor, majority wins. Batman told Superman and Diana, who sighed and had no choice but to accept. Apocalypse. Barda activated her boom tube marking the coordinates near Darkseid's castle. The 6 of us crossed a portal at the same time, and once we arrived at that planet, I felt like I was in a real hell. The sky was a rather dark crimson color, in the distance there were several buildings with their tops emanating fire, the ground was scorched earth at very high temperatures, and the heat was quite intense. There's no place like home. Barda commented sarcastically. It smells like death. Diana mentioned. Darkseid will know we're here. Batman commented, carrying the booster rocket from Barda's arsenal on his back. He knows. Superman answered him, and the 6 of us looked towards the castle. You didn't have to be a genius to know where Darkseid had Kara. Suddenly, the sound of engines was heard in the distance, and Barda took a few steps forward. That sound turned out to be a gigantic dragon-headed tank being driven by parademons. The tank stopped in front, and a second tank appeared from the rear. A third and fourth tank appeared in the middle of both tanks, making a total of 4. Barda readied her spear, the weapon she had brought with her. Superman clenched his fists. Zez summoned his demonic sword Gram that he had stored in another dimension, and I just smiled since my boosted gear was recharged. Piece of cake. Ddraig, with me. I shouted, raising my left arm up with the boosted gear active. Here we go. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The large amount of red aura burst out of my gauntlet and enveloped my entire body. The aura took the form of my scale mail armor, and my balance breaker was fully formed. My thrusters propelled me upwards in a great straight line, and in both palms of my hands, I concentrated a great accumulation of aura, the energy of my nano gears, and my magical powers, with the help of Ddraig. Boost. 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 The large accumulation of aura along with the energy of my nano gears, with the help of my magical power, molded both powers, and they took the form of 2 dragon shots with a quite powerful density, and before the 4 tanks could attack me, I fired the dragon shot from my left hand towards the tank on my left and the right one at the one on my right. Boom. Boom. Both tanks exploded in an intense burst of red aura, and the parademons inside them were consumed by my attacks. Zaz. 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 The tank in front of him had been cut several times by dark crimson trails before being consumed in a powerful explosion of the same color. And now, level 3 cursed punch. I heard Zez exclaim at that very moment, and as I turned around I saw a huge slash of dark crimson red aura hit the last tank, splitting it in half, causing an aura explosion that consumed the tank as well. Once all 4 tanks were reduced to ashes, I descended back to my original position by lowering the intensity of my thrusters. I think I'm warmed up now. I'm wondering the same. Zez said it after me and Barda smiled. It seemed strange to me that a boy came to Apocalypse just to save his friend. You must be the famous Sekiryuutei that people talk so much about. We know the layout of Darkseid's fortress. We know what to do. Superman said, although he meant more him and Barda, and maybe Batman, since this was the first time Diana, Zez and I came to Apocalypse. At that, Batman was heard putting on the harness connected to the special propulsion system he would use to move through the air. Issei, Zez, you'll come with me. Stay alert. Batman ordered and turned on the booster on his back to fly away. Good luck. I told Superman, Diana and Barda, then I grabbed Zez by the shoulders of his armor and flew straight towards the direction where Batman went. For the next few minutes I kept flying in a straight line behind Batman, who was carrying a radar that tracked heat signatures. I didn't know exactly what he was looking for, so I ventured to ask. Can you tell us what you're looking for? We have to continue this way. Batman epically ignored my question, causing a bit of irritation in me. The 2 of us passed through a series of caves, and it was then that giant dogs ambushed us from both front and back. Good heavens. Batman exclaimed, narrowly escaping the jaws of one of the giant dogs. "Bring the heads of these intruders to Darkseid," ordered one of the Apocalypse soldiers who was riding on one of the giant dogs. Just like Batman, I too began to evade the deadly attacks of the giant wild dogs without being able to attack since I was holding Zez, who in turn could not use Gram while holding him. "Hey, remember when I told you that everything was forgiven for leaving me on the brink of death?" Zez nodded. "What's up with that?" A ruthless smile formed on my face. "Now we're even," I exclaimed, forcefully throwing Zez out of my arms so that he fell straight into the jaws of one of the chasing dogs. "Sekiryuutei," Zez exclaimed as he was eaten by the dog, but at that moment a trail of dark crimson light traced a circle around the animal's neck, who literally lost his head. Zez had decapitated him from the inside with his demonic sword. The decapitated animal fell to the ground, causing a slight tremor in the ground. "Damned Red Dragon Emperor." Zez said this quite angrily, showing me from a distance the raised middle finger of his left hand. In response, I did the same with my left hand, evading another of the pursuing dogs. The soldiers riding these creatures began to open fire with laser shots from their spears, which made it a little difficult for Batman to maneuver his propulsion system. He couldn't take care of the dogs, it would have to be Zez and me, or well, just me, since Zez was left far behind. "Let's see, I don't have a sharp sword like Zez has, what can I do?" Suddenly I remembered the 2014 Godzilla movie, and with that came a great idea. I turned around in a very tight curve while still flying at full speed and headed towards one of the two dogs that were still trying to catch Batman and me. "What are you thinking about now, buddy?" A reference, Ddraig. A reference. As I came up against the jaw of one of the dogs, the giant animal tried to eat me, but I remained inside its open mouth, holding the top of its mouth with my hands and the bottom with my feet. "Do you want to know what it feels like to be a 2014 Muto?" Saying that, I did the same thing as on Themyscira. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with plenty of air, lighting a small fire inside my stomach. Boost. 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 Transfer. I transferred all that duplicated power to the flame that I had generated in my stomach and spat a very intense flame of fire into the mouth of the giant dog, who began to scream in a quite painful way while I burned him completely from the inside. The flame that I had in my stomach took a few seconds to be completely expelled, and in doing so, I moved away from the gigantic dog, which fell to the ground lifeless, taking with it the soldier who was riding it. A strong smell of burning flesh filled the air, and when I looked back at Batman, I saw that he managed to deal with his pursuer by leading him towards a trap of pillars that exploded with his explosive batarangs, leaving the last of the giant dogs buried among the rocks. The explosion had also hit Batman, who was sent flying to the ground, and upon landing his harness was destroyed. Shortly after his fall, I managed to reach him, landing beside him to pass his hand. "Are you okay?" "I've survived worse." He answered me by taking my hand to get up. "And Zez? It will catch up with us," I assured him as he grabbed his radar, which had fallen off in the impact, and for a few seconds he watched intently, searching for the signal he had been chasing so diligently. "Our path continues that way," he indicated by pointing at the building in front of us. We both walked until we reached the entrance of that building, and I knocked down the door with a powerful punch charged with a significant aura. Once the door was broken down, Batman was the first to enter, and as I followed him, I was confused by the contents inside the building's chamber. There were hundreds of objects that were shaped like giant eggs with several holes that emitted yellow lights. "Ah, bingo," Batman said, recognizing these things. "I suppose you don't mean a bingo game?" I questioned without understanding. "They're hell spores. And there are enough of them to reach the planet's core. In other words, he plans to destroy Apocalypse," Ddraig explained, and at that moment, the wall behind us began to crumble, revealing another giant dog. But this dog fell to the ground, defeated, and on the creature's back was Zez with two soldiers held prisoner and tied up with a dark crimson aura ribbon. "Good afternoon, gentlemen, I have a special delivery of soldiers for the Lord of the Night." Zez said this, removing the aura bonds that immobilized both soldiers, and then threw them to the ground, both of them falling in front of Batman's feet. "Take off your armor," Batman ordered the soldiers. "Now." Suddenly, a powerful shock wave rang out, shaking the ground completely. Zez and I looked at each other in confusion and went outside the building to see what it was, and that's when we saw it. In the skies of Apocalypse, Superman and Kara were facing off, or rather, Kara was hitting Superman, who did nothing to counterattack. It was just like Barda said. Darkseid is controlling Kara. Zez commented as I continued watching the fight between the Kryptonian cousins. "I can't just stand here and do nothing. I have to save Kara." I told Zez that I was willing to go help Superman. "If you go there, you'll just die." The one who said that was Batman, who had finished the interrogation. Zez and I turned around to look at him, and before I could answer, Batman continued. The Kryptonian isn't holding back right now. Your balance breaker is very strong, but it has limits. He's right, buddy. Not even your most powerful attack would be able to cause any damage to them, and words won't work. And what can we do then? I asked Batman. A deal with Darkseid, his planet for the girl. Batman, Zez and I arrived at Darkseid's castle. The tyrant was standing in front of the crack in his palace, watching the fight between the Kryptonians. They had been fighting for quite some time, and the impacts were so intense that the castle shook on more than one occasion. How much strength can those two have? Darkseid's over. Even you know there's no king without a kingdom. Batman told the ruler of Apocalypse, being the first of the three to reach the tyrant ruler. After the interrogation by the soldiers, he and Zez had put on what they were already wearing, the golden armor worn by the soldiers of this planet, and since I still wear my balance breaker scale mail, I didn't need to get something like that. Hearing the Dark Knight's words, Darkseid turned around, and when I saw his gigantic figure, I felt like I was standing in front of a skyscraper. He was beyond powerful, he didn't emanate an aura, but I could still feel the huge difference between his power and mine combined with Zez's and Batman's. Could it be possible that this guy is the closest to the true rank of a celestial dragon? I don't think a fight between two Kryptonians would cause that much destruction. Darkseid answered, looking back at the fight Superman and Kara had been having. I'm not talking about them. Your arsenal, the infernal spores, have been activated. Batman told him. Impossible. The army code is secret. Darkseid refused to believe Batman's words. I cracked the code and reprogrammed it. You're just bragging. No, he actually did it. Ddraig spoke inside my mind. Omega Lambda 7XL9. Does this sound familiar? Batman said it as a rhetorical question, and Darkseid turned around with a strong death presence. One hellspore can turn an entire planet into a fiery pit. What do you think will happen to Apocalypse when 500 of them explode? Simultaneously. He really has the guts to tell him straight. Ddraig said as Darkseid took quick steps until he was in front of Batman, Zez and me. Would you dare? Would you dare? Just at that moment I felt Ddraig raise the aura capacity of my armor to the maximum, reinforcing the resistance it possessed. While before I could try to get away, Darkseid slammed Batman against a pillar with one of his arms, sent Zez against another pillar with his other arm, and kicked me against the roof of his castle with such force that it completely dented the abdomen of my armor. Then I slowly fell until I was lying face down on the ground. But what a monstrous force. If it weren't for my armor he would have kicked me to a pulp. That's why I raised the scale mail's aura to its maximum capacity. The blows it gave your companions were caresses, but the one it gave you was purely aggressiveness. I could destroy you with a single blast of my rays. I heard Darkseid exclaim to Batman, and as I looked in his direction, I saw a bright crimson light shine from the tyrant's face. Zaz 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 zaz. Multiple slashes of dark crimson aura impacted on Darkseid's back, causing a large explosion of the same color where he stood. Seeing the place where those attacks originated, I saw Zez brandishing his demonic sword Gram with both hands, and he seemed to be agitated after launching that attack. How much Gram aura did he send to Darkseid to make him feel like this? Your friend is giving his best. Ddraig told me, and the smoke surrounding Darkseid dissipated, revealing that those attacks didn't even tickle him. There was quite a bit of disbelief in Zez's eyes. Yes, you could. But they wouldn't stop the hell spores. Batman told him, putting a lot of effort into trying to get up. I have to do something. What can hurt Darkseid? I started searching in all directions until I saw a strange, very sharp spear on the ground, far from where he was. That spear was forged on this planet. There must be a reason why it was in Darkseid's palace. Hearing Draig's words, I stood up and quickly ran to where the spear was, then I took it in my hands and looked towards where Darkseid was. He had taken Batman and Zez with his gigantic hands, who had attempted several frontal attacks without much success. You'll deactivate them, or I'll kill you both. I trust you, Ddraig. Understood, mate. Boost. 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 Transfer. I transferred all my power to the spear forged with the unknown materials of Apocalypse, and it began to emit a strong flash of emerald aura. I took that spear in my hands and flew in a straight line against Darkseid. Thamaya this. I managed to stick the spear behind his left shoulder. Darkseid released Batman and Zez at the same time, then casually pulled the spear out of his shoulder, now having a bleeding hole in his shoulder where I stabbed him. So much effort just to get a few drops of blood off me. He smiled wickedly, and before I could move away, he grabbed my neck with his right hand and slammed me against a wall with such force that my entire body went numb as I went through that concrete. Beneath me I felt extremely high temperatures, and I didn't have to look down to know that there was a lava lake of incalculable temperatures. I might not be able to survive if I were thrown in there. Deactivate them or I'll kill this boy. He demanded again, and in his grip I felt so much strength that my armor slowly began to give way to him. On the internal HUD I saw that the entire torso part of my armor had critical damage and the neck area of the armor had already been compromised. Darkseid was going to destroy my balance breaker just by holding on tight. Understand it, big guy. Darkseid increased the strength of his grip. Tracks. Buddy, if you keep this up he'll destroy you before you can finish breaking balance breaker. Ddraig exclaimed, quite worried, and my own blood accumulated in my mouth, giving me a feeling of nausea. If you don't give up Kara's or else you lose Apocalypse, are you willing to lose your planet so you don't give up on her? As I made that exclamation, I made the helmet of my armor disappear so the Darkseid and I could look into each other's eyes. His eyes were very intense and shone with a deep, rather frightening crimson light, but with great effort, and because of the pain I was feeling, I didn't blink or hesitate, I just looked into his eyes, forcing myself to smile at him. Your planet, all your people, you're going to lose everything if you don't give them up. You heard it, that's the deal, leave it or take it. That man said as he got back to his feet. Darkseid on the other hand, simply smiled. Well played. Darkseid turned around and dropped me in front of Batman. I was finally able to breathe as I spat out some blood on the ground, feeling quite agitated as I rested my hands on the ground. If the Kryptonian or the Amazon had tried, they would have lost. They don't have the strength of character to destroy an entire planet in order to win. But you humans kill your own kind to win battles. Take the girl. I won't do anything to her. Tracks. At the top of the palace, Kara's body crashed through the glass windows and fell unconscious to the ground. Superman then arrived where she had crashed. Apparently he won the battle, I think. Ugh, I barely feel alive. I'll make you do it. Superman said to Darkseid. We will all make you do it. The one who said that was Diana, who also suddenly arrived next to Barda, who brought the one who was known as Grandma Goodness, tied up like a sack. Apparently, the two of them had been fighting against Darkseid's female furies all this time. Why didn't I accompany Diana and Barda? I would have had a better chance facing them than this mad dictator whose physical strength seems to know no bounds. In frustration I hit the ground with one of my fists. Barda threw the grandmother towards Darkseid's feet. Clementia, Barda. What a disappointment. The tyrant simply said. As Ez came over to me and helped me up, I still hadn't caught my breath and was feeling pretty battered. Superman took his cousin in his arms who was still unconscious. Darkseid turned around and looked at the blood again, his blood on his left shoulder, whose wound had already healed but was still stained. It wasn't bad at all. For a human. I wonder what will happen next time we meet Draig's host. With those words he advanced toward his throne. Deactivate the hell spores and leave Apocalypse. This time he referred to Batman, and the six of us left the castle. The nightmare had finally ended. Chapter 8. Awakening of the Girl of Steel. Themyscira. The next day, already on Earth, on Themyscira, the island of the Amazons, Kara, who was lying in a bed, began to open her eyes, and the first thing she saw was her cousin Kal-El, who looked at her calmly, despite the multiple wounds he had on his face. Hello. He greeted his cousin. Am I dreaming? What happened? I don't remember anything. She asked, sitting up in bed, but suddenly memories of what happened filled her thoughts. Layla. She exclaimed, remembering the moment Darkseid killed her. She immediately began to cry, and her cousin gave her a gentle hug while wiping away one of her tears. You're safe. He assured her, trying to comfort her, then he separated a little to look at his cousin, and she looked at him, and that was when she noticed the wounds on his face. It's nothing, just a scratch. He assured her. I remember a dream, a horrible nightmare. I just wanted to get home. I did terrible things. Darkseid lives for manipulation. He has hypnotists, scientists, and manipulators dedicated to breaking your spirit. Darkseid is evil. Kara looked away from her cousin. But did he influence me? Or did he just reveal my inner darkness? She asked, looking back at her cousin, and he responded with a friendly smile. You're here, with me. And you're okay, nothing else matters. Saying that, the two shared a warm hug again as he remembered something. Issei once told me you didn't want to be anyone's hero. When you're better, I want to take you to a place where you can be safe, fit in, and be yourself. Kara nodded without leaving his side. As night fell, Kara stood in front of a statue of Layla, built by the Amazons to honor her name. The Trinity, Issei, and Zez watched from behind. Are you sure this is a good idea? That man asked Superman about his plan. It feels good. He answered him, and the Knight of the Night looked at him unconvinced. Don't give up. Superman assured him with a smile. Both of you, stop that. Diana warned, who was still watching Kara. Diana was next to Batman, and he was next to Superman. Issei and Zez were on the other side of Diana. In front of the monument, Kara dedicated her last words to her late friend. Layla, I'm going to miss you more than you can imagine. You were my first friend here on the island, and you accepted me without question, perhaps because as an oracle, you saw something good in me. Now I just have to find it. I'll try not to let you down. After that, she approached the heroes, specifically in front of Zez. I know we haven't exchanged any words, but I want to thank you for supporting Issei over the past few years. Zez smiled at him gently. We have supported each other. Zez answered her and Kara nodded. Now she looked at Diana. Diana, I don't know how to thank you. He said to the Queen of the Amazons, giving her a big hug. You will always have a home here. Diana said to her affectionately, and the two separated. Now Kara looked at Batman. Ballura. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. He once asked me if I remembered my mother's name. It was Allura. Batman smiled at him. Kara turned around and walked a few steps, heading next to Issei. Whereas. She called him using the nickname she gave him 2 months ago, before they went to New York together, and he looked at her with a smile. I want to thank you for everything you've done for me since we met. You were my first friend since I fell to earth. You didn't hesitate to support me, even if you had to face everyone for me, someone you only knew for a week. And I'm sorry for accidentally attacking you with my heat vision. I just got distracted when I saw you that time. Issei laughed a little. Don't worry, I let my guard down too much at the time. I had everything under control. I just got distracted by seeing a strange and beautiful blonde girl. Issei said with a wink, and Kara moved closer to him, giving him a hug. Are you? You're the one I'll miss the most. Don't forget to visit me, okay? Issei smiled and hugged her back. No problem. I promise I'll come visit you whenever I can, and don't hesitate to call me if you need anything. I'll fly to wherever you are at full speed. Kara smiled even happier and hugged him tighter, causing Issei's bones to twist in a rather painful sound that even hurt Zez. Oh. Kara air. She quickly broke away from him. I'm sorry. She apologized while Issei was held by Zez, who had a bitter smile at his friend's state. Don't worry about Issei, he's a very resilient metahuman. With that, Kara approached her cousin. Hal, I'm ready. They both rose into the air, and Superman turned around to see all his friends. Thank you. He told them all the same. You still owe me a computer. Batman reminded him. It might take a while. Journalist's salary. Superman reminded her, and both he and Kara flew away. Always with the last word. Batman whispered and received an elbow from Diana in return. Smellville. The next day, around noon, an old blue pickup truck was rolling briskly along the Kansas highway. Clark Kent was driving, while his cousin Kara sat on the other side, admiring the rural landscape, still thinking about all the things she'd experienced over the past few months. Welcome to Smallville. Clark told him at the exact moment they passed a sign that said the same thing. The truck continued on its way until it stopped in front of a farm, the Kent farm. Is this where you grew up? Kara asked as she admired the Kent house. It's not that bad. His cousin assured him, misinterpreting his cousin's words. No, I didn't mean that. It's just different compared to Krypton. Even New York or Metropolis. The family of chicks passed under her legs, surprising her. I think I'm going to like this place. She said with conviction. It can be a little quiet. Clark warned him. Hal, I've been chased, shot at, kidnapped, beaten, mind-controlled, and I broke a nail. Kara reminded her of her cousin, and all the persecution she had experienced in recent months flashed through her mind. I need peace and quiet. He said the last thing while crossing his arms with a smile. If I know my mother, she'll have her apple pie ready. Clark said as he headed for the door, but stopped when he saw Kara, who didn't join him. Are you okay? After thinking about it for a few moments, she nodded. A little nervous. It's just you have this life. You can be Clark or Kal-El or Superman. Even a son. Who am I going to be? Clark thought for a few moments before answering his cousin. I can't answer that, Kara. Only you can. Whatever you decide, I'll be there for you, I promise. He assured her with a hug. Let's go meet my parents. They both moved toward the entrance, but when Clark reached for the handle, a giant fist slammed into him and sent him flying into a tractor. The tractor was destroyed and Darkseid came out of the entrance of the house, who was quite angry, and in turn he hit Kara against the blue truck. I gave my word I wouldn't come for the girl. Your death, on the other hand, wasn't in the deal, Superman. The ruler of Apocalypse declared as Superman emerged from the wreckage of the tractor, his clothes and goggles destroyed. Darkseid then sent a blast of his Omega beams at him, but Kara intervened. Go. She screamed, receiving the lightning. Kara, no. Superman screamed as he watched the lightning send his cousin far away, ending up in a crater with her clothes torn to shreds. Silly girl. He just said it and Superman he got angry. You, murderer. Superman charged at Darkseid, but the ruler of Apocalypse easily grabbed him by the throat. Time to die, Man of Steel. Superman charged his heat vision at him, but Darkseid covered his face with his hand, causing his face to become badly injured. He then threw a powerful punch that sent him flying through the air and then sent another blast of his Omega beams, which ended up throwing him straight into space. Darkseid. Kara screamed, surprising him with a double kick to the chest, sending him straight into the Kent house. He cracked his neck as he climbed out of some rubble, while Kara positioned herself for a fight. There's more where that came from. He looked at her after hearing her words. Immense untapped power. You would have had a glorious life as captain of my honor guard. Instead, my Omega beams will reduce you to ash. Give it your best shot. She challenged him. Darkseid responded by sending another blast of lightning. But Kara dodged it and sent him flying into the field. The next blast of lightning came from his eyes, sending Kara crashing into the roof of the house, where she ended up rolling to the other side. Immediately afterward, he slammed his feet into Kara's face, but she fired her heat vision, burning one of his feet. Darkseid had to pull his foot away. Once free, she fired her heat vision again, but Darkseid blocked it with one hand, approaching her to throw her away and fire another blast of his Omega beams at her. Kara rolled across the field as he approached her again. Kara got up weakened, Darkseid sent another blast of lightning, but Kara dodged it by flying. He sent 3 more blasts, which Kara continued to evade in the air. Then she positioned herself with her back to Darkseid, grabbed him by the neck and, bending her knees with her feet, lifted him up, causing the blasts to impact against him, sending him far away. Kara took flight again and charged at him, dragging him with her fists and then kicking him in the chin. In the air, she continued to hit him with a barrage of blows, but Darkseid countered with another blast of Omega beams. She dodged again and delivered a brutal backslam to the Almighty, slamming him to the ground. There she overwhelmed him with a series of punches and kicks that ended up sending them tumbling into the farmhouse barn. When Darkseid got back up, he responded to her attack with another series of punches that knocked her out of the barn, ending up in a massive crater. Impressive. Under my tutelage, you could have become the most powerful being in the universe. In comparison, your life here will be nothing. Kara glared at him. But it will be my life. With that, Darkseid threw a very powerful blast of Omega beams at him. Elsewhere, in space, Superman floated in front of the sun, recovering from his injuries. Once ready, he flew off toward the Battle of Smallville. Returning to the battle, Darkseid continued to bombard her with his Omega beams for a good while, leaving Kara unconscious and badly injured in the crater. We'll meet again, Kryptonian. He promised to then open a boom tube, turn around and return to Apocalypse, but just at that moment, Superman got in the way, landing with a thud in front of him. You didn't think you could leave, did you? He asked menacingly, and that was when he saw his first one in the crater. For a moment, he feared she was dead and tried to reach out to her side, but Darkseid grabbed him by the cloak of his suit, grinning. Superman could not hold on any longer and threw a powerful blow that sent Darkseid flying. His thoughts filled with rage and a desire for revenge, Superman charged at him, starting a titanic battle in the field. He managed to crash him into the barn, then sent another combo of super punches towards him. Darkseid withstood each blow and responded with a massive burst of Omega beams. Superman countered by going underground and lifting Darkseid up with a huge chunk of earth, then crashing him into it. The blast of Omega beams erupted from the rock, sending Superman flying into the air and causing a massive explosion. As he fell, Darkseid burst out of the rock, causing it to explode. Superman used that moment to attack him with a quick combo of punches to the face, creating an earth tornado in the process. The helmet Darkseid was wearing began to crack as Superman combined that combo of blows with a point-blank blast of heat vision against his face. At that moment, Kara managed to get up with difficulty, recovering from the brutal beating she received. While watching the battle, she saw that on the ground lay the mother box that Darkseid used to get to Earth, and remembering how little he taught her, she changed the destination of the mother box transport and opened the boom tube. Superman reacted to what Kara was doing and broke free from her hold on the tyrant. Never come back here again, or you won't get out alive. The Man of Steel sentenced, firing his heat vision one last time, sending Darkseid into the tube. Kara closed the boom tube, ending the fight, and her cousin went to her side. She was still badly injured and gave her a big hug, and then they both sat on the ground, dejected. That'll give him something to think about back on Apocalypse. Clark said, and Kara looked at him amused. Apocalypse? I'm not sure. While you were busy, I reconfigured the boom tube's coordinates. Something Darkseid taught me, and I think he's probably regretting it now. I don't think he'll bother anyone again, not until someone unfreezes him anyway. This wouldn't be the last of Darkseid, but he wouldn't show his face again for a very long time. Pal, for a moment I thought you were dead. Kara said to her cousin with a pained expression. And I saw that ever since I arrived, I've been running away from who I am and from my destiny, my career. I've made a decision. I know what I want to do. Before Superman could speak, an old pickup truck pulled up to where they were standing. Jonathan and Martha Kent got out of that truck and looked at the ruins that were their farm. Superman quickly stood up from where he was sitting, as did Kara, and with a smile greeted her parents. Mom, Dad. This is Kara, my cousin, your niece. Mr. Kent, Mrs. Kent, I finally get to meet you. I've heard so much about you. She said as she gently hugged a pair of elderly people who were still stunned by the disaster. Just then, the house next to it collapsed completely. Don't worry, it'll build a new one. Clark was quick to say. I can help. Kara exclaimed quickly. I'm great with a hammer, I can hit. I'm good at hitting. He told them, hitting the palm of his left hand with his right fist. The Kent couple couldn't say a single word due to the shock. It was a lot for them to process. Isla Themyscira. Days later, back on Themyscira, the island ruled by Wonder Woman, Superman called a special meeting with Diana, Batman, Barda, the Amazons, Zez, and Issei. I know how busy you are, but it's only fair that you be the first to know. Superman stood in the middle of everyone as he spoke. You, the first to put yourself on the line for a perfect stranger. We're here because each of us, in our own way, has fought to be who we are. And what better role could anyone aspire to than that of a hero? So allow me to reintroduce my cousin Kara Zor-El, or as the world will come to know her. Supergirl, the Girl of Steel. After that introduction, Kara landed from the air, positioning herself in front of her cousin. She had an outfit inspired by her cousin's. Red boots with yellow trim, a blue skirt with a red belt and a top of the same color with her family crest on the chest, and a red cape. To be honest, I don't know if I have the right to wear this uniform. Kara said with her hands clasped in front of her waist. But I will. At the end of her performance, everyone in the arena cheered and applauded. Except for Batman, who initially just smiled at her, and in return she smiled back. Now, Batman also clapped, and Kara looked around to find where Issei was. Issei had been amazed by Kara's outfit and had to make a maximum effort not to show a perverted smile. I also want to make a second announcement for everyone. Kara turned around to look at her cousin, and the applause from the audience stopped. Including you, Cal. Superman looked at her confused and nodded with a smile. Kara turned around again and took another step forward. Since I arrived on Earth, it was hard for me to adapt, but thanks to my cousin and, above all, the support of my dear friend, I was able to adapt. That's why I've decided that, from this moment on, I will be part of my dear friend Issei Hyoudu's team, or as I like to call him, Ice. Kara turned back to see Clark. And also, from this moment on, I'm moving to New York. Issei, Clark, Zez and Ddraig, who spoke loudly, said at the same time. A week ago I said that I would decide what I wanted to do and where I would go. Well, that's what I want and I'm going to do it. Saying that she flew towards the stands where Issei was, smiling happily while Clark still had his mouth open. So you don't want to live in Metropolis? Clark muttered, hunching slightly. Zez shook his head amusedly, and Issei stared at her, quite dumbfounded. Kara responded to her cousin by shaking her head and looked back at Issei. What do you say, Ice? She asked, joining her two hands with Issei's, smiling expectantly at her friend. Would you accept me as part of your team? I want to be a hero, like you, like my cousin, and everyone here. I want to embrace my destiny by your side. To learn to be a hero and live my adventures with you and be part of yours. Issei didn't know what to say at first, now everyone was looking at him, waiting for him to answer, which caused him to blush quite a bit. I. Zez crossed his arms, impatiently waiting for Issei's answer, and if Ddraig could get out of the boosted gear, he would be looking at him the same way. Finally, Issei took a deep breath, separated his hands from Kara's, and cleared his throat. Yes. Of course, Kara. I want you with me and on my team. He shouted quite enthusiastically, and the applause and cheers of everyone present once again filled the place. In response, she smiled even more radiantly and hugged Issei tightly, causing his back to crack again like last time. Kara air. He exclaimed as he writhed painfully and she released him in shame. I'm sorry. Issei made a gesture that there was no problem, while stroking the back of his neck with his right hand. Yes, you'll have to work on your strength. Kara nodded happily and began to float in front of Issei, extending her left hand towards him. Issei took it with his right hand, still blushing and happy, and in this way, Kara continued to fly, taking Issei with her, saying goodbye to everyone, heading to the city that never sleeps. Who would have thought the Boy Scout of Metropolis was replaced by his own cousin, by a boy? Barda commented between loud laughs approaching Superman, as did Diana, Batman and Zez. Superman was still feeling a little downcast about Kara's decision. "I'll have to have a serious talk with Issei when I have the chance," Superman said, accepting with a smile as he looked up at the sky, seeing his cousin who had already disappeared from the skies of Themyscira Island, along with Issei. "I'm not surprised that she decided to trade you for Issei," Zez commented with a smile, catching Superman's attention. "What do you mean by that?" He questioned him with a raised eyebrow, to which Zez smiled even more mockingly. "While you did nothing for her in Metropolis, he almost accidentally activated the Juggernaut drive just to stop her from being taken away. He also stood up to Darkseid even though he knew he didn't stand a chance and wasn't intimidated when he nearly killed him. And don't forget to mention that you're a prude." Superman opened his mouth to say something, but he wasn't able to get any words out, so he just sighed heavily at everything Zez said to him without a bit of tact. "I highly doubt Clark is as prudish as you think, with X-ray vision you never know how many." "Bruce," Superman shouted, quite embarrassed, causing the Dark Knight to smile even more with satisfaction. Then everyone on the island laughed at the comical reactions the Man of Steel made. "By the way, can someone give me a ride to New York? I missed my ride because it flew off with Supergirl," Zez said as he realized he had no means of transportation. "Welsh Dragon balance breaker." The minute had already passed and Issei activated his balance breaker in the sky so he could fly on his own, being guided by the HUD system inside his helmet that also had a GPS. "Have you thought about where you're going to live? How will you keep your identity secret?" Issei asked Kara, who was flying in circles around Issei with a hand on her chin, looking very thoughtful. "Now that you mention it, I don't have any documents nor a job, but I guess I can trust Mr. Wayne with everything." Issei let out a laugh at what Kara said. "Did I tell a joke? You don't call him a grumpy bat anymore." Kara shrugged. "You were right, he's not so bad once you get to know him. Besides, he pays for everyone." It wouldn't be long before both of them reached the skies of New York, and in the distance the tall buildings of the city could be seen, especially the Empire State Building. "How about a race to see who reaches the Empire State Building first? Supergirl. You know you'll lose." Kara screamed, flying faster in front of him. "Of course not. Ddraig. I'll take care of that. Boost. 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 Boost." Chapter 9. Journey to Kuo. Nueva York, Brooklyn. It's been almost 2 weeks since Kara Zor-El, now known as Kara Danvers, whose alias is Supergirl, became my second partner or sidekick and partly Zez's as well, thus forming a second trinity within the Justice League, the Sekiryuutei team, the Red Dragon Emperor team. To settle in New York, Kara rented an available apartment in Brooklyn, and with Mr. Wayne's help, she managed to obtain birth certificates, health insurance, and the new identity, Kara Danvers. To support myself and cover expenses, I've been sharing part of my salary with her, since Kara hasn't yet decided where and for whom she wants to work, although she's assured me she wouldn't want to work at Wayne Enterprises the way I do. At this moment, she, Zez, and I, Issei Hyoudou, were gathered in a cafe, having lunch and having a good time. Due to Kryptonian philosophy, Kara always had to consume a lot of food to replenish energy, and she always ate more than a human could, as did I, due to my status as a metahuman with nano gears. However, she was shocked to see Zez, the human member of the group, drinking an incredible amount of fruit shakes. "Is it normal for you to drink so much? I know Ice and I can, but you." His comment caused me to laugh slightly. You'd be surprised, he once drank a whole monster milkshake created by a villain with a rather rare sacred gear that gave life to inanimate objects. Hearing me, Kara shrugged and took a bite of the cheesecake she ordered. "Well, at least these cheesecakes aren't that bad. They're actually delicious." She mumbled quite delightedly after taking another bite, and Zez gave me a suggestive look, which made me glare at him. "I'll go pay the bill." Zez stood up and it was just Kara and me left. "You know, since I met you I told you everything I remember about my life." Kara started talking, looking at her cheesecake as she paid attention to him. "But you didn't tell me anything about what happened in your life, except since you became Seki." She looked up from her cake and at me, causing me to smile and blush slightly. "What do you want me to tell you?" I asked him, smiling quite happily. "Why were you alone in a central city park when that crimson beam of dark matter hit you?" The question she asked me threw me off at first, and I looked away toward the window, breaking eye contact. That is no longer important. I hated remembering why I was there that night, and I hated being the only one who remembered it. Kara clasped her right hand over my left, giving it a gentle squeeze, which calmed me down a little. "That's not true, I can hear your heartbeat, Ice." I had completely forgotten who I was talking to, so I looked back at her, noticing the worried expression on her face. "I want to know what happened, please. You tell him or I tell him." Ddraig spoke in my thoughts and I let out a sigh. "Okay, but not here." Kara smiled at me quite gratefully. "Thank you, Ice." I couldn't help but smile at her too, and when I picked her up, shaking out my black jacket, a strange leaf fell onto the table. MMM. MMM. Kara and I said at the same time and I sat back down next to her. What is this, Ice? She asked quite curiously as she took the sheet of paper, which had a drawing of an inverted pentagram with letters written in Japanese. It says, "We grant your wishes." I translated it for Kara, not understanding the meaning behind those words. Thus. Hey Ddraig. What do you think? Kara asked my partner and the emerald light formed on the back of my left hand. My companion has been carrying that pentagram around for the past 3 or 4 years without realizing it. It should be in the pocket of his old jacket, but somehow it always follows him around. I can sense a demonic essence on it, though it's never been a cause for concern. Ddraig informed us in a rather low voice, and I felt a deep chill when he told me that. And why didn't you tell me anything? Because you've never asked me. So all this time, you were carrying something demonic without being aware of it. Kara told me, finding it very funny, and Zez appeared next to us at that moment. It seems we will have a new mission. Zez said it with a smile. Kara and I nodded and got up from our seats. Guo City, Japan. After informing Superman that my team and I would be out of town and my parents that I would be away for a while due to work business, the three of us took a javelin carrying my Ferrari 458 and Zez's Ford Mustang. The one who was piloting the ship was Zez, while Kara and I with the help of Ddraig began to follow the trail of the pentagram. As a precaution I had activated my boosted gear, starting the countdown for the activation of Balance Breaker in case there is a supernatural battle. Ddraig, are these really the coordinates? I questioned quite incredulously when I saw that the coordinates would take us to a forest where on old maps there was a building called Old Kuo Academy Building. The city of Kuo, in Japan, if memory serves, is where my father was born, as well as my mother's parents. Later, my father went abroad and met my mother. Years later, I was born in the USA. Yes, although it seems strange to me. Ddraig addressed the question I asked him. Well, it looks like I'll end up going to a high school somehow. Kara joked, and the javelin shook a little, surprising the three of us. What's up, Zez? Kara asked him and we approached him. Your sacred gear and my demonic sword seem to have captured an immense amount of demonic power and made the javelin resonate a little. Huge. Kara said it and then looked back at me. Put on your best armor, Ice. With a smile I nodded and activated my balance breaker, and soon after we finally arrived at the location, landing in an open field. Supergirl, Zez, and I left at the same time. It was nighttime, and the only sound was the chirping of crickets and the strong gusts of wind that whipped through the place. Careful. Zez exclaimed, leaping into the air at the exact moment a gigantic flurry of swords erupted from the ground. Those swords had no effect on Kara and weren't even able to pierce my armor. It did take us by surprise, though. The flash of light moved at immense speeds in front of me. I couldn't clearly see who it was, but it reminded me of Flash, although without the characteristic yellow lightning bolt. Zaz. In the air I heard the sound of 2 swords clashing, and when I looked up I saw Zez clashing his sword against the swords of the unknown individual who was a blonde-haired man. The stranger's sword wasn't able to struggle much against Graham and ended up being destroyed. Both of them distanced themselves. Zez returned with me and Kara, while the stranger landed next to a small white-haired girl and a woman wearing a traditional Maiko outfit, which consists of a white haori with red details, a red hakama and a pair of zori with white tabi. Her hair was black and was tied in a ponytail, but what stood out the most was that her breasts were huge. I've never seen such big breasts before. Also, I felt Kara elbow me in the chest, very upset. Concentrate, Seki. Why yes. I nodded, still hurting from the blow, and she positioned herself in front of me. Zez, you take care of the swordsman, Seki, you face the girl, I'll deal with that woman. Understood, Supergirl. Zez exclaimed, and with extremely high speed he charged at the blonde swordsman who did exactly the same, and the two practically disappeared from my sight. Why do you want to confront that woman? I questioned as I didn't want to hit a girl. Because I didn't like the way he looked at you. Kara answered me and fired her heat vision at the woman who smiling rose into the air, revealing a pair of demonic wings on her back. Immediately, Kara also rose up and it was just me and the girl left. I see, so you're all demons. Do you think so, mate? Ddraig asked me sarcastically, and the girl jumped up to get close to me and prepared her fist to hit me. I didn't know what things she could do, so I decided to dodge her at the last second by rising in the air, and her fist collided with the ground. 5. She created a huge crater in the ground with her blow. He has tremendous strength. Buzz. Suddenly the night was lit up by great discharges of golden lightning, and when I looked up, I saw that the woman continued to attack Kara as best she could, but she dodged them easily, and even if she received them, I'm sure they wouldn't affect her, I think. Elsewhere, Zez continued to face the speedy swordsman, even though the latter's swords were nothing compared to Graham's. Out of nowhere, the girl who attacked me sprouted demonic wings and took flight at me, trying to attack me with punches, kicks, and knee strikes, which I avoided seconds before receiving the impacts. I didn't want to attack someone who was considerably smaller than me, whether or not they were a demon, even if they had a lot of brute strength. Enough. The woman's voice exclaimed quite loudly from below, and the girl stopped, as did the swordsman and the lightning woman. Looking down, I saw that the voice came from a woman with crimson hair. Her breasts were quite large, her skin was white, and her eyes were blue. She was an immensely beautiful woman. I had not seen a redeed as beautiful as her, and for a while I kept my eyes on her breasts. Yes, my president. The three people spoke, stopping any hostility and descended next to her, then I, along with Kara and Zez, landed in front of the crimson-haired woman. She smiled kindly, but kept her arms crossed. We are not used to the visit of foreigners or beings from an already extinct planet. He said the last thing with a subtle glance at Kara, then looked back at me. My name is Rias Gremory, high-class devil, heiress of the Gremory clan. Ruinous princess with crimson hair. After introducing herself, she looked at the black-haired woman, the blonde boy, and the white-haired girl. These are my dear servants, Akeno Himejima, Kiba Hyoudou and Kaneko Taoju. The boy named Kiba gave a traditional bow. Excuse the hostility. After saying that, he looked at Zez with a very happy smile. I didn't think the day would come when I would clash swords against the current wielder of the legendary demonic sword Graham. Zez nodded with a smile, and the next to bow was Akeno. It was fun to play with the Man of Steel's cousin, although I was hoping to have fun with the Red Dragon. Akeno gave me a suggestive look. I've always wondered how resistant a dragon would be against lightning Yufufu. But how much seductive power. I can barely stay calm. I am Seki, the Red Dragon Emperor, and these are my friends, Supergirl and Zez Zatenberg. We're part of the Justice League, and we're here for this. I said to Rias, introducing my companions as I took out the pentagram, surprising Rias and her servants. We traced a magical aura here, we have questions and we want answers. Kara said it, still with her arms crossed, and Rias smiled. Of course, please come in. We'll serve you tea and answer any questions you may have. Rias invited us and the three of us accepted. Once inside the old building, Rias invited us to sit on the sofa on the left while she took a seat on the right with Kiba and Kaneko behind her. Akeno had gone to prepare the tea. Since I was still wearing my balance breaker armor, I preferred to stand while Kara and Zez accepted the seat in front of me. Rias understood the reasons why I hadn't deactivated my balance breaker, so she told me. Don't worry, your identity will be safe, Issei Hyoudou. Kara, Zez and I were caught off guard when Rias mentioned my name, and out of surprise, I accidentally deactivated my balance breaker. Wait, how did you know who I was? At my hesitation, Rias just laughed. It's because of the simplified staff you had. I remember that about 4 years ago, one of my relatives gave it to you, and like a good heiress, I don't forget the name of a potential client, even though you never used it. I could barely digest her revelation as I took a seat on Kara's right side. Do I mean why me, how, when? 4 years ago, I visited Central City to see how spectacular that particle accelerator was. It was then that I saw you in the distance with that fallen angel girl and sensed a very special potential in you. I sent one of my relatives to deliver the pentagram to you, although I didn't expect such a huge disaster to happen that day. After that, I didn't hear anything from you until now. Rias summarized. When you sensed that potential in him, was it because he was in the company of a fallen angel? Or am I mistaken? Zez questioned thoughtfully and Rias nodded. I had a good feeling, after all, here you are, the Red Dragon Emperor, associated with the Justice League. Rias winked, although she had a sad expression on her face, it was as if her mind was somewhere else. Rias? I called her and she came back to her senses with a smile. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about other things. Anyway, you're here now, so tell me, Issei Hyoudou. Is there anything you'd like me to do for you? For a moment I was thoughtful, until a brilliant idea came to mind as I looked back at Kara and then at Zez, then back at Rias. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like you to get me a place where my friends and I can spend the night. Kara and Zez were surprised to hear me say that. Ice? What are you planning? Kara asked confused and I looked back at her with a smile. Wouldn't you like to see a new city before returning to New York? Yes. Of course. Kara nodded and gave me a tight hug that made me squirm painfully. Kara air. She immediately pulled away from me in embarrassment, causing the Gremory clan and Zez to laugh at the comical situation. Sorry. I got too excited. Just then Akeno came in with a rolling table to serve us some tea. It was a rather peculiar gathering, and the tea was delicious. The next day, during the afternoon, Kara, Zez, and I, accompanied by Kiba Hyoudou, toured Kuo City, each dressed casually. The night before, thanks to Rias' Gremory, the three of us were able to stay in a hotel, each with our own room. The javelin was still hidden and parked in the courtyard of the old building. Thanks to Kiba, Kara and I were able to visit several clothing stores. Since the first week of her arrival, she's been fascinated by the idea of visiting new shops, and perhaps she's to blame for that. Whenever it was a clothing store specifically for her, both Kiba and Zez decided to wait outside. On other occasions, when it was regular clothing stores, the four of us would go in, and Kara would have fun showing me different t-shirt options. On those occasions, Kiba and Zez continued to keep a bit of a distance. At some point, after we had walked in and out of several stores, Kiba approached me when Kara was looking for some new accessories. Issei Hyoudou, there is something I want to know. Sure, what do you want to know, Kiba? Your name is Issei, but until now Kara's Orel has called you Ice. Ice is the nickname Kara gave me during the first few days we met. I explained to Kiba looking at Kara in the distance. I see, you guys really trust each other. You could say so. Then I stopped looking at Kara and looked back at Kiba. Thanks for giving us a hand today, you're a nice guy, although it's annoying that you've monopolized the attention of almost every woman in every store. Kiba was almost a male version of Kara, blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and he's just too handsome. He looks more like Kara's family than Superman himself. I am sorry, Issei Hyoudou. Kiba responded with an overly gentle smile that made me a little uncomfortable. At that moment, Kara approached me with a rather content smile. Did you find anything? Kara nodded at my question and raised her left arm, revealing a bracelet with a red dragon design. That gesture touched my heart and I was speechless for a few seconds from the shock. It's the one I like the most. Kara told me and her gaze remained on the bracelet. Okay, I'll gladly buy it for you. I assured him with a smile and then the four of us left the store. Well, I must return with Rias-sama, I hope we see each other again, Issei Hyoudou, Kara Danvers and Zez Zaytenberg. Kiba bowed goodbye as we went our separate ways and were now better acquainted with Kuo City. I'll go with you, Sekiryuutei, I have to do some things with my car. Zez warned him and then he looked at me and Kara. Since we've settled everything related to the staff, I'll be waiting for you to leave. He told us as he left with Kiba. Once again it was just Kara and me. Well, shall we go for another walk? Of course, Ice. Kara and I were left alone and we decided to walk through the places Kiba preferred to avoid due to his status as a demon. There were several temples in Kuo and we could also see a beautiful church in the distance. After a few hours, we finally managed to visit all the tourist spots in the city and it was truly surprising to see how different this beautiful city was compared to New York and its large buildings and crowded streets. This visit was quite pleasant. Now we both sit on a bench watching people pass by from time to time. What's next? I asked her, looking back at her and after thinking about it for a few seconds, Kara told me. We haven't even finished our conversation from the other day. Oh right. I guess now's a good time to tell you what happened. Yes, well you see. What? Suddenly, a pretty young lady had tripped on the road and before falling, Kara used her super speed to catch her. Are you okay? Kara said to the girl, who also had pretty blonde hair. Ah, thank you very much. The girl replied in perfect Spanish as she stood up properly again. The young woman was a blonde girl with beautiful blonde hair that flowed down her back, with bangs parted over her forehead and a single strand sticking out on top of her head, tilting back, and her eyes were a very beautiful green color. Her breasts were very well developed and she was wearing a dark teal nun's outfit with light blue details. She was wearing a white veil on her head with blue details. She also had a brown purse hanging on the right side of her waist. Her boots were also a shade of brown with an X-shaped pattern and around her neck a silver cross-shaped necklace could be seen. This girl was a nun, a beautiful young nun. We both looked at each other for a few seconds and she seemed to blush a little. Oh, your briefcase. I said as I noticed a huge suitcase with its contents scattered on the floor. Don't worry, it'll help you. Kara kindly offered, managing to pack all her belongings fairly quickly and the girl didn't even suspect the speed with which Kara did it. Are you traveling? I asked as I stood up from the bench. No, I was assigned to the church in the city, but I got lost along the way. I'm not used to the language of this country, so it's difficult. I'm glad I can speak Spanish with you too. She told us with a very cute little face. Church? Yes, just a few hours ago Kara and I walked past one. If you mean church, my friend and I can take you there. Do you want us to accompany you? I offered and the girl's face became brighter and more adorable. Really? The Lord is guiding my path. He exclaimed with very bright eyes, holding the cross in his hands. True, Rao always takes care of us in this and the next life. Kara followed suit and also put her hands in prayer. True, until now I had overlooked that Kara is a faithful believer of Rao, the god of Krypton. By the way, what's your name? I asked a girl, seeing her confusion when Kara mentioned the god of Krypton. My name is Asia Argento. You can call yourselves Asia. Nice to meet you, Sister Asia. My name is Issei Hyoudou, you can call me Issei. My name is Kara Danvers, you can call me Kara. At that moment, a small boy's cry was heard coming from the park in front of him. He had apparently fallen and scraped his knee. Asia ran to his side. Are you okay? A child shouldn't cry over things like that. Asia said to the little boy, kneeling in front of him. She placed her hands near his wound and then an emerald light covered her palms, healing the little boy's wound. I says that it. Kara whispered to me in surprise. It seems so. I answered him equally surprised. Asia was without a doubt the owner of a sacred gear. The boy got up from the ground surprised and Asia with a very charming face said. Good. Your wounds are healed, so you should be fine now. At that moment, an adult woman called the child, who told his mother that Asia had healed his wound. It looked like he had fallen, so I helped him. Asia responded affectionately and the woman gave her a dirty look and said something to her son in Japanese that I couldn't quite understand. Asia seemed to get a little depressed. The woman told her son that he shouldn't talk to strangers. Ddraig translated for me and that made me annoyed with the woman. Wait. How do you? Alright. Asia insisted on holding my right arm. Ice, what did you say to Asia? I don't speak Taka. Kara told me with her arms crossed and a look of doubt on her face. I don't understand the language either, sorry. Asia nodded with an adorable smile, but then she became sad again and said. Though I think I know what it was, those eyes. Even in the city there's no change. Asia's words took me by surprise, and so did Kara. Eyes? What does that have to do with anything? The boy said, thank you, Wani-chan. Wow, I had no idea you knew this language so well. I had carriers of all kinds, I speak all languages, mate. The little one said, thank you to you. Asia's face lit up with happiness as she raised her left hand to wave goodbye to the child she helped from a distance. And thanks to you too, Ddraig. Whenever you like, mate. Sorry, I'm a bit clumsy sometimes. Asia said this as she tucked a few strands of her hair behind her ear. What's wrong with that woman? Her attitude after Asia helped her son, I feel like teaching her a lesson. Ha. I like your thinking, I'll put it on the waiting list. Being hated by others is normal, I'm used to it. Asia murmured, holding and looking at the cross in her hands. By the way, Sister Asia, that energy. Kara told him, quite intrigued by that healing ability he had. It's my healing power, Kara-san. It's an incredible power bestowed upon me by the Lord God. I knew it, it's a sacred gear. I suddenly got very close to Kara again and whispered in her ear so Asia couldn't hear. The woman told the little boy that he shouldn't talk to strangers while looking at Asia with disdain. Kara tensed a little when I told her that and ran with her super speed to where the woman went and quickly came back without Asia noticing, having a rather happy smile. I've already taken care of it, let's see if he keeps complaining after his stumble. Did anyone else trip? Asia asked confused and I quickly shook my head at her. No one tripped, it's just between Kara and me. I assured Asia as Kara nodded happily, then walked over to Asia's side and picked up her suitcase. Let me help you. Oh. Thank you so much, please take care of me. Kara and I ended up taking Asia straight to the church we saw earlier and then hung out with her for a bit for tea as she didn't want to leave us so soon and was very grateful that we had helped her. It was quite fun to be with her for the next few hours and then it was time for Kara and I to say goodbye to our new friend. I hope we see each other again soon, Issei-san, Kara-san. Thank you for everything. Asia said goodbye from the entrance of the church, quite euphoric. Same here, Asia. Take care of yourself, Asia. We responded from a distance, now it was time to meet up with Zez, since it had been quite a while since we saw him. Chapter 10. The Lonely Nun. Side of the old building, on the Jave line. The sacred gear they described is called Twilight Healing. Zez said once he finished working on the maintenance of his vehicle, getting out from under it. Kara and I had returned to the Jave line to talk to her about Asia Argento, and we also brought her a smoothie, the drink she loves so much. It is known as the Holy Mother's Smile, it has the ability to heal any wound, but it does not possess the ability to regenerate amputated limbs, reduce exhaustion, or cure diseases. Zez continued explaining, taking a deep sip of his drink. That's when I noticed a sword cut on his right arm. What happened to you? Did you hurt yourself playing with your car? Kara asked with an amused smile, and Zez shook his head. I encountered a pale-faced psychopathic priest. I let my guard down because he didn't seem like much of a threat. I was wrong. His madness was dangerous and I got this cut. Kara and I found Zez quite strange from what he told us. A priest. But you're not a demon. I said, unable to connect the threads. His sword is demonic. Kara reminded me. Oh, that makes more sense. And what happened to him? He ran away from me when I got serious, he was afraid to see what I could do with Graham. He said without much importance, then looked at Kara frowning. What's going on? I got curious too and turned my gaze towards her. I'm worried about what might happen to Asia if that psychopathic priest gets near her. Yeah, now that I think about it, I'm worried about that too. Besides, she doesn't know anyone except for Kara and me. So it's decided, tomorrow we'll look for Asia, see how she feels, and if she's in trouble, we'll take her with us. Kara and Zez looked at me strangely when I said that. We're not going to kidnap her the way the Trinity kidnapped me. Kara insisted with her arms crossed, and I quickly shook my head at her misinterpretation. It won't be kidnapping if she willingly agrees. I assured him. Zez placed one of his hands on his chin, quite thoughtful. It seems very strange to me that a nun with that sacred gear is brought to a territory that clearly has greater possession by demons. The observation he made was quite good, that detail never crossed Kara and I's mind. He's right, it's not normal for a girl with a very valuable sacred gear to be wandering around. In any case, the church would have kept her safe in the Vatican. This probably has dirty hands. Ddraig said it out loud as both Kara and Zez heard it and looked at the back of my left hand. What do you mean by dirty hands? I asked as I raised my left hand. The girl could be in danger, I would recommend knowing more about her before acting. I'm in favor, we should stay, even if it's just for 1 or 2 more days. Kara immediately agreed. Although I don't know the girl, I'm with Ddraig and Kara, what about you, Issei? Zez accepted it too. Obviously I was going to accept too, so I nodded smiling determinedly. Yes. We're going to protect our friend. The next day, Kara, Zez and I went to a Big Belly Burgers restaurant here in Kuo, each ordering their favorite food. Just like yesterday, the 3 of us were dressed casually. Kara was wearing a red top and blue jeans, a dark-colored belt, white high-heeled sneakers, and glasses that hid her identity. Zez, on the other hand, was wearing a dark blue dress shirt, dark-colored jeans, a red belt, and dress shoes. As usual, I was wearing a red t-shirt, dark-colored jeans with an equally dark-colored belt, blue sneakers, and a dark-colored jacket. Well, how are we going to find her, Asia? I asked Kara, who was sitting next to me while Zez was sitting in front of me. It seems that it will not be necessary. He responded with a rather happy smile as he pointed towards the window where, indeed, Asia was outside, walking aimlessly. Is that Asia? Zez asked in disbelief, his mouth agape as he was about to eat his burger, but stopped dead in his tracks at the sight. Without giving her time to respond, Kara and I left the store and called our friend. Asia? How are you, Asia? The aforementioned quickly turned around. Issei-san, Kara-san. We both invited her to Big Belly Burgers and she sat next to Zez, although she was initially uncomfortable since she didn't know him. Hello Asia, I'm Zez Zatenberg, you can call me Zez, I'm friends with Issei and Kara. He introduced himself like a gentleman, making her blush. It's a pleasure, Zez-san. You can call me Asia. I hope we get along. Of course we'll get along, Issei and Kara's friends are my friends, if you need anything don't hesitate to ask me. Asia looked at the food on the table with a rather childish face. Do you want my hamburger? Zez offered to Asia, making her blush. Then no thanks, it's just. Come on, I'll treat you, I'll order another one for myself, and that's it. Okay Zez-san. Asia accepted, although when she looked at the tray, she didn't know what to do, then she looked at me and Kara with the same confused expression. Kara and I looked at each other confused, and then she told us. Excuse me, aren't there any forks or knives around here? His question made Kara smile tenderly. Asia, for this you have to use your hands. Kara explained, taking her burger with her right hand, holding it inside the wrapper. Ha! Is that really how you eat it? She asked, quite blushing, then looked at her hands. Then I'd better wash my hands. She placed her purse on the table and took out a bottle containing water, but it didn't seem to be any kind of ordinary water. Asia washed both hands with that water, having a very adorable face that touched me quite a bit as well as Kara and Zez. She's so adorable. She's like a little sister. Asia clasped her hands in prayer. So, now I have to pray before lunch, Lord God. Asia began to pray and once she finished her prayer. Done. Time to eat. She is so devoted. Asia took a bite of her burger and was very pleased. The burgers are really tasty. Her expression reminded me of the time Kara tried a hamburger for the first time. I understand that when I invited Kara over for lunch it was her first time because she literally only arrived on Earth a short time ago, but Asia is human and she's almost my age. Didn't she eat one before? That wasn't the only thing that seemed quite strange to me. The way she appeared, it seems like Asia is escaping from somewhere. It seems like she is not used to going out on the street. Even when I see her enjoying her first hamburger, she seems to be scared of something or someone. Issei-san, Kara-san, Zez-san, what place is that? Asia asked, pointing to a video game room. Ah, it's a game center. Zez responded equally surprised. Game center? Asia asked very surprised. Well, how about we stop by after lunch? Kara suggested cheerfully, and when the four of us finished eating, we went into the game room. Once inside, Asia pressed her face in fascination as she found something she loved in a stuffed animal machine. Iwa. Issei-san, Kara-san, Zez-san. This is a Pikachu. There are a lot of them. Yes, she is a real little sister. Do you want one, Asia? Kara asked her, and Asia's attitude became more childish. Ha. And no. Don't you like Pikachu? I asked as I looked at his expression, which was becoming more and more adorable. Yes. No. Okay, I'll get it for you. I exclaimed quite determinedly. Issei, you're not very good at that kind of games. Zez warned me, trying to contain his laughter. No problem. My salary can handle that. Several attempts later. Thank you so much. I'll have it and cherish it forever. Asia exclaimed as she lovingly hugged the Pikachu that cost me a lot to get for her. If it weren't for the comfortable salary I get thanks to Mr. Wayne, I might consider myself bankrupt with all the money I spent on Kara and now Asia. Why are blonde-haired women the ones who most endanger my finances? If you want to get something else, I can help you with it, don't be afraid to ask. I assured her, feeling very delighted with how adorable she was being. No need. This Pikachu is the best gift the four of us created during our encounter today. I want to keep it as a treasure from our encounter today. Wow. Asia is so hot. She's a godsend. A real little angel. After getting Asia that Pikachu, the next place the four of us went was to a photo shoot in which the four of us appeared and took a wide series of photos, although this initially disturbed Kara a little since she seemed to have a certain phobia of very closed spaces. Is it necessary for this space to be so closed? Tracks. She started pulling me into a tight hug from behind. Kara. I am sorry. I just don't like being like this. The photos continued to be taken until we were finally able to leave that closed space, but Kara had literally suffocated me more than once, and now I felt quite uncomfortable throughout my body, although it was worth it since the series of photos that came out will be a beautiful memory for a lifetime. Ah. I had so much fun playing with you all day. Asia exclaimed delightedly as the four of us walked through the streets of Kuo. For my part, I had to make a maximum effort to walk and not show discomfort. Kara felt bad for not having controlled her strength, and on more than one occasion I clarified to her that nothing was wrong and there is nothing to forgive. Now I know that she should not be in closed spaces since she is claustrophobic. Yes, it's been exhausting. I spoke slowly. Let's take a little break. Zez suggested, and without thinking twice I sat on the first bench I could reach. Asia looked at me with a rather adorable and worried expression. Issei-san, allow me to take care of you. She stood behind me, placed her hands behind my back, and then I felt a warm aura of emerald light that began to relieve all the pain I had felt until a few moments ago. I see, so this is what it feels like to be healed by Asia. It's a pretty warm and pleasant feeling. It's done now, how do you feel? Asia asked in a rather gentle voice, and as I stood up from the bench, I no longer felt any pain. Ah. I don't feel any pain, this is amazing. So this is your famous sacred gear. I was even able to stand on one leg without any problems. Yes, that's my sacred gear that has the ability to heal. I see you know a lot, Issei-san. Asia, there's something I want to ask you. Zez said to Asia. What do you want to ask me, Zez-san? Why is a nun like you in territory so poorly protected by the church? Shouldn't you be in safer territory? There are very dangerous demons here. Hearing Zez's words, he began to get depressed. Squint. Kara exclaimed quite annoyed and slapped him hard. Oh. Sorry if I said something wrong, God. You should control that strength, Kara. You almost took my head off. Zez screamed in pain with both hands behind his head. That was the intention. She answered him with her arms crossed. Ah, sorry, it's not your fault. Asia started to sob, and Kara wiped her tears with a handkerchief Asia had in her purse. It's just that sometimes I remember things. Hearing Asia say that, I looked at Kara and saw on her face that she seemed to be about to cry. She also tends to sometimes remember the bad things she did when she was manipulated by Darkseid or when she has memories of her life on Krypton. Asia took a seat on the bench. After I was born, my parents abandoned me. The church's orphanage was the one who took me in. When I received this power, I had only just turned 8. After the church discovered my power, I began to be treated like a saint and worshipped. Asia paused, I saw in her eyes that with every word she remembered those moments. Asia then continued with her story. Rumors began to spread everywhere. So people began to come from all over asking for my help, and the church took great care of me and treated me well. I used this power to help a lot of hurting people, and many were healed because of it. But ever since I was called saint, ordinary people began to look at me differently and I began to feel a little alone. I am truly grateful for the power the Lord God gave me to be able to help others. For this, my heart is full of gratitude. Asia paused briefly again, wiping away her tears again. But one day I met a demon mortally wounded by an exorcist. I used my power to save that demon. I committed a great sin by saving a demon. After that, I was expelled from the church. The people who called me a saint and worshipped me started calling me a witch. Asia looked at the three of us and then lowered her head again, placing her right hand on her heart, and she couldn't hold it back any longer, bursting into even greater tears. I've always had a dream. To be with friends, to be able to go shopping together like normal people, to have normal conversations. Asia's dream, everything she experienced truly touched my heart. We're going to be your friends. I said that in a rather loud voice and Asia stopped crying. Kara sat on Asia's right side and tenderly wiped her tears again. Asia, we are already friends, Ice and Zez are also your friends, we talked together, we ate together, we even played together. Asia looked at Kara in surprise upon hearing her beautiful words. We had a lot of fun, we promise you Asia, from now on, we will be with you forever and ever. Zez said it with a warm smile. I. That won't be possible. Hearing that voice, I felt like my heartbeat had stopped dead in its tracks. I know that voice. How could I forget her? As I turned around, I felt as if the world stopped in front of me. Long, silky black hair that reaches her hips, a pair of dark wings, violet eyes, and a slender curvy body. It's been 4 years since I last saw her. Uma Mano. It was her, my first girlfriend, the first woman I fell in love with. There she was, standing on a pole. We both looked at each other, and the only feeling she transmitted to me from her beautiful eyes was disgust and disappointment. How is it possible that after years you're still alive? Did that lightning bolt really not kill you? What a disappointment. Rainer-sama. Asia gasped at the sight and stood up from the bench with Kara. Rainer? I asked without understanding, and Uma descended from the pole until he was in front of me and my friends. Uma is a fallen angel, I already knew that, but it doesn't make this encounter with her any more bittersweet. Come on Asia, let's go back, don't waste my time. Asia took refuge behind Kara, hugging her arm in fear. No. I don't want to help you kill people, and besides, Wait. I screamed as I took a few steps forward, seeing my ex with a mixture of conflicting feelings in my heart. You know, you call yourself Rainer, right? Didn't you hear her? She doesn't want to leave with you. Also, there's something I need to know. Rainer looked at me expectantly with a rather bored expression. Why did you leave? Why did you disappear from my life? Why didn't you just kill me that day? I could feel Kara's incredulous gaze behind me when I said that. The answer is simple, dear, it wasn't worth killing a human who fell into a coma. She said it without a hint of importance. I felt a strong pressure in my chest when I heard her say that. So you really wanted to kill me? Could you die for me? She actually said it. I still remember the wonderful times we had during those months. I remember the dates we went on. You made me so happy during the time we were dating. Rainer said it perfectly, imitating the sweet and gentle voice from 4 years ago. Stop playing. Nothing would have happened if you had really died, but here we are, you and me. What if I kill you for real this time? She extended her right arm forward, gathering a good amount of supernatural aura. I won't allow it. Ddraig. I need you. Comrade. This is serious. My boosted gear appeared, but my balance breaker countdown didn't start. What's going on here? Your feelings and emotions are affecting the sacred gear. You lost the balance breaker. Don't buck with me. Issei-san, that's. Asia said, surprised to see my boosted gear, but more surprised were the reactions of Kara and Zez when they saw the flaw in the jewel of my gauntlet. Without a countdown, there's no balance breaker. Without balance breaker I'll be a burden. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Last time I was going to kill you because your sacred gear was too powerful, that's why I agreed to have fun with you before killing you, but it seems those above made a mistake. Rainer started laughing. That sacred gear must be called Hand of Dragon. Even with that name, it's nothing special. Well, for a short period of time, the possessor of this gains the ability to multiply their power. It won't do any good, and even if you increase your power 10 or 100 times, it doesn't scare me. This woman. This fallen angel. Does this damn fallen angel dare to mistake a longinus for any cheap sacred gear? Ha. It really suits you. A pathetic sacred gear for a pathetic human. Anyway. Time to die, dear Issei. Rainer created a gigantic spear of light in her right hand and threw it at me. You make me angry like you have no idea. Kara said it with a rather cold voice, and suddenly she appeared in front of me and stopped that spear of light as if it were nothing, raising her left hand. Rainer's confident face turned into a frown. You're not a demon, you're not a fallen angel, much less an angel you are. Rainer looked quite confused, not just her, Asia too. You are not from this planet, you are a disgusting and despicable alien. Rainer exclaimed with quite a bit of disgust in both her voice and expression. How dare you? At that moment Zez summoned Gram, and Rainer became more alert. The strongest demonic sword, a hideous alien and a pathetic human, is that your pathetic attempt to defriend Circle Asia. That's enough, Rainer-sama. Please stop. Asia cried. We won't let you take Asia. If necessary, we'll fight you. I doubt you have the slightest chance of getting out alive. Zez sentenced, and Rainer smiled maliciously. It's true that I can't face you or the planetary alien, but tell me, how many lives do you think Asia is worth? What are you trying to say? I questioned as I separated from Kara to face Rainer. If you don't hand Asia over to me now, my companions and followers will kill every innocent man, woman, and child living in this city. Would you really be willing to let thousands of people die just for a girl you barely know? That's playing dirty. I clenched my fists in frustration. Life isn't fair, my dear Issei. Rainer said it using her adorable imitation. Asia approached Rainer without hesitation. Asia. She turned around to look at me with a sad smile. I can't allow people to die for me. I don't want that on my conscience, so I'm leaving with Rainer-sama. Honestly, I had a lot of fun. I truly appreciate you being my friends. Rainer took Asia's cheek in her right hand as if it were an object. It's okay. After today's ceremony, your pain and suffering will be completely gone. Ceremony? What is she going to do to Asia? I can't let him take Asia away. But if lives are at stake. This isn't over. Asia, I swear we'll save you. Since we're your friends, I'll never abandon you. Issei-san, this is goodbye. Rainer took Asia in her right arm and rose into the sky, forming a teleportation circle above her head. The lives of everyone living in Kuo have been spared, including yours. If you want to get in my way, you'll have to be careful. Goodbye, dear Issei. Rainer disappeared, and along with her, Asia too. I couldn't do anything, none of us could do anything. Rainer was several steps ahead of everyone. Chapter 11. Rescue Asia. After losing Asia and failing to stop Rainer, we all returned to the old Kuo Academy building, where the Javelin was parked. I just contacted Batman, the rest of the Justice League just went to a parallel Earth to stop some villains known as the Crime Syndicate. Zez informed us. Kara and I let out a deep sigh. The Justice League was our only chance to have reinforcements, because the Gremory clan could not attack the territory of the Fallen Angels, since it would be the start of a new war between both factions. Rainer's group most likely meets inside a single church. She mentioned something about a ceremony. What do you think she meant? Kara asked Zez. Asia's sacred gear is very valuable, they're most likely planning to sacrifice her to take over the Twilight Healing. Zez concluded, and while they continued talking, I decided to walk away. I still couldn't get out of my head the encounter I had with the fallen angel Rainer, the way she dared to speak to me and how she acted with contempt, the reasons why she didn't kill me, and the simple fact that she was planning to do it. I know we weren't together for long, but still it hurts a lot. I guess part of me doesn't want to accept reality even with everything that happened. I keep convincing myself that I should completely overcome it, move on. I want to believe that, but proof of that doubt is in my boosted gear. I had awakened my balance breaker because of the decision I made regarding Uma Rainer, and now I can't use my balance breaker again because of the treacherous feelings I have deep within my heart. I lost my balance breaker. This was not the way I expected to meet her. I think deep down I hoped our meeting would be the complete opposite. I wanted her to see me as I am now, with who I am, and that the reason she walked away was out of love, because apparently there was still a small part of me that had feelings for her. Why do I have to be so sentimental? Why can't I be like Batman? He wouldn't have hesitated for a split second if he were in my place. Thinking about this, I activated my boosted gear again, but the countdown for my balance breaker still didn't appear. Could it be that after everything I've done, I can no longer be the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League? Will I get this far? I don't know what to do. Look, buddy, I'd love to help you, but I highly doubt talking to me is the solution. But I know someone who can help, and he's right behind you. When I turned around I found Kara, who was already wearing her Supergirl costume. She looked at me in a very determined way. Like me, she was very worried about Asia, but when I looked into her eyes, I understood that right now Asia wasn't what worried her the most. Sorry Kara. I won't be much use without my balance breaker. Kara quickly shook her head and took my left hand with both hands where the gauntlet was. The dragon's power is the least of my worries right now. He told me with a shrug and a half smile. What worries me is what's going on inside your heart, Ice. After hearing that, I lowered my head, remembering again all the happy moments I spent with Rainer when she was pretending to be Uma. It all started 4 years ago, on a beautiful afternoon. I started telling Kara, who looked at me more closely, nodding at what I was saying. I was on my way home when a beautiful gentle girl with dark black hair approached me. She was Yuma Mono, whose name is now Rainer. Kara gently squeezed my left hand with hers as she felt the pressure of my pulse. The two of us spent the rest of the afternoon together, talking about our aspirations, what we like and what we hope for the future. I was quite enchanted by everything she told me and fell in love with her after she shared my love for superheroes. Looking at the jewel on my boosted gear, I felt like memories were flowing through it. For the first few days, we hung out at my house, watching movies and TV shows. When we were done, she and I shared a kiss and began our relationship. I spent every day of my life with her. We were classmates. She helped me a lot. I even did things I thought I'd never do. My classmates and my parent Severin was happy with the relationship I had with Yuma. It was just too good. My eyes watered a little. She made me feel so special and we grew closer and closer to the point where I couldn't stop thinking about her. When the day came for the particle accelerator to turn on, it had been almost 3 months since I met her. I went with her to Central City, and that's where I planned to tell her that I loved her. After all, they were the best months I had, and then when the moment of truth came, she asked if I could die for her, and then the particle accelerator exploded. She disappeared and the red lightning struck me. When I woke up from the coma, I was the only person who remembered her. My parents, classmates and acquaintances told me that they never heard of Yuma. Even all the photos where I was with her disappeared. There was no evidence that she ever existed. I felt so confused and I kept trying to search for her. I needed to find her. An old teacher of mine turned out to be a fallen angel and tried to kill me, but he failed in the attempt. That's when I met Zez, and he helped me reach my balance breaker, and for the rest of the year I tried hard to find Yuma. A half smile formed on my depressed face. Time passed, and I buried my feelings for Yuma more and more. I moved on, since I couldn't stay trapped in a relationship that seemingly never existed. Being the Sekiryuutei helped keep my mind occupied, and now that she's back, the feelings I'd buried resurfaced, and these feelings I once had for her are haunting me. That was it, a good summary of everything I experienced with Rainer. Har released my boosted gear and brought both hands to my cheeks, looking at me with a rather gentle smile. I understand why you're depressed about it after everything you went through with Rainer. It's not your fault you have those feelings. Ever since I've known you, you've always been kind, brave, noble, fearless, and strong. You didn't hesitate to defend me from Batman and Diana when they kidnapped me. You even dared to stand up to Darkseid just to save me. My cheeks were blushing with every word Kara said. There was a slight blush on her too. Not every woman you meet is going to be like Rainer, so don't keep the doors of your heart closed, don't let Rainer define your life, and if you feel like the pain she caused you is too much, I'm happy to let you share that burden with me. Kara. She silenced me by placing one of her fingers against my lips. Looking at her so closely, I lost track of time. With Kara, I feel so vulnerable. I feel like I can let my guard down and say everything I think. It's been that way ever since I've known her. She's as bright as the sun every time it rises, so strong that she can carry the weight of her world and keep going, and she's so beautiful her body is like a goddess's, and when she smiles at me like that, I feel like it's just her and me, no one else matters. I have fallen in love with Kara's Orel. Ice. Kara asked as she brought her face closer to mine, and then I whispered to her. If you're by my side, Kara, I feel like I can keep going, no matter what's in front of us. As I said that, my face also came closer to his. I felt a great desire to kiss her lips. I couldn't hold back, my hands reached her waist, and our lips were millimeters away from joining each other. Ahem. Suddenly someone cleared his throat. Kara and I looked towards the side where the old Kuo Academy building was located, which was where that was heard. They were Rias Gremory, Issei Hyoudou, Akeno Himejima and Kaneko Taojo. The one who interrupted us was Rias, who was clearly blushing from the scene she saw, while Akeno smiled very pleased, Kiba smiled in a more gentle way, and Kaneko had a face that said she didn't care. So the Justice League is busy, huh? Rias asked and Zez walked over to where she was. He was currently wearing his dark armor. The crisis has arisen on another planet, it will just be Issei, Supergirl and me. Rias nodded with a sigh. Be very careful, Akeno and I have something very important to do. Hyoudou, do what your heart tells you. Kiba looked at his king in confusion, then nodded. Rias and Akeno formed a magic circle beneath their feet and they both disappeared. Kara and I hadn't separated yet and I felt a strong sense of shame, so I distanced myself from her. I looked at my boosted gear again, but the countdown was still 0. Looks like I'll have to go without balance breaker. It's okay, I can handle this. I told myself, with a goal written in my heart. I wouldn't be left behind. I'll save Asia with the help of my friends. Zez, take your vehicle, I'll take mine, we'll search on land for the fallen angel's lair. Kara, you search in the sky, we must split up to cover more ground. I told my friends, who nodded with determination. So you're really planning to go? Diba commented as he approached me along with Kaneko. Of course, Asia is our friend, I won't let her die. Diba placed the palm of his right hand on my right shoulder, smiling at me quite happily. I'll go with you. Hey. Why? You're a demon, you'll get into trouble with your king if you accompany us. Even though we've only known each other for 2 days, I feel like we're already lifelong companions. Besides, I hate fallen angels and exorcists. No, it would be better to say that I hate them. I didn't need to think about it too much, with a smile I extended my right fist towards Kiba, he extended his, and we both bumped fists. I'll go too. The one who said that was Kaneko. Really? I asked, surprised, lowering my arm. I'll worry if Hyoudou-senpai goes alone with you. Then it's decided. I exclaimed as we fist bumped with a big smile on my face. The Sekiryuutei team together with the Gremory clan team will go to rescue Asia and defeat the fallen angels. Yeah. Of course. We're going to do it. Hara, Zez, Kiba and Kaneko answered. Hara was the first to leave as she flew off, Kaneko accompanied Zez in her Ford Mustang, and Kiba accompanied me in my Ferrari 458. Zez would be in charge of driving around the south and east areas of Kuo, while I will be driving around the north and west areas. It was already getting dark, there were still no signs or indications of supernatural activity. Issei Hyoudou, it's over there in that church. Kiba pointed to the church that was at the end of the block. You're sure? I asked without much confidence. The atmosphere I feel is quite hostile, I can say there is at least one fallen angel there. Kiba assured me and took out some plans from under his jacket and held them out so I could see them. The church isn't very big. This is the sanctuary, and these are the rooms. He directed me by pointing to certain locations with his left index finger. This sanctuary is really suspicious, don't you think? Because you said so. Kiba pointed out some destroyed sacred statues. Even now, renegade exorcists and fallen angels destroy sacred sites. These acts of blasphemy against the god who exiled them bring them considerable pleasure. They must really be crazy. I concluded after listening to Kiba. From the entrance to the center of the sanctuary you can get there quickly, the problem is there will definitely be exorcists in the sanctuary and we shouldn't wait for our reinforcements to arrive either, or it might be too late for your friend. Kiba and I got out of my car, closed both doors, he summoned a demonic sword and I summoned my boosted gear, whose countdown was still 0. I may not be able to use my balance breaker, but I can use boost every 10 seconds and that's what I'm going to do. Kiba and I advanced into enemy territory. Zez will notice that my vehicle has stopped, let's move on. Kiba nodded and used his sword to break the chains on the church's entrance doors. Soon, we reached the interior of the church, which was empty. Don't let your guard down, there's someone here. Kiba warned me and pointed to a pillar in front of me. Oh. Splendid work. From the pillar came out a man dressed in clerical clothing, he had white hair, red eyes and a disturbing smile on his face. Yo. What a reunion. I'm feeling so much nostalgia. Do you know this second-class priest? I asked Kiba, looking confused at the one who was supposed to get in the way. The priest looked at me quite irritated. Second-class priest? You? Another human standing next to that demon. What happened to the handsome guy with the terrifying demonic sword? I want to settle the score with that scoundrel. I've never been in this much trouble before because I'm incredibly strong and I always defeat anyone who crosses me right away. Now because of that handsome blonde-haired boy and his human cronies, my reputation is ruined. It drives me crazy. That's why I'll kill them all. All of them. Maybe they came to save little Asia, is that right? Death would be the best thing for a bitch like her who even saves demons. You're a very frustrating priest. Where is Asia? I demanded to know and he pointed down a hallway to his right. Under that altar there are stairs that lead to an underground room. You really are Franco. It's because you're going to die right here. He answered. He's really confident. Let's charge, Issei Hyoudou. Kiba exclaimed, unsheathing his sword and being the first to charge at the priest. Yeah. I exclaimed as I followed him from behind. Wham. Kiba's speed was impressive. In a single blink of my eyes, he managed to get in front of the priest, who had to take a defensive stance with his sword due to Kiba's offensive attack with his own. Foolish and handsome demon boy. The priest exclaimed, and with his free hand he took out a pistol and began firing several bullets at Kiba, who dodged them with impressive speed. Dance, handsome demon boy. Dance. Boost. One of the bullets grazed Kiba's left cheek and the next one he received I blocked with my left hand. Issei Hyoudou. Are you okay? Yes. It didn't even hurt. I assured Kiba and clenched my fist tightly, turning the bullet into dust. But what's up with this demon-friendly human? It's not fair. It's not fair. That's cheating. The priest was distracted by kicking Kiba and I charged at him. I grabbed one of the church pews and with little effort I threw it at him. The priest jumped and Kiba took advantage of that situation to get behind him. The priest managed to react in time and turned around, defending himself with his sword. They both started clashing swords for several seconds. Not bad. You're pretty strong. Kiba recognized him. You too. You're a horse, eh? Horse? I didn't understand what they were talking about. This is perfect. It's been a while since I've had a good fight. I'll tear you apart. And I think I should get serious too. Take this. Kiba's sword began to absorb the priest's sword. What was that? The priest asked, quite incredulously. Holy eraser. A demonic sword that consumes light. Kiba explained, irritating the priest quite a bit. Damn. This one also has a sacred gear. The priest started waving the handle of his non-existent sword, thinking that would make it light up again, and just then I ran with everything in front of him. And now this guy is coming for me. The priest started shooting at me with his pistol, but the years of experience I had training with Zez showed their fruits, and I was able to dodge all the bullets until I got in front of him. This is for calling Asia a bitch. Bang. Boost. I hit the priest with a powerful left hook under his jaw. The priest was lifted into the air by the blow I gave him, but he managed to recover quickly and attacked me with a right kick that I easily blocked with my left arm, then we distanced ourselves. What the hell am I doing? Did I really get hit by this human? You've got to be kidding. Don't buck with me. The priest screamed, spitting blood with every word. R R R R R R R R R R R R R R R R R R R R R. Suddenly, the loud and completely recognizable roar of a Ford Mustang engine was heard. Tracks. The Ford Mustang appeared, crashing through a concrete wall, rising slightly into the air. PFF. The front left wheel of the vehicle brutally hit the priest's face. The priest fell to the ground in a lot of pain. The Ford Mustang wobbled a bit as it parked, knocking over several church chairs, then Zez and Kaneko got out of the car. In the name of the Father and the Holy Spirit, I apologize for stopping here, but a good friend is about to be exorcised. Zez said it with a rather wide smile, holding Graham in his right hand. The priest got up again, quite sore. You just hit me with your bucking car. Next, Supergirl flew through the hole in the church. She came straight to my left, and now the priest felt true terror. Wow, is this what they call a precarious situation? The priest dropped the cartridge from his pistol, and as it fell, it formed a blinding flash of light. He had a flash bomb. Did he escape? Tiba asked as the light intensity began to dim. No, it's there. Hara exclaimed as she pointed to the top of one of the church's windows. Your name is Issei-kun, right? I think I've fallen in love. I'm definitely going to kill you someday. Do you understand? I'll make you regret teaming up with demons and beating me up. From you too, Zez-kun. And from you, Supergirl, I want your phone number so we can have a good time. See you. And by the way, my name is Fried Selson. Damn you, don't you dare run away. Boost. I exclaimed, determined to chase him as he jumped out the other side of the window, but Kara stopped me. Forget about him, Ice, he's just a hopeless jerk, we have to go through Asia. That's right. Asia is our priority. Kara, use your X-ray vision. Zez told her and she nodded as she looked down at the ground, then let out a loud gasp. I see her. Kara began to spin like a top and at the same time drilled the ground with her body, in this way she drew a tunnel to the underground of the church. The first to arrive was Kara, then Zez and I, and behind us followed Kiba and Kaneko. The Justice League and a couple of demons. One of the priests exclaimed, quite alarmed. At the end of the hallway was Asia, chained to a cross, and next to her was Rainer who, like Asia, was wearing ceremonial attire. Zoom. In just an instant, Kara flew with her super speed, took Asia in her arms, and brought her with us without any of the priests and Rainer being able to do anything. Asia. I cried out in relief that Kara had saved her. Issei-san. Huh. Asia looked in surprise at the one who had saved her. Hello Asia, you have nothing to worry about, we came here to save you. Asia was quite moved by Kara's words and nodded happily. Thank you, Kara-san. How dare you intervene in such a sacred ceremony? Rainer spoke with quite a bit of venom in her voice, and Kara glared at her. Ice, take Asia and go. Kara handed me Asia, whom I carried in my arms. Hey, what are you? She stood in front of me cracking her knuckles. I won't be calm if I don't beat up this fallen angel bitch. Listen to him, Issei. Zez said agreeing with Kara. Our priority is to save Asia, go with her. Now Kiba and Kaneko also positioned themselves in front of me. It's okay. I exclaimed as I accepted it and looked toward the exit doors. Upon finding them, I ran without delay and shouted to my companions. Kiba, Kaneko. We're friends from now on. Let's go out and have fun one of these days. I didn't stay to wait for their answers and ran as fast as I could towards the exit, arriving in record time to the place where I had fought alongside Kiba against a priest called Freed. Issei-san, will Kara-san and Zez-san be okay? Asia asked very worriedly, and the church began to shake. The fight has already begun. Of course. She's Supergirl after all. She'll win and kick Rainer's ass. Asia gasped, quite scared as we left the church. What's going on? I asked her, confused, until we reached the place where I had parked my vehicle and took her out of my arms. Rainer saw me as she prepared to hurt Kara-san. That's impossible. The only thing that could hurt Kara is. She has kryptonite in her possession. Asia nodded worriedly. I quickly activated my communicators to warn him. Kara, can you hear me? Unanswered. With my vehicle keys I opened the doors and indicated the passenger side to Asia. Asia, get in the car. Asia nodded without protest, and I handed her my communicators. If you are in danger, press him. Issei-san. Are you going to? In frustration I took one last look at my boosted gear and ran back towards the church. I didn't let her kill Asia, and I won't let her kill Kara either. With or without balance breaker, I'm going to face Rainery and put an end to our chapter. Chapter 12. The key to balance breaker. I's left with Asia, she will be safe with him. I am Kara's Orel, Supergirl, and in the company of my friends Zez Zatenberg and the demons Kiba Hyoudou and Kaneko Taojo, we will be in charge of defeating the corrupt priests who follow the fallen angel Rainer. Until now, there was no being in the universe that I hated more than Darkseid, until I met Rainer. She changed her ceremonial attire for a tight-fitting leather suit that was very revealing and that also allowed her to move more freely. Once I'm done with you, I'll find my dear Issei and show him your Kryptonian corpse. I wonder what face he'll have. Rainer formed a large spear of light in both hands and charged at me. She was very fast, it would be difficult for a human to keep up with her. Unfortunately for her, I am not human. PFF. I stopped both spears of light that she tried to attack me with the backs of my hands, then slid my hands down the shafts of both spears, holding them and pulling them closer to me to force Rainer to get closer to me so I could meet her with a steel headbutt. Cracks. She immediately formed several protective magic circles on her face, which I crossed one by one with my head until our foreheads collided. That collision would have easily caused damage that would ruin his evil visage, but the magic circles cushioned the impact. Rainer smiled with some fear, spread both of her fallen angel wings, and walked away from me. Good heavens. That was close. Without wasting any time, I fixed my gaze intensely on Rainer's face and mercilessly shot out a powerful heat vision that she almost missed. Bust. My heat vision continued its course until it crashed into the cross where Asia was previously chained. The cross was completely destroyed, and at no time did I lose sight of my target. At the same time this was happening, there was an intense sword fight on the ground that reminded me of my time on Themyscira Island. Kiba Hyoudou wielded a sword in each hand and launched fatal thrusts against the priests without mercy, having a look of hatred directed towards them. Zez for his part wielded only Gram and limited himself to making non-lethal attacks against the priests. There was no hatred in him, only self-control. Kaneko, for her part, dealt fatal blows with her fists to the priests who approached her, believing her to be the most harmless. Suddenly, the upper part of the underground was filled with magic circles, and a lethal burst of holy aura was brutally bombarded. Kiba, Kaneko. I shouted to my allies who were taken by surprise with that burst of power. Cursed punch level 2. Zez exclaimed loudly and concentrated a large amount of Gram's aura to launch a gigantic slash of dark crimson red aura that collided with the holy aura attack that was heading straight for Kiba and Kaneko. Hey Buam. The brutal clash of the demonic aura against the sacred aura caused not only the subsoil, but the entire block to shake as if it were a high-class earthquake. That human sure has a good command over Gram. Rainer murmured in the distance, quite surprised. She is unprotected. Zoom. With my super speed I charged at her and slammed my left punch into her face, but she turned out to be just an illusion, and my punch went through the concrete of the place, and I was left with half of my left arm embedded in the wall. Ha. I know I called you names this morning. But Supergirl. The hate you're trying to attack me with is priceless. I effortlessly pulled my arm out of the wall, and when I looked back at Rainer, I attacked her again with my heat vision, and when it hit her, it turned out to be another illusion. Magic, how I hate it when my enemies use magic. As far as I remember, superheroes tend to be very talkative. What's up, friend? Did the bat get your tongue? With a deep breath, I extended my arms and then clapped my hands loudly, creating a shock wave so strong it covered the entire subway. The shock wave was so brutal that it knocked down the rest of the priests who had not yet been defeated, including the fallen angel Rainer, who was slammed against one of the walls and made a crater with her body. Once again I used my super speed to get in front of Rainer, and before she could escape I grabbed her neck with my right hand and prepared my left fist to hit her. This is for playing with Ice's heart. Doom. A blow. I hit Rainer in the face with my right punch and she flew towards the ceiling with such force that she ended up going through it and falling on her back in the main corridor of the church. There was a little blood on my knuckles, but not mine. Without giving her a chance to recover, I flew up through the hole Rainer created with her body and landed a few feet away from her. Rainer was still on the ground, supporting herself with both hands, spitting blood from the blow I gave her. Amazing, the strength your kind gains is simply amazing. Ignoring her words, I continued advancing toward her, who was already defeated. She had no chance against me. I won. Rainer struggled to get back on her feet, her legs were shaking, and her wings seemed crooked. Her persistence surprised me. She turned around and formed a magic circle with unfamiliar patterns in her hands again. Perhaps because she's a fallen angel, she has that pattern. Again with the same old game? No, this time I'm going to beat her until she loses consciousness. Determined to end this, I took a few steps towards Rainer as she formed a spear of light with her magic again. Those attacks can be fatal to demons, but not to me. As a Kryptonian who gets her powers from the yellow sun, a weak spear of light like that would be nothing more than a pain. An immense pain ran through my body, and when I looked down, I saw that the spear Rainer summoned pierced my stomach. This isn't a light spear like the ones before. No. This can't even be called a light spear. Several drops of blood fell from the wound in my stomach to the floor. The lance, which had been pink, changed to a very deep green, and I quickly felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. I lost the strength in my legs and fell to my knees. I felt the wound in my stomach spread throughout my body, the pain getting worse. Phew. Rainer started laughing. From the moment I saw you this morning, I knew you would be trouble, so I was prepared for our meeting, Kryptonian. My eyes widened in shock when I heard her say that. Rainer had stabbed me with a spear made of kryptonite. No. My strength betrayed me and I fell to the ground, my vision became heavy, the infection was killing me. I tried to move my hands towards the spear, but my body went quite numb. If I were you, I'd stop moving so much. It'll spread the kryptonite in the spear faster. I heard Rainer say quite mockingly. How is it? How did I get it, do you want to know? Rainer finished my question quite animatedly. Simple, very simple, my dear Kryptonian. You see, about 4 months ago, when the Dark Knight of the Justice League was about to destroy the kryptonite asteroid that was on its way to Earth, a huge fragment of the asteroid was detached from it when it collided with a special Gregory satellite, and we, the fallen angels commanded by the great Kakabiel, took that loot. I remember hearing about an asteroid being destroyed a week before I arrived on Earth. We've gotten a lot of mileage out of that fragment by studying kryptonite, enhancing it with magic, and thus increasing its harmful effects on Kryptonians. Luther's hair would stand on end if he knew all the progress we've made in such a short time. Her steps came closer until I saw her heels in front of me. Now, would you be so kind as to die for me? The key. Upon arriving back at the church, I, Issei Hyoudou, found myself faced with a disturbing scene. Rainer stood with her hands on her hips, and in front of her feet was Kara, stabbed by an emerald green spear. More. Rainer turned around and not caring that she was there, I ran next to Kara who was barely able to move and was moaning in quite a bit of pain. At least he's not dead. I leaned on my knees and looking closely at that spear, I realized it was made of kryptonite and had already infected a large part of her body. Along her torso there were green marks, if I didn't remove the spear, she could die. Hold on, Kara. This is going to hurt. She nodded, trying to smile through the pain, then I took the spear in my left hand and carefully slid it out of her stomach. Kara screamed and moaned in increasing pain until I was finally able to remove the spear from her. Without wasting time, I placed my hands on her wound to try to apply pressure, but she was pierced through and through, and even though I managed to remove the spear, her body was still highly infected. Your arrival is very late, don't you think, Ddraig? Rainer scoffed with loud laughter. My hands quickly became stained with Kara's blood. Ddraig. Tell me what I can do. I don't possess healing abilities, but perhaps the sacred gear of the girl you saved, perhaps she can do something. Although twilight healing has never been seen to heal infections like this. The problem is that you won't be able to get her to safety, not with that fallen angel lurking. You know something, Ddraig, your impulse to help those in danger is truly pathetic, you could have left a long time ago, now that's why you will die here along with her. Rainer said it imitating Yuma's voice, it made me sick. I need to find a way to get Kara to safety as soon as possible. The answer to my prayers came in the way I least expected. On the floor, near where Kara's blood had pooled, was the cartridge freed cells and used to escape. Ddraig. I need you to transfer power to that cartridge. Enough to blind Rainer. Of course. Leave that to me. I quickly grabbed the cartridge and Rainer looked at me rather mockingly. Oh? And what will you do with that? Boosted gear. Gift. Boosted what? Transfer. A huge flash of light formed and blinded her. Ah. No. Miss Ohos. Rainer squealed as she painfully covered her eyes with her hands, so I carefully picked Kara up in my arms and ran to the same window Freed had escaped through earlier. Ugh. Kara exclaimed as I picked her up and jumped out the window with her in my arms. Kara tried really hard to carefully wrap her arms around my neck to keep from falling, not to mention she had already lost quite a bit of blood and was still losing blood. I was able to escape from Rainer pretty quickly. I never would have made it if it weren't for you, Zez. Without your training, I wouldn't have been so fit. In record time I returned to the place where I had parked my vehicle, that's where Asia was, she immediately got out of the vehicle when she saw me arrive with Kara in my arms. Ugh, it hurts. Kara continued panting, watching as her wound only got worse. I carefully supported her by sitting her against the wall of the building in front of us. Asia brought her hands to Kara's wound and began the healing process of her sacred gear. I am so sorry. Asia started to cry. Why are you apologizing? Ooh. Even though Asia's aura cloak was healing Kara's wound, the kryptonite infection had spread throughout most of her body and was continuing to worsen. Don't worry, everything will be okay. I assured Kara, leaning on my knees beside her and looking at Asia in the process. You have nothing to apologize for, it's not your fault. Asia shook her head. If I hadn't cured that demon in the first place Asia, it's okay, you have a very kind heart. If you weren't the way you are, I highly doubt that we would have been able to become very good friends. Ooh. No matter how hard Asia tried to heal, it was having no effect on Kara's infection. She probably needs more power for the healing aura to remove the kryptonite infection. Ddraig suggested and I looked at Asia's hands. Asia, we have to do it together. Huh? She looked at me without understanding. You, Kara and I, together we can do this. I placed my left hand on Asia's hands, who was quite confused. Boosted gear. Gift. Transfer all power to the healing aura of Twilight Healing. Transfer. Asia's healing aura became so powerful that it brightly illuminated the area we were in. The kryptonite infection in Kara slowly diminished, but not as fast as needed. Ugh, no, I can't anymore. Kara whispered, almost fainting. My heart almost stopped seeing her like that. No. You have to stay awake, Kara. She closed her eyes in regret. Kara. I try. He whispered to me quite weakly, opening his eyes again heavily. Just keep talking, ugh. He begged me between wails. The kryptonite had already been eliminated by about half. But Kara was finding it very difficult to stay awake and she seemed to reach the point where she couldn't hold on any longer and her eyes closed again. She can't leave like that. Come on, stay with me. The expression on his face softened. This is bad. Listen to me. I'm sorry. I pleaded as I moved closer to her, my eyes filling with tears as I tried to hold back my tears. I didn't want this to end like this. If it weren't for my feelings I wouldn't have lost my balance breaker and you wouldn't be in this situation because I would have been by your side, but I messed up, my emotions ruined everything you said. I'm brave, noble, kind, fearless and strong, but you're twice as much and. I heard his voice again like a soft whisper that calmed my emotions. When I looked up at her, Kara kept her eyes half open, her expression calmer, less pained, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she looked into my eyes with a smile. I felt like her smile filled my soul. And beautiful. I brought my face closer to his as I said that. And every time you smile at me I feel my heart burst with happiness. The intensity of Asia's healing aura began to fade, and looking at Kara's torso, I saw that there were no longer any traces of infection. Asia had done it. She managed to heal Kara. What a joy. Asia cried, very moved to see that she managed to save Kara. Kara and I looked into each other's eyes again, in a more special way than the one we had before leaving to save Asia. There wasn't much distance between our faces, we were both blushing. It was quite an intimate closeness, and we didn't mind Asia seeing us. For a second I thought I had lost her forever, and I wouldn't know what I would have done if that had happened. Kara moved her eyebrows gently and slowly brought her face closer to mine. I did the same, following my impulses and desires. I felt her hands wrap around my neck, pulling me closer to her. My hands gently took her waist, and finally, her lips overlapped mine. Our first kiss. Her lips felt so soft and the smell of her beautiful blonde hair left me quite captivated. My body entered a state where energy overflowed in an immense amount, that energy ran through every part of my body and my brain, taking control of my entire being. All I felt in my heart was joy, and the image of Yuma no, Rainer, was getting smaller and smaller until it disappeared. My kiss with Kara, although tender, lasted quite a long time. I don't know how long we were like that. I can only say that I enjoyed it quite a bit and so did she, so when we parted ways, Kara said to me with a beautiful smile and a happy expression. Being by your side, I also feel like I can keep going, no matter what lies ahead. Hearing his words made me feel totally revitalized, like I was a different person. You guys are so cloying that I feel really nauseous. The one who said those words was Rainer, she was in the air watching the romantic moment that Kara and I had shared. I should hate her, but the joy I felt thanks to Kara was so great that her appearance didn't matter to me. I looked back at Kara with a smile. Get some rest, I'll take care of her. She nodded with a smile, her cheeks still flushed. I stood up and walked towards Rainer who looked at me quite defiantly. I apologize for mistaking your sacred gear, Issei. If I knew you had that longinus in your possession, I would have killed you without blinking. She smiled maliciously. Why settle for just one sacred gear? When I can take two, and one of them is a longinus. Phew. Buddy. Ddraig spoke to me quite excitedly. You've done it again. Do you mean? Ddraig then spoke to me more excitedly. Sacred gears change and evolve, using the user's feelings as a key to open a door of infinite possibilities. Sometimes those same feelings trigger a regression that closes that door. That's what happened to you. Ddraig's smile now grew wider. And now, thanks to your Kryptonian companion. Your feelings and desires once again underwent a drastic enough change that they were able to contradict the flow of the world. That is what allowed you to recover. Ddraig paused before continuing. Balance breaker. The clouds that covered the moonlight dissipated and I was illuminated by it, as if I were blessed. Looking back at Rainer, I said. Today, seeing you again tormented me more than I could ever imagine. But that's over. You're the past I could finally cut through. My future is now brighter, and I won't allow someone like you, an angel who went Rigetto, continue tormenting others. I pointed at Rainer with my left hand. Oh. Such beautiful words, my dear Issei. It almost makes me feel bad that I'm going to kill you, almost. Rainer responded by taking the kryptonite spear back into her hands. Now, I closed my eyes feeling how that huge amount of energy continued to flow like a waterfall through every part of my body. I will become a Sekiryuutei of justice. A celestial dragon who will protect the earth like a guardian angel, accompanied by all my dear friends and companions. The energy I felt was increasing. It's time to free her and wake up. My body was enveloped in a red aura so powerful that it lit up the entire city of Kuo. This red aura took the form of my balance breaker, and then my sacred gear gave that announcement that for a time I feared I would never hear again. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Rainer's mouth fell open, unable to contain her amazement. While she was still unable to utter a word, I slammed my right fist into the palm of my left hand, allowing my aura to get a little out of control. Let's see, fallen angel Rainer. I spoke and my thrusters propelled me in a straight line towards her until I shortened all the distance between us. The speed I had was greater than the sense of perception of this fallen angel. You tried to kill me, you tried to kill Asia, and you almost killed Kara. Saying that I snatched the kryptonite spear from him, holding each end in the palms of my hands and with a loud clap, I shattered the entire spear, turning it into dust. I say dear. Rainer's eyes filled with panic and I positioned my left fist towards her face, a pleased smile forming under my helmet. Do you want to know what Batman taught me about justice? The fist of justice is unihex. 5. My left punch connected with Rainer's stomach and she spat out a bit of blood as she was sent back to the church. Rainer was buried in a fairly deep crater. Hey Ice, don't you? Kara asked worriedly as she rose into the air next to me. Of course not. I don't kill anyone. Except copies of Doomsdays. Yeah. And to the giant puppies of Apocalypse. You had to remind me. Back at the church, Kara, Asia, and I met up with Zez, Kiba, and Kaneko again. I found it strange that they hadn't appeared for a while. Eyes, what happened to you? I questioned, making the face disappear from the helmet of my armor. Well, we were defeating the priests until Kara went too far with her shockwave, leaving us unconscious and half-deaf. Zez revealed, giving Kara an annoyed look. I turned around to see Kara, and she blushed so much that she covered her face with the corner of her cloak due to embarrassment. I'm sorry, it's just I couldn't help myself. I see you got your balance breaker back. Zez cut that topic short, seeing that I was once again in balance breaker. Oh. Yeah, hahaha, while you were unconscious a lot of things happened and Issei-san and Kara-san kissed like a couple. Then Issei-san entered balance breaker. Asia exclaimed quite happily, raising her arms in excitement, and my face turned almost as red as my armor, while Kara turned almost as red as her cape. I knew you guys could do it. A familiar voice said from behind everyone's back, and when I turned around, I saw that it was Rias Gremory. Akeno Himejima was also with her. The church is in pieces. Is everyone okay? Akeno asked. President Rias, I regret the disasters caused. I am willing to take all the blame. Dibbo apologized, getting on his knees. Heaven's churches are bases for angels and fallen angels. If they find out we were here and destroyed their sacred place, we'll be in serious trouble. Rias said with a sigh. You guys don't have to worry. The damage was Kara and I's fault. The Justice League will take full responsibility. I assured Rias, clasping my hands in prayer, though it was my indirect way of telling her. Batman pays the expenses. I'm glad to hear that. Rias sighed happily, and Kaneko dragged Rainer's unconscious body over. President Rias, I have recovered the body. The body? Rias looked at Akeno with a sour face. We should wake her up, Akeno. The aforementioned generated a good amount of water with her magic. Understood, Madam President. She then poured all that water on Rainer's face, causing her to wake up. Good morning. Rias greeted Rainer. She immediately went on guard, but it would be of no use. Now there were 7 of us in total, 8 if we count Asia. I may have been defeated, but reinforcements will soon arrive. Said the fallen angel woman. They won't. Rias responded with little importance. The fallen angels Carewarna and Middled, I've already eliminated them. You lie. Rainer squealed, quite scared. Can you recognize these? Rias asked, showing Rainer 2 dark feathers that left her quite speechless, and she lowered her head to the floor. I heard these fallen angels were threatening to hurt innocent people. So I decided to pay them a not so friendly visit. After receiving them, they immediately told me that everything you did was an independent plan. Akeno continued after Rias, caressing one of her cheeks with pleasure. I don't understand what you mean by that. Akeno is extremely sadistic towards her enemies. Dibbo whispered in my ear, and when I looked at Akeno I was quite perplexed. Now I understand why when I first met her, she seemed to be pleased every time I tried to shoot her lightning at me. Hara whispered to me as she stood close to me. Before you die, I want you to be aware of who you've meddled with, fallen angel Rainer. I am Rias Gremory, the Crimson Princess of Doom. Rias said to Rainer, and a dangerous amount of crimson aura concentrated in the palm of her right hand. It's time for you to disappear. Rias said it without a hint of mercy, but before doing so, she stopped and turned around to look at me. Although it would be more poetic if the person who finishes you off is Issei, the person you tried to kill years ago and didn't. Rainer looked at me with quite a panic, and when I looked at Rias I saw an unwavering resolve, either I killed her or Rias killed her. Yeah, me being the one to kill Rainer would be pretty poetic. Will you do it? Ddraig questioned, not very convinced. Without answering my partner, I took a few steps towards Rainer, and in the palm of my left hand, I began to accumulate a large amount of dragon aura, along with the energy from my nano gears, creating a dragon shot powerful enough to erase Rainer from existence. She looked at me quite terrified. She most likely saw her life pass by when she saw the intensity of my dragon shot. That's when she started to cry very inconsolably. Dear Issei, please don't kill me. I truly love you. Please. Let's defeat these demons together and I'll be yours for life. Issei. My love. I truly still love you with all my heart. Hearing her please didn't change my feelings toward her. You don't know what it means to love someone, you only know how to manipulate others. Rainer nodded her head, still crying, then closed her eyes and simply waited for him to finish with her. Boost. The power of my dragon shot was doubled and then I nullified it, leaving the Gremory clan with their mouths open. Confused, Rainer looked up, opening her eyes again. Because? Rias asked, almost whispering her words. Ara. Akeno said, just as surprised as her king. Because I'm the damn Sekiryuutei of the Justice League. Ara and Zez smiled happily, knowing that he would do the right thing. Zez, you know what to do. I told my friend. Of course. He stood behind Rainer and using Graham's aura, formed dark crimson red aura chains that locked Rainer's wings. A second pair of aura chains formed on her wrists, and she was handcuffed with both hands behind her waist. Do you really think we'll let you walk away with this fallen angel? Rias asked, and I saw an evil glint in her eyes. No, saying he was evil was an exaggeration. Rias is not evil, she just doesn't like leaving loose ends, since she is very proud. You can try to stop us if you want, that's your right, this is your city. I said to Rias, and a knowing smile formed on my face. But before you make a hasty decision, ask yourself if you really want me, Kara and Zez as your enemies. To strengthen my point, Kara and Zez stood in front of me, Kara with her arms crossed and Zez wielding the demonic sword Graham. Rias thought about it for a few moments and then let out a rather heavy sigh. Fine, Issei, do whatever you want. But make sure she never sees that fallen angel again, or I swear on my older brother's behalf, she'll die. Deal? Rias brought her right hand towards mine. Made. I replied and we both shook hands, forming an agreement. Back at the spot where the javelin was parked, and once both vehicles were stowed inside the ship, there was only one more thing left to do. Asia, would you like to come with us? Kara asked our young new friend, who gasped. See, can I really? He asked timidly, and the three of us nodded. Asia, you are our dear friend, we are not going to abandon you, and besides, you will not be safe, since many bad people will want to take advantage of your power. Zez told him, and then I added. If you come with us, you'll meet great superheroes like Superman, Batman, Flash, and Wonder Woman. We'll all protect you like a family. You don't have to be alone anymore. Asia smiled quite excitedly. Yes. Yes, I want that. I want to continue being with Issei-san, Kara-san, and Zez-san. He exclaimed through tears of happiness. Come with me, Asia, I'll show you what Javelin is like. Kara wrapped her hands around Asia's shoulders and led her into the ship. The next to enter was Zez, who still kept Rainer handcuffed with Graham's demonic aura. Now only I was missing. It was then that the Gremory clan approached me one last time. To be honest with you, I don't want to say goodbye. Rias sighed, somewhat discouraged and with her arms crossed. I had already become fond of Issei-kun. The kendo nodded in the same way, but in a somewhat affectionate, terrifying way. Ice-kun, I hope you have a good trip and that we see each other again. Tiba said it with a smile. Issei-senpai, take care of yourself. Kaneko said it quite cheerfully. We'll see each other again, Kaneko-chan. I told her as I petted her head, making her smile. Now I said goodbye to Kiba. Next time we meet, let's have a friendly confrontation, handsome boy. Of course, I don't plan on losing. We both bumped our fists. Looking at Akeno, I felt a little nervous. Akeno-san, I hope to get to know you better next time. She smiled, quite pleased. Sounds perfect. And now finally, the farewell with Rias arrived. You know, I feel like, in another life, you would have fit right in as part of the Gremory clan. Rias said it sincerely. An honest smile formed on my face. Yeah, I think the same, Rias. But you know. I paused and she looked at me expectantly. If one day, no matter what, if you need my help, don't hesitate to ask. I'll come save you. Rias blushed and then handed me a fairly new simplified staff. And if you have a wish you want granted, don't hesitate to ask me, Ice. She just called me the same name Kara calls me. For some strange reason, the way he said it made me feel quite nostalgic. But you. I winked at her and turned around to get into the Javelin. Maybe she and I will see each other sooner than I think. Chapter 13. Attack of the Crime Syndicate. It has been almost an hour since I, Issei Hyoudou, along with Kara's Orel, Zez Zatenberg and Asia Argento left Kuo City, transporting a fallen angel prisoner, Rainer, in the process. Rainer was in a locked room inside the Javelin, chained by enough of Graham's demonic aura that made sure to keep her weak enough, that way she wouldn't be able to go anywhere. We were currently heading to the watchtower. Zez was piloting the Javelin and made sure to inform Batman that we would be transporting a supernatural prisoner. If she were a metahuman, she would most likely go to Iron Heights, but since she is a fallen angel, it is better to take her to the watchtower, remembering that she already has a scheduled appointment with Batman for interrogation. Asia had fallen asleep on the ship and Kara stood with her arms crossed, using her X-ray vision to keep an eye on Rainer in case she tried to escape, something I find unlikely considering how overpowered that fallen angel is. Relax, Kara, she's not going anywhere. I assured her with an honest smile. Well, I haven't asked what we are yet, I think we already are, although she didn't say anything, and neither did I, it's not like we've had much time to go into that subject in depth. I know he's not going anywhere, but I swear to Rao that if he even makes the slightest attempt to escape, I'll melt his wings. Kara answered me without taking her eyes off the direction where Rainer would be. After what he said, the only thing that could be heard was the ship's engine rising higher and higher into the sky. I'd love to take this moment to clear the air with Kara, but I feel like it would be awkward to do so in front of Zez. I'd rather be in a more private place when the time comes. The watchtower. Within minutes, the Javelin arrived at the watchtower. The hangar doors opened, allowing the ship to park, and as we stepped out, Batman greeted us with one of his signature glares. Upon arriving, Asia woke up, and it should be noted that she was now wearing a more casual outfit, a short-sleeved purple shirt that covered her to the waist and a short white skirt, as well as sneakers instead of boots. The first to get out were Zez, along with Rainer, who was still handcuffed. She and Batman exchanged glances. It won't take me long to question her. The Bat concluded and she glared at him. Zez gave the fallen angel a gentle push and continued leading her to the place where she would be locked up indefinitely until the Justice League knew what to do with her. Now Batman turned his attention to the new girl, Asia Argento. Hello, good morning, Mr. Batman. Asia greeted shyly with a bow. They told me about your experience. When the rest of the League returns, we'll make sure you can live a safe and peaceful life. Asia nodded happily. Thank you, Mr. Batman. He looked at Kara. Supergirl, take her to the dining room and then to a bedroom so she can rest. Kara nodded and placed both hands on Asia's shoulders, leading her to where Batman told her. So it was just him and me. So a parallel Earth? I asked Batman as we walked towards where he was going. This isn't the first time we've received unwanted visits from other parallel Earths. Batman commented as we toured the new Watchtower facility. A couple of months ago, the Justice League decided to upgrade the satellite so we could welcome more heroes in the coming years. Really? I asked with great curiosity, wanting to know more about that topic. Zoom, the second speedster Flash-faced, belonged to another Earth, one we call Earth 2, since then there have been several occasions when offenders have come to our Earth. What Batman told me left me with a lot to think about. If there are parallel Earths, then the multiverse is real, and maybe there is a universe where the entire Justice League is evil, and the villains are the good guys, or an Earth where supernatural beings don't exist, or one where I became part of Rias' Gremory clan, or one where the Nazis won the war, or one where Krypton still exists. Thinking about that last thing made me stop. If there was a parallel universe where Krypton was never destroyed, then there would be a small chance that Kara's parents would still be alive. If so, I'd like to take Kara to that Earth, maybe not her real parents or her real planet, but I think it will do her a lot of good to be there for a while, although maybe that's for another time. What's going on? You've been staring into space for too long. Batman's voice brought me out of my thoughts, and I shook my head from left to right to clear my mind. Oh, it's nothing really, I was just imagining what multiple parallel Earths would be like. The idea of seeing worlds where we make different choices is quite interesting. I wonder when I'll be able to see people from other Earths. Alert. Intruder on perimeter. Potential intruder alert. The alarm blared from each speaker, and Batman seemed to raise one of his eyebrows as he looked at me. What? What were the chances of that happening? I defended myself by shrugging as we both headed to the invaded sector of the Watchtower. I'm ready, Ddraig. I yelled as I ran alongside Batman, summoning my boosted gear, and this time I didn't need a timeout. The powerful red energy in the form of an aura completely enveloped me, forming my armor. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The sector was filled with a strong flash of red light, and it was right at that moment when Batman and I arrived at the sector where the intruders were. There were 4 of them, and curiously, there were 4 of us too, although Kara and Zez were in other sectors of the Watchtower. The intruders were a rather attractive and tall woman, wearing a black suit with gold edges. Her neckline was quite revealing, and around her neck she wore an S-shaped necklace, in addition to wearing a strange silver weapon hanging on her right shoulder. The other 3 were an adult man, an old man and a young man, each with the same black suit with parts that were gold, said parts being the wristbands, boots and the neck to the upper chest. They also wore an S-shaped symbol. You're on our property. Back off. Batman ordered them, and the woman looked at him with a frown and a rather evil smile. You're out of their league. Back off before I go there and hurt you. The woman spoke full of confidence in her own abilities. Why don't you come and try it, Super Chichona? I challenged the woman, having managed to touch a nervous tick in her. Idiot. She spat out those words, and the first to charge at me was the old man, who flew at great speed in a straight line, but I was faster and turned to my right, dodging his attack, and then I brutally rammed him against the wall on the left side, using my left arm that was emitting a lot of red aura. Boom. The old man sank into the wall after receiving my counterattack, and the other 3 advanced in a straight line to attack us. The woman went against me and the remaining men against Batman. Boon. The woman was more agile than I thought and applied a movement similar to a tackle, and I was sent against the ceiling, causing me to easily go through it, being sent directly to the Atalaya cafeteria. She's pretty strong. When he caught me with that tackle, I could feel a strong pressure on my ribs. Yes, she is very powerful. She is probably an evil version of the Amazon Queen, although I can't be sure. Along with her appeared the young man, so Batman would be dealing with the old man and the adult. Before continuing, could you at least tell me who you are? I asked as I sat down with some effort, and the woman shrugged. I am Superwoman. He is Captain Super Jr. The others you saw are Uncle Super and Captain Super. The woman now known as Superwoman said, and seeing who else appeared flying behind her with their arms crossed, I smiled quite pleased, although she couldn't notice it because of my helmet. Well, Superwoman, let me introduce you to my girl, Supergirl. Superwoman with a confused gesture turned around only to receive a powerful blow with Kara's left fist on the right side of her face. That blow made her crash brutally against the ground, and a rather deep crater was formed with her body. Captain Super Jr. tried to attack Kara with a kick, but she was faster than him. With her hand she grabbed Captain Super Jr.'s leg, and immediately afterward, she spun like a powerful super top and threw Captain SJ straight into Superwoman, who had barely gotten up, only to be knocked down by her partner's body, and both went through the ground, both falling to the lower level. Kara landed in front of me and extended her right hand, helping me to my feet, something I gladly accepted. "So I'm your girl now?" Kara asked with a flirtatious smile, raising one of her eyebrows suggestively. "Could we talk about it when there are no beings from a parallel Earth wanting to do who knows what in our watchtower?" I asked Kara while inside I turned almost as red as my armor. "It's a promise." Kara nodded and together we chased Superwoman and Captain Super Jr., who, instead of continuing to fight us, decided to fly to another part of the watchtower. "It's funny, it seems like they are looking for something in particular." Ddraig spoke loudly as Kara used her X-ray vision so we could take a shortcut. "Let's hope we find whatever they're looking for before they do." I answered him and then I remembered Asia. "Hey, what's up?" "Asia is fine, when I heard the alarm I put her to safety." Kara calmed my worries and we both stopped in the middle of the hallway leading to headquarters. Just at that moment Superwoman and Captain Super Jr. appeared in front of us. "Ready for a second beating?" Kara asked, getting into an offensive stance with both fists clenched. I also got into an offensive stance of my own, keeping my hands open so I could create two dragon shot, though I would have to be very careful or I could make the grave mistake of blowing the watchtower to pieces. Superwoman charged at Supergirl, and both women began to move at a speed that made it almost difficult for me to keep up. Boon. Both women bumped their fists against each other, causing a powerful shock wave that shook the hallway and much of the watchtower. Captain Super Jr. lunged at me with the intention of attacking me with a straight right punch. I stopped that punch with the back of my right hand, which was tightly clenched into a fist. Cracks. His blow had been strong enough to fracture the jewel on my right gauntlet. His blows are strong enough to hurt my scale mail's defense. For the next few seconds, he and I traded and blocked punches, knees, kicks, physical attacks and counterattacks, displaying great martial arts prowess throughout the fight. Ddraig took it upon himself to raise the defense of my scale mail quite a bit to better withstand the attacks I received from him, but even so, in the short time that passed, my armor had already received considerable damage, while Captain Super Jr. remained without apparent physical damage. "I need an opening." The opening came when he made a hasty movement trying to hit me with his left straight. I dodged it by ducking in time, and the HUD inside my helmet revealed to me that I could knock him out if I landed a very strong blow with one of my fists under his chin at that very moment. The fist I chose was my left one, and I clenched it so hard that the aura of my balance breaker gathered in great quantity there in that fist. "It's now Ddraig." Boost. 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 Only a second had passed, and I concentrated all that duplicated power directly into my right fist, and without giving Captain Super Jr. any time to respond, I extended my left arm towards him and completely sank my right fist under his jaw. Ah! He shuddered at the blow, and his body was sent flying against the ceiling, creating a deep crater up there. Then he fell face down to the ground, his eyes rolling back in his head. That blow was powerful enough to make him lose consciousness. One less, just missing. Superwoman crashed to the ground again, but this time she didn't get back up as that blow knocked her out. Kara took a few steps closer to me with a rather happy expression on her face. Less ice. Unlike me, she didn't look hurt at all, although the damage from my scale mail had already begun to heal thanks to Ddraig. For less. The one who said that was Batman, who arrived at this sector in the company of Zez, and both carried on their shoulders the remaining allies of Superwoman who were also defeated. The infiltrators were defeated and locked in containment cells just like Raynor. Now that that was over, it only remained to know why they attacked the watchtower in the first place. Batman took the device that Superwoman had, and the device in question led him to find a strange object that was hidden behind some giant boxes that were near the headquarters. "What's that?" Kara asked quite puzzled. "What the crime syndicate came for." Batman responded by approaching us with that small and strange object in his right hand. Inside it contained a blue sphere that emitted a strong light intensity. "What it contains is pure energy, something that cannot be destroyed without consequences." Ddraig mentioned it loudly so we could all hear him. "I find it curious that they attacked us to obtain that object. In fact, where did it come from?" Zez questioned and Batman looked thoughtful, frowning. "The other Luthor, he must have kept it here when he came." Batman deduced and proceeded to store the artifact in his bat belt. "So what's next? Should we stay here and wait for them?" Kara asked, crossing her arms. "I suggest we return the fight on his own land." I said as I expressed what I felt, earning a stern look from Batman, a nod from Kara, and a smile from Zez. "It's a bad idea if we all go. Who will protect Earth and the watchtower?" The Batman question was spot on, and a quick solution came to mind. "We're not the only defenders of the planet. And we've met some people with remarkable skills who could take care of the watchtower until we return." "Who are you thinking of?" Batman asked quite intrigued. In response to his question, I revealed a sheet containing the simplified pentagram of the Gremory clan. Kara and Zez understood my plan. Will you call Rias? To guard the watchtower until we return? Yeah. I answered both questions and focused all my thoughts on wanting her to come and help us. The pentagram emitted a strong crimson aura light, then the paper flew out of my hand, even though there was no air current, and when it fell to the ground, a magic circle of the Gremory clan appeared. A big smile formed on my face when I thought of the beautiful woman with crimson hair, but the one who appeared from the magic circle was a man with blonde hair and blue eyes. It was Issei Hyoudou. Good morning, huh? Ice-kun Supergirl, Zez and Batman. Even Kiba is confused. There must be a mistake, I wanted to summon Rias. I felt a bit cheated, although Kiba also plays the role well. This Rias Gremory had to return to the underworld due to matters related to the Gremory clan and the Phoenix clan. I offered to cover her contracts until she returns. So that's what was going on. I don't drive and I don't know the politics of the demons of the underworld, so I wouldn't know what to think about it. I just hope Rias has a good time and everything goes according to what she's hoping for. We understand, Kiba, and we're happy to see you again. Kara greeted him gently. I think the same, we can trust him. Zez said to Batman. Then I looked at Kiba to make my wish. Kiba, we're going to a parallel Earth to help our comrades. I need you to protect the watchtower until we return, can you do that? Kiba nodded with a rather happy smile and great determination. You can count on me, Ice-kun. Now I looked at Batman hoping he had figured out the mechanism behind Superwoman's dimensional travel device. The coordinates have already been pre-established. Everyone stay on guard. The Dark Knight ordered. Kara, Zez and I moved closer to him, and when he turned on the device I saw a pretty powerful white flash that made me close my eyes. My body felt quite strange, and when I opened my eyes again I was no longer in the watchtower, I was now in a large hall. In the distance, I saw a small table for two, and when I turned around, I saw a luxurious oversized bed. On the floor was a rug made from the skin of a giant feline. This wasn't just any room, it was Superwoman's private room. It seems we have arrived on Earth 6. That man said it, even giving this Earth a number. Then, he brought his left hand towards the communicators located in one of the ears of his hood. Batman, to the Justice League. For the first time in a long time, all the current members of the Justice League would finally be reunited. Chapter 14. Justice League vs. Crime Syndicate. Earth 6. The rest of the League soon gathered at Superwoman's mansion. Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Green Lantern, and this Earth's Lex Luthor were the ones who came. It's worth noting that Lex wore a lightweight black and gold suit of armor, very different from the armor worn by the Lex on Earth. Martian Manhunter John Johns wasn't physically present as he was protecting the daughter of the president of this Earth, but he was also mentally accompanying us. And now that Batman, Supergirl, Zez and I were also there, we could say the whole team was together. The greetings were quick, and Batman on the other hand simply approached Luthor bringing out his detective side. What did you hide in my satellite? I don't know what you're talking about. Luthor responded defensively, and Batman pulled out the object that Superwoman and her team tried to obtain from one of the cartridges in his Batbolt. Seeing that, Luthor gasped. It's the quantum trigger, the detonator for a bomb they're building. Without it, we could fight them off, that's why I hid it in your satellite. He explained, his gaze lowered to the ground. Luthor seemed resigned to his decision not to mention the trigger to the League beforehand. Why didn't they destroy it? Superman asked us newcomers. Ddraig told us it contains pure energy. It can't be destroyed. I said to Superman and the rest of the League who nodded in understanding. Okay, we've got it. What's next? Green Lantern asked. If the crime syndicate had it in their possession, they could use it to cause an explosion that would destroy the entire Earth. That doesn't sound good at all. Unless they don't have that bomb in their possession. We all looked at Zez when he said that, he was quite thoughtful. Yes, and if I had to think of the safest place to hide a bomb of that magnitude, I'd say it's the secret base. You have to go there, take them by surprise, defeat the syndicate, and dismantle the bomb. Flash said it with a smile. And where exactly would that secret base be? On a crime satellite. On the moon. Luthor answered my question and approached Batman. Don't let the crime syndicate get the trigger. I won't do it. Batman responded by putting the device back inside one of the cartridges on his bat belt. And now, the time has come to defeat the crime syndicate, for good. Green Lantern created a barrier around the entire Justice League along with Lex and flew into the sky, leaving the planet to go to the crime syndicate headquarters. The journey was quite slow and I was getting impatient, but I wasn't the only one. Aren't we there yet? Flash continued to ask Green Lantern. For the 15th time I repeat that no, there's not much left. Green Lantern responded quite bored with the insistence of his speedster friend. So the plan is to infiltrate their base, beat them up, disarm the bomb, and return home. Hara said this while levitating to my left. And how were we going to get in? I asked as we approached the entrance to the crime syndicate's lunar base hangar. Strong multi-frequency band decoding analyzer replicator package. Luther responded by tapping on the panel on his left armband, and I turned my gaze to my left to see Kara. What did he say? That has a sophisticated door opener. Kara answered me with a smile, and the hangar doors opened. Green Lantern continued taking us inside his energy barrier until we landed in the cargo area, then the doors closed again. Inside the hangar the barrier was no longer necessary. That was easy. Diana mentioned, and Luther led us through the corridors inside the base tracking the heat signatures. We all walked in a long straight line, then turned left, and the 9 of us arrived at a large hall where there was a huge missile that was still unfinished. There they found 3 individuals, a man resembling Batman, but wearing a grey owl suit, a Green Lantern, who instead of the traditional suit, wore dark green armor, and a Superman in a blue and gold suit, with a red and gold cape. If I had to identify them, the Owlman is Owlman, the other Green Lantern is Power Ring, and the evil-faced Superman is Ultraman. We were going to go out and look for them. Ultraman said, levitating in the air next to Power Ring, with his arms crossed. The deck is almost complete, you can surrender and hand over the quantum trigger. Owlman ordered in a voice quite similar to Batman's. You heard it, you better do what we told you or else. Said Ultraman. Nonsense, they'll never be able to complete the bomb, we beat them once, and we'll do it again. Zez responded by raising his right hand, which was holding Graham, upwards. You better give up, several of your people have already fallen, and the odds are now 9-3. I spoke after Zez took a step forward. Before anyone could say anything else, a very intense flash of reddish light formed at the entrance to the hallway, causing the entire league, along with Luther, to turn around. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. At the entrance to the hallway, to the left, there was a man in dark and gold armor, his face looked like Issei Hyoudu's, and in his hands he held the same demonic sword as Zez. To the right, there was a man in a yellow speedster suit, but instead of a mask he was wearing glasses, and in the middle of the two, there was a guy wearing the same scale mail armor as me. 6 against 8. The other Sekiryuutei spoke and a streak of red light hit Luther directly in the chest, damaging his suit and causing him to fall to the ground unconscious. Looking back at this other Sekiryuutei, I noticed that his left hand was in a firing position, but his movement was so fast that I couldn't keep track of it. Batman and Zez launched an attack combining batarangs and dark crimson aura slashes against the Sekiryuutei of this earth, but both attacks were blocked by an energy barrier from the power ring. The current 6 members of the crime syndicate approached and Superman began to spin like a top, becoming a super whirlwind, and went through the ground to get out of the barrier. He emerged outside the barrier and flew against Power Ring, giving him a good right straight with his fist. Ah! Power Ring screamed as he was stunned by the blow, then Superman grabbed Power Ring's right arm and sent him crashing into a wall. He fell, and the barrier vanished. Ultraman tried to attack Superman from behind, but he dodged because he had already seen it coming. Wonder Woman rose up next to him, and both began a fight together against Ultraman. Zez charged at the other Sekiryuutei, but halfway through, he crossed paths with Kiba, and the two clashed their demonic swords. As the 2 grams collided, a massive murderous dark crimson aura was released that sent shivers down my spine. Batman and Green Lantern tried to attack the yellow speedster, but he was faster and hit Green Lantern with a strong right hook, then he turned around at the exact moment Batman was going to kick him, and with his super speed, he again dodged him, and after doing so, he quickly approached Batman to hit him with a strong left straight. Green Lantern recovered from the blow at high speed and seeing his partner being hit by the speedster, tried to give him a hand, but at that moment Power Ring recovered and attacked John with a blast of green aura from his ring, with a treacherous attack that separated both partners, having to deal with each one with their tough battles. Green Lantern formed a protective shield that blocked the continuous attack of his opponent, then both rose into the air and at the same time fired an immense emerald beam from their rings, thus forming a brutal clash of powers. The yellow speedster continued to relentlessly hit Batman and took him with his super speed towards the support of the gigantic bomb, then he took a large metal bar to try to kill him, but just at that moment, Flash charged at him and rammed him with great force and speed. The yellow speedster rolled a great distance until he fell on his feet, and both speedsters began a battle at super speed, which caused at first glance to look as if 2 yellow lightning bolts collided with each other, while they traveled through every corner inside this gigantic room. Owlman descended to where Batman was, and the two began a hand-to-hand fight where the advantage changed with each blow they threw. Supergirl and I smiled at each other, and together we charged in a straight-line flight against the evil Sekiryuutei of this earth, who, like me, was filled with an enormous amount of aura. Ooon. Supergirl collided her left fist against the right fist of the opposing Sekiryuutei, causing a brutal shockwave that spanned a large diameter within the sector. Ah! The Sekiryuutei exclaimed in great pain, his strength overwhelmed by Kara's, and he ended up being dragged several meters back by the impact. The impact also made Kara retreat, but she was unharmed and remained in the air, and before the Sekiryuutei could react to Kara, I positioned myself behind him and grabbed the tail of his armor with my hands, and with great force I began to spin like a top, thus managing to destabilize him. Boost. 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 My power doubled 5 times, and I released the Sekiryuutei, causing it to be thrown into the air where Supergirl was. She brought her 2 fists together and hit it with enough controlled force to send it to the ground. I propelled myself straight forward as the Sekiryuutei landed on his feet, sinking quite deep into the ground. Boost. 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 He looked up and saw Kara in anger, but he didn't have time to try to attack her, as I arrived behind him, and when he turned around I hit him in the torso with a series of blows from left to right, and each blow I gave him had an additional boost of power. Boost. The last blow I gave him was an uppercut with my left punch that was so powerful that it burst the helmet of his armor. That blow sent him flying, and Supergirl finished him off with a kick. The Sekiryuutei was hit the same way a soccer player kicks a ball. Supergirl's kick sent him crashing into a wall, which he went straight through, and he continued dragging himself due to the force of the impact until he crashed into an armory where Flash continued fighting against Johnny Quick, the yellow speedster. We both entered the armory, hovering in the air waiting for the evil Sekiryuutei to stand up and watch the other fights happening in sync. Johnny Quick threw several sharp objects at Flash, and he defended himself by spinning like a powerful red whirlwind that was getting closer to him. Johnny finished throwing the objects at Flash, and the Scarlet Speedster stopped in front of him, handing him the weapon he assembled while doing those spins. Good heavens. He was surprised by Flash's skill, and while still holding that weapon, Flash punched him from left to right with his fists at a fairly high speed. In that same armory, Superman and Wonder Woman were flying in a confrontation against Ultraman, who fired his heat vision at Superman. The Man of Steel did the same, and both beams collided with each other. Yoo. Slowly, Ultraman's heat vision overcame Superman's, as his evil version did so with the intention of killing, while the Man of Steel did so with the intention of defeating him without causing collateral damage. Wonder Woman grabbed Ultraman's ankle with her lasso of truth, causing him to lose control. Superman stopped using his heat vision and took advantage of that moment to charge with great speed against Ultraman, whom he rammed with his 2 fists that impacted against the chest of his evil version. The impact sent Ultraman crashing through another wall, and their battle continued in another sector. Boost. 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 The evil Sekiryuutei stood up and doubled his power a total of 21 times and used all that power to fire a dozen highly powered Draco shots. Supergirl smiled confidently and stood in front of me and blocked each Draco shot with her closed fists as if it were a game of tennis, but with the difference that the Draco shots were reduced when they hit Supergirl's fists. He didn't stop Draco shot number 12 with his fists, he stopped that one with his hands, catching it like a goalkeeper catching a soccer ball in a penalty shootout, then he made it explode like nothing happened by putting more pressure on his hands. With all that she managed to tank, her hands were left smoking, and she moaned in pain. Looking at her, I saw that her hands had taken the impact and were now damaged, but healing. Wait a minute, how could that have hurt her? Isn't she indestructible? Those attacks from the Sekiryuutei are made of magic. Kryptonians seem to be not only vulnerable to kryptonite, but also to magic. The attacks she received were able to hurt her, although she is far from receiving the same damage as something made of kryptonite. Is that so? I had been worried about the damage Kara might have received from attacks of magical and supernatural origin, but she raised her right arm and turned her gaze slightly towards me. I'm fine, I've had worse things happen to me a few hours ago, and I'm still alive. Ah well, that's true. Now that I see it, her knuckles had already started to heal, despite the damage from the magical effect of the attacks she had received. Magic a Sekiryuutei with those abilities on the side of the crime syndicate can really be dangerous, not to mention that they also have Zaz. At that moment 2 dark crimson red trails arrived at this armory. My body shook quite a bit as there was an insane amount of desire to kill dragons in those wakes. They were the 2 bearers of the same demonic sword, Zez and the Kibba of this earth. The 2 were engaged in a drawn-out sword duel. The dark crimson trails ran throughout the armory, eventually leading to the hole Superman had made in Ultraman's body. Suddenly Supergirl grimaced and turned around. Luthor needs my help to destroy the bomb, can you hold out a little against your evil version? He asked me with a sign of his fingers and flew back to the sector where the bomb was, in the place where the computers were. I saw Luthor, who had already recovered from the attack. I also saw Batman continuing to engage Owlman in endless hand-to-hand combat that was carried out using different types of martial arts designed to break bones and break the desire to fight. Green Lantern also continued to battle against Power Ring, this time gaining the upper hand against its evil version. Behind you, partner. Ddraig warned me and I turned around just in time to block the Sekiryuutei's left punch with my right hand. Now that your girlfriend isn't around to help you, I'll be able to send you to purgatory without much trouble. His comment made me laugh quite a bit. Is that a joke? Because as far as I know. Boost. 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 My aura increased a lot. The Justice League is crushing the crime syndicate. I loosened my grip on his fist, catching him off guard, and before he could react, I began punching him with both of my fists in a left, right, block. Left, right, left motion. The last blow I gave him forced him to separate from me as he was moderately stunned, but he managed to quickly recover from his stun and tried to hit me with a direct blow from his left fist towards my face. I stepped back, but that punch turned out to be a feint, since his true intention was to hit me with a 360-degree kick powered by his own boost, but before receiving that attack, I ducked enough to dodge it. My boosters propelled me a little against him, and I attacked him with a right punch which he successfully blocked using his left arm to cushion my blow, and counterattacked with a very quick attack attempt by extending his right arm forward with his aura-filled fist. His blow barely managed to graze the aura emitted by my armor, since I had successfully dodged it again, and before he made another attack, I threw 2 kicks with my right foot. The first was blocked by his right arm, but the second managed to hit the upper part of his chest, and immediately I proceeded to do a 360-degree turn, managing to give him a flying kick that hit him right in the head, and the Sekiryuutei of this earth was sent straight to the ground, being dragged for a good stretch before he could recover. He remained on the ground for a while. On the mouth of the helmet of his armor that was rebuilt, there was a trail of blood that came directly from his lip. He cleaned the blood from his helmet with his left thumb and grunted, quite annoyed by what had happened. But he was more upset by the fact that I didn't attack him again. Don't underestimate me. He said maliciously and charged his scale mail with quite a bit of power. Boost. 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 He doubled his power a total of 35 times. He then used all that duplicated power to create 24 highly powered Draco shots and sent them at me at the same time simply by raising his arms forward. Before these Draco shots could reach me, I moved away from the impact zone by quickly flying to the right side of the armory, sending a good amount of power to my boosters. It was at that moment that I realized my mistake. These Draco shots were not limited to being thrown like bullets, they had changed their direction as if they were homing missiles, so it was impossible for me to try to dodge them by simply flying to another part of the armory. Maybe I should do the same as Kara and beat the hell out of them. She was able to do so because her Kryptonian physiology allows it. In your case, that would be a mistake. I've measured the power of these Draco shots and they're stronger than yours. You'll take a lot of damage if you're hit. Stronger than mine. That's right, my friend. You surpass the Sekiryuutei in physical strength, speed, and hand-to-hand combat. However, he surpasses you in magical abilities and firepower. A genius in the use of magical powers. You will lose a lot of energy if you counterattack them with your dragon shot. In that case, I hope Zez will give me a hand. At that moment, a dark crimson-red trail of light passed by me and with quick movements, cut through the 24 Draco shots of the enemy Sekiryuutei, each Draco shot exploding with its power considerably reduced by that dangerous aura. Damned enemy wielder of the demonic sword Gram. I cursed the Sekiryuutei, who had a better affinity than me in using Draco shots, and before he could create another dozen ranged attacks, I quickly flew straight towards him and slammed my right fist straight into his face, successfully shattering the helmet of his armor. My blow was strong enough to send him flying out of the armory, and he landed very close to the crime syndicate's incomplete bomb. After that last blow, as he stood up again, he started to back away as if he no longer wanted to exchange blows with me. What's wrong? Why aren't you coming closer? Are you afraid of me? I asked the evil Seki, walking slowly toward his position. He stopped backing away and looked at me rather angrily, a hint of fear in his eyes. I, who am about to wake up. The evil Seki chanted and his red aura began to darken considerably. The power he emanated had also begun to increase considerably and on a large scale. Supergirl, who was nearby, took advantage of the fact that this Sekiryuutei was off guard and hit him with a tremendous punch with her left hand. That blow knocked the Sekiryuutei to the ground and was strong enough to knock him out. "You were about to wake up." Supergirl corrected him with a wink and a frown with the fingers of the hand she knocked him out with. "And the deck?" I asked Kara, who pointed towards the almost completely dismantled bomb, and then the Lex Luthor of this Earth approached with a rather calm expression. "It's done, there is no longer a deck." But that, he smiled the same way my Earth's Lex Luthor would, which I found a bit uncomfortable to see. Almost at the same time, Ultraman's body crashed through another wall and fell to the ground near where Supergirl, Lex, and I were standing. Ultraman stood back up with a very annoyed expression, and when he saw the current state of the bomb he worked on, his face was priceless. Then, from the top, Owlman fell unconscious. Batman defeated him. Green Lantern was the next to appear. With his ring he had created a barrier in which Power Ring was located, who was also defeated. Flash and Zez were the next to appear, with their respective enemies also defeated. Flash didn't look too bad, but Zez was clearly showing the physical wear and tear he suffered from using Gram to its full potential for quite some time. Both Johnny Quick and the evil Kibba were carried like sacks on my companion's shoulders. The only one from the crime syndicate who remained undefeated was Ultraman, and he was now more furious than before. His plans fell apart. "If you think I'm going to be subdued by you're very wrong, you're not strong enough to." From the deck stand to the left of Ultraman, the missing member of the Justice League, John Johns the Martian Manhunter, appeared. He looked at Ultraman with his arms crossed and spoke to him in a voice full of severity. "We are much stronger." Ultraman looked at him in disbelief, and Superman, with a smile on his face, approached his Martian friend levitating in the air. "Did you bring the cavalry?" "I brought the Marines." John responded by lowering his arms and looking up at the top of the roof of the sector. He saw several people in astronaut suits descend from above. They used rocket packs and landed in front of Ultraman and the rest of the crime syndicates, who began to regain consciousness. From the armory, where several battles had taken place, more soldiers and a heavily armored tank-shaped shuttle appeared. The president wasn't pleased with the attack on his daughter. "There are nuclear weapons on the shuttle." John warned Ultraman, and I could feel some satisfaction in John's voice. "I brought enough for everyone," said the person on the shuttle whose face was Ddraig. "Wait a second, is he the..." "True, this is a parallel Earth." Ultraman thought carefully. He was surrounded by the Justice League and nuclear weapons. This was a full-blown checkmate. Ultraman accepted his defeat and raised his hands, the rest of the crime syndicate following his example. The Justice League was victorious. Back on Earth from this planet, my companions gathered in the courtyard of President Ddraig's White House to receive his thanks. Lex Luthor was also present here, and John was with the president's daughter talking privately. I was still wearing my balance breaker, except now I was no longer wearing the face of my helmet. "I don't know how to thank you for giving us back our world. I've ordered the National Guard to support the law enforcement officers. We've surrounded the bad guys everywhere." As the president said that, I looked back at the place where John and the president's daughter were, and thanks to my balance breaker, I was able to hear the farewell these two shared from this distance. They both stood facing each other holding hands like a romantic couple. "I don't want you to go," the woman begged. "I don't want to leave either. But, I don't belong here." You could belong here." Upon hearing this, I decided to join them to help these two lovers. Truth be told, I wouldn't want him to stay. The League needs him, but when it comes to love, I think things change. I know that from my own experience. "Oh, come on, John. If you want to keep her, do it. You're a Martian man, aren't you? Be a Martian man and don't act like a fool." The loving couple gave me their attention. "That," he said without understanding me, or pretending not to understand me since he can surely read my mind. "Dude, this is what we fight about." Saying that, I turned around to look at Kara, who was with the rest of the League, listening to what the president was continuing to say, and then I looked back at John with greater motivation. "If you love her, stay." John thought for a moment and looked at President Ddraig's daughter. "It still seems strange to me that he is president. I already lost one home and I promised that I would protect my new home." John apologized, and she looked at him, nodding. The girl did understand. "So, that's how we say goodbye." She wrapped her arms around John's neck, brought her face close to his, and kissed him. John reciprocated by wrapping both arms around her waist. The couple stayed like that for a few seconds, until John broke the kiss and slowly moved away from her, who hesitated to let him go. In the end he decided to do so, and John continued on his way with me, as we both headed towards our other companions. "Don't worry, maybe there's another one like her on our Earth. With my luck, she would be evil." John answered me and looked back one last time. Oh, believe me, I understand. Before coming to this earth, I said goodbye to a fallen angel ex-girlfriend who tried to kill me 4 years ago, up until a few hours ago. I guess you can't always be lucky with the ladies. And my young friend says so. The red dragon who won the heart of a Supergirl. My eyes went wide and I stopped dead in my tracks. He seemed to smile and continued on his way. Ahahahahaha. And watch out, buddy, your cousin will have heard you because he has super hearing. Suddenly I felt soft, super strong arms surround my left arm and drag me at speeds beyond my perception, and I was taken to another location in the courtyard of President Ddraig's White House. When the world stopped spinning I saw Kara smiling at me in a flirtatious way. Well, Ice, the villains were defeated and there is no watchtower in danger. I am ready to continue our conversation. Well, we're still on another Earth and… What are you saying? Aren't you a man? Where is my brave companion? The one who had the courage to look Darkseid in the eyes without blinking. Hearing Ddraig's words made me blush quite a bit, but I was able to control myself. I have to do it. There's no turning back. I swallowed a little saliva, took a deep breath and spoke to him from my heart. Kara, ever since you fell from the sky, I knew you'd be someone very special to me. And even though I know you're so much stronger than me, I want to protect you. You're the most beautiful, brave, fearless, kind, and noble girl I've ever met, and I've really been in love with you for a while now, and… Kara silenced me with a kiss that lasted a little longer than the first. I felt her hands around my neck, mine went to her waist, the gloves of my armor were removed when I took her. His lips were so soft and I felt like I could stay this way, forever. Kara separated her lips from mine, but continued to maintain a fairly intimate closeness. Her smile was flirtatious and shy at the same time, with a blush that became a little more noticeable. Ice, I've liked you for a while too, that's why it's sometimes hard for me to contain my strength when I have you around. I love that you are direct, honest, the fact that you love helping others, I like you with all your virtues and defects. So are you my girlfriend now? Kara nodded, still smiling, and this time I was the one who took the initiative to kiss her. She reciprocated, and the two of us stayed like that for a while, ignoring the fact that we were being watched by each and every member of the Justice League, who smiled from where they were. Chapter 15. Gremory's Problems. Manhattan, New York. May 22, 2017, 8:15 p.m. The weather tonight was quite warm and pleasant here in the city that never sleeps. I, Issei Hyoudou, was in the company of my girlfriend, Kara Zor-El, or Kara Danvers, since we were on a date and she was wearing her glasses to keep her identity a secret in case anyone else showed up. Kara was wearing a beautiful pink summer dress and heels, I was wearing a red hoodie and dark jeans with sneakers. Our first date was in Central Park. At this time of night there were a lot of people. Kara took my left arm in her arms and led me into the park. Was it here? Ice. She asked me when we stopped and she admired every detail of the beautiful park. Yes, you could say this is where it all started. Professor Fallen Angel was about to kill me, but Ddraig helped me. He activated the dormant nano gears inside me and forced an incomplete balance breaker upon me. I was completely inexperienced back then and I was able to manage. Oh yeah? Well, it seems we have some strange experiences when it comes to city parks, since in my case I was kidnapped against my will. And in both cases he had been stabbed. Kara frowned as she remembered that moment she had with Zez. I wanted to use my heat vision so badly when Zez attacked you. We both stayed silent for a few seconds and then laughed out loud. After the laughter we fell silent. Kara admired the lagoon in Central Park, in which the reflection of several lapachos could be seen due to the time of year we were in. When I saw Kara's face again, I noticed that she was very thoughtful. What's going on? I decided to ask him. I just remembered one of the many fun moments I shared with my Aunt Astra. There was a time when I was near a beautiful lake with her, although it doesn't compare to the feeling I get from being here with you. Kara answered me by looking at me with a somewhat blushing smile. There's one more place I want to take you. His face was illuminated by the moonlight and his smile became more curious and childlike. We went to the aquarium, the arcade, the movies, lunch, and now to this park. Kara's face grew more flirtatious with every word she spoke to me. Where else do you want to take me now, Ice? You'll see. I answered her and took her to the place where the Empire State Building was located. Upon arriving, Kara took off her glasses, picked me up in her arms, and flew a little too fast to the top of the building. We both sat near the transmission antenna, held hands, and admired the rest of the buildings in the city. The wind blew harder and gently pushed Kara's beautiful blonde hair. It was truly a spectacular sight and having our hands together, we intertwined our fingers and sat down. From here I can see my apartment, the house where you live with your parents, and the cat company building all at the same time. Kara was very enchanted with the view, although I didn't expect the last thing she mentioned. Cat company? Is something wrong with that building? When I asked that question, Kara blushed a little more and looked at me shyly. I want to work for Cat Grant next month, since I'm going to be living on Earth, I thought I'd test how cool it would be to have a job similar to Cal's. Ugh, be careful with a journalist's salary. I joked and she gently punched me on the left arm with her right fist. And be careful with the salary Batman gives you, you never know if that counts as part of a secret plan to stop you. Kara said it quite humorously and then leaned in close, pulling me a little closer. She was expecting a kiss. I could see it in her eyes. Kara slid her hands around my neck and sat on my lap, my hands acted automatically and went to her waist, and then, the moment we closed our eyes, she and I kissed. Every time we kissed, our kiss lasted longer than the last. I felt the need to let myself go, and my body temperature rose, as Kara leaned quite a bit on me, and I could feel her body behind the fabric of her dress, her breasts pressing more and more against my chest. I squeezed her waist a little and felt my hands moving up her torso, and just when I was going to grab her breasts with the passion escalating with every second, Kara broke our kiss. I could feel her breathing crossing with mine, and she looked at me blushing, but also a little annoyed. There's a robbery 2 blocks from here, we have to act. Huh? Oh, she heard that with her super hearing, and that's why she feels upset. Oh, I see. Well, I'd better. Not even a second passed and Kara had already completely changed, now dressed in her Supergirl costume. Let's get this over with quickly and go get some ice cream before we come back here. Kara asked me, already levitating in the air. Of course, let's do that. I nodded as I stood up, my boosted gear activated, and I jumped off the top of the Empire State Building with Kara descending behind me. Whenever you want, Ddraig. My body was enveloped in a powerful red aura. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The aura took the form of my scale mail armor, and thanks to my thrusters, I began a straight flight with Kara to go stop the assailants who had the misfortune of daring to interrupt my first date with Kara, although stopping criminals can be a very good addition to our list of activities. Brooklyn, Nueva York. After stopping the criminals, getting some ice cream, and returning to the Empire State Building to stargaze with Kara, it was time for me to go home. My parents already knew about my date with Kara Danvers, although they hadn't met her yet. It's worth saying that all this time they've been asking me about her and when she could come to dinner at our house. They're dying to meet her, but with all the Justice League activities and our romantic moments, we didn't have enough time for that. Plus, every time I thought about introducing her to my parents, I had a bad feeling. When I got home, I climbed through my bedroom window and deactivated my balance breaker, stretched my arms a bit and sat down on my bed mattress. I felt so happy that I could hardly contain the emotion of shouting with joy. Ah, it feels so good to be in love, Ddraig. I'm happy for you, mate. What's up, Ddraig? Looks like someone is coming to see you. It happened at that moment, on the floor of my room, in front of me, the Gremory clan's teleportation magic circle was formed. My room, which was dark, lit up with a bright crimson light, and the person who appeared was Rias Gremory. Her eyes held a strong determination, though they looked very gloomy. Rias? It's been a long time. I couldn't help but smile when I saw her again. What's up? Is there something you need from the Justice League? It's nothing like that. Rias said it with a slightly loud voice, walked towards me, with her left hand she grabbed my right wrist and hastily threw herself at me. What the buck? She sat on my lap a little clumsily and somewhat desperately and guided my right hand to her left breast, and it was inevitable that I squeezed it with great pleasure. My eyes widened and I stifled a scream that must have been quite loud. Rias laid me back on my bed and, with a rather red face, said, "Issei, hold me tight." Rias exclaimed as she settled herself better on top of me. "ARB, but I'm with Issei, this is very urgent, I need your help. Take my virginity." BHHH. Oh, no, mate. If your girlfriend finds out. Ddraig and I had the same image in mind, one where Kara appeared quite angry with her eyes shining with an intense crimson light. Oh no, how did I end up in this situation? Rias got up from my bed and very determined with this, she took off her skirt, her stockings, I could see that she was wearing white panties, and the next thing she took off was her college dress shirt, revealing a tight white bra, and her majestic and voluptuous body that had impressive curves, her long legs, her breasts were enormous and very impressive. The impact she generated in me was heavenly. My mouth hung open and I blushed quite hard. No. I can't ask Kara for help anymore. If she sees this scene, I'm a dead man. And if Kara isn't the one who kills me. The image of Superman with his arms crossed and an angry look now filled my thoughts, and I felt like I was about to have a panic attack. I'm not just terrified, I'm also confused. Rias, why are you asking me to? Issei, am I not good enough for you? No. Of course not. Of course you are. Mate, you're dead. Why did you tell him that? I've thought of all sorts of things, but this is the only method. Method to achieve what I can't see what your real motives are. If there's proof, then you can't complain about it. The only person close to me who's capable of doing it with me is you. Me? I don't know what's going on, but it seems I was chosen by Rias to have Hex with. If I were single, I'd feel honored, but the thing is, I already have someone I love, and I have no desire to be unfaithful to that person, even if Rias were right there in front of me. Hyoudou wouldn't do it. He's a knight. He'd reject me immediately. That's why, Issei, you're the only one I can ask this to. Kiba. Ria's only options were me and her servant Kiba. This makes no sense. I'm not even part of her peerage. There are things you don't know yet, but you seem to have potential. Rias touched my cheeks with her fingers. I felt stiff, with a mysterious strength running through my entire body. You're the only one who would do it as soon as I ask and without complaining. At that moment, I was lying on my bed, propped up by my elbows, and before I could think clearly, Rias was on top of me again. I heard the sound of her bra hook and then she took it off, revealing her enormous breasts, and I couldn't stop staring. It was like they were whispering things to me, motivating me to keep going. Is this your first time, Issei? Or have you had experience with Kara Zor-El before? We've kissed several times, but I haven't done it with her yet. Rias captured my right hand again and placed it on top of her left breast. I could feel a very soft and elastic sensation between my 5 fingers. Don't you realize? Rias whispered to me in a very charming voice. I'm nervous too, you can feel my heartbeat, right? Is she nervous? She, with whom I've only had 4 interactions at most, is nervous. This is wrong, it's nice, but it's wrong. Suddenly Rias started taking off my clothes, this demon girl started stripping me. Rias, I'm really not capable of doing this to you, I can't do this to Kara. It's her I want. You and I only just met last week, no, it's right to do this. Are you trying to embarrass me? Ria's face moved closer to mine and she cupped my face with both of her hands. At that moment, I could see in her eyes that something wasn't right with her. She was so desperate and determined to continue this that she simply stopped reasoning and decided to act. What led you to this? Pant. Suddenly, a silver glow filled my room and Rias let out a sigh, any desire to have Hex with me gone. It seems that everything is ruined. The symbols on the magic circle were from the Gremory clan, though the color was different. The person who appeared was a beautiful woman with silver hair, her clothes those of a maid. Is she a servant? She looked at Rias and then looked at me. Are you trying to break the agreement by doing something like this? The maid said it as if she were scolding a little girl. If I didn't do this, my parents and my older brother wouldn't listen to me. Both Sekiryuutei and the master would be sad after knowing that you tried to give your virginity to a mere human like this. Master? Sekiryuutei. Are you referring to Ria's father and older brother? Honestly, I'm surprised by what's happening right now, though I find it somewhat insulting how they referred to me as a human when I'm actually a metahuman. My virginity belongs to me. What's wrong with me deciding who to give it to? And I can't allow you to call my friend, Sekiryuutei Issei Hyoudou of the Justice League, a mere human. Rias. My secret identity, damn it. Sekiryuutei, wait. Is this person? This woman's attitude changed radically and she was now filled with surprise. This woman, who had presented herself as cold, was now deeply surprised. Hello, yes, I'm the Sekiryuutei and I like to keep my identity a secret, Rias. Rias felt a little sorry and looked down at the ground. You are the owner of the boosted gear, the being possessed by the Dragon Emperor. I had no idea you were so involved with one of humanity's champions. I think she's misinterpreting my relationship with Rias because of Ria's own actions. Hey Miss M. My name is Grafia, I am a servant of the House of Gremory. It is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, so her name is Grafia. I received a respectful greeting from her after Rias openly told her that she was the Sekiryuutei. Grafia, I just want to clarify that this is perhaps a misunderstanding. Rias and I are just friends and… Mate, you better shut up and don't say anything. Okay. And that brings me to you. Grafia looked back at Rias. You are the next heir to the Gremory clan, so you should not show your skin to a man, even if he is the legendary Red Dragon, even more so in the current situation you find yourself in. Grafia put the bra on Rias and then dressed her in her college shirt that was still open. Suddenly, something seemed to catch Grafia's attention and she walked over to my desk and took the frame where there was a picture of me and Kara smiling at each other happily. Mr. Issei, I see that you seem to have someone special, are you perhaps disloyal? Of course not. I take full responsibility for trying to seduce him by force. I was really desperate. Issei refused no matter how hard I tried. I feel so jealous of Supergirl right now. The moment Rias mentioned Kara as Supergirl, I smacked my face with the palms of my hands again. Goodbye, secret identities. You have to be very brave or very stupid to try to do this to someone who is involved with a Kryptonian. Grafia, did you come here of your own free will, or did your family send you here? Or was it my older brother? Rias tried to quickly change the subject. All of them. Is that so? You, who are my older brother's queen, came to the human world personally. So, it can only be because of that. I understand. Queen? What? I don't understand what you're talking about. Suddenly, Rias gave me a loving kiss on my left cheek. Issei, I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble with this kiss. Don't worry too much and forget everything that happened today. Both women said their goodbyes as they entered a teleportation magic circle, and then once again, I was left alone in my room. The Watchtower. The next morning. Zez and I met in the halls of the Watchtower, and fearing that Superman or Supergirl were around, I told him everything that had happened to me through WhatsApp messages. What was supposed to be a pleasant evening after having the best date in the world ended up being a sensual nightmare where I almost fell victim to a sensual Rias Gremory, for reasons that to this day I still don't understand. As I walked with him, I rubbed my eyes, feeling very tired. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. I couldn't stop thinking about Kara, Rias, Grafia, and the countless things that could have happened. Dude, you really want to die? Zez said this regretfully, patting my sword as we walked. Why didn't you press the watch Kara gave you? You could have alerted her that something was happening and she would have come to your rescue in a flash. And how do you think it would have ended? Hey, I want Kara to make the first time she meets my parents special. It would be pretty bad if they met her in the middle of a battle with a fallen angel disintegrating demon. Zez placed his right thumb against his lips, thoughtful about what I told him. From that perspective, it makes sense. But now you have a bigger problem. Kara will know something is going on with you, and one way or another, she'll find out that you almost had Hex with Rias Gremory right after having a long date with her. What Issei did what? Zez and I stopped in our tracks at that exclamation and turned around, sighing in relief that it was Barry Allen. The three of us headed to the cafeteria, sat at a table for three, and told the Scarlet Speedster everything that had happened. You'll have to tell Kara before she finds out on her own, and in my experience, the latter is. Barry made the finger on the next sign. Just remember what happened between John and Shayera. Zez nodded with his arms crossed. Okay, but if something bad happens, you better go back in time, Barry. I warned my friend, and with determined steps I got up from my seat to go look for Kara, but when I was about to leave the cafeteria, I just ran into her, who was smiling very happily. Good morning, Ice. Kara approached me with a fairly quick step, greeting me with a kiss on the cheek and a warm hug that made my back crack a little, although the surprise of seeing her so suddenly was enough to make me not mind that pressure. How are you? I hope you had a wonderful day. The sweet and gentle way Kara spoke to me was more than enough to calm my initial fears. It's as if Kara were a natural sedative for me. Hello, good morning, Kara. I responded to her greeting and Kara moved away from me a little, looking me straight in the eyes, then she placed one of her hands on my cheek and asked me. What's wrong, Ice? Why are you acting different? Are you okay? Oh God, she realized something was wrong. And you expected me not to? Ddraig asked in a mocking tone. Hey, we need to talk. I asked Kara and turned around to look at Barry and Zez, who nodded in the distance with both of them giving the thumbs up. That's the way my friends used to say, good luck. To me. I looked back at Kara. But let it be in private. Sure, no problem, we can go wherever you want. Kara responded by stepping back a little, then turned to me and took my left hand in her right. That way I took her to the Watchtower hangar, where several javelins were parked. As we separated our hands, she stood in front of me and with her left hand began to gently caress my right cheek. What's wrong? Is there something you want to tell me? She asked again and reached out with her right hand to take my left again, her eyes looking fondly into mine. Okay, it's time to do it, you have to be honest, Kara will understand that I didn't do anything wrong. You know, yesterday felt like it was the best day of my life, I had so much fun spending that whole day with you. What I said was true, and as I said that I smiled at him fondly. I'm so glad to hear that, because I feel the same way. By Rao, I really had a lot of fun with you, and I'm so happy to be with you. Kara held my hand a little tighter, pressing the back of my hand with her fingers. Something happened last night when I was going to sleep. The way I said it made the smile on her face go out and she went completely still. What did it mean? What happened last night? Ddraig, give me strength, please. Calm down, I'm here with you, just keep going. Rias appeared in my room and desperately asked me to have Hex with her. His right hand started to twitch against my left hand. That's all she said to me. I felt the tension in her body and the shock in her eyes. Ugh, his grip is already starting to hurt me. It was the same reaction I had with her, it was so sudden, ugh, I'm terrified to know what could have happened, but before you think badly. We didn't have anything, luckily. I feel like any moment she'll rip my left hand off. Before I could complain, she removed her hand from mine and turned away. I carefully began to blow a little air towards my left hand, which had become almost as red as my armor. Still, at this point my priority wasn't my hand, it was Kara, and I was very worried that she was still on her back. Thanks for telling me that. I didn't want anything to happen between you and Rias. Is she okay? Kara asked, turning to me, staring me straight in the eyes. He's talking to me, that's good, I think. See? Everything will be fine, keep it up. Following Ddraig's advice, I continued talking without holding anything back. That's what I don't understand, she really was desperate to do it with me, as if it were the only way to escape from something. Remembering that, I became quite thoughtful. Kara, you know that I only knew Rias for an extremely short period of time, in fact, we barely spoke to each other, what? 2 or 4 times. We are barely friends, in fact, I would say we are more acquaintances than friends, and I didn't have time to find out what led her to that, since a maid from the Gremory clan appeared to give her some kind of scolding. Kara looked in another direction, thinking hard about what I just told her, having an expression that reflected several feelings. So you have no idea what could have happened or why Rias decided to appear in your room before you went to sleep? As I asked myself that question, I felt his left hand against my cheek again, and his touch was once again quite stimulating. Well, it's not like I want to see her after almost being a victim of her. I was going to highlight all the sensuality of Ria's body, but I quickly realized that would have been the death of me, so I quickly shook my head to get all those thoughts out of my mind. Kara, I don't know what to think or say about what almost happened. She stopped cupping my cheeks and placed both hands on my shoulders, pressing on some pressure points that calmed me down. I think she used her X-ray vision to do that. The only thing I could think of was whether the two of you had a secret relationship or something. But you told me you were just barely friends, and your heartbeat confirms it, so it's really strange what happened. The good thing about having a Kryptonian girlfriend is that she knows I'm not lying. What should we do? Do we let it go or look for answers? I think it's best to listen to what Rias has to say. Kara replied in a rather calm voice. He took a moment to think things through, and when he came to the conclusions of his thoughts, he looked me in the eyes again. I'll go talk to Rias, personally. Wait a minute, Kara, you're not thinking about. I made the finger sign on the neck. Rias, right. No, that's not what I meant. Kara assured me with a giggle. Although it's tempting to do that. For a second she was speechless as she said this, and then she looked away, embarrassed and ashamed. All I want to do is talk to Rias, hear her out, and see what she has to say. I don't want to do anything without knowing what's going on first, Ice. That was her way of telling me. I'll see Rias, and if I don't like what she says I'll melt her. In my mind flashed an image of Kara using her heat vision to melt a little doll in Rias' guise. I'll go with you, just to keep you from killing anyone. Kara rolled her eyes at my words. I don't mean to hurt anyone, that's not really my thing. Even though Kara said that, just by looking at her, I could feel that, to her, Rias was already an opponent, a rival, that was what I could understand from her body language. We're going to go talk to her and listen to what she has to say, but I don't want her to feel attacked. After Kara told me that, we both headed to the Watchtower sector where the teleporter was located. I marked the coordinates of the old Kuo Academy building, and together we teleported to that location. Former Kuo Academy building. Arriving at the old Kuo Academy building, where the Gremory clan usually resides, Kara took a moment to breathe and then walked towards the door of the building, and instead of knocking, she simply grabbed the handle and with a little force, opened it without delicacy. She was getting nervous, the idea of having to face Rias seemed to be very fresh in her thoughts. It feels good to know how much she appreciates me for getting to this point. Once inside the old building, we realized it was completely empty. It was very strange, there wasn't a single person there, it almost looked like an old haunted house. We both walked together through the hallways inside the building, in the distance I saw a door covered with danger and caution tape. I wonder what's in that room. What do we do? Kara grabbed my left hand again, but very gently as she looked up and down the building. Ice, let's wait a moment to see if he comes back to his office. Yes, let's do that. I agreed and together we headed towards Ria's office. Upon arriving there, Kara began using her X-ray vision to search for any possible clues about Rias. It was then that she found a secret room inside the office. We both walked into that room and what was in there was a pretty cozy bed and a wardrobe. Don't tell me that. A smile formed on my face. Are you telling me she literally lives in this building? As I asked that question, Kara smiled at me fondly and placed her left hand against my right cheek again. As usual, every touch she gives me is quite stimulating. Her work is her life, you could say the same is true for us, but unlike her, we have a normal life outside of work, wherever she goes, she must always be Ria's Gremory. After giving me that possible explanation, Kara was silent for a brief moment. Again she became thoughtful. It seems she's not there, what do you think we can do to find her? Kara asked me and I just shrugged, taking in every detail of this tiny room. You'd think a princess would prefer a more. My eyes caught a bright object pointing straight towards Ria's bed. Kara, what is it? I asked as I pointed at the object I saw, and Kara used her superhuman vision to see what I couldn't see. She frowned at what it was. They are micro cameras. Kara carefully took the micro camera with her fingers, and as she did so, a teleportation magic circle appeared in Ria's room. Is it Ria's? Yes, it seemed to be Ria's, because what was coming out of the magic circle was a very deep crimson hair, but in a way, it was different from Ria's crimson. Shoulder-length crimson hair, blue eyes like Ria's, but it wasn't her, she wasn't even a woman, it was a man with an apparent age of 24 years old, his face was too handsome, and his expression seemed a little serious. What are you two doing in my dearest little sister's bedroom? The way he said those words seemed anything but friendly. Little sister? I see, so he was the famous Lord Serziches I heard about last night, Ria's older brother. Chapter 16. The Demon's Rules of Engagement. Former Kuo Academy Building. May 23, 2017, 9:30 p.m. Kara and I were surprised by the appearance of Ria's older brother. The aura and presence this man possesses, haven't felt anything so overwhelming since that encounter I had with Darkseid. Well? He asked again, but I couldn't really tell him anything. He was giving me the creeps. And for starters, why did he show up just as Kara found a micro camera? Unless no, he planted those cameras. Excuse me for intruding, sir. Serziches, young lady. He answered Kara with calm authority. Mr. Serziches. I am Kara's Orel, Supergirl, and this is Issei Hyoudou, my boyfriend. Kara, who wasn't as nervous as I was, introduced us both, taking a step to stand in front of me, standing behind her, having a man like Serziches in front of her, was very reassuring. I could be safe behind my dear girlfriend's cloak in case this goes wrong. Now I understand why Flash always hides behind Superman. Mr. Serziches calmed down a bit and then looked at me. Rafia told me about you, you are the current Sekiryuutei. I should have known the Gremory housemaid would tell him. Lord Serziches then gave a slight bow. I apologize for the trouble my dear little sister caused. She wanted to give up her virginity to you so that it could annul the arranged marriage she's having with her fiancé. Ddraig, Kara and I said that at the same time. Let's see if I understood. Ria's Gremory insisted that he take her virginity, her first time, so that their arranged marriage would be annulled. Now I understand what he meant when he said Kibba wouldn't accept. But why did you think I would accept? Oh right, I've never told you that. What's that? What's that you never told me, Ddraig? You are the possessor of a dragon. It is inevitable that women will be attracted to you. All my past vessels have been surrounded by many people of the opposite hex. There were even some of them who slept with different women every night. Seriously? But if that's the case, then why hasn't anything happened in the last 3 years? Buddy, did you forget that all the young women in your town are in love with their superhero Red Dragon Emperor? Oh well. Well, we mustn't forget that you have very demanding tastes, although things would surely have been different if you had known the Gremory clan before the Justice League. The Queen of the Amazons is attracted to the Dark Knight, obviously she wasn't going to fall for it. So you're telling me that, Kara? Yes and no. Come on, explain it to me. When she first saw you, your power tried to pull her in, but the heat vision she shot at you broke that temptation. In other words, Kryptonians are immune. So she doesn't. He genuinely fell in love with you. So congratulations, mate, you're one of my few hosts who's gotten a woman without me. Few? Were there others? Yes, but let's leave this for another time. You are facing an immensely powerful being, be careful. That's not fair at all to whoever is supposed to marry her. Kara exclaimed annoyed. Can you give me some context, Ddraig? Your Kryptonian girlfriend was upset by the fact that this super demon's younger sister tried to have sex with you just to destroy the marriage that was agreed upon for her with this other high-class demon. She finds it disrespectful to her fiancé. What is an arranged marriage? I asked curiously, gaining the attention of Kara and Lord Serziches. An arranged marriage is when two people who have never met before get married. This is usually a custom of the upper echelons of society, meant to seal an alliance or some kind of agreement. Although my little sister already met her fiancé. Serziches explained and Kara crossed her arms, highlighting her breasts. My eyes lowered to them, oh how I love to see them. It's as if two people got married for the sake or interests of someone else, without taking into account their feelings or will. Kara said this after analyzing the explanation given by Lord Serziches. And I was supposed to be your way out to annul said marriage. I was surprised to say that. Exactly. That's what she wanted to do. Kara nodded, exhaling a little air. Apparently that still bothered her a lot and I don't blame her, if I were in her place I probably would have, but that's not the case. Honestly, I feel a little honored. I said with some amusement, and Kara looked at me quite incredulously. Aren't you angry, Issei Hyoudou? Oops. Watch out, mate, that's the first time he's called you by your full name, that's a yellow card. Kara isn't liking that I'm taking it lightly. I'm relieved to know that Rias didn't do it because she had romantic feelings for me, which would be odd considering how little time we've interacted. I explained this to my girlfriend, letting out a few laughs while scratching the back of my neck with my right hand. Ah, so that's the only reason you feel relieved, right? Kara paused for a moment to think about what to say before continuing. In my opinion, I think the fact that Rias tried to use you as a tool for her love life is also very strange, if anything. Kara kept looking at me, and in her eyes I saw that she was debating whether Rias was okay or if she had some mental problem. Anyway, where exactly did Rias go? I asked Mr. Serziches. My dear little sister is having a rating game against her fiancé to see if she will marry him or not, but it is inevitable that she will lose. Having only a queen, a knight and a rook, she will be tied for all eternity to a person she will be forced to love. Mr. Serziches said with great regret. What is a rating game? I asked curiously, and Lord Serziches smiled pleased as he explained to us about the culture of the underworld. Half an hour later. The fact that a person enters a rating game knowing that they will lose and will have to accept something they don't want and against their own will, is that truly legal in the demonic society? Kara asked Serziches with a look of confusion and curiosity on her face. He nodded regretfully, saying, it is. Is there any chance I can help you? Mr. Serziches looked at me in surprise. I mean, I don't like that they don't respect my relationship with Kara. I paused before saying everything that was on my mind. But if Kara had somehow been forced into an arranged marriage with someone else, I would have fought for her until I managed to break said agreement, even though technically she is stronger than me, but what I mean is, Rias is still a friend, and I can't afford to do nothing, I am the Sekiryuutei after all. That's what I think. Kara smiled at me fondly upon hearing my feelings and placed her hands in mine, giving them a gentle squeeze. I'm with you, Ice. Your desire to help Rias, even though you have nothing to do with demons, that desire you have to help anyone in need, is something very beautiful about you. It took a moment for Serziches to recover from his astonishment, and then he smiled again. There is something you can do. What can we do? Kara asked immediately, and Lord Serziches took a few steps towards her, raised the palm of his right hand and created two special papers, one he handed to Kara and the other to me. When the engagement party arrives, these magic circles will transport you two to the room where the party will be held. I want you to come as my guests. Kara and I were confused. Going to Ria's engagement party knowing it's against her will. What does your older brother plan to do? The party will be in 3 days, I'll be waiting for both of you, Sekiryuutei, Supergirl. The teleportation magic circle appeared on the ground where Lord Serziches was standing, and in seconds he disappeared, leaving Kara and me alone. I think it would be best if we return to the watchtower. Kara suggested, and soon the two of us left the old Kuo Academy building. I still don't get it, why did he only show up at the last minute? He seemed to act like we'd discovered something no one needs to know. Could he be a Siskin? I thought openly. What does it mean to be a Siskin? Kara asked strangely, since she doesn't know the meaning behind that word. I'll tell you another time, for now let's return to the watchtower. I took the communicator that I had in my left ear. John, can you transport us back to the watchtower? Understood. He responded immediately, and we were both teleported back to the watchtower. Okay. Kara nodded and we both left the teleportation room. She walked in front of me with her arms crossed, and when we got halfway down the hallway, she stopped and turned around to look at me. It seems he has something on his mind. Ice, can I ask you something? Sure, ask me whatever you want. I answered him with a smile. She paused. Are you in any way interested in Rias? When she asked me that question, she slowly shook her head. It seemed like a normal question, but for Kara, the answer I could give her meant a lot. I know where she's going with this. If I hadn't met you, I might be interested in Rias. Giving her that answer, I moved a little closer to Kara and took her waist with my hands, pulling her next to me. She didn't object and placed her hands on my shoulders as I kept us as close as possible. If I met you after Rias, I wouldn't know what to think. But you came before, Kara, and I fell in love with you, so no, I'm not interested in Rias. Kara blushed a little at the action I took with her and the words I said to her. Thanks for replying, I really wasn't sure where you stood with Rias, and just so you know, if I didn't exist would you have had something with Rias? Maybe. I responded by bringing my face closer to his and our eyes fixed on each other. It was then that I told him. I'm so glad you do exist, Kara's Orel. With those words, I joined my lips with his and gave him a kiss that lasted for quite a while. Kara seemed to moan in her own way and kissed me back with the same feeling of love and happiness, but she seemed to get a little shy in doing so. "You're so adorable, Ice," he whispered as we broke our kiss, and in his eyes there was radiant joy, love and tenderness. Sekiryuutei, Supergirl. Dangerously armed criminals on Fifth Avenue. Don Johns's voice came from every speaker in the hallway, and I stepped back from Kara. "Well, duty calls." Kara didn't seem to like this interruption, but she accepted it and nodded with an excited smile. "You're right, Ice. Time to go again." We both returned to the teleportation room and on my left arm appeared the boosted gear, ready for action. Underworld Phoenix clan territory. In the luxurious, majestic and enormous castle of this clan, a man of approximately 22 years of age, handsome, with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes, was celebrating in the company of 15 beautiful women, one of whom was his little sister. This man's attire consisted of a burgundy jacket with gold embroidery on the right side, matching pants, and black dress shoes. Under his open jacket, he wore a white dress shirt that wasn't fully buttoned, revealing his chest slightly. In front of him and his companions, there was a huge television of the highest possible quality, and on the television was broadcast a replay of a raiding game that had ended a few hours ago. In the recording, Kaneko Taojo was seen confronting several girls with cat-like features. It is worth noting that these girls were in the company of this man, enjoying the show. The swordsman Kibayudo was also seen facing several women, as best he could with his demonic swords. He managed to defeat several of these women, but the simple fact of being alone against them took its toll on him. Akeno Himejima had a brutal battle with a very beautiful woman with very intense violet hair. Akeno was dominating in the first part of the battle, but in the end, the other woman managed to defeat her after recovering from all her injuries through Phoenix tears. The first to fall was Kaneko, then Kiba and Akeno, each one lost since they reached the physical limits of their bodies, and it was an unfair fight of 3 against 15, not to mention that they had the advantage of using Phoenix tears. The only one still standing was Rias Gremory, who in the broadcast was seen fighting with everything she had against the man who was now sitting, enjoying the show. "Give up at once, Rias. I won't do it." Rias screamed, throwing several blasts of power of destruction at him that knocked down her opponent. "Don't you realize it yet? You no longer have any servants left who can fight against you," this person said, standing up with his wounds healed as if nothing had happened. Rias found herself surrounded by the man's remaining companions, being completely overwhelmed. "It's over. Shut up, Riser." Rias yelled at the man called Riser, firing more of her destructive power, causing Riser's arms to be disintegrated, but he regenerated them very easily. "Rias, you have little magic power left. Be honest and admit defeat." "I won't do it." She continued fighting until her last breath, but finally, she fell defeated as she ran out of stamina and magical power. "This is a checkmate." Rias Gremory retreats from the battlefield. The winner of this raiding game is Riser Phoenix. The broadcast came to an end, and all the girls who were keeping Riser company applauded the good game they had and the overwhelming victory they achieved. "I feel a little sorry for Miss Rias, entering a duel with only a queen, a knight, and a rook," Riser's younger sister commented. A young and beautiful woman with dark blue eyes, long blonde hair tied in 2 pigtails with large drill-shaped curls and blue ribbons holding them in place. At the front of her hair, she has several V-shaped bangs hanging over the bridge of her nose. Her outfit consists of a light purple dress with dark purple details and a blue bow on the front. From the back of her dress, 3 feather-like extensions protruded, mimicking a bird's tail. This young woman is called Ravel Phoenix. "Ahahahaha. What's that? That's what he gets for wasting his time. You'd think he'd have had the whole team years ago." Riser sneered, followed by several taunts from his other companions, which annoyed his little sister a little. "It's time to celebrate, in 3 days it's my engagement party," Riser said as he settled further into the huge sofa where he was and his women clung closer to him while holding a glass of rather expensive wine in one of his hands. Surzich's Sama mentioned that there would be a special surprise at my engagement party, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he'll give me. I hope it's a beautiful woman, although I've already used all my demonic pieces, I can never say no to another one. He was anxious, excited, and those 3 days would arrive sooner than expected. Chapter 17. Dragon vs Phoenix. Manhattan, New York. May 26, 2017, 9:25 p.m. 3 days passed, and the day finally arrived. Issei Hyoudou, my partner, Kara Zor-El, and I found ourselves once again at the top of the Empire State Building. This was the perfect place to be transported to Ria's engagement party, which her older brother, Surzich's, invited us to. Since it was a party, I had worn a very elegant suit. Kara also wore a beautiful dress, although it was too sensual. It was the dress she'd bought her first week on Earth. A tight, revealing black dress with a low neckline and a gold belly ring, the skirt reached mid-thigh. I don't know if I feel so comfortable like this. I groaned as my arms felt a little tight. I hadn't worn a smart suit in a long time. I'd gotten used to wearing an open jacket, jeans, and sneakers on the regular. I think the suit makes you look very good and very handsome. Kara encouraged me and I felt one of her hands on my head. Are you sure you want to go like this? I looked at Kara again, especially at her cleavage, as it showed off the enormous size of her breasts. Super breasts. Kara nodded happily, with a rather flirtatious smile when she realized where I was looking at her. Of course, this dress looks great on me, and I like the way I look. Kara explained, modeling a bit for me. I felt like I was going to explode with excitement for her at any moment, but my self-control was pretty strong, so I managed to stay relatively calm. Well, my dear Supergirl, we have to go. I took out of my coat pocket the 2 magical papers that Lord Serziches gave us, both papers shone with a very strong intensity, a deep flash of light, and before we realized it, we were both teleported from where we were to some kind of super giant mansion. We both looked around the place we were teleported to. There was a gigantic hallway. Candles hung on the walls, stretching all the way to the end. Also standing out on the walls was a portrait of Ria's older brother. He must be someone very important to have something like that. I can see many people gathered in a huge hall. Kara told me using her X-ray vision, then she took me by the left arm and with a warm smile, she let me know that she was ready to enter that large room with me. As I approached, I could hear voices. There were special engravings on the doors, suggesting that they might be some mythical beast, but it wasn't important for now. Kara and I walked into the lounge, and the place was packed with demons. They were well dressed and having a good time. They had humanoid appearances, nothing out of the ordinary. This kind of thing is very similar to the social parties of wealthy humans, Bruce Wayne. I looked around the demons, trying to find familiar faces, but the room was as big as a football stadium. The ceiling was incredibly high. There were also luxurious, large chandeliers. I'd say rich people are very impressive, but I'd gotten used to having a super rich friend. Ice. Kara whispered to me, then pointed at a crimson-colored hairdo. A woman with crimson hair up. She was wearing a red dress. That was Rias. My first instinct was to run and surprise her with my presence, but I didn't want to cause a scene. Also, there were so many demons, and they apparently didn't realize that she wasn't one of them, although several of them were left with their mouths open when they saw Kara. She was so stunning that she provoked some jealousy in some male demons. I felt pretty good, now I understand why Kara decided to come like this. And there it is. He whispered to me again as he looked in another direction. I followed his gaze and found Mr. Serziches, who smiled, pleased to see us come. We both approached him and that caused several demons to pay more attention to me and Kara. As Kara and I stood next to Serziches, he cleared his throat, drawing the attention of everyone in the Great Hall. Ladies and gentlemen of the underworld, thank you for attending my dear little sister's engagement party. All the demons nodded gratefully at the words Ria's older brother said. It was as if they respected and admired him. He reminded me a bit of Superman, but without the blue suit and red cape. And now, my dear noble guests. To make this grand event historic, I decided to invite 2 special and very important people from the human world. Oh? Hey? What did he say? Said several demons who now paid more attention to Kara and me, who upon realizing that we were not demons, looked at us quite intensely, but did not interrupt Lord Serziches. So I ask you please to welcome them. Serziches placed his right hand on my right shoulder and his left hand on Kara's left shoulder. Issei Hyoudou, the current Sekiryuutei of the Justice League, and his partner, Kara Zor-El, the last daughter of Krypton, who is known as Supergirl, Superman's cousin. Oh. Several of the demons present said in surprise and then applauded, some reluctantly, others out of courtesy and others out of amazement. For my part, I was surprised that, for the 3rd time in a row, someone from the Gremory clan had openly announced my secret identity, which at this point I can't consider more secret, at least in the underworld. Issei Kara. Rias exclaimed in the distance, very surprised. Next to him was a man wearing a fancy tuxedo who looked much more elegant than me. The reason I invited you is because I would like my dear little sister's engagement party to be an event like nothing I've ever seen before. The person next to Rias was surprised. Serziches saw me, you can't do something as irresponsible as this. The middle-aged person approached him in a panic. Of course I can, I'm the Demon King Lucifer, and I can put together a special event at my sister's engagement party. Demon King Lucifer. I felt a greater chill knowing that the person standing behind me, holding my right shoulder was. Last time's rating game was very entertaining, but it was completely unbalanced to one side because my sister has no experience in the game, she only had 3 servants, and she had to face the genius that Riser Kun is. The person who appeared to be Riser approached, a little fearful of the devil's words. So Serziches-sama. Are you saying the last game wasn't fair? No, I don't think so. If a demon king like me were to say that, I'd be reflecting badly on the former nobles. The connection between the high nobles is important. Mr. Serziches said with a smile on his face. So, Serziches, what do you want to do? A middle-aged man with crimson hair asked the demon king, and I didn't have to think too hard to realize that it was Ria's father and him. Father, I want to make my little sister's lovely engagement party into a showy affair. Dragon vs Phoenix. Don't you think it's a stellar event worthy of my little sister's party? I had to liven up this party by having a fight between legendary creatures. Nothing could be more entertaining than this, right? The entire room fell silent with what the demon king said, and a very tall and muscular man with short black hair smiled pleased. But first of all, Sekiryuutei, Supergirl, would you accept all the terms agreed upon for this meeting? Kara and I looked at each other again. We didn't know what would happen if we rejected or accepted all the terms, but if it somehow saved our friend, I thought it was worth the risk. Do we accept? Kara asked with a doubtful expression, and I responded by nodding with a smile. Yes, I agreed to accept it. Then me too. Kara accepted with a smile, and the demon king looked at Riser. What about you, Riser-kun, do you agree to show us your power once more in front of me and Rias? Riser smiled. Fine, I can't decline if Serziches-sama asks me to. Then I, Riser, will show you my last performance before getting engaged. He also accepted the fight. With that, the stage was set between Riser and me. Now I just needed to win. The demon king then takes a few steps forward, looking at Riser and me. Riser-kun, Sekiryuutei-kun. What reward do you want if you win the fight? Lord Serziches, what are you? What are you thinking about? Relatives began to criticize Mr. Serziches' offer. Whether he's a demon or not, he's our guest, my guest, so just like Riser-kun, he deserves to receive something big since we're asking him to do something for us. Then tell me. I'll give you anything you want. The first to speak was Riser. If I manage to emerge victorious, despite no longer having any evil pieces available, I demand that the last daughter of the planet Krypton be given to me as a prize. It will be a great acquisition for my harem of beauties. My eyes widened at Riser's demand. Oh. Riser-sama is a genius. What a bold request. I heard several nobles exclaim and looked at Lord Serziches in disbelief. That can't be legal, or can it? That's why I asked both of you to accept all the agreements. Lord Serziches replied, and I felt a strong indignation for not having anticipated this turn of events. I looked Kara in the eye and her face filled with shame and disbelief. We didn't even hesitate to accept all the terms, we just said yes and that's it, and now, because of that, if Riser defeats me, he'll have not only Rias, but Kara as well. My fists clenched tightly at this absurd situation that apparently wasn't illegal. Keep calm, mate, you have nothing to worry about because you're going to defeat him, you heard what the Demon King said, you can also demand something from him just as or more shameless. True. I felt relieved to hear Ddraig's words, and thanks to him, I was able to keep my mind fresh and think about my own reward. I looked back at Mr. Serziches. If I win, can I ask for anything? Yes, you can ask me for anything, from being reincarnated as a demon and ascending to the upper class, to being given a very beautiful woman. Anything you wish will be granted to you. He meant it, just like Riser brazenly demanded of Kara, I can do something similar. I looked at Lord Serziches with great determination. I asked that the marriage between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix be cancelled along with any arranged marriage that your little sister, Rias Gremory, does not wish to have. The Demon King made a very happy face when I told him that. Okay, so if you win, Rias will be free from any marriage she doesn't want. I bowed my head to the Demon King in respect. Thank you so much. The Demon King used his demonic powers and summoned a magic circle on the ground beneath my and Riser's feet, and both he and I were teleported to another location. This was a battlefield the size of a major city, like New York. The buildings had an Arthurian appearance, but on the scale of the great buildings of Manhattan, and the skies were a crimson color filled with stars. What is this place? Surprising, it seems we are in an artificial battlefield within the dimensional gap. The place is protected by several barriers. The dimensional gap is a dimension that exists between the supernatural universe, heaven and the underworld would be good examples, and the universe we all know. It's an endless void, like infinity, and is connected within the multiverse. Please begin. The person in charge of the fight gave us the call to start the fight. It's now. There's no turning back. I'm going to win. Riser produced wings of fire from his back and pointed his right hand at me. You, who are called the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League, will be no match for Riser Phoenix. I'm going to crush you, human trash. Hearing his arrogant declaration, I activated my boosted gear and an immense amount of energy was released throughout my body. I then extended my left arm upward, balling it into a fist, and shouted so that all the demons and Kara could hear me from where they were watching this fight. Demons of the underworld. I am Issei Hyoudou, the Red Dragon Emperor of the Justice League. This time I'm not fighting for my world. This time I'm fighting for my dear friend Rias Gremory and the woman I love, Kars Or-El. The jewel on my boosted gear glowed with brutal intensity. Immediately, the powerful red aura completely enveloped me. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The aura took the form of my scale mail armor, and I became so powerful that my thrusters charged to their maximum, and I flew straight towards Riser in a straight line. That's an excellent aura. Riser exclaimed with pleasure and charged at me as well. I extended my left fist forward, and Riser did the same with his right fist. My fist and Riser's were filled with a large amount of aura. Boon. Both fists collided and caused a shockwave so powerful that it flashed in a strong red and yellow light. The impact was so strong it pushed me backward, but my thrusters stabilized me, and I charged forward again at Riser. A similar thing happened to him, and his wings of fire slowed his drag, and he charged at me again. This time we both used more speed, and I used my right fist to reach him, while he used his left. The result was the same, and we were both pushed back again by the brutal shock wave. We both did this attack over and over again with all the same results, until we decided to rise high into the sky of this battlefield. Being here in the air, I, Riser Phoenix, have the advantage because I am an aerial fighter. What Riser said turned out to be true, since while we were both in the air, he gained impressive speed, taking the form of a trail of golden fire that traced curves and straight lines that would be difficult for me to complete. And here comes the super punch from me, Riser Phoenix. A gigantic creature in the shape of a gigantic fireball flew at immense speed in front of me. Boost. 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 My power doubled a total of 7 times, and Ddraig distributed all that power in the palm of my left hand. Riser charged at me with his right fist with immense force and speed. The skies above the battlefield lit up with a strong flash of golden fire, and the impact was so great that it reached the ground, causing the entire battlefield to shake. Ho ho. Riser exclaimed with a smile as he saw that, despite everything, I stopped his powerful blow with the palm of my left hand, having used all of my doubled power to withstand the impact. I could feel how his fist was able to numb my hand for a few moments, but I was already used to that feeling. Riser's fist had been so hot it had caused a strong surge of smoke to form on my left hand. That's when he pulled away from me slightly. Impressive. You're able to withstand blows from Riser Phoenix. Which seems perfect to me. Let's see who's the strongest of the two. Riser charged an immense amount of golden fire aura into both fists and began attacking me with an endless barrage of highly rapid and destructive blows. Boost. At the same time that Riser began his barrage of blows, my spent power was restored and doubled, now being 8, and Ddraig made sure that all that power went directly to my fists that collided again and again with Riser's, resonating throughout the battlefield. Although it is very obvious that I, Riser Phoenix, am the strongest. Our fists collided like 2 automatic machine guns that kept echoing against each other. No way. I'm stronger than you. Boost. The next blow I landed was straight to the right side of Riser's face. It was a punch from my left fist charged with a lot of power and aura. Boon. Riser thought the same thing at the same time and slammed his right fist against the left side of my face, and both punches resonated with too much force. We were both once again enveloped in the red and gold shockwave as we received each other's blow. Ugh. Both Riser's and my mouths bled quite a bit from the punches we exchanged. On the HUD inside my scale mail, I saw that the blow I received largely fractured the left side of my armor's helmet. The intense fire of the immortal phoenix can tear through dragon armor, but you are strong enough to withstand it and continue hand to hand. Ddraig congratulated me. Riser and I separated again a little, still staying in the air. He continued touching with his left hand the side of his face that I hit so hard. What impressive strength. If it weren't for the fact that I, Riser Phoenix, possessed the regenerative abilities of the phoenix, that blow would have been all for me. What's wrong with you? Why do you keep saying you're Riser Phoenix all the time? I know who you are. Ugh, it's a habit. Anyway, I'm ready now. Riser approached me again, filled with a golden fire aura, my red aura also rose, and we exchanged punches again, making the battlefield rumble again. Every blow I gave him, he successfully blocked, and every blow he tried to give me, I blocked with double success. Neither of our blows managed to hit the other, since they were perfectly blocked with almost the same strength and resistance. This endless combo of blows lasted for quite some time without a fixed result, and with each passing second, our aura increased, either due to the desire to win or the mere excitement of having such an intense fight. After a while, it wasn't just punches, but also kicks and knees, or the occasional headbutt, until we reached the point where Riser blocked my left hand with his right hand, and I blocked his left hand with my right, thus beginning a very strong struggle. Boost. My power became too much and he had to move away from me, landing on top of a tower quite gracefully. Riser stretched his hands upwards and gathered an immense amount of demonic powers, creating a sort of blazing sun the size of a mansion. That's a lot of power accumulation. Yes. Right now he could set half the battlefield on fire and burn it all to the ground. But you can do that too, buddy. Show him what your own flames can do. I got it. Let's see who has the best flames. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with air and lit a small flame inside my stomach. My balance breaker remains at full capacity. Boost. 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 Transfer. Let's see what you can do against Riser Phoenix's signature move. Here it goes. Brightening, Phoenix. The attack Riser charge took the form of a gigantic phoenix whose diameter was tripled. Riser launched the gigantic phoenix of pure golden flames at me, just as I transferred all that duplicated power to the fire inside my stomach and immediately spat it out at the phoenix. A huge flame of fire burst out of my mouth and collided with Riser's ultimate move. Dragon fire. Riser gasped in disbelief. Yes, this is dragon fire. I focused my attack range solely on the attack Riser fired, and the battlefield became so hot that all the buildings began to melt. My flames had held back Risers, but they didn't retreat either. It was a clash of wills. Hey boom. The clash of our flames reached the point where they both interconnected, causing an explosion of flames that covered the entire battlefield. Silence. For a few seconds there was silence. The battlefield had been incinerated from start to finish, nothing remained. This now looked literally like a cleared field the size of a city within apocalypse. Ah. Ugh. Riser and I were still on the battlefield, but a fair distance away from each other, both of us on the ground, kneeling, hands on the ground, trying to catch our breath. My armor was insanely hot on the outside. It was also burning inside, but it didn't affect me as much due to my resistance and my status as a metahuman. Riser, for his part, was covered in pretty severe burns that were taking too long to heal. Why isn't Riser recovering? The clash of powers they just had severely affected their stamina and also their spirit. Even if they are someone with the powers of the Phoenix, they cannot regenerate their spirit instantly when faced with the flames of a dragon like you. Ddraig explained to me as I put a lot of effort into staying upright. Is that so? Oh my goodness. How hot were our flames when they caused this explosion? Enough to have caused hell in hell. Ddraig answered me with amusement. I won't lose. Riser also stood up and his fiery wings ignited into a powerful flame. Even though his body isn't healing as it should, he wants to keep fighting. Very good. I don't plan on losing either. My thrusters charged back up to full and I flew straight toward Riser. He did the same and we were both within striking distance of colliding. My left straight was in position as was Riser's right straight and both fists collided again with everything they had. All my aura, all my power was in that fist and I can say the same went for Riser's own. Hey boom. The clash of my fist against Riser's fist once again caused an immense wave of power that enveloped us both in an immense bomb of reddish and golden aura. The battlefield shook with brutality again and I felt an immense amount of pain throughout my left arm. An immense amount of smoke and aura completely covered me and Riser. When the smoke dissipated, I saw that my left arm was exposed, with several burns and bleeding. Riser's right arm was similar in terms of wounds and burns, although those wounds were recovering due to its regeneration. When he saw my left arm, he smiled quite happily. We're on the same level. I'm terrified, I'm afraid of your power, but I also feel a happiness that I can't understand. I want to defeat you. I'm going to defeat you, Sekiryuutei. Riser gave a war cry and quickly charged at me using only his left fist to attack me, since his right fist was not in favorable condition for him. Every blow he threw at me with his flame-filled left fist, I blocked it using my right hand as best I could. My left arm wasn't in such a bad state, but it was already close to its limit. My armor's HUD revealed critical and moderate damage to almost all of my scale mail, but despite all this, I was also feeling pretty happy. Even though the stakes are what's most important to me, being here and continuing to trade blows against this phoenix makes my blood boil with excitement. Riser and I stayed like that for quite some time until another fist bump sent us back again. This intense fight is coming to an end. I just need to secure a hit. I looked at my left hand and squeezed it again very tightly. Ddraig sent a lot of aura to my injured left arm, materializing the scale mail armor on it again, and this time I was the one who flew straight towards Riser, while he was the one who waited for me to arrive. His right arm had also healed enough to be functional in combat again. In fact, his body was almost completely healed, and the two of us charged into a final exchange of blows, using every last bit of aura remaining. Riser's right straight punches were quite uneven, revealing a lowered guard in his stance. Boost. 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 I already knew what to do, and for the next few seconds I stopped attacking him and just defended myself from his attacks. Throughout the fight I had learned all the movements he performs in close combat, and then, when he was about to try to hit me with his right punch, I used my scale mail's super speed to position myself in a stance that would allow me to deliver the finishing blow. All of my duplicated power and aura gathered into my left punch, and then… bang. My left fist hit his stomach with all the power I had left. Wow. Riser coughed up a lot of blood and shot up into the sky before falling to the ground almost 100 meters from where I hit him. Riser, I ask you to forgive me. You fought with everything you had, for the sake of your family, your pride, and your future. But when it comes to my friends and the woman I care about most, I can't afford to lose. Hey, buddy. He can't hear you anymore. Oh? Looking at Riser from afar, I zoomed in thanks to the HUD inside my helmet, and it was just as Ddraig mentioned, Riser's eyes went blank as the force of my last hit rendered him unconscious. I guess I went a little too far. I told him with a bit of humor. The entire face of my armor helmet disappears automatically, and both Riser and I were teleported from that place, where we fought back to the engagement party hall by teleportation magic circles. Back in the living room, I started looking for Kara, since she was the person I most wanted to see right now. Finding her wasn't difficult, since she was the only girl who approached me at super speed. Kara was so excited that she tried to give me a warm hug, but when she touched me, she realized how hot my armor was, and she limited herself to only touching me with her hands, since if she hugged me, she would run the risk of setting fire to her beautiful black dress. Hey, you're on fire. She said very worriedly, and when she saw my face her eyes opened wide as saucers, since it was surely full of cuts, bruises and the odd fracture. Is that good or bad? I tried to ask in a flirtatious way. That's not good at all. She responded by trying to resist the urge to hug me. Oh, I'll take care of that in a moment. I promised him and had my balance breaker deactivated. As I did so, all of my armor turned into a red aura that detached from my body, and I was back in my fancy suit, though the part of my outfit that covered my left arm was gone. Oh no, the tailor is going to kill me when he sees this. I said, more concerned about my clothes than my physical condition, and Kara burst into loud laughter. She gently cupped my cheeks with an expression that went from a happy smile to a very worried expression. Your body is pretty hurt. Yes, no problem, we just have to go visit Asia for a while, and that's it. Kara thought about it and nodded with a rather calm sigh. That's right, then we'll go see Asia. But before that. I stopped looking at Kara and looked into the distance, where Rias was still in shock from everything that had happened. Kara noticed this and removed her hands from my cheeks and gently took my left arm. The two of us approached Rias, and that's when a person stood in our way. It was a beautiful young woman with blonde hair tied in two pigtails in the shape of a drill. She looked at me silently as if she were going to demand something from me, so I separated my left arm from Kara's and pointed it at the girl while standing in front of her. If you want to complain, then come, I'll fight you whenever you want. I exclaimed with a rather determined smile, and she took a few steps back with a slight blush on her face. The girl made way for me, and together with Kara, I continued on my way until I reached Rias. Next time you need help, just ask nicely. Rias was quite embarrassed when she remembered what happened a few days ago, and nodded with her head bowed. Thank you, Issei. Rias wasn't alone, next to her was a man with crimson hair, but it wasn't Serzich's, it was her father. I walked towards him and then said. Forcing your daughter to marry out of greed is not right. I hope you honor what I asked of Lord Serzich's, or you and I will have a lot of trouble. Ria's father nodded with a sigh, closing his eyes. He turned around and left. Serzich's wasn't around either. I wanted to thank him for everything he did, though it seemed that would have to be another time. Suddenly, a flash of light formed in my pants pocket where I had kept the teleportation papers that Lord Serzich's had given to me and Kara. I took the paper out of my pocket and it summoned some sort of quadruped animal with an eagle's head and a pair of wings. It's a griffo. I heard a girl say that, and when I turned around I saw that it was Kiba, a Keno and little Kaneko. The griffo lowered its head allowing Rias to pet the animal's head. Wow, Mr. Serzich's really thought this through. I said with a smile and looked at Kiba. Hey, lovely boy, could we make a contract again? Kiba looked at me confused and nodded with a smile. Of course, Ice-kun. What do you want? Take Rias back to the old building where you live. Kara and I have to go to Smallville to visit Asia, and then we have to return to New York. Tiba nodded with a smile. With pleasure, Ice-kun. Tiba got on the griffo and held out his hand to Rias. Okay, let's go, President Rias, I must fulfill my contract. Yeah. She nodded, taking Kiba's hand, and the two of them left on the Griffo, who took flight towards the sky of the underworld. Kara carried me in her arms. At first I felt a little blush, but I couldn't deny how comfortable I felt in them, and she quickly took to the sky to follow the Griffo. You know, it feels weird considering I was the hero. It's fun. Kara said with a smile from ear to ear at my discomfort. I once had a nightmare like that. If you don't stop complaining, I'll start flying upside down. My eyes widened at that, and Kara's smile widened, and suddenly that smile of hers became quite flirtatious. I was really angry when he demanded you like a trophy, it was disgusting. I'm glad I defeated him. I don't care if my opponent is a demon, a god, a Kryptonian, or a ruler of Apocalypse or whatever, if it's up to you, I'll defeat them all. After saying that, Kara gave me a long-lasting, soft kiss on the lips, full of affection and happiness. Her soft lips, the smell of her hair, plus the fatigue from the excess power I used in my balance breaker, all of that combined, and I enjoyed the kiss she and I were having to the fullest. I don't know how long it lasted. Such a long kiss after such a long battle, there is no better feeling than this. Chapter 18. A Fun Reunion. Manhattan, New York. June 1, 2017, 8:45 a.m. It's been a week since my battle against Riser Phoenix in the underworld. Since then I didn't think I could get involved in something more complicated than the politics of the demons in such a short time. Apparently I was wrong. As I was thinking about this, a loud explosion was heard from 2nd Avenue near the Upper East Side. Luckily, I was already in balance breaker and quickly flew in a straight line towards the source of that explosion. Upon arriving, I saw that the street was a disaster with several cars upside down and on fire. The person who caused this was a being who was 7'5", his skin was pale gray, and he looked quite muscular, his hair was white, and he was wearing a dark battered suit. It was Solomon Grundy, holding in his right hand a huge high-tech shotgun that I had never seen before. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday. Destroy New York on a Tuesday. Kill the Red Dragon right now. Where is the Red Dragon? Grundy wants to play. Grundy had exclaimed before firing his shotgun at a van again, causing it to explode. The weapon fired a very powerful jet of white energy, it was not Earth technology. Then Seki arrived and Grundy crushed him. I exclaimed as I landed a good distance behind him, he turned around and fired his shotgun. I placed both arms forward, joining my elbows, accumulating a large part of the aura of my scale mail in them, and used them to resist the white energy of that shotgun. Bust. I was slowly dragged back by the shock of that energy, and on the HUD inside the face of my armor's helmet, I saw how the resistance of my gauntlets were put to the test quite quickly. Ddraig, what do we have? The shotgun is heavily based on the sacred gears, it could be considered an artificial prototype, it's the first time I've seen one. Supernatural technology. It could be Gregory, the organization of the fallen angels. Just what was missing. First an X, now a gun. What's next? Red Dragon's eyes. Grundy continued to pull the trigger, and I continued to resist the shot of the powerful weapon until a blue and red blur appeared behind Grundy, snatching the shotgun from his grasp. I understand that we're in the USA and anyone can have a gun, but really? Of all the places you decided to attack, you had to choose New York. My partner spoke, landing on my left with the shotgun in his hands, then looked at me with a rather flirtatious smile. Were you really in trouble? Not really, I was just making sure it didn't aim at any buildings. I assured him as I saw that my armor's gauntlets had taken moderate damage and Ddraig had already started repairs. What about you? Did you get the job? Yes, I did it. Kara nodded with a rather pleased smile as Grundy tossed us a vehicle which she easily caught with her hands and pulled to safety. Maybe we should take care of him, quickly. I suggested before Grundy could find another car to throw at Kara or me. Kara nodded with a smile and launched herself at high speed at Grundy before he could uproot a lamppost. She rammed her fists into him, sending him flying several blocks back. Grundy landed on his feet, and with Draig's help, I managed to create a gigantic dragon shot in my two hands which I then divided into three and quickly hit them to send them to Grundy. Each dragon shot managed to reach him successfully, causing a strong explosion of red aura, although thanks to his superhuman resistance, he did not suffer much damage, but he was quite stunned, enough so that Kara could charge at him to hit him with much more force in the face, using her left punch. Grundy took several steps back and turned around due to the blow he received from Kara. I flew straight at him using the maximum power of my thrusters. Boost. 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 My power doubled 8 times, and all that power went straight into my left punch, which was filled with quite a bit of aura. The position I was in allowed me to hit Grundy with all my power straight into his stomach. But this move I defeated Riser. Goo. Guhh. Grundy coughed up a lot of saliva and was about to be launched into the sky, but Kara grabbed his ankle with her left hand and slammed him into the ground. A huge crater formed in the street in the shape of Grundy's body, and he was knocked out. Officers and a SWAT team arrived on the scene shortly after Kara and I defeated Grundy, and they arranged for him to be transported to a maximum security prison. I kept the shotgun he used inside my scale mail to take to the watchtower. Now there were only two things left. Cleaning up a mess and dealing with something that was more complicated than any enemy I had faced so far. Kara and I looked at each other, she nodded with an amused smile, knowing what I would do. Ddraig took care of activating my communicators, and then I said. This is Sekiryuutei to the Justice League. Is my speedster friend. At that moment a red flash with yellow electricity stopped in front of me. What's up, Seki? How are you, Supergirl? Barry asked, placing his hands on his waist. I need you to take care of the cleaning, Supergirl, and I have to go somewhere else. Barry slouched and looked at me rather incredulously. Oh, again? Are you kidding me, mate? That's 8 times today, and it's not even noon yet. Kara tried to contain her laughter by covering her mouth with one of her hands. Come on, you're fast, you'll finish it in a flash. I insisted by patting Barry on the back, then I turned my thrusters back on, Kara and I rose into the air and said goodbye to the Scarlet Speedster. See you soon. Goodbye, Scarlet Speedster. Kara said goodbye after me and together we took off higher into the skies, leaving Flash to clean up the mess from the fight with Grundy. I have to return to the watchtower to deliver the shotgun. Ddraig told me it seems to be based on very experimental Sacred Gears technology. Kara nodded without taking her eyes off me. I have to go back to Cat Company, I don't want Miss Grant to fire me on my first day. By the way, Kara, we have a big problem. She looked at me quite confused with one of her eyebrows raised. What is it? Is there another girl who wants you to? Actually it's worse than that, my parents want to meet you. Kara was shocked and then burst into a loud laugh. This was good. Seeing that I wasn't laughing, she freaked out and we both stopped above the clouds. Why your parents? Oh, wow, it's not even been a month since we started. I know. But they ask so many questions, one thing led to another, and I told them about you. So what are we going to do? This is already too much pressure, and I have to go back to my first day at work, and I won't be able to concentrate since what's your plan? Ice. I'll pick you up from work in my car in the afternoon, we'll have dinner at my house. Sounds good. Do you think they'd like me? His question made me smile from ear to ear. If they loved Rainer, then they'll love you since you're infinitely better than her, just be yourself. Kara blushed a little. Wow, how curious, that's exactly what Cal, Win and you told me. The face in my armor helmet disappeared at the sound of that last name, and I frowned at Kara. Who's Win? The guy who works at Cat Company. I asked him for advice for the interview with Miss Grant, and he told me the same thing as Cal and you. Oh, I see. I smiled again and pulled Kara closer to me, taking her by the waist. She placed her hands on the shoulders of my scale mail while still blushing. See you. Saying that, Kara placed her lips against mine. We shared a rather long kiss, in which all our feelings were, as always it felt so special, unique, perfect, and it made me want to stay like that forever with her. The feel of her lips, the scent Kara has, made me enjoy this moment for quite some time. A minute passed, and then she separated from me just as I from her. I feel more confident now. Kara said that as she said goodbye to me with a rather happy and blushing smile and flew back to her work. Buddy? Oh. Yes. The face of my scale mail helmet covered my face again, and I continued on my way before going to the watchtower. When the afternoon came, I returned home and when I entered my room I saw that everything was a complete mess. Today I was supposed to clean my room, but since I am almost never at home, everything was a mess. Since I turned 18, my mother has insisted that I clean my room so that later on I become independent, and now that I have a girlfriend, this was relegated to my only task, which I was not fulfilling. Luckily, I always have an ace up my sleeve, or rather, a simplified pentagram to summon a certain blonde demon who looks like a charming prince. Go ahead Kiba, I'll summon you. The Gremory clan's teleportation magic circle formed on my bedroom floor and Kiba appeared. Good afternoon Ice-kun, same as always. Kiba greeted me to which I responded with the thumb of my left hand raised upwards. I'll pick Kara up from work. But that said, I left my room and let Kiba take care of the rest, like he has been doing since I formed a contract with him. It's Kiba who takes care of my housework, other times I summon him when I need a companion to play video games. I also usually summon him to properly park my vehicle when I have to go out urgently. I have even summoned him sometimes to take care of some of my missions in the Justice League so that I can continue spending my time with Kara. Maybe I've become a rather loyal customer towards the Gremory clan. After passing by Kara, I drove back to the house where I live with my parents. The drive was silent as I felt nervous just like she did. When I got home, I turned off the engine and sighed. Well, here we go. Why yes okay, I'm ready, no nerves, this will turn out well. Kara started to mutter. This is serious, when I was with Rainer it was already serious, and this time it's my entire school life. I could feel a nervous twitch in Kara when I mentioned the fallen angel. I don't think it's that big a deal, is it? I mean, what's the worst I can find out about you? I know you're really into women and you love looking at my breasts, I know that much. How can you say it so calmly? Better let's go inside. Kara and I opened our respective doors. I grabbed my car keys and locked them as I closed them. She came back to my left and took my hand, then we both walked into my house. As the four of us sat in the living room, my parents looked at Kara seriously. It was as if this were some kind of private interrogation, like the ones Batman usually conducts with his criminals. After almost a minute passed, my dad spoke. Be honest, Kara. Does our son treat you well? You're a very beautiful lady, so how did you get involved with someone who could be considered the embodiment of wickedness? The alarm bells in my head started to ring, and my mom nodded her head several times. His time in high school was quite troubled, he was called out several times for spying on the girls' restrooms and engaging in many perverse activities. I had to slowly sip the water from my glass to try to calm my nerves, I already knew something like this would happen. My mom kept talking. And who knows what things he did when he worked in Gotham City, that city is a bad influence for someone as perverse as our Issei. I wouldn't be surprised if he spent his money on women copying Mr. Wayne's steps. I have no doubt I would have considered doing so if I hadn't met Kara. But that's not the point. Then my dad asked. Are you sure you want to continue dating Issei? I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow had ties to the devils. My eyes widened in shock when my dad said that as a joke, even though it was true. Kara gave a slight laugh at that and then spoke. I wouldn't be surprised if Ice had them either, yes, I know he has his flaws. She paused to look at me with an amused smile despite my discomfort and looked back at my parents with confidence. Ice may be a little lacking in prudence once you get to know him, but he's not that stupid. You're lucky to have a son with such a kind and honest heart. I'm so delighted with Ice and everything he's done for me since we met. I'd be lost on this planet if I hadn't met him, and my only connection would have been with my cousin and his parents. Kara really is that good. I see, did Issei do that? My dad questioned with his arms crossed and a smile, and my mom looked at me as if her eyes were saying, is he trying too hard? That's why I'm his girlfriend and I'll continue to be. What Kara said seemed to reach deep into my parents' hearts and they began to cry. My dad spoke again. Because of Issei's usual attitude, I never thought I'd be able to get a girlfriend. In recent years, I even thought I'd never see my grandson because of his personality. I was so distressed in my old age because I thought he'd remain single forever. Now my mom did it. I thought so too, Issei. I thought you'd never get a girlfriend and would be my stupid little son. I even thought and hoped that the lightning bolt that once struck you would correct your stupidity so you'd stop embarrassing us all, but all my efforts and prayers were in vain when he woke up from his coma. If I close my eyes and pretend I don't exist, everything will get better. I'm not having this conversation. I'm not listening. If I had the ability to time travel, I would love to tell my past self with all my might, I warn you that your son will grow up to be a useless man who hides porn magazines and boxes of scale models inside his closet. My mom knows my secret hiding place. I choked on the water I was drinking and started coughing. What? Are you okay, Ice? Kara reacted quickly and with her fairly controlled strength, began to hit my back, then took a napkin from the table and wiped my mouth. I think so, thanks Kara. I answered her a little embarrassed and she smiled at me quite affectionately. My dad walked over to Kara and clasped both of her hands with one of his. Kara, are you sure you want to take care of Issei? Of course. Ice is a wonderful person. She responded quite energetically and happily and my dad turned his gaze towards me. Issei, you better not break Kara's heart or it will be the last thing you do in this life. His gaze was so intense it gave me chills. Why do I suddenly feel like my own father has become a representation of what a father-in-law would be like? Suddenly a rich aroma of cookies entered the room. With your permission, I just finished baking sandwiches. The one who came out of the kitchen to enter the living room was Kiba. I had only asked him to take care of cleaning my room. Why are you still here? What are you doing here? I asked him. My mom approached Kiba. Since you were going to bring Kara over today for us to meet, I decided to go clean up your room. Imagine my surprise when I found this guy doing that. My mom looked at me reproachfully and Kiba smiled somewhat embarrassed. It's okay Mrs. Hyoudou, Ice-kun is my best friend and he had to pick up Kara so I had no problem doing that for him. My dad crossed his arms, suddenly feeling quite proud. You have a great friend and a great girlfriend, for the first time you make your father feel very proud. And this is a photo of Issei when he was in elementary school. My mom started showing Kara several photo albums from my childhood. Oh by Rao, so he went to the beach naked. Kara burst out laughing at that. In the last few moments, she and my mom had gotten along famously, and now she was showing her my childhood in this embarrassing way, and there was nothing I could do about it. At least I'm happy it's just Kara and not the entire Justice League. Although I'd rather not push my luck or that might happen. I leaned back in an armchair and rested my head on one of my hands, experiencing this comical and uncomfortable situation. My mother released another album. This was in kindergarten. He was already chazzing after the girls back then. This is without a doubt the worst. He looked so cute and adorable when he was little. Oh Rao, I could die of tenderness. And I am ashamed. And here's Issei when he was a baby. Kara's eyes became very bright. It reminds me of when my cousin was a baby. How can that get her too excited? Oh my god, mom, did you really have to show him all those albums? I complained very sadly. She is a good mother. Tiba commented while standing to my left with an album of mine in his hands. He was looking at him with a big smile. Damn it, Kiba. Are you going to be watching too? It must be nice to live with a family. He murmured nostalgically, enjoying the pages of that album. Now that I think about it, he never mentioned his family. I guess he must have one, right? Tiba, do you have? Tiba flipped to the next page of the album, and instead of enjoying it like he had been, he was surprised. This was quite strange, even for him. I stood up to approach Kiba and took a look at the page he looked at so often. Hey, Ice-kun, could you tell me about this photo? It was a photo of me from when I was in kindergarten. It was a picture of me and another boy my age. I remember that boy. He lived near my house when I was in kindergarten. We were always playing superheroes, among other things. He moved to another country before he reached the first year of elementary school because of his parents' jobs. I haven't seen him since. Explained it to Kiba. Why are you so interested in that photo? Could that be him? I don't think so. The boy has fairly light brown hair, not blonde. Do you remember any of this? Kiba asked me, pointing at the object in the photo. His voice was quite serious. I'd never seen him act that way before. No. I was very young back then. How things happen, huh? Finding this in such an unexpected place. Kiba laughed. But his eyes held a fury that made me shiver. Apparently, that photo caused something to change in him. Kiba looked at me quite intensely and said. This is a holy sword. Kiba had left before dinner time arrived. What surprised me was that instead of returning to Japan, he decided to walk the streets of New York. That is not right, considering he lives in another country and does not have documents. Well, it's not like it's a problem for someone who's actually a demon, he'll be fine. After dinner, Kara helped my mom wash the dishes while my dad and I cleared the table. By the way, Issei. Where does Kiba live? Over there. You don't know? At that question I grimaced and my dad sighed. It's common that he doesn't know. Until now our friendship is based solely on daily contracts, nothing more, nothing less. I didn't even bother to ask him about his life, and he practically already knows everything about mine. Now I'm feeling bad because of that. On the other hand, in the kitchen, Kara and my mom were having a personal conversation that I could hear. Sorry, I think we talked too much tonight. No problem, Mrs. Hyoudou, everything is excellent, I had a lot of fun. You're a great girl, Kara. Issei is lucky to have someone so special. Thank you. Ice is also very special to me. Every time she talks about me, I feel like my heart might burst from sheer happiness. When they finished, I walked over to Kara, we held hands, said goodbye to my parents, and headed back to my vehicle. Don't drive so fast, Issei. Fasten your seatbelt. They were saying seriously while barely starting the engine. Yes. It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou. My parents smiled at him again. The pleasure was ours. Take care. And remember, if you have a problem with Issei, you can count on us. You won't be alone. My mom told him after my dad. I won't forget it, thank you very much. See you later. In no time, he had reached his apartment building. It didn't turn out so bad, did it? Kara asked with a flirtatious smile. No, it was. Although I'm starting to think I'm losing my position as favorite son. Kara burst out laughing several times. Ah, your mother is a great conversationalist, I hope we meet more often, Ice. You can come whenever you want. Although I hope it's not every day, since I prefer spending time alone with her. Whereas. Yeah. You shouldn't be so mean to Kiba. If you consider him your friend, be his friend. You have Zez, Cal, Barry and the rest of the league, he seems to only have you. I understand, Kara, thanks for saying that. She smiled quite happily and we both said goodbye with a very affectionate and long-lasting kiss. Chapter 19. A Knight's Revenge. Guo City, Japan. June 6, 2017, 0 AM. I, Hyoudou, was walking without an umbrella when it was raining heavily. I thought a good rain might cool my head. I recently had an argument with my king Rias Gremory. You could say I've rebelled against my master, who saved my life many years ago. I've failed as Hyoudou, as I can't forget my revenge on the holy sword Excalibur. I'd grown senile over the past few years, with the school lifestyle and now the university lifestyle. Recently, I'd made good friends, had a good lifestyle, and even received that name. I'd also gained a purpose in this life thanks to Rias Gremory. Asking for more happiness was a bad thing. It was definitely bad. I can't continue living with my comrades, not until I achieve my purpose. Splash. I heard a sound of water that was different from the sound of rain. There was a priest in front of me. He has a cross hanging around his chest and is someone who delivers divine punishments in the name of God. He represents one of the things I hate most in this world. He is my target of hatred. I didn't mind killing him if he was an exorcist. That's what I thought. What the hell, there are blood stains on his stomach and he was coughing up some blood. Then he fell to the ground. Was he killed by someone? Who? A new enemy? I instantly created a demonic sword, sensing something quite abnormal. It was a powerful killing intent. Packed in. There was a metal flashing as lightning appeared in the sky. When I moved my body toward the place where the killing intent was coming from, there was someone with a long sword attacking me. That guy wore the same clothes as the dead priest, implying that this one was also one. But the murderous intensity this guy unleashed wasn't normal. Yahoo! How are you doing, handsome boy? That voice, I know this priest. When a flash of lightning lit up the skies, I could see his face. White hair, eyes with red irises. It was Fried Selson. The man I fought in the Fallen Angels incident, the incident where I met my friend. Fried was showing the same nasty smile as always. I didn't think you were still in this city. What do you want? I'm sorry, but I'm in a bad mood today. Despite the anger in my voice, he just laughed. Well, this is a great moment. The best. Because I'm super happy. I'm so happy I'm going to cry with happiness. I'm so happy to see you again. He keeps talking like an arrogant lunatic. He really knows how to get on my nerves. I already hated him simply because he was a priest. When I tried to create a demonic sword in my left hand, the sword Fried was wielding began to emit a holy aura. That light, that aura, that glow. How could I forget it? You know, I was getting bored of hunting priests, so this is a really good time, handsome boy. Alright. Let's see what's stronger, my Excalibur or your demonic swords. Okay. Ha 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 ha. Your reward will be death and a good night. Yes, the sword he carried was an Excalibur. Brooklyn, New York. It's been a week since Kara met my parents, and since then, several times a week she came to my house for dinner. It almost felt like she was part of my family. No, it was quite the opposite. I felt like she was his family, not mine. She won my parents' hearts. On the other hand, it's also been a week since I last saw Kiba. Every day I tried to contact him using a simplified staff, but he didn't respond, not even to do my chores, play video games, or just hang out as good friends. He just disconnected. If I contact Rias, she won't tell me the whole truth because she would consider Kiba's attitude as a problem for her clan, not the Justice League, and she won't want to involve me, but if I went with her on my own, things would be different. That's why I discussed it with Kara, and together we came to the conclusion that I should leave New York for a few days to return to Kuo, the city in Japan, so I could understand more about what was happening with Kiba. Coincidentally, my current boss was also due to travel to Japan, so it was a win-win situation. Lucius Fox had been on sabbatical for the past few weeks, and his current employer was Zell, a tall man who appears to be about 24 years old, of average build, with black hair with golden bangs and a black goatee. Unlike Mr. Fox, he's more relaxed and party-loving. He enjoys playing video games with me and always looks for a drinking buddy. I don't know his motives for going to Japan, but I appreciate that everything is so carefully calculated. It was afternoon now, so I picked Kara up from work and brought her to my parents' house, where I would let them know I would be out of town again starting tomorrow. If anything happens, anything at all, let me know, okay? Kara told me as I parked my vehicle in my driveway. I answered him. As long as it's something that requires Sekiryuutei and Supergirl, I'll let you know. Kara pouted quite adorably. You know what I mean. In response, I took both cheeks of her face in my hands and gently pressed her forehead against mine while looking into her eyes. I'm going to take care of myself, I won't fall for the charms of Miss Rias and Akeno, I give you my word. I believe you. We both smiled and brought our faces closer to share a short, very affectionate kiss. I savored every second our lips remained together. The soft feel of her lips, her very scent. God, this woman is worth it all. Suddenly, Kara separated her lips from mine almost as if something had surprised her. Your parents aren't alone, I hear other people's laughter. What's wrong with it? I asked, raising one of my eyebrows in confusion. They come from girls. Oh. Now it made sense. Ever since what happened with Rias, there are times when Kara acts a little possessive. Jealous. When some beautiful girls seem to show some interest in me. Although to be honest, this got pretty weird. Kara mentioned girls, but didn't say their names. Who will those girls be? As we entered my house, the laughter grew louder in the living room. Kara and I entered the living room, and then we saw them. Mom. My mom turned to look at me when she realized I was there with Kara. Oh. Issei, Kara, welcome. Hello again, Mrs. Hyoudou. Kara greeted my mother very friendly, although her eyes were fixed on the unfamiliar guests. They were both foreigners and had rosaries hanging around their necks. From the way they carried themselves, I could tell they weren't ordinary people. Both were wearing white robes. Are they related to the church? Are they exorcists? I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Hello, Issei Hyoudou. The woman with brown hair smiled at me. Next to her was another girl with blue hair with a green streak. She had a weapon covered in clothing with her. That's it. I can sense that the weapon isn't ordinary. There's a certain intensity to it. It's probably a holy sword. I highly doubt it's demonic. Pleased to meet you. I said to the girl, who greeted me with a genuine smile. The girl, on the other hand, was quite perplexed. Huh? Don't you remember me? It's me. Huh? The brown-haired girl pointed at herself. No. I don't remember you. Mom, seeing my lack of reaction, showed me a photo. It's the one that upset Kiba a week ago. My mom pointed at the boy I used to play with when I was a kid. This girl, Issei Hyoudou. Back then she wasn't so feminine, but now she's definitely the opposite. That was somewhat surprising. I looked at the girl sitting on the couch, then at the boy in the picture, then back at the girl, then back at the boy, and I repeated that action about 3 more times before I could react. Huh? All this time I thought you were a boy. The girl was embarrassed by my reaction. Hey, that's pretty rude of you, Issei. My mom scolded me and I took a step back. Oh, it's okay, at that time everyone made the same mistake since I was a very masculine girl. Irina looked at me quite happy. A lot of things happened during all this time we were apart. I heard you were struck by lightning, and every day I prayed for the Lord God to be with you. I'm really happy you woke up, Issei. She was very euphoric, although it seems a bit late to talk about that. Irina, that happened like 4 years ago and I woke up 3 years ago. My mom got up from the couch she was sitting on and went to the kitchen, then Kara and I sat where my mom had been, and I continued looking at Irina. I know. I was very surprised. If I had known about your recovery in time, I would have come to visit you without hesitation. Irina began to pray. Oh, Lord, thank you for making this reunion a wonderful one. Amen. So you never told Ice you were a girl, right? Kara asked Irina, who looked at my girlfriend confused. Excuse me, are you a friend of Issei? My name is Kara Danvers, I'm Ice's girlfriend. Kara introduced herself with a proud smile. Irina almost jumped off the couch upon hearing that. Girlfriend. Does Issei have a girlfriend? Why are you so surprised? It was then that the other girl showed up and looked at me in detail. You look very healthy, and you speak well. I knew someone who was also struck by lightning and developed a stutter. What did you get from the lightning strike? The girl questioned me, but Irina stopped her by waving her arms comically. Enough, Zenobia. Don't be so annoying, can't you be happy that Issei has woken up and is okay? Yes, he is fine, in good company. Irina seemed to grind her teeth a little, and I sat back down with my arms crossed. Why is every woman I meet pretty weird? So the other one is called Zenobia. Irina and Zenobia left after dinner. It was a rather amusing reunion, as this was the second time I'd seen girls so devoted to the church. The next day, after letting Mr. Zell know I'd see him in Japan, I stopped by Asia Argento to ask her to accompany me to Japan. Asia lives on the Kent farm, Superman's parents, and from day one she was quite enchanted. Kara and I always keep in touch with Asia, Zez does the same, but the latter has been missing on a secret mission with Batman. Speaking of the Justice League, the team is spread out across the globe on their own missions. Superman is defending Metropolis, Wonder Woman is on a search for more personnel, The Flash is dealing with someone named Devo and some sort of metahuman from a bus, Green Lantern was with the Guardians trying to get over his breakup with Shiera, John Johns is keeping watch from the Watchtower, and Supergirl is defending New York and doing her job as Cat Grant's assistant. Though lately she's seemed disillusioned with what she's gotten herself into. Do you regret working at Catco? Are you ready, Asia? Asia looked at me with a rather happy smile as we stood on the teleportation platform. Yes, I-san. I'm very excited to go back to the city where we first met and where I also met Kara-san, Zez-san, and the Gremory clan. She had copied Kara's style of dress and looked like her little sister, although Asia was a little more reserved. She wore a red blouse, white jeans, pink heels, and slung over one shoulder her purse containing her personal church belongings. No matter what happens, she would still be a beautiful girl devoted to the church, she is so good. On the other side was John, just seconds away from teleporting me in Asia. Good luck on your trip, Issei, Asia. John said goodbye to us and we were teleported to the city of Kuo. It didn't take long to reach the old building where the Gremory clan is. Former Kuo Academy building, Japan. Inside the Gremory clan building, my friend Asia and I were warmly greeted by the ladies. Rias, Gremory, Akeno Himejima and Kaneko Taojo. There was no sign of Kiba anywhere. Asia and I sat on the guest sofa. In front of us was a small table with a candlestick. On the other side was another sofa where Rias sat. Behind her was Kaneko with an expression that was hard to read, and Akeno approached next to Asia and me to serve us the delicious tea that she always prepares. I explained the reason for my visit, summarizing everything that had happened in the last week. It was then that Rias sighed and told Asia and me about the Holy Sword project. Rias nodded to my question. Yes, Hyoudou is a survivor of the project. The three of us took a sip of our teas and Rias continued speaking. Many years ago the Christian church carried out a project to find someone who could control the sacred sword Excalibur. Asia was surprised. This is the first time I've heard that. Being a secret project, it wouldn't be strange if she didn't know about it. Rias continued. Holy swords are the ultimate weapons for slaying demons. If my servants or I were to be struck by a holy sword, there would be no trace of us left. We would evaporate. They could be called the ultimate weapon of those who believe in God and see demons as their enemies. Zez has the opposite of a holy sword. A demonic sword. He once used it to stop me from making a terrible mistake. In my case, Zez's sword is the ultimate weapon to finish me off. I know it's been a while, but I can't help but be amazed at how accurately he took me out without killing me. While thinking about that, Rias continued. The origin of sacred swords comes from many places. But I think the most famous would be the sword Excalibur. Even in Japan or the USA, it appears in many books. It's a weapon created through magic and alchemy by those who reach the realm of God. But sacred swords choose their wielders. I've heard that only one person every 100 years is chosen. The same goes for Zez, who was chosen by Gram. Is it possible that there is a sacred gear contrary to Kiba's? Rias also told me about Kiba's sacred gear, which I didn't know well until now. Thinking about that possibility, I told Rias. Kiba possesses a sacred gear, which according to what you told me, is capable of creating demonic swords, right? So there could be a sacred gear that can create holy swords. It's not that there aren't any. But if you compare them to the holy swords that already exist, there's a huge difference in power. Of course, I'm not saying they're weak either. Rias took another sip and continued. Among them are sacred gears called longinus, just like your boosted gear. The most famous would be the sacred gear wielded by the one who killed Jesus Christ, True Longinus. It is also said that the name Longinus comes from him. Yes, Longinus is a sacred gear that has the power to kill even gods. Ddraig had already told me about that. Although I didn't know it all stemmed back to the True Longinus, Ddraig never mentioned it to me, but I didn't ask him about it either. Leaving aside that no sacred gear that has to do with swords can compete with Excalibur, Durandal or Kusanagi, because these sacred swords are very powerful. The same goes for demonic swords. The most powerful would be the one your friend Zez Zatenberg possesses, the demonic sword Gram. Rias took a moment to take another sip of her tea. Hyoudou received artificial treatment to adapt to the holy swords, especially Excalibur. So Kiba is able to use the holy swords. Rias shook her head at my question. Hyoudou couldn't adapt to the holy swords. Not only him, but none of those who received treatment similar to Hyoudou's could adapt. Even with the little I've seen of Kiba in action, I know he's the closest to Zez when it comes to swordplay, so that actually surprises me. The church decided that those who couldn't use the holy swords were defective, so they discarded them. Hey? Asia and I looked at each other, and when I looked at her I saw the shock in her eyes. They threw it away doesn't sound very nice, I can't imagine what they meant by that. Rias started to feel quite uncomfortable. Most of the people they experimented on were killed, including Hyoudou. Only because they couldn't control holy swords. It can't be. It's not acceptable for them to serve the Lord God. Asia said this with profound shock. Her eyes filled with tears. It's normal for her to cry since she still has faith in the church. They, the people of the church, call us demons evil beings, but I believe that the evil of humans is the worst evil in the world. Rias is a devil, quite strange because of her tricks, but kind-hearted. I think the Gremory clan is quite good among devils, although I only interacted with her and her older brother on very few occasions, but Kiba is from this clan, and he's a good friend. When I reincarnated Hyoudou into a demon, he swore he would get revenge, even in his current state. Because of his talents, he was used for the Holy Sword project from birth. But I wanted him to use his talents as a demon. Hyoudou's talent with swords would be a waste if he only used it to control holy swords. So Rias saved Kiba by turning him into a demon. As a human, he had a miserable life because of the holy swords. She tried to stop Kiba from becoming so obsessed with the holy swords, but it seems it didn't work out as she expected. You'll never forget what happened. The holy swords. Those involved with the holy swords. And the people in the church. So this is why he hates priests and why he seems so obsessed with information about holy swords. Kiba can't get over that since he was used as an experiment. It's not unusual for him to hold a grudge against them. If I was killed by Rainer, he might have the same feelings as Kiba but directed towards the fallen angels. But that's not the case. I didn't get to that extreme since I was never killed, and thanks to my skills and everything I've done in recent years, I became part of that symbol of hope that Superman created. I know the Red Dragon is hated for his power, and it wasn't easy to do what I did in New York, but I did it, and now I'm also part of the Justice League. I have achieved my goals, and I am looking for new goals that reinforce my main objective. I thought of Kara, my classmates, and my parents, and I felt a pang of nostalgia in the depths of my heart. In any case, I'll keep an eye on Hyoudou. I don't know how his head got filled with feelings about holy swords. I hope he returns to his normal self. Rias said it with a heavy sigh. Speaking of which, I think this photo was responsible for him behaving like this. From the pocket of my black jacket, I took out the photo of me in arena when I was a child and showed it to Rias. Rias' eyes changed as soon as she saw the photo. Issei, do you know anyone related to the church? Akeno and Kaneko were also surprised, and all three of them looked at me very carefully. Before answering, I nodded. The girl who looks like a boy and who is with me in the photo is called Arina Shido. She was my childhood friend, and I hadn't seen her since I started the first year of elementary school since she left the country. I didn't know anything about her until last night when she came to visit my house with another girl who is also from the church, although she left my country again. Rias looked quite thoughtful after returning the photo to me. This is getting complicated. Does the escort happen to have blue hair? Rias' question took me by surprise and I nodded. Yes, how did you guess? In response to my question, Akeno approached me and showed me a photo from a few hours ago. In it, Irina and Zenobia were seen wearing their white robes, leaving the airport. This had to be a terrible coincidence. Why of all places would they have to come here to Japan? Asia noticed my reaction and understood that they were the people I mentioned when I picked her up. Suddenly, the footsteps of two people were heard, and those who entered the living room of Ria's building were two girls and a boy. Excuse me. One of the women said, a young woman with glasses, her hair black, styled in a short bob, and her eyes violet. She was dressed like an exemplary college student. She looked very beautiful and slender, but with a cold and strict air in her gaze. The other woman, who was the same age as Rias, Akeno and the aforementioned girl, also wore glasses. Her hair was long and straight and extended to her knees, with bangs divided between her eyes that were heterochromatic, with the left being violet and the right light brown. Unlike the other girl, she was more voluptuous since the size of her breasts was quite remarkable. On the other hand, the boy was a young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes, and unlike the girls, he looked more relaxed and lively. Rias informed me of your visit, young Sekiryuutei. The slender girl spoke. When she called me Sekiryuutei, I was so surprised that I almost forgot I was still holding my teacup. How come? I asked, unable to finish my sentence, and Rias let out a slight giggle, then introduced the new arrivals. Issei, this is Sona Citri. Like me, she's a high-class devil, and she's the next heir to the Citri house. Another high-class demon in Kuo. The Citri clan. That clan doesn't ring a bell, but it must be an important one, though I don't know if it's on par with the Gremory or Phoenix clans. I didn't know what to say to this apparition. Akeno smiled and followed the introduction. The Citri clan belongs to the 72 pillars that survived the Great War, as do the Gremory and Phoenix clans. They are in charge of protecting Kuo City during the day, while the Gremory clan does so at night. Their time is divided between day and night. Great War? I think Ddraig told me about that a long time ago. I see, but how do you know that I? At my question, Rias, Akeno, Sona and their companions laughed a little. It's because we attended Ria's engagement party and saw you fight Riser Phoenix. You put on a good show that day. Sona explained it to me and now I understood. Lord Surziches had introduced me as the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League. Sona is a high-class demon, of course she knows who I am, the same for her servants. My name is Saji Genshiro, I attend Kuo University, and I'm Miss Sona's pawn. I must say I'm very excited to meet someone who's part of the Justice League and who also made a huge impact on the underworld by arriving with the last daughter of Krypton. Saji is quite excited. Like you, I possess a dragon's sacred gear, so meeting you is like wow. Saji. Sona interrupted him and he nodded with his head bowed. Excuse my servant, he is very excited to meet one of the legendary celestial dragons. One of the? Now that Sona mentioned it, it's true. I remember Ddraig talking years ago about a white boy, but we never went into too much detail because I had to prepare myself physically and mentally to be able to reach my balance breaker. Then I defended my city, I became a hero, and since I never got to see a white dragon boy or girl, Ddraig didn't say anything new either, since we talked about everything except the other dragon. The topic of conversation never came up that had to do with him. Maybe I should talk to Ddraig to find out about him. The reason I came with my servants is because they arrived. They? At that moment, other girls entered the room. Both were wearing church robes. I knew them a little. It was my old childhood friend Issei Hyoudou and her companion Zenobia Quarta. Seeing them, Asia and I got up from the sofa, and both were more surprised than I was to find ourselves like this. Issei. What are you doing in a place like this? Irina became worried, and upon seeing Rias became so alarmed that she misinterpreted the situation and pointed at her accusingly. Did you turn him into a demon? Irina screamed very upset, and Zenobia kept a very sharp look towards me. No, Issei and his friend aren't demons. We're just good friends and we're arguing. Rias assured her, and Irina sighed in relief and began to pray with the cross she wore around her neck. Thank you, Lord God, for not allowing Issei to be tempted to become a demon. Amen. Still, we can't ignore the fact that he was in contact with them. Zenobia said harshly and Irina nodded. We'll take care of their sins, first things first, we'll deal with these demons. Irina responded looking seriously at the Gremory and Sitri clans. Why does something so complicated always have to happen when I get involved with the beings of the Bible? Since Irina and Zenobia were going to talk to Rias Gremory, Asia and I went out to the courtyard of the building, but before leaving I made sure to leave a hidden microphone so I could secretly listen to the reasons for Irina and Zenobia's visit to the city. While we were outside the building, I made sure to send Kara the audio recording of my conversation with Rias. Throughout the conversation, I'd made sure my phone recorded every detail, and thanks to that, she now knew about Kiba's past as well. When she finished listening to the audio, she called me. I'm sorry I'm not there, Ice. It's okay, you don't have to worry, I'm glad you're there, someone has to stay and protect our city. I'll try to find a way to get there, I promise. Calm down Kara, I would hate for you to lose your job because of me, your life as Kara Danvers is just as important as your life as Supergirl. Still if you need anything, don't hesitate to let me know. Sure, I'm counting on you. We'll continue talking later. The meeting has already started. Take care, Ice, and say hi to Asia for me. With a rather warm smile, I ended the call and activated the microphones. I had two devices, I gave one to Asia, and we both listened to the conversation. The first to speak was Irina. Recently, the holy swords Excalibur, which were kept at the headquarters of the Vatican, the Catholic Church, the Protestant Church, and the Eastern Orthodox Church, were stolen. Are there that many Excaliburs? I thought there was only one in the whole world. So what would the stolen Excaliburs be doing in a country located in the eastern part of the world? Rias was the one who asked. The Catholic Church is in possession of 2 Excaliburs, including mine. The Protestant Church also possesses 2. Even the Eastern Orthodox Church possesses 2 as well. The last remaining one was lost in the war between God, the demons, and the fallen angels. 1 Excalibur was stolen from each church. Whoever stole them escaped to Japan and brought them to the city. Apparently things like this happen when I show up. Coincidences tend to be problematic in more ways than one. It seems my territory is full of incidents. So who were the ones who stole the Excaliburs? Rias asked. The people responsible for this are Gregory. Ddraig already told me about them a few days ago, it's the organization of the fallen angels. We know the main culprit who stole the Excaliburs. One of the Gregory leaders, Kakabiel. Kakabiel. Does that name mean anything to you, Issei? Asia asked me surprised by my reaction. Yes, Raynor had said that fallen angel is the one primarily responsible for the fallen angels taking a fragment of the kryptonite asteroid. If Kakabiel is involved then he must be equipped with a bunch of weapons made from the only substance capable of killing Kara. I'm glad she stayed in New York. I can't allow Kakabiel to get his claws on her. Kakabiel, one of the leaders of the fallen angels who survived the ancient war many years ago, I didn't expect to hear his name even appear in the Bible. The one who said that was Akeno. We secretly sent priests and exorcists to this city, but they kept dying. Zenobia said. Our request no. Our order is that we don't want any demons to interfere in the battle between us and the fallen angels for the Excaliburs. In other words, we came here to tell you not to interfere with what happened. That way Zenobia talks it's like she assumes that. Do you think we would collaborate with the fallen angels? Maybe we would join them to do something with the Excaliburs? Rias questioned trying to maintain her composure. Demons despise holy swords. You're on the same level as the fallen angels. If necessary, we'll destroy you completely. Even if you're the Demon King's younger sister. Zenobia said it without taking into account what Rias might do in the face of such an accusation. That girl is crazy. If you know that much, then let me tell you something else. I would never side with a fallen angel. On behalf of the Gremory family, I swear that I would never do anything to humiliate the devil. Yes, Rias, of course. You'd never do anything to humiliate your older brother, like trying to sleep with someone like me just to break up your marriage to Riser. Oh, right, you've already tried that. I'm glad to hear you say that. That's exactly what our headquarters hoped. I was sure the Demon King's younger sister wouldn't be so foolish. So you just wanted to know that I wasn't against you and your god, right? Of course. We simply want you to promise that you will not intervene in this ordeal. We are not asking for your help. In fact, teaming up with God, even temporarily, would have a significant impact on all three factions. How do you think the Orthodox Church will act? Until this matter is resolved, we will fight to the death to recover the swords. So you're telling me that only the two of you are going to face Kakabiel? How reckless do you intend to die? That's correct. Irina answered Ria's question, who had been talking to Zenobia. The blue-haired girl continued. It has been determined that if the fallen angels use the Excalibur, it doesn't matter what measures are used. At least we will take the Excalibur away from the fallen angels. Irina followed after her. To that end, we dedicate our bodies. The only thing that can stand against an Excalibur is another Excalibur. Their faith is simply mysterious. Could they possibly recover it? Rias questioned. Of course, we don't intend to just die. Zenobia assured him. You're self-confident. Could you have a secret weapon or a powerful ally? Rias continued asking. I'll leave that to your imagination. Zenobia answered him. Our business is over, let's go home. Irina. Apparently the conversation was over and I turned off the communicators that Asia and I had been using. It seems my stay in Kuo won't be as short as I expected. Chapter 20. Facing the Holy Swords. Former Kuo Academy Building, Japan. June 9, 2017, 6:45 p.m. The conversation between the girls from the church with Rias Gremory had ended when the two left the building. They crossed paths with Asia and me. Both Irina and Zenobia looked at Asia with some suspicion. Are you, by any chance, the witch Asia Argento? I never thought I'd run into you around here. Zenobia said to Asia, my friend froze at being called a witch. That word is something very painful to her. Irina also noticed and looked at Asia. Are you the rumored witch? The former holy maiden? You were said to have the power to heal demons and fallen angels, right? I heard you were sent somewhere after being exiled. How did you end up here if you're not a demon? I. Asia didn't know how to react to Irina and Zenobia, so I stood in front of Asia to protect her. The fallen angels tried to kill Asia and take her healing power. Now she is with me under my protection. Zenobia frowned at me and Irina shook her head several times. No way. You shouldn't do that, Issei. You'll get hurt if you stay with that witch. Let's see, first demons and now witch, what's wrong with you? What are you doing here anyway? How did you come from New York to Japan and on top of that with one? If you call Asia a witch one more time, I won't forgive you. Irina. Zenobia shrugged. Right now, she deserves to be called a witch. I bit my teeth and made a sound with them because of the anger I felt toward this woman. I was tired of them. No way. Not a single person helped her when she needed help. Those who can't understand Asia's cuteness are a bunch of idiots. It's also wrong that none of them tried to be her friend. Zenobia pushed Irina aside, who was about to say something, and faced me quite brazenly. Do you think the Holy Maiden needs friends? How important charity for others is. The Holy Maiden is finished when she seeks friendship and love from others. She could have continued living with the love of the Lord God. So Asia Argento had no right to become a Holy Maiden from the start. Zenobia was in a bad way and very lost in her beliefs. I can't understand them, nor do I want to understand them. They say Asia is evil, and I'm not going to let that go so easily. So you selfishly turned her into a holy maiden and abandoned her because she was different from what you were looking for. That's wrong, really wrong. None of you know what she went through. You're so sick in your faith that you don't even know what God means. You're just following stupid orders from pathetic old men. Both women sharpened their gazes at my words. What are you to Asia? Zenobia asked, and I could see that she had already held her holy sword. Your friend. Comrade. I was the one who rescued Asia with the help of my friends, and together we will continue to protect Asia. If you try to lay a hand on her, then you too will become my enemies. Irina and Zenobia stopped looking at me and looked at each other with expressions that were hard to understand. The two of them then moved away from me and started laughing loudly. Zenobia placed both hands on her knees as she laughed, and Irina shed several tears from the laughter she was having. Irina, your friend is a very good comedian. He's not affiliated with any faction, he doesn't have any special abilities, and yet he defends a witch as if he could protect himself. I know. Issei still thinks he's a superhero. He hasn't changed a bit since childhood. They weren't taking me seriously. I'm warning you, I'll confront you both if necessary. Oh yeah? You and who else, Issei? Irina asked, trying to contain her laughter. The three girls and I looked at the person who spoke. The one who said that was Kiba, who had finally appeared, looked at Irina and Zenobia with quite a bit of contempt. In his body there was an aura with a powerful desire to kill. Who are you? Zenobia asked Kiba, recognizing him as a devil of the Gremory clan. I'm your superior. Even though I was apparently a failure. Kiba's sudden appearance was quite curious, and somehow he and I teamed up again to face Irina and Zenobia. Kiba was standing a little far away from me. Irina and Zenobia were standing in front of us. Surrounding the four of us and this place was a barrier made of red aura. Kiba's companions watched us outside the barrier with some concern for their companion. So we begin. Irina said so, and together with Zenobia they took off their white clothes, revealing that they were wearing black battle clothes. They weren't showing any skin, but they looked erotic. I could see the curves of their bodies. They both had good curves and narrow hips. Zenobia removed her clothes and weapon and revealed her sacred sword Excalibur. I understand that they both brought their Excaliburs to face the stolen Excaliburs, something like fire against fire. My original plan was to face the two of them one-on-two, but Kiba's sudden appearance was in my favor, although at first Rias did not agree with Kiba participating in this fight, since he was a devil from her clan. I for my part had more freedom since I was a human, metahuman. Then Zenobia said. It would be interesting to test the strength of a servant of Rias Gremory, besides I am interested in the strength of my superior. The four of us accepted the challenge, and Zenobia said that this battle wouldn't be reported to the church. It wouldn't be a battle to the death, and it would be a big problem if this battle came to light for the supernatural factions. The battlefield would be the same place where Kara, Zez, and I had previously faced Akeno, Kiba, and Kaneko. To prevent unnecessary damage and prevent others from noticing, Akeno set up a barrier for us. This allowed us to fight a little more recklessly. Kiba, even if it's just a fight, be careful with the holy swords. Rias warned, though Kiba didn't respond. In fact, he was laughing. Are you laughing? Zenobia questioned him. He had truly changed a lot since the last time I saw him. In fact, he looked a bit like his evil counterpart from the parallel Earth. His face had a rather cold smile. The thing I desperately sought to defeat and destroy has appeared right before my eyes. I'm happy. At that instant, a countless number of demonic swords appeared in the courtyard of the ancient building. This was Kiba's sacred gear. Sword birth, The wielder can create any demonic sword they imagine in their head. It's unique among demonic swords related to sacred gears. I heard there was a subject who avoided being scrapped by the Holy Sword Project. Is that you? Kiba didn't answer Zenovia's question. He just directed his killing intent at her. Hey. Killing is forbidden, you know. Kiba, I beg you to remember that this is just a fight. If you try to take it any further, I'd have to stop you. Issei Hyoudou. Irina called me in a rather animated manner. When I went to see you yesterday, I was very excited to see the boy I hadn't seen in a long time. Imagine my surprise when I found out you have a girlfriend and are related to demons. I was so surprised. She seems to be very depressed. Hey Irina. Do we have to fight? If you don't feel comfortable, we can let it go and everyone can continue. The part of me wants to fight with her and Zenobia for all the bad things they said to Asia, but Irina saw me with a very sad face, and then a single tear fell down her cheek. Oh, Issei. What a trick fate has played on us. I went to England because I learned I could use the holy swords, and I thought I could be a representative of the Lord God. This must also be a test the Lord God has given me. In these foreign lands, you and I clash with different ideals. The harsh fate of knowing that my childhood friend who was struck by lightning awakens and sympathizes with devils. The way time moves is harsh. But I'm moving forward. I will become someone with true belief towards the Lord God. Now, Issei. I will judge you with my Excalibur. Amen. Even though Irina was shedding tears, she seemed very eager to attack me with her sword. She gave a rather long speech, and her eyes shone like stars. She was literally drunk on her beliefs and thoroughly enjoying the situation. If Kara were here, she would have gladly knocked her out with one blow. You know, I don't know what happened to you at church, and I don't think I want to know either. So, here I go. Boosted gear. There was a red glow on my left arm which I raised upwards, and the glow took the form of my sacred gear. Boost. This time I wouldn't be using balance breaker, or at least that was my plan. My power had doubled, and now I'd have to wait another 10 seconds for it to happen again. Irina and Zenobia looked surprised after seeing my sacred gear. That longiness is. So my childhood friend is the person possessed by the Welsh dragon who has been defending New York and joined the Justice League. The woman who was with him last night must be the Kryptonian who is Superman's cousin, now I understand why she gave me a bad vibe. They both raised their eyebrows. You'll hurt yourself if you only pay attention to Ice-kun. Shock. Tiba charged at Zenobia. The demonic sword and the holy sword sparked. Zenobia smiled after blocking Kiba's blow. The sacred gear's sword birth, the boosted gear. Even the twilight healing that Asia Argento has. All of them are sacred gears considered heretical by us. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Issei and Asia follow in your footsteps and become devils. My power is also the power made by the hatred of my comrades who were killed with regret. I will defeat those who have the Excalibur in their possession, and I will destroy the Excaliburs. Tiba exclaimed, clashing his demonic sword against Zenovia's Excalibur sword several times, raising more and more sparks. His desire to kill her was getting worse. Here I go, Issei. Irina aimed her attack at me, but with a quick movement, I managed to back away to avoid it. I may not be a demon like Kiba, and I might not suffer as much from being cut by a holy sword, but at the end of the day, a sword is still a sword, and a cut is still a cut. If I let my guard down, I might regret it. Irina continued attacking me with her sword, but I managed to dodge each offensive attempt with superhuman reflexes, thanks to the physical training I had over the past few years with Zez and the countless experiences I had in combat. Irina was pretty good with her holy sword and managed to shapeshift her Excalibur into a whip, but her moves weren't nearly as good as Zez's. Boost. But the second duplication of my power I became simply too agile for her. Issei, stop moving so fast. Don't you see that I need to atone for your sins? This might be the only chance in your life for the Lord God to forgive you for sympathizing with demons. At that moment, Kiba returned to the place where he had created several swords, dropped the one he had been using, and instead took 2 new swords. Now he had 2 swords and headed towards Zenobia again. One of Kiba's swords created a fiery whirlwind, while the other created an icy blizzard. He was extremely fast. With that great speed, he attacked Zenobia, who managed to dodge each of Kiba's offensive attempts with fairly simple movements. Agile movements of a horse. A sword of fire and one of ice. Not bad, but you're very naive. Wham! Zenobia made a simple strike with her swords and turned Kiba's 2 demonic swords into dust. Kiba was speechless as his demonic swords were destroyed in one fell swoop. That was some serious destructive power. Reminds me a bit of Gram. My sword is a massive destruction. There is nothing it cannot destroy. Zenobia turned her sword pointing upwards and then stabbed it downwards. Puo. The place started to shake and the ground shook violently. I lost my balance and fell to the ground. I couldn't get up and there were quite a few clouds of dust all around, even coming toward me and landing on my face. I had to wipe my face while spitting out the dust in my mouth. When I looked at the place where we were fighting, all I saw was a gigantic crater. There was a deep hole where Zenobia had brought her sword down. She did it with a single strike and in doing so she didn't seem to have used too much power. This is my Excalibur. It can destroy anything in its path. It's not called Excalibur destruction for nothing. Tiba made a bitter expression seeing that. So much destructive power even though it's not the real Excalibur. So destroying all 7 swords will be a difficult task. What he said caught my attention. Boost. Just then my power doubled for the 3rd time and Irina shook the dust and mud off her clothes. Geez. I'm all covered in dust because you destroyed the floor, Zenobia. Irina protested and then put herself on guard again. But it's time to settle this. Irina launched herself at me much faster than before, but because it was the 3rd time my power had doubled, I was able to keep up with her defensive pace. You're doing quite well, Issei. You're good at dodging. I guess that's the least I can expect from my childhood friend who joined the league. Yes. I always have to be in shape for anything. I also enjoy facing people who are stronger than me. Just like you, Irina. Irina stopped in her tracks with a noticeable blush on her face. Oh. What are you saying, Issei? Are you trying to make me lower my guard? Why do you have to be like this at a time like this? Ah. This must be a test from the Lord God to strengthen my beliefs. Hearing her say those things I had to hide my face with the palm of my gloved left hand. Ugh, you girls are weirder than any alien. Hi. Hearing Kiba scream, Irina and I stopped our fight to see what prompted Kiba to make that scream. What he did was use his sacred gear to create a gigantic demonic sword. The destructive power of your holy sword or the destructive power of my demonic sword. We'll see which is stronger. Kiba gripped his sword with great effort using both hands while releasing an ominous aura. The sword was bigger than Kiba. It was about 2 meters tall. Kiba swung it with his strength. His attack hit Zenobia, but she sighed as if disappointed. It's a shame, you made the wrong decision. Boom. The violent clang of metal. A long sword fragment flew through the air. It was Kiba's broken sword. Zenovia's Excalibur easily destroyed Kiba's demonic sword. Your weapon is the variety of swords you can create and your speed. You need a lot of strength to swing a sword like that and you'd lose the speed you're so proud of. Are you looking for destructive power? Given your fighting style, that's unnecessary. Don't you know? The hilt of Zenovia's holy sword struck deep into Kiba's stomach. With a simple movement like that, it created a shockwave. Kiba spat out a little blood and fell to the ground. That blow contained the strength and essence of Excalibur, that was all for him. Zenovia took one last look at Kiba and turned around. Wait. Kiba screamed desperately on the ground. Zenovia stopped. Recover before your next fight, senior. Kiba glared at Zenovia and she approached Arena. You still haven't been able to defeat him? He's obviously in great shape. Now both swordswomen pointed their swords at me. I was merciful with the horse because I didn't want trouble with the demons. You're a different story, Sekiryuutei. Boost. I have no choice. I'll have to use this ability. No, more accurately, I need to use that ability. The rest of the Justice League isn't here, Diana isn't here, Kara isn't here. I have to seize this moment of glory. I challenge both women with great confidence. Then come after me. Let's see who wins. Your faith in your god are my justice. Arena smiled confidently, Zenovia did so coldly, and both charged at me. Arena made a high leap in the air and tried to cannonball me, but my agility managed to overcome her. But when I turned around I found Zenovia trying to take my head off with her sword. Luckily there was no power in her movement, and I was able to block her attack using my boosted gear as a shield. Shock. Sparks were piling up in large quantities from the struggle he was having with Zenovia. Boost. My power continued to increase, and Zenovia couldn't balance the scales in time, so I made her back away with pure force. She was vulnerable for a second, and I slapped her left shoulder touching her clothes. She looked at me quite strange with what I did. Turning around again, I found myself facing a smiling Arena who tried to cut me in half with her sword again, but once again I managed to evade her by jumping over her and hit her with a soft slap on the back. In both situations where I touched them, some of my dragon magic remained in them, and I moved away far enough with a very devilish smile on my face. What's with that ruthless look, Issei? Arena asked quite confused while keeping my left arm raised upwards. This is for calling Asia a witch. This is justice. You can consider it if you want, as punishment done by the will of your Lord God, to whom you are so devoted. Dress brack. Click. The snap was with my left hand and then. Tracks. The dark combat attire that Arena and Zenovia were wearing was completely destroyed, exposing their bodies as they came into the world. Shocked, both girls dropped their weapons. Ooh. Arena squealed as she quickly covered her private parts with her hands, bending her legs, while Zenovia remained in shock. This is one of the abilities I acquired during my early training with Ddraig. He had told me that he used his desire for destruction to create the dragon shot. This time, I did something similar, but instead of seeking destruction with a lethal offensive attack, I sought destruction solely in women's clothing, with the snap being the final blow. I hadn't had time to use it until now, but here and now. The moment presented itself, and I seized it. You are definitely the worst. I heard Kaneko say from behind the barrier with a rather hard face. Ria's face was a poem. Asia didn't know what to say, and Akeno found the technique funny as she started laughing. What a low technique. Ah. Lord God. Please forgive this perverted sinner. Arena became sad and tried to pray, but being exposed she had to stop and tried to cover herself on the ground as best she could, hugging her legs, looking at me quite angrily. Zenovia did exactly the same thing as Arena, but with greater contempt. This technique would be quite suitable for him if he were a demon. For the next few seconds I continued to receive quite negative feedback from all the girls except Asia and Akeno, but it seemed I had won the battle, since both Arena and Zenovia lost any desire to continue fighting with me. Both women refused to receive any magical help from Akeno or Rias because they didn't want to be in debt to the devils, so they simply covered themselves with their white robes, despite not wearing anything else underneath, which was quite erotic, and I must say the images of their naked bodies were burned into my mind. Issei, if you ever want to be judged, just let me know, okay? Amen. Despite what happened, when she left, Arena said goodbye to me again in a very cheerful and friendly way. I can't believe it, I was defeated by something so vulgar, and I didn't even force him to use the balance breaker we've heard so much about. This is so pitiful. Zenovia continued to regret what happened, covering her face with one of her hands. Arena and Zenovia had already left, now only Asia, the Gremory clan, and I remained. I apologize for showing you my very sinister dark side, Asia. I said to my friend with an embarrassed smile, but Asia just shook her head while laughing. I'm glad you were able to get out of that fight without getting hurt. I was really worried that you weren't going to use your balance breaker like you usually do. That was a pretty despicable move. Perverted and degenerate Sekiryuutei. Kaneko muttered with a look that was still quite serious, although it later softened a little. You still showed good experience, you weren't that bad, Issei-senpai. For the first time that day, Kaneko had said something nice to me, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, Hyoudou. I heard Ria's voice. When I turned to where she was, I saw Kiba who seemed to be leaving while Rias was very angry. What's going on? I won't forgive you if you abandon me. You're the Gremory clan's horse. I'll also be in trouble if you become a stray. Wait this instant. I was able to escape from there thanks to my comrades. That's why I have to put their wails into my demonic swords. After saying that to his king, Kiba disappeared. As night fell, Asia and I went to the building where my temporary boss was staying. We each have our own rooms, and by now Asia was probably already asleep. As for me, I was lying in bed staring at the ceiling not knowing what to do. I came just to find out what was wrong with my friend, and now I'm about to get into the subject of the Excaliburs and that Kakabiel who surely has enough kryptonite to hurt Kara. I still remember how hurt Kara was from that kryptonite spear. Back then, the enemy was only Rainer. Kakabiel will undoubtedly be a much higher level threat. I wonder how Kara is doing now, what time it is in New York. I know she's doing great, but I just can't stop thinking about her. Meanwhile, in New York. Kara Zor-El, although I am currently Kara Danvers, was on my way to work, answering several calls and requests that Miss Grant had given me, holding Miss Grant's coffee in one hand and my phone in the other. I need 2 tickets for Wicked in the orchestra section. Not for Miss Grant. Her mother wants to see her. Yes, again. Sure, I hope. The call ended and a new one began. Charlie, I'm calling about the correspondence dinner. I have to make sure Mrs. Grant doesn't sit with Bill O'Reilly again. For the past few days, I've been working at Catco Worldwide Media, a print and online media empire built by my boss, Mrs. Cat Grant, the second most powerful woman in New York City, since the most powerful is undoubtedly Supergirl. On my way to the office, Win, my friend from work, approached me with his tablet, quite excited. Did you see this? There was an attempted armed robbery last night. There were no witnesses except for a homeless man who swears the suspect who fought Supergirl was a demonic being. He whispered to me as I approached a person who handed me a brochure. Thank you. I told the person and continued on my way to Mrs. Grant's office with Win. Demonic appearance Kara. I had to laugh a little at what he told me so he wouldn't think I believed him, and besides, it wasn't a demonic looking being, it was a damn renegade demon. I tell you that supernatural beings do exist. Win, I'm telling you that supernatural beings don't exist. Of course, proof of this is the Sekiryuutei who is the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the 2 celestial dragons. It will be a matter of time before the other dragon also appears. Another dragon? Is there someone similar to Ice out there? What Win told me made me think, although on the outside I continued to pretend I didn't believe him. Seki is different. You change your mind if you read this website. You created this site. I contribute to it. At that point I came to my table and put down all the things I had in my hands. Hey, I was wondering if maybe you wanted to, I don't know, go to the movies with me tonight. Win was asking me out on a date. I can't, no, sorry. I'm already in a relationship. Win stood like a statue for several seconds. Oh, I didn't know. Really? Yeah. I replied quite happily as I sat down in my desk chair. And how long have you been together? Almost a month, but I've known him since I arrived on this plane, I meant city. Win looked at me strangely. Yes, city, because I'm human just like you and everyone else in this building. Hahaha. I wonder how Ice is doing now, what time it is in Kuo. I know he's doing great, but I just can't stop thinking about him. Back in Kuo City. Hey, buddy. Having trouble sleeping? Issei Hyoudou was still staring at the ceiling while still thinking about Kara when suddenly Ddraig spoke to me again. Ddraig. I exclaimed quite excitedly, raising my left hand up, seeing the back of it shining with an emerald light. You never stop thinking about your Kryptonian girlfriend, huh? He was making fun of me. Silence. This is the first time I've been so distant from her since we started our relationship. Besides, you've been so absent from my life lately. Stop complaining, it's not like I'd have gone anywhere else. There's something I have to warn you about. Warn me? I've been sensing a very powerful presence near you. I've been having trouble sleeping lately. That's right, a few hours ago I faced Irina and Zenobia, they possessed Excalibur swords, but I defeated them and stripped them naked with my power. Their bodies were stored in my mind. I don't give a damn about holy sword wielders, you didn't even have to resort to balance breaker to stop them. So this presence is superior to the holy swords. I just want you to be careful, your Kryptonian girlfriend is not by your side and you are not with another member of the League. In this situation, the White could attack you at any moment. The White Dragon, Vanishing Dragon, we never talked about him, can you tell me who he is? We are known as the two celestial dragons, but we have never gotten along. The two dragon wielders are destined to fight each other. Possessors. That means there's another Longinus similar to mine. That's how it is. And I have to fight him at some point in the future. Exact. And in my current condition will I be able to fight him? Although you have a complete balance breaker and are my first holder to be a metahuman, I cannot guarantee that it will be true. It depends on how powerful the host is, it could be a normal human, but it could also be some metahuman. Vanishing Dragon, something tells me he and I will meet when I least expect it. Chapter 21. The Plan to Destroy Excalibur. Guo City, Japan. June 10, 2017, 9:15 am. The next morning, I, Issei Hyoudou, summoned Sona Citri's peon so we could meet at the main cafe in Guo City. At first I didn't know how to contact him, so I had to ask Rias so she could tell Sona under the excuse of, I need to make contracts with someone else since Kiba isn't here. While I waited for him to arrive, I ordered an ice-cold drink and continued to wait for Saji to appear at any moment. Issei Hyoudou. Saji finally arrived and I looked up to see him. He seemed pretty happy that I'd called him. Hello, thank you for coming on such short notice. Don't worry about that. So what do you need from me? I waited for him to sit down and then I said to him. I'm going to ask Arena Shidu and Zenobia Quarta if they give me permission to destroy the sacred swords Excalibur. I want you to help me with that. Saji was immensely surprised by my request. Hey, are you serious? Please. I beg you. I asked him while placing my hands on the table and bowing my head. You're crazy. He shouted, jumping out of his chair, drawing the attention of the other people in the cafeteria. Noticing her reaction, he sat back down and spoke more slowly as I looked up again. Do you know what my mistress would do to me if she found out I was involved with a holy sword because you wanted to hire me to help you destroy one? She'd kill me without hesitation. Saji was very terrified imagining that scenario. You don't know what it's like to have an angry mistress. When my lady Sona gets angry, she truly goes mad. I absolutely refuse to make that contract with you, whether you're Seki or not. Saji got up and tried to flee the place, but something was preventing him. Huh? That seemed suspicious to me, so I got up from my seat and when I looked at who was on the other side, I was surprised to see that it was little Kaneko who held Saji behind his shirt to not let him go. There was a big bowl of ice cream on her table and she was about to eat it. I figured you'd try something like that. After a few seconds, I brought my glass of cold drink to Kaneko's table and sat on her right while she arranged for Saji to sit on her left. He looked like he might bolt at any moment. I really have to go. Saji insisted on trying to run away, but Kaneko stopped him and made him sit back in his seat. Do you want to cooperate with the church? Kaneko asked me while resting my chin on my right hand, remembering everything I heard in private with Asia. They said the church decided it would be better to eliminate all the Excaliburs instead of letting them be used by the fallen angels. I mean, they have to destroy the stolen Excaliburs or recover them, right? Yes, that's correct. Kaneko nodded and I looked at her before continuing. That's why I want to help you recover the Excaliburs. Kiba wants to destroy the Excaliburs, if I help you, maybe you'll allow those swords to be destroyed. Kaneko was silent for a few seconds. You want Hyoudou-senpai to destroy the stolen Excalibur and fulfill his wish, is that so? That's right. I nodded, smiling at little Kaneko. If that were to happen, then Kiba would carry out his revenge and everything would be fine. Then he'd continue doing his demon work with the same smile as always. That's what I thought. Kiba wants to eliminate the Excaliburs, defeat them, and exact revenge for his former comrades. Irina and Zenobia want to retrieve the Excaliburs from the fallen angels, even if it means destroying them. They have the same goal. I'm almost certain they'll listen to me. That might seem very difficult to say, senpai. Well, no matter how difficult it is, I won't give up. Kaneko thought about it for a bit and looked back at me. I'll help you, Issei-senpai. It'll be our secret, I won't tell Miss Rias-sama or Miss Akeno-sama. It'll be for our friend. For the next 20 minutes, little Kaneko, Saji, and I searched for Irina and Zenobia. Saji walked to my right, little Kaneko following us from behind. Saji was still very downcast, afraid of what Sona might do to him when she finds out what he's getting into. Oh, why do I have to be part of this? You're the legendary Sekiryuutei of the Justice League, and your girlfriend is the cousin of the most powerful man on the planet. You're practically invincible. Saji said it very pessimistically and I looked at him with a half smile. All my fellow Justice League members are busy on missions all over the planet and I need all the help I can get. Besides, it won't be easy to find them. I mean, it's not like they're walking the streets wearing nothing but their white robes. Please bless the lost lambs. Please. Have a little compassion for us who have fallen into disgrace. We found them easily. There were two girls praying at the end of the path. Both were wearing only their white robes. They had nothing underneath. Those robes covered half their thighs and their entire front, though anyone who saw them would know they weren't wearing any clothes at all. That's my fault. I didn't think that literally those black battle suits were the only piece of clothing they had packed, and I destroyed them without mercy. I really am the worst. Indeed. Little Kaneko nodded with almost the same thoughts I had. Irina and Zenobia didn't notice our presence, too preoccupied with other things. People walked past them, just giving them strange looks. I couldn't tell if that was because they were church girls on public roads or because they were literally half naked. How can this be? Is this the reality of the developed country of Japan? That's why I don't like countries that don't have a trace of faith in their beliefs. Zenobia complained, holding an empty box over her hands. Don't be so harsh, Zenobia. Irina said with a cute little face and then started pulling a handkerchief with her lips in a rather adorable way while crying comically. We've lost all the money we had. We have no clothes and have to rely solely on the charity of the heretics, or else we won't be able to get food and clothing, you know. We can't even buy a single piece of bread. HMPH. It all happened because you bought that fake painting. Zenobia pointed at a painting of a saint that was very poorly designed. What the heck was that? Did they scam Irina at a fake exhibition? What are you saying? This painting has a drawing of someone who looks like a saint. That's what the person at the exhibition said. Irina defended the painting through tears, and I decided to take advantage of that moment to send a message to Asia. Hello Asia. Would you be so kind as to buy some clothes for Irina and Zenobia? Apparently, they were only wearing the outfits I ripped off their clothes last night when I fought them. Asia immediately read my message. I understand, Issei. You can count on me, NN. Asia has such a kind heart and is willing to help even those girls who treated her badly. She is truly a blessing. So, do you know who the person in the drawing is? I certainly don't recognize him. Zenobia said, mocking the painting. The person in the painting certainly looked like a foreigner, wearing shabby clothes and carrying something on his head. There was also a baby angel in the background with a trumpet floating in the air. I think it's Saint Peter. Irina answered almost hesitantly. Don't waste your time. San Pedro isn't like that. No, he should look like this. I'm sure of it. Why does my partner have to be someone like you, Lord God? Is this also a punishment? Hey, don't hang your head. You really get depressed when you're under a saint, don't you? Shut up. That's why Protestants are called heretics. You have different beliefs than we Catholics. Show more respect to the saints. What? Seriously? It's that in Catholicism, where they only abide by the old law, right? What did you say, heretic? Who did you call a heretic, heretic? The two began to argue, butting their heads against each other. It was then that a growl was heard coming from their stomachs. We were some distance away, but it was still quite loud. Both of them fell to the ground on their knees due to the growling of their stomachs. First, let's do something to fill our stomachs. Otherwise, we won't be able to get the Excaliburs back. You're right. Do you want to get money from heretics by threatening them? I think the Lord God will forgive us if we don't harm the heretics. They both looked at each other as if in cahoots. What if we rob a temple? And we take out his safe? Well, let's just leave it. We would be earning hatred instead of faith. Why don't we put on a show in the street with our swords? I like that better. Let's raise money for our trip by using the Excalibur to cut fruit. Even though we don't even have a piece of fruit to cut. Our only option is to use that square. Zenobia pointed her sword at the painting, and Irina hugged the painting as if her life depended on it. No. You can't do that. Let's kill the person who sold you this doodle and get our money back. Don't call Saint Peter a scribble, he's a heretic. But isn't he Saint Peter after all, you heretic? They definitely don't look like the annoying girls I defeated yesterday anymore. With a sigh I walked over to them, and finally the two of them noticed my presence. Hey you two. I'm going to eat with my friends, do you want to join us? They both looked at me with very hungry eyes. Yeah. Delicious. The food in this country is delicious. Yes. That's it. This flavor is the best. Irina and Zenobia started filling their stomachs with the food I ordered from a family restaurant, which was tricky since I had to pay double because of the way they both showed up at the place, though that's still my fault. Wow, these girls eat a lot. Are they really the assassins sent by the Christian church? Suddenly the two paused and Zenobia lowered her head in shame. What has happened to this world? That we have to accept help from the man who humiliated us in front of demons and defiled us with his gaze. We sold our souls to Issei. Irina said it as she began to pray. I'm lucky I have the budget to pay for everything they eat because they literally ate what a dozen people would eat. Not even Kara eats that much and she's Kryptonian. Damn Kiba. The things I have to do for you. Phew. Now I'm calm. It's the end of the world since we were rescued by your depraved childhood friend. Zenobia said quite bluntly and I looked at her with a frown. Hi. I just paid for everything you ate and you still have the nerve to say that. I tried not to get too upset with them since it was really necessary for the negotiation to go well. Phew. Thanks for the food. Ah, Lord God, please bless Issei and his demon friends. Irina said while holding a cross. Ayuyu. Ayuyu. At that moment, little Kaneko and Saji had a headache and both held their heads in their hands. It seems that demons receive damage from blessings and crosses. Ah, sorry. I did it without thinking. Irina smiled at me with a pretty face. Zenobia drank a glass of water and took a deep breath. So, what do you want from us? I'm sure you've seen every detail. I tried to stifle a laugh when she said that and nodded. You two came to this country to retrieve the Excaliburs, right? That's correct, you are well informed. Neither of them looked hostile since they had just finished eating. They wouldn't try anything against little Kaneko or Saji, and even if they tried to start a battle, it's the same as what happened between Rias and Zenobia. Zenobia had warned Rias not to try to confront her, since she has an Excalibur and is a great warrior of the church. In my case, I have my balance breaker and at any time I could activate it if necessary. I want to help destroy the Excaliburs. They both looked surprised by what I just said. They also looked at each other with their eyes. Stupid. Saji gulped and waited nervously for the two of them to decide. He was very worried that they would both reject my request and this would turn into a battle between angels, fallen angels, and demons. Yes. It's best to leave a sword with you. I'm sure you can do that. But make sure your identity and that of your demon allies aren't revealed. Also, we don't want our superiors and enemies to think we were working with your companions. Preferably, we only need you. The one who said that was Zenobia. My mouth dropped open in surprise as I hadn't expected her to be the one to say that. Hey Zenobia, are you sure? It's not just to say, there are demons too, you know. Irina tried to make her reconsider. Well, that's the normal response. Irina. Let's be honest, this mission is beyond our skill set. I know. But. The primary objective is that we must either destroy all three Excaliburs or bring them back. If our Excaliburs are going to be stolen, then we must break them before that happens. Even if we use the last resort, there's only a 1% chance that we'll succeed in our mission and return home safely. But what about the 99 faith? Even though we only have a 1 probability, we still have 99 faith, or am I wrong? Yes, but that doesn't take away from the fact that we were sent by our superiors to sacrifice ourselves, after all. Isn't that what we followers want? I've changed my mind. My beliefs are flexible. So I can act in the best way possible. You? I've been thinking about it for a long time, but your faith is a little strange. I won't deny it. But I believe our duty is to carry out the mission and return safely. I'm going to live and continue fighting for the Lord God, or am I wrong? You're not wrong. Also, we're not accepting help from demons, we're accepting help from the Sekiryuutei. The higher-ups won't say anything to us if we ask for the strength of someone who's part of the Justice League. Zenobia looked at me quite happily. I never thought our journey would take us with the Sekiryuutei. You're the only one here who could go toe-to-toe against Kakabiel and even defeat him. Not to mention having a Kryptonian as your partner. With the two of you, the odds would shift from 1 to 100. Irina seemed to have a tick when Zenobia mentioned Kara, which I found quite strange, and that was when Asia came to us. Sorry for the delay, I just had to bring this to you. Irina and Zenobia looked at Asia in confusion, but their eyes sparkled with excitement when they saw that what she had brought them was the black battle suit that she had destroyed. How was she even able to do that? Alright, Asia is an expert in the area of magic. Irina and Zenobia went to the bathroom to put on their warrior clothes, and I took advantage of that moment to call Kiba. I wonder if he'll listen to this kind of message. I'm with the Excalibur wielders. I want you to come here, Kiba. Understand? Kiba took a sip of his coffee after sighing. He read my message and agreed to come without any complaints. Honestly, I feel sorry for you for receiving permission to destroy the holy swords. That's a crude way of speaking. You're a street demon right now. I can cut you in two without wasting any time. Kiba and Zenobia glared at each other. Hey, what? The idea wasn't to fight before the cooperation strategy was complete. So you hold a grudge against us regarding the Holy Sword project? Against the church and the Excaliburs? Kiba narrowed his eyes upon hearing Irina's words. Obviously. He replied in a low, cold voice. But Kiba. Thanks to that project, the research on the Holy Sword users showed results. That's why they're looking for people like Zenobia and me, who can synchronize with the holy swords. Do you think that's the only reason I can forgive a project that was designed to fail, that cost the lives of all the test subjects? Dibba glared at Irina with eyes filled with hatred. Killing is certainly cruel, too cruel. What the believers of the Lord God did was definitely an inhumane act. Irina didn't know how to respond, and then Zenobia spoke. That incident became one of the worst cases among us, and people were upset about it. The person in charge of that project at the time was said to have a problem with his beliefs. So he was accused of heresy. Now he's one of those people on the side of the fallen angels. On the side of the fallen angels? What's that person's name? Dibba became interested and asked Zenobia. Alper Galilei. The man you knew as the genocidal bishop. Alper, that's the name of Kiba's enemy. If I go after the fallen angels afterwards, then I can reach him. A new determination filled Kiba's eyes. Knowing who his target was a huge step for him. Then it seems we'll have to share the information as well. The other day I was attacked by a person with an Excalibur. At that time, he had already killed the priest. The one who died is probably from his organization. Everyone was shocked. Obviously. I never thought Kiba would have been involved before us, so why did he stay quiet about it the whole time? I'm sure he had something planned. That person's name is Selzen. Does this name sound familiar? Fried. That lunatic priest. I remember him very well. He's the crazy priest we fought before. I haven't seen him since the previous incident. Was he still in this town? Zenobia and Irina showed sharp eyes at Kiba's words and said one after the other. I see. So it's him. Fried Selzen. The former Vatican exorcist. The genius who became an exorcist at the age of 13. He had achieved a number of great accomplishments because he kept eliminating demons and mystical beasts. But he went too far. He even killed his allies. Fried had no belief in our god from the beginning. All he had was the fighting instinct and the intention to kill monsters. And an abnormal obsession with battles. It was only a matter of time before he paid for his heresy. So you guys have had problems with him too. Is that so? Fried uses the Excalibur he stole when he killed our fellow followers. As far as we're concerned, he's going to pay the price for his actions. Our comrades weren't looking out for him, he's definitely going to pay for it. Zenobia said it with hatred. Fried, who is hated by many people. Well, obviously. Anyway, let's move on to the cooperation strategy. Zenobia took out a pen and used it to write on a notepad. She gave me her contact information. If anything happens, call this number. Thanks. Yeah, let me give you my number too. At that moment I took out my phone again and Irina shook her head happily. We already have your number, Issei, your mother gave it to us. Are you serious? My mom? Did she give them my number without my permission? She probably did it without telling me because Irina and I used to be childhood friends. Then, that's all for now. Someday I'll return the favor of paying for my meal, Sekiryuutei Issei Hyoudou. Zenobia stood up after saying that and so did Irina. Thanks for the meal, Issei. Invite me again another time. Even if you're in a relationship with someone else, we can have lunch together. I'm sure the Lord God will allow it. Amen. Irina thanked me with a wink. I don't know what Kara has to do with this. When the two beauties left the restaurant, little Kaneko and Saji sighed deeply. The negotiation plan went quite well, just as I thought it would. I believe I'm an excellent mediator between opposing factions. After finishing paying the bill, the five of us left the restaurant and headed to a more private place to chat. There were varying emotions in my group, most notably Saji's fear of what his mistress might do to him and Kiba's silence about everything that had happened in the past few days. The five of us stopped in a plaza and Kiba stared at the water in a fountain until he couldn't stand it anymore and turned around to look at me, then he asked me in a low voice. Ice-kun. Why did you do this and why are you still here in Japan? Yes, it must be strange to him that someone like me is still in this foreign country and without Kara's company. He wasn't present when I spoke with Rias either, and from his point of view, I probably have no reason to help him with his revenge. I came to help you, since the last time I summoned you've been acting strange, so I came here, and Rias told me the rest. That's what friends are for, right? You can object if you want, but I've already made my decision, and I'm not going to allow my friend to become a rogue devil either, much less with Irina and Zenobia lurking around. Kiba opened his mouth to say something, but then little Kaneko approached him. Hyoudou-senpai. I'll feel lonely if you leave. Little Kaneko's face was rather sad. She usually seems emotionless, so her change of scenery caught everyone off guard. I'll help you, that's why, please don't leave. That was the first time he'd heard little Kaneko pleading like that. Kiba was worried, but his face turned to a smile. Hahaha. Fine, I give up. If Kaneko-chan insists like that, then I won't be unreasonable. Kiba took a few steps back and looked at both of us. Very well. I will gladly accept your help, Ice-kun. Now I know who my true enemy is. Together we will defeat the Excaliburs. Kiba is eager to do it, little Kaneko smiled in relief, and then I said while bumping fists. Good. Now we've formed the group to destroy the Excaliburs. We'll defeat the Kakabiel and his cheap exorcist. To them, I was their leader. Asia, Kiba, and little Kaneko were motivated and would follow me. The only one in the group who wasn't as anxious was Saji, who remained dejected. Do I really have to do it? Saji asked us, putting his hand up. I mean, I'm totally out of this issue. Moreover, how are Kiba and the Excaliburs related? Oh, yeah. He doesn't know anything about Kiba and Excalibur. He probably didn't understand what was going on in the previous conversation. I'll tell you a little about my past. Kiba told us about the Holy Sword Project, that sinister project secretly developed by the Catholic Church. The goal of this project was to allow several people to wield sacred swords, and it was carried out at a certain high school. There were a number of boys and girls who were talented in using swords, and one possessor of sacred gears. Day after day, they went through inhuman experiments. Everyone was being experimented on, and their right to freedom was shattered. They weren't treated as human beings, and their lives were disregarded. But they had a dream. To survive, they used their hope. They were forced to believe they were loved by the Lord God, and they were just waiting for that day to come. They believed they were going to become special beings. They believed they could become people who could wield holy swords. But the result was elimination. Kiba and his companions couldn't use the holy sword. They all died. They were killed by those who serve God. No one saved us. For the simple fact that we couldn't use the holy swords, we were condemned. Other boys and girls were subjected to poison gas while we were still alive. They put poison gas on us while saying amen. We vomited blood and suffered on the ground. Even so, we were seeking help from God. Kiba told us his side of the story. We listened silently, and Asia couldn't hold it in and burst into tears as she listened. Kiba had managed to escape from the lab, but the poison gas had already infected him. Aside from certain individuals, subjects with lower than average abilities were eliminated as they were no longer needed. Kiba, who managed to escape, bumped into Rias, who was in Italy at the time, just as he was about to die. She saved him by turning him into a demon, and that's why he's here now. I want to avenge my slain comrades. I don't want their deaths to be in vain. I must continue living in their place, and I must prove my strength against the Excaliburs. Her past was truly intense. Asia also had a sad past. But Kiba had been going through a life that was hard to imagine. To tell the truth, I couldn't understand the pain Kiba went through. But I think it's hard to live just for revenge. Ria said she made him her servant so she could use his talents for more than just defeating the holy swords. Little Kaneko and I listened to Kiba's story with serious faces. Asia was sobbing, but in a controlled manner, and had already dried her tears with a handkerchief. As for Saji, he cried much harder. Asia became worried and took another handkerchief out of her bag for Saji. He accepted it, and after several sobs he was finally able to compose himself. Then he said to Kiba. Kiba. That must have been horrible. It must have been painful. Damn it. There's no God or hope in this world. I feel so much sympathy for you right now. Yeah, it's a horrible story. I understand why you hold a grudge against the people of the church and Excalibur. Oh wow, looks like he's motivated now. Saji continued speaking. To tell you the truth, I never liked you because you were a handsome boy, but now it's different. I'm going to help you too. I'm willing to receive the punishment, my master. But before that, we have to destroy Excalibur. I'm also going to work hard. You also have to live. Don't betray your master Rias again, who saved you. What Saji was saying now was a little odd, but I felt like he was strangely similar to me, aside from being so passionate. He really is a nice guy. I feel a little bad for dragging him into this. I'm glad he's feeling better now. Okay. It's a good time. I want you all to hear my story. You should know about me if we're working together. Saji became a little more shy as he said that, then his eyes became brighter, and he said in a voice filled with passion. My dream is to impregnate my king Miss Sona Citri and marry her. But, you know, getting a girl pregnant with me and marrying her is difficult for an unpopular guy like me. There is no girl I am more attracted to than her. I wish to impregnate her. For starters, that's my goal. My objective. There was a silence. Asia blushed profusely at Saji's confession, though it wasn't directed at her. Kiba smiled bitterly. Little Kaneko glared at him, and I was cut off from the world for a few seconds. Was that Saji's goal? His goal is a reincarnated demon. Kiba seeks to avenge his former comrades and destroy Excalibur, and Saji seeks to impregnate and marry his king. Are these the goals of all demons? Will little Kaneko have a similar goal? Will the same be true for Akeno? Humans who reincarnated as demons are truly rare. I wonder what my goal would have been if I had been one of them. Chapter 22. For a dear friend. Guo City, Japan. June 10, 2017, 9:45 p.m. As night fell, I, Issei Hyoudou, along with Asia, Kiba, Little Kaneko, Irina, Zenobia and Saji, gathered at the church where I faced Rainer weeks ago. My demon friends and I put on priest clothes, while Asia dressed as a nun again. She was delighted with it. Kaneko also dressed as a nun, though she wasn't delighted. The cross Asia and I wore was real, while the ones Kiba, Little Kaneko, and Saji wore were fake. If they wore a real cross, they'd burn instantly. Why do we demons have to disguise ourselves as priests too? Saji complained as he finished getting dressed. I would prefer that they didn't. Irina responded by shrugging her shoulders. I'll do anything to get my revenge. Kiba said it with great determination while already dressed as a priest. Going together will achieve nothing, we must separate. Zenobia said so and I thought about how to split our group. In total, we are 3 devils, 3 humans, and 1 metahuman. If I go with Zenobia and Irina, Asia and the others would be in danger since they are vulnerable to the holy swords. Thinking about that, I made my decision. I'll go with Asia, Kiba, Kaneko and Saji to the east of the city. I couldn't allow Asia to go with Zenobia and Irina unless I went with them too, but by doing that, Kiba, Kaneko, and Saji would be in danger. It was the most logical decision, plus Asia could heal our demon friends if they were hurt by the stolen holy swords. I see. Irina and I will head west of the city. If you find anything, call Irina. Okay. I replied to Zenobia and then set out with my group to head east of the city. Issei Hyoudou, before you go I have something important to tell you. Hearing Zenobia say that, I stopped and turned to her with a confused expression. What's going on? The white dragon has awakened. Vanishing dragon. Ddraig and I had the same reaction when we heard what Zenobia said. Could he have been that powerful presence that has been keeping Ddraig restless? Either way, I'll have to be very alert as I wouldn't know when he'll appear before me. Both groups took the paths we'd agreed upon. I went forward, Asia stayed to my left and behind me came Kiba, Kaneko, and Saji. The 5 of us advanced in silence for a while, detecting no signs of the enemy. Phew. We haven't had any luck. Half an hour had passed and Saji had lost interest. Of the 5 of us, he was the most eager. He truly is a kind-hearted demon, though quite perverted, perhaps even on a level superior to mine, since until now I hadn't considered everything he already desired, although perhaps that's because I've already achieved everything. I'm a superhero, I'm in the Justice League, I make money, my car is a Ferrari, and I have the most beautiful and powerful girlfriend on the planet who came to me from space. What other goal could you aspire to at the moment? Have you thought about leaving your parents? Ddraig responded to my thoughts. I could do it, but then where would I live? I'm just saying, you could go live with your Kryptonian girlfriend, she'll probably be delighted. Hey, don't worry, the speedster is Barry, not me. It hasn't even been a month since I started dating, and you want me to move out. It's just a suggestion, they both like each other. What's the point in waiting? Well. I'm also not suggesting you copy the demon's goal with the sacred gear that has a Vritra part. Is it true? Vritra is one of the 5 dragon kings, the Dark Dragon King. In the past he fought against Indra and was destroyed. Apparently a part of his soul resides within this reincarnated demon. Ddraig once told me about the existence of the Dragon Kings, but that was before I officially joined the Justice League. I see, so Vritra Saji is definitely going to be someone amazing. Hyoudou-senpai. Little Kaneko seemed to sense something when we reached the end of the street. At that moment, I was able to sense someone with a desire to kill. Though that desire wasn't directed toward me, but toward my companions, who are demons. Up there. Saji shouted and we all looked up at a building where a priest with white hair was standing, wielding a huge sword. 1, 2 Fried is coming for you. Hatchin. Kiba quickly grabbed his demonic sword, blocking Fried's attack who jumped with impressive super speed to attack him. Fried. As I called his name he jumped back from Kiba and looked at me, very excited. Is that you, Issei-kun and Asia-tan? He. Well, isn't this a strange reunion? How are you, Issei-kun? How's life in North America? Playing superhero with that Kryptonian blonde. Have you had sex with her yet? I always wondered if those alien thighs could fracture your pelvis in the middle of the delicious act. Fried ran his tongue along the blade of his sword as he said that. Sorry if that was too blunt for you. Do you want to have a little fun, you and I? Is it okay if I kill you now? I might please you so much that the Kryptonian will be jealous. This son of a bitch always has that crazy attitude. The sword he's holding must be the Excalibur Kiba mentioned this morning. I can sense it has a similar aura to Zenobia and Irina's holy swords. This time I'm not going to hold back like I did when I fought Zenobia and Irina. I'm going to go all out from the start. My boosted gear appeared on my left arm and I clenched my left fist quite tightly as I raised my arm. Balance breaker. Welsh dragon balance breaker. The red aura completely enveloped me and quickly took the form of my scale mail. All the jewels on my armor were filled with quite a bit of aura, and the presence I had was so great that Fried seemed to shudder from the excitement. My. Is that the legendary balance breaker scale mail? I can feel every part of me trembling from your power. Are you planning on hitting me with or without Vaseline? Ha. Don't get ahead of yourself. You'll fight me alone. Kiba charged at Fried using his super speed again. Wait, Kiba. He didn't listen to me and launched himself kamikaze-like at Fried. The former exorcist smiled lunatically, waiting for Kiba's arrival. Well, it's not like I'm mind fighting disgusting demons or the almighty Sekiryuutei. With my Excalibur, I can take on anyone. Fried disappeared in a blur before Kiba could reach him. Kiba had to support himself on one of his hands, or else he would crash due to his super speed. He relocated himself on the roof of a house, and Fried appeared above him wielding his Excalibur with both hands. I got you. Shock. Kiba blocked his sword against Fried's sword, causing huge black and white sparks. He took a defensive stance while Fried was purely offensive. This is the sacred sword of heavenly radiance, known to many as the speedy Excalibur, which I call the butcher sword. Fried disappeared again, and immediately afterward Kiba did too. Zaz. Flashes of white and orange light were seen along the streets where we all stood. This was almost comparable to watching a sprinter fight. Every time the flashes collided, the loud metallic sound of both swords could be heard. In my current state I was not able to accurately see the movements that both swordsmen were making. I needed to improve my vision. Boost. Transfer. All the duplicated power was transferred to my vision, and now I could keep up with the two of them. At first Kiba seemed to be faster, but the holy sword Fried was using made him faster and faster, and if this continued Kiba wouldn't stand a chance against him. Kiba is in trouble, Fried is getting faster and faster, if this continues I'll have to blow everything up with a dragon shot. With that in mind I put my hands together and with Ddraig's help, I began to accumulate the energy of my nano gears and my dragon aura in them to quickly form a dragon shot. Hyoudou, stopping him would be enough, right? Saji asked me, looking at me quite intimidated by the aura I gave off. What do you propose? Saji smiled and extended his left arm diagonally. Extend line. A large amount of violet light gathered on his left arm, and on his left hand, a small black bracelet formed in the shape of a cute little chameleon-like lizard with violet eyes, with a face on Saji's hand. The chameleon's mouth opened and a long, bluish line-shaped tongue came out of it, the line extended enough to reach Fried in the middle of a sword clash with Kiba. Little pest. Fried tried to block the line with his holy sword, but the lizard tongue changed direction and went all the way down, sticking to Fried's right foot, then began to spin around his leg. Fried tried to cut the tongue with his sword, but the sword simply passed through it, as if the tongue had no physical form. Kiba stopped seeing that and looked at Saji being a little annoyed. He won't be able to escape with this. Finish him off now, Kiba. Kiba didn't think about it for long and launched himself at Fried again. The pleasure will be all mine. Kiba moved forward very quickly. He went towards Fried with two demonic swords. Hey. So it's not just Holy Eraser, I see. Having multiple demonic swords. You possess sword birth, perhaps. Wow. You're guilty of having a rare sacred gear, you know. Fried was really enjoying it, like any fight maniac. But demonic swords can be a match against. Crack. Kiba's two demonic swords broke after making a cracking sound. My Excalibur-chan. Wah. Kiba created demonic swords again, but the Excalibur that Fried used broke them again, as if it were nothing. Kiba. Should we switch? I can still fight. Kiba wasn't going to give in. He was so angry that he refused to listen to any rational ideas. Well, that was to be expected. He'd already lost once to Zenovia's Excalibur. His pride probably wouldn't allow him to lose a second time. Hahaha. The way you look at my Excalibur, it's scary. Do you perhaps have a grudge against her? Well, I don't know what came over you. But if I cut you with this, you'll be eliminated without a trace, you know. You'll die. Just die. Fried jumped. Kiba tried to block him by making the demonic swords appear around the area, but Pachin. The holy sword, which was covered in light blue-white, broke Kiba's swords in one blow. Fried made his second attack without any hesitation. That was bad. He'll kill Kiba. I won't let him. Boost. Quickly my power doubled a total of 10 times, and I flew straight towards Kiba using my boosters. Pachin. Kiba had prepared for the worst, but before Fried could split him in half I arrived right in front of Kiba, and the holy sword hit me in the left shoulder without even scratching me. Huh? Fried was quite confused and I shook my head, then I told him. Nothing. Impressed. Before I could kick him away, he jumped back in a cold sweat. Damn, I couldn't even cut off his arm. Freed said this quite excitedly and gripped the hilt of his sword more tightly. Ice kun? Release your sacred gear. Eh? Sword birth. Yeah. Kiba didn't think twice, he simply nodded, gripping his sword with both hands, and then slammed it hard into the ground. Sword birth. At that moment I touched his left shoulder with my right hand and exclaimed. Transfer of power. Transfer. Much of my power was transferred to Kiba. He was enveloped in a powerful emerald aura, and gigantic sword blades the size of large houses were created. Swords shot out from all over the area. They were different types of gigantic blades that burst forth from all directions. How fun. Freed began to break all the demonic swords that were after him with quick movements. Oz. Kiba disappeared with his demonic sword as soon as he found an opening. He used the demonic sword on a platform and was able to move more freely. He moved from left to right with immense speed. I could barely see him, the power boost I gave him may have made him as fast as a speedster who has had their powers for at least a year. Freed had a hard time at first, but he seemed to be able to follow Kiba with his eyes. Oz. Cutting through the wind, Kiba threw a demonic sword in Freed's direction. Leaping diagonally from one building to another, Kiba launched several demonic swords straight at Freed. To him it was like an endless rain of demonic swords. Yuha. That's a really good circus trick. You damn rotten demon. Catchin'. Freed smashed all the demonic swords one after another with a look of great excitement. In terms of speed I will never lose. The holy sword began to emit a strong aura along the blade and disappeared. Freed, on the other hand, took on the appearance of a human blur with red eyes. He had begun to move so fast that his body looked distorted. Freed smashed all the demonic swords and then rushed towards Kiba. Catchin'. The demonic sword Kiba was holding broke. Die. Freed's sword went towards Kiba, but then his body was pulled back and he lost his balance. What? Let me go. It was Saji. The lizard stuck its tongue back, causing Freed to lose his position. At the same time, the lizard's tongue raised a slight aura. It seemed to come from Freed and in turn be absorbed by Saji. What is Buck? Is it absorbing my power? What is this, you ask? This is my sacred gear absorption line. As long as this line is connected to you, your power will continue to be absorbed by my sacred gear. Until you lose consciousness. That's one of Ritra's powers. If not even a sacred sword is able to cut that line in the current state, I can't imagine what would happen if Ritra's various sacred gears were in one. Is your sacred gear a dragon type? It's the most troublesome type. The initial capacity isn't much of a threat. But when it grows, the destructive power surpasses other sacred gears, being on a completely different level. Shit. Your stupid dragon sacred gears are really annoying. Freed kicked his feet in a rather irritated manner and then continued trying to peel himself away with his holy sword, but there was no scratch on the line. Saji turned his gaze to where Kiba was. Kiba. This isn't the time to complain. Finish this guy off. The problem with Excalibur might come after that. This guy is seriously dangerous. Standing right in front of him makes me tremble. If we give him time to recover, he could harm us and our loved ones. I've weakened his power quite a bit, kill him at once. Begin with killing. Truth be told, that was a good plan, one Green Arrow would surely approve of, but the League. That's not how we do things. I know this man is dangerous, but so is Gotham City's Joker. Maybe such things don't matter to the reincarnated demons, who are more accustomed to dealing with unredeemable monsters. But killing a soulless, mindless creature is not the same as killing a. Kiba's expression was complicated, but it was due to other reasons. He lamented the fact that he couldn't win with his own power and had to use my power to overcome it, along with Saji's help. He recreated a demonic sword in his hands, having made his decision filled with determination. It's hard for me, but it's also convenient to end your life here. There are still 2 more Excaliburs that were stolen. I'll have to hope the other 2 are strong. Ha! I'm stronger than the other 2, you know. If you kill me, you won't be able to have the super satisfaction of fighting Excaliburs. Are you sure you want to do that? Freed said this with a nasty smile. Kiba's eyes also changed after hearing that. Boosted gear scale male. The sacred gear in its balance breaker state that grants its wearer the power of one of the strongest dragons that have ever existed, and sword birth, the sacred gear that is capable of creating an infinite number of swords depending on its possessor. It was someone else who said that. When I looked at the source of the voice, I looked up at the rooftop of another building, where an old man in priest's robes was standing there. Freed looked towards that person. Are you old Valper? Everyone was surprised by what he said. Valper? The guy Zenobia mentioned. The one who killed Kiba and his companions during the Holy Sword project. I didn't think we'd meet that guy so soon. He's Galilee. Kiba looked at him with his eyes full of hatred. Of course. The old man admitted normally. So this man is Kiba's enemy. Freed, what are you doing? Dude. I can't run away because this guy's tongue it's a pain. HMPH. You're still not able to use the holy sword perfectly. Use the element I gave you and concentrate more wisely. Gather the holy element moving through your body and send it into the blade of the holy sword. With that, you should be able to cut it. Yes, yes. Freed began to concentrate, gathering both auras, the sword then began to shine in a rather intense gold. Oh. Yeah. Oz. He managed to easily cut Saji's sacred gear line. Freed, we'd better leave for now. Valper looked at me as he said that. No, this is a good idea to try to escape from Kakabiel. I'm going to escape for now. The next time we meet will be the time for our glorious final battle. Freed exclaimed that and jumped from where he was to the rooftop where Valper was. You won't escape from us. The moment Freed arrived with Valper, from another building I saw that Zenobia and Irina were there. Both were ready with their Excaliburs. When Irina saw me she smiled quite happily and raised her left hand. Yahoo, Issei-kun. Thank goodness there were no civilians around to hear her. Freed Selzen. Valper Galilei. Heretics. I'll make you disappear in the name of God. Freed looked quite irritated. Ha. Don't say the name of the god I hate so much, I don't like that. Bitch. Freed and Zenobia exchanged words, but then he took something out. A ball of light. That was it, the item he used last time to escape. Flash. The flash of light that emitted was so strong that it blinded all my companions. I saw myself protected by the face of the armor helmet, but Freed was so fast that I lost track of him and that of Valper whom he carried with his super speed. Damn it. Let's go after him, Irina. Okay. Zenobia and Irina nodded to each other and ran off, jumping on the roofs of buildings. I'm going with you too. Kiba exclaimed, quickly jumping towards the rooftop where they left. Wait. Damn it, Kiba. I quickly reactivated my armor's thrusters using a lot of aura and flew straight ahead, then I made a curve to try to catch him, but it was too late, he disappeared. Unable to track them down, I returned with Asia, little Kaneko, and Saji, only to see that their respective king and queen had appeared around these parts and didn't look happy at all. Can you explain to me what the meaning of this is, Issei? Rias asked me that question while holding the tracker I left in the old Kuo Academy building in her right hand. Explain it to me, Saji. At that moment, Saji felt true terror. So the destruction of the Excaliburs. Rias didn't have a pleasant face and placed a hand on her forehead. After the incident with Freed, Rias and Sona took Saji, Kaneko, Asia, and me to a nearby park. I had to tell them everything that had happened in the last few hours. It is worth noting that at this point I was no longer using my balance breaker. Saji was kneeling submissively, trembling badly for his life, he even seemed to be crying. Saji. You dared to do something like this behind my back. You really are a problem child. I am so sorry, Mrs. Sona. Sona had been speaking to Saji with a truly cold expression that made even me think twice about her safety. Poor Saji had a rather blue expression. Scared was an understatement compared to what he must be feeling right now. Rias and Akeno were on my left and right. So Hyoudou went after this person called Valper? Yes. I think with Irina and Zenobia he'll call me if something bad happens. You think so? Will Hyoudou, who became someone blinded by his revenge, really call you? If you say it like that I don't think so, then Rias looked at little Kaneko. What about you? Yeah? Why did you do this? I don't want Hyoudou-senpai to disappear. Rias softened her gaze on Kaneko, hearing her true feelings affected her harshness. I guess it's done. What you and Saji did could have affected the demon world. Are you aware of that? Kaneko bowed her head. Yes, I'm very sorry. Relax. Relax. When I looked towards the source of that noise, I saw Saji being spanked by his mistress, but it wasn't a normal spanking. Sona did it by accumulating immense amounts of her demonic power in the palm of her hand. Also, I can't even imagine what kind of pain the poor guy is feeling. You have to reflect on your actions. Ian. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my lady, please forgive me. No. You deserve to receive 1,000 spankings. Relax. 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 But the amount of power in Sona's hand, that punishment was truly worthy of the demons of the underworld. Each spank emitted a powerful flash of aura and resonated brutally throughout the park. Is this how high-class devils punish their servants? If you want, I can make you my servant so you can check it out. Rias answered my question with a rather flirtatious smile. No, the truth is I'll pass. Seeing Saji being victimized like that only strengthened that resolve. I will never become a reincarnated demon. Rias then approached Kaneko and hugged her like a very caring older sister would. You're a fool to make me worry like this. That's all. I guess there's a big difference between serving Rias and Sona. Ian. Mrs. Sona. She forgave her without a second thought. She's like that. I'm not. Relax. 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 Saji's spanking isn't going to end anytime soon. It seems his dreams of getting her pregnant and marrying her will be a long time coming. Now I looked back at Rias, who separated from Kaneko. Asia and I would return to the hotel where we were staying. I won't leave this city until Kiba returns with you. He's my friend. I won't give up on him. Besides, he helped me rescue Asia when we were just acquaintances. Rias opened her mouth to say something, but instead of saying anything, she nodded with a very happy smile. Ever since Hyoudou was reincarnated as a demon, he's never had a friend. I really appreciate what you're doing for him, thanks Issei. Asia and I left, but before that I stopped near Saji, who was still receiving punishment from his mistress. Good luck, fallen soldier. Saji raised his right thumb very fearfully and continued receiving Sona's lashes. I suppose there are fates worse than death. Around midnight, when I was already asleep, a noise inside my room woke me up. I jumped out of bed with my boosted gear activated and ran to the living room. When I got there, I saw Fried drinking all the juice in the fridge. Ah. Using the holy swords for too long makes me want to drink citrus. What are you doing here? How did you get in? He gestured for me to stop as he continued to drink the juice until he finished the entire bottle. Then he gave me a disgusting smile. What happened to Kiba, Irina, and Zenobia? Damn. I'm getting nervous, I have a really bad feeling. Yoo-hoo. Issei-kun. What happened, did I interrupt your beauty sleep? Because you'll have a long way to go if you want to change that ugly face. Ha 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 ha. And tell me where Asia Tan is. You didn't leave her with the disgusting demons, did you? Just then, Asia also entered my room and was surprised to see Fried. Speaking of the witch. What do you want? Follow me, because I'll be waiting for you on the roof. Fried answered me by running towards the exit door that had been smashed in two. Apparently Fried had entered by force. I quickly grabbed my jacket and together with Asia we ran to the roof of the building where Fried was waiting for us very patiently. He was smiling as always. But now there was a very powerful pressure, one that made my blood run cold. It wasn't Fried who was doing this to me. It was something else. Cautiously, I looked up and saw someone floating in the sky with the moon behind him. This was a fallen angel, as the black wings on his back confirmed, but unlike Rainer, he had a total of 10 wings. His appearance told me he was a man, dressed in a black suit with detailed accessories. He smiled contentedly after seeing me. This is the first time we have met, Red Dragon Emperor, Welsh Dragon. I could sense a powerful hostility mixed with great joy in him. This must be the fallen angel I've heard so much about. You must be one of the leaders of the fallen angels, Kakabiel. You stole the Excaliburs from the churches and came to these lands. What are you looking for? The fallen angel let out a loud laugh as he clapped his hands. You're very well informed in your assumption of who I am. But first of all, I brought you a gift. When Kakabiel said that, he revealed a person who was on the verge of death and dropped him from above towards me. Oh. I reacted in time and was able to catch her. The person who fell into my arms was Irina. She was covered in blood. She was breathing heavily and she was covered in wounds. Did this happen after she left with Kiba and Zenobia to chase after Fried? What happened to them? Hey Irina. Even though I called her, she reacted painfully and didn't answer. This is bad. She came to my base. So I welcomed her. Although I couldn't catch the other two. Kakabiel said it with a smile. So Kiba and Zenobia escaped. Asia. I laid Irina on the ground and Asia immediately approached her to begin healing her. A green light emanated from Asia's body, enveloping Irina. Irina's expression began to improve and she was able to breathe more easily. She no longer had her Excalibur with her. What could have happened? Kakabiel continued speaking. Sekiryuutei, I'm going to raze the city to the ground. After all, the Demon King's younger sisters, Lucifer and Leviathan, live here. If I do something like that, they'll definitely show up. Lucifer? Leviathan? I looked back at Kakabiel in confusion. Why would you do something like that? Are you trying to start a war? Kakabiel pointed at me with a smile. That's what I'm looking forward to. I thought Michael was going to start a war if I stole the Excaliburs, but he only sent second-rate exorcists and 2 holy sword users. It's so boring. I'm really bored. That's why I'm going to raze the city to the ground. See? It sounds like fun, right? Michael, if I'm not mistaken, he's God's highest angel, or one of the highest. I've seen his name in the books. Is Kakabiel trying to start a war against him? The fallen angels are really going crazy. You're a damn war-obsessed maniac. Yes. That's right. I was immensely bored after the war between the 3 great factions ended. Azazel and Shimhaza aren't interested in a war. Since then, they've been lost in things like the creation of the Star Labs, particle accelerator 4 years ago, and the collection and research of sacred gears. Truly useless, they'll have no use for us. Well, it's a different story if it's a longinus like yours, but that's not something that can be easily found. Bakabiel's pressure grew stronger and stronger. Wait a minute, did he just mention the particle accelerator? I'm not interested in your sacred gear. But Azazel might be. His collection is insane. Azazel? I think he was the ruler of the fallen angels. He's collecting sacred gears and was part of the Star Labs project. That means metahumans like Barry and me. Either way, I'm going to start a battle with the holy swords, Sekiryuutei. To start a war. And what better place to start a war than in the city where the younger sisters of the two demon kings live, in a full-scale confrontation against the Sekiryuutei who are part of the Justice League. Let's get really crazy in this battle. He's talking nonsense. Is he as crazy as Fried or worse? Ahahaha. Isn't my boss the best? His craziness is supreme. So I'm eager to do it too. I've never had a reward as good as these. What Fried pulled out were several Excaliburs. He had one in each hand. He also had two more on his hip. The one on the right is Excalibur Speedy. The one on the left is Nightmate Excalibur. The one on my hip is Excalibur Transparent. I also received Excalibur Mimic from the girl over there. I also want to get Excalibur Destruction that the other girl has. Hi. Am I the first person in the world to possess that many Excaliburs? I also received an item from Old Man Balba that lets me control the holy swords. Do you know? I'm invincible. I'm awesome. I'm the strongest. Ha. Fried laughed as if he found it funny. So Balba's research on the Excaliburs has come this far, huh? To be honest, that statement sounds very suspicious to me. Bakabiel muttered as he looked at Fried, then looked back at me with a ruthless smile. Come, Sekiryuutei. Face me with all your power if you wish to stop me. Bakabiel's body began to emanate a powerful holy aura. It was a holy aura so powerful that it completely dwarfed the power that Riser Phoenix displayed in our fight. It seems I have no other choice. Ashara, Dragon. Yeah. Balance Breaker. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Chapter 23. The Great Battle at Kuo. Kuo City, Japan. June 11, 2017, 12:15 a.m. It was not yet dawn and a great battle had begun in the city of Kuo. In the skies of the city, hundreds of shock waves were seen coming from the continuous clash of a line of red light against a very bright golden light. Chiki. With each crash, the skies of Kuo City were brightly lit by the red and gold light, which increasingly drew the attention of the city's civilians, who were being awakened by those unprecedented rumblings. It was only a matter of time before the news went viral around the world if this wasn't brought under control in time. Asia had done everything she could with her sacred gear to stop Issei Hyoudu's life from being in danger. It was complicated, but she managed to save her life in time. Asia then called the Gremory clan, who in turn appeared with 3 members of the Sitri clan. Rias Gremory, Akeno Himejima, Kaneko Taoju, Sona Sitri, Tsubaki Shinra y Unadolorido Saji Genshiro, Aparisaran Junto Asia. The girls were very surprised as was Saji when they saw the state Arena was in. Sona went to Asia and asked her. How serious is it? A lot. Twiling healing can't restore the energy he lost, even though his injuries are no longer as serious. My house has a healing room. Tsubaki. Sona called the queen of her peerage. Understood. Tsubaki replied and carried Arena in her arms. Take care of her. Yeah. Tsubaki disappeared into a teleportation magic circle, and the remaining 6 looked up at the sky, seeing the great battle that had already begun. Asia told them everything that happened, from the appearance of Fried and Bakabiel to the beginning of the battle between Issei and one of the leaders of the fallen angels. The fallen angel of his level facing someone like the Sekiryuutei, they could easily wipe out the city and dozens of cities around Kuo. Sona mentioned trying to stay calm. The rest of the demons fell silent, having the same thought as Sona. The battle Issei and Riser had on that artificial battlefield had already caused destruction capable of engulfing the entire city of New York. What would happen when instead of the third son of the Phoenix House, one of the leaders of the fallen angels is the opponent of the Sekiryuutei? Will the Justice League be coming? Rias asked Asia. Yes, Issei already called them, but I haven't seen. Suddenly, a great light of holy intensity appeared in the center of the city. The intensity was so high that it caused the Gremory and Sitri clan demons to shudder. Rias looked at the source of that light and then looked back up at the sky, where Issei and Bakabiel continued to collide as trails of red and gold light. Let Issei take care of Bakabiel, we must go to the source of that sacred light. All the girls along with Saji nodded to what Rias told them. At that moment, on the outskirts of the city, on top of a mountain, stood a handsome young man with silver hair and light blue eyes. This man was dressed in a dark green V-neck shirt and also wore a high-collared black leather jacket. His burgundy jeans had a silver chain hanging over them, black leather chaps with 3 bands around his right calf, and his shoes were black with black buckles. This person was watching the battle the Sekiryuutei was having with Kakabiel intently, as if he was sizing it up. I, Issei Hyoudou, found myself in a complicated battle against an opponent who until then had been limited to releasing an amount of aura similar to mine. Every time I chased him in the air, he would move away with a speed ridiculously superior to mine and then rush towards me with one of his fists charged with quite a bit of aura, ready to hit me. I would do the same with one of my own and push myself at full power against him, the two of us stopping from colliding brutally in the skies. Boost. 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 Boom. My left fist was charged with quite a bit of aura and my power was doubled 8 times, yet when my fist collided with Kakabiel's right punch, the result was the same as the previous times. A shockwave that completely lit up the skies of Kuo City. And not only that, my blow hadn't even made Kakabiel retreat, who was smiling very ruthlessly. What's going on? Why don't you? I tried very hard to push Kakabiel back, but he was an immovable object to me. Suddenly, he disappeared from my side and reappeared on my left side, then he took my left arm with both hands and spun me around like a super top. If you want to fight me, use more power Sekiryuutei. He exclaimed quite excitedly, and when he let go of me I found myself brutally crashed against one of the buildings in the city. Boom. The building I crashed into collapsed completely and I landed very painfully in the center of Kuo City, a huge crater formed in my fall. My body went numb for a few seconds and Kakabiel hovered in the air, his arms crossed, looking at me with an air of grandeur. I'm just getting warmed up, don't let me down Sekiryuutei. That has to be a joke. Since my battle against Kakabiel began, I've been using my balance breaker to its full potential. Are you scared, buddy? I'm doing my best, but to him, I'm still nothing. Kakabiel is on a completely different level than me. Yes, of course he is. He fought against God and the Demon Kings and survived, after all. Do we have any chance against him? Well, I trust you. Just at that moment, a strange barrier began to cover the surroundings of Kuo City, which made me remember a series that was about a giant dome, although the difference was that this was not a small city, it was quite large, although I don't know if it is as large as New York. What's going on? I asked as I stood up with some effort. The Citri clan is putting its best effort into maintaining a barrier over the entire city. The one who said that was Rias, who appeared along with Asia, Akeno and Kaneko. The entire city? How much magical power do the Citri clan possess to accomplish such a feat? Gosh, poor Saji who was whipped 1,000 times by that Sona. That's when I noticed a strange light of holy aura at the end of the street I crashed into. That light came from the 4 Excaliburs standing together, emitting quite a bit of holy aura. In the center of the swords was an old man standing at the center of a magic circle. That was Valper Galilei. What was he planning to do with the sacred swords? What are you up to? The old man looked at me with a rather happy smile. I'm going to combine the 4 Excaliburs into one. Valper answered me as if it were funny to him. Valper, how long will it take to combine the Excaliburs? The one who asked that was Kakabiel, who was still floating in the air by means of his 10 fallen angel wings. It won't even take 5 minutes, Kakabiel. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Kakabiel looked away from Valper and pointed at me, before looking at Rias as well. So I'll continue fighting the Sekiryuutei? Or will the entire Justice League come? Or is there a chance Urziches or Seraphil might decide to come out here? I can't answer for the League unlike Issei, but I can assure you that instead my older brother and Leviathan Sama will have to face us. Flick. Kakabiel made a snapping sound with the fingers of his right hand and accumulated an immense amount of holy aura in it. That aura took the form of a spear of light that easily reached the size of a mansion and dropped it several blocks from where we were. Hey boom. The place where he threw that holy spear exploded quite brutally and made the ground of the city tremble, as if it were a fairly high category tremor. The jolt was so intense that I had to propel myself into the air using my scale mail's thrusters. The place where he threw that spear of light was now a crater the size of a whole city block. I can feel that there were a lot of people there, mate. Kakabiel, there were civilians there. I shouted quite angrily and he just laughed quite maliciously. And what did you expect? I'm trying to start a war. There can't be one without civilian casualties. I was trembling from the rage this fallen angel was making me feel until a buzzing sound filled with electricity came from behind me. Don't worry, I was able to evacuate you all in time. That voice. When I turned around I saw the Flash, who was a little agitated, resting one of his hands on his knee while the other was raised with his thumb up. Ah, the Scarlet Speedster will join now, huh? This is getting more and more fun. Kakabiel smiled quite pleased and then more people began to appear. Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, a man with black and blue glasses wearing a maroon leather jacket and… What's Killer Frost doing here? The aforementioned looked at me with a smile and gave a flirtatious wink. They're coming with me, they're part of Team Flash, and they're not the only ones here. Flash explained to me, and then, an arrow with a rope was shot from a building, and the one who slid down it until he jumped to my right was Green Arrow. I hope I didn't arrive too late. He wasn't part of the Justice League yet, I'm surprised he showed up, is it Barry's doing? Shortly before I started my battle against Cakabiel, I had asked Ddraig to call for reinforcements, and here they are, although I only know 3 of the 6. Where are Supergirl, Zez, Superman, Batman and John? Bats has been out of contact for a while, the same is happening with Zez, Superman, John and Supergirl are dealing with a group of demons that is attacking Metropolis. Diana explained to me. So there's trouble in Metropolis, huh? What a situation we're dealing with right now. Wait a minute, why are Batman and Zez still missing? Don't worry, little red dragon, a little black bird won't be a problem for us. Killer Frost said quite confidently. Well, since you went to the trouble of coming all the way here, why don't you play with my pets? When Cakabiel said those words, multiple magic circles were formed along this entire street that possessed the symbol of the fallen angels. Each of the circles invoked a gigantic jet of hellfire the size of towers, and within those flames, the figures of immensely large dogs with 3 heads were seen. These dogs looked at least 2 or 3 times larger than the dogs I saw in Apocalypse, and each one had 3 heads. The claws of these animals were quite terrifying, their eyes were quite reddish and very bright, their mouths had gigantic fangs, and when these animals breathed, steam came out of their mouths. These animals screamed so loudly that they made the ground shake. All 3 heads of each of them howled at the same time. Cerberus. Diana and Rias said it at the same time with a rather displeased voice. Yes. It's a legendary creature nicknamed the Guardian of Hell. They live at the gates of hell, not in hell itself. Yet, to bring so many of them into this world. Rias explained to me, and these colossal creatures dispersed throughout the city of Kuo, unleashing a true hell, since apparently these creatures spit large amounts of fire. I swear, since I met you my world has become stranger and stranger. Green Arrow complained to Flash, who shrugged. They must be defeated immediately or they could decimate this city. Diana warned us. Good. I'll make sure I don't lose track of any of them. Vibe evacuates the civilians. Frost, try to fight the fire with ice. Flash told his companions, who each nodded with a smile. Seki, you and I will go after Cakabiel, but make sure to transfer your power to Killer Frost, Green Arrow's arrows, and your demon friends. Diana told me and I nodded in agreement. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. Green Arrow and Green Lantern looked at each other. We'll also take care of eliminating the Cerberus, when we're done we'll also go after the Angel. At that moment several magic circles appeared in the skies of Kuo, and then hundreds of fallen angels appeared with a very sinister and emotionless appearance. I am called the Angel of the Stars in the Bible, and one of my many abilities is to summon 200 fallen angels made of my own magical power. Cakabiel said it quite proudly, and Green Lantern gritted his teeth very annoyed. We'll take care of them. Green Lantern exclaimed and charged up with quite a bit of power, quickly rising into the air to confront these fallen angels created with Cakabiel's power. Diana on the other hand quickly rushed against Cakabiel, and both collided in the air with speeds that were difficult for me to follow. Shock. Shaki. Shaki. The skies were filled with several shock waves, but it seemed Diana was doing much better than when I did it against him. Ahahahahaha. Queen of the Amazons, you really are a better opponent than the Sekiryuutei. If you keep making fun of him, you'll regret it. They both moved faster and faster to the point where it was hard for me to keep up. Each shockwave caused by his blows resonated quite loudly, although now only a golden aura could be seen in each clash. Okay, Ddraig, we know what to do. We have to transfer our power to our comrades. I'll take care of it. Boost. 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 Boost, 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 boost. In seconds my power doubled a total of 20 times. All the jewels of my scale mail were charged with an immense amount of aura, and the first person I transferred my power to was Green Arrow's quiver. Transfer. 1/10 of my duplicated power was transferred to his full quiver. Green Arrow's quiver now emitted a powerful emerald aura. He looked at me confused and tried to shoot one of his arrows, enhanced with my power, at one of the fallen angels created by Cakabiel. Zoom. Ooh. The arrow traveled at great speed, and upon impacting against one of the fallen angels, it exploded into an intense emerald aura that consumed the target completely. Thank you. Green Arrow said it with a smile, and I quickly flew straight towards the place where Rias and Akeno were facing one of the Cerberus with great difficulty. Rias, Akeno. I called them at the same time, both were floating in the air with their demon wings. I managed to get to them immediately and touched both of them on the back. Transfer. I transferred 5 of my doubled power to each of them. The 2 were enveloped in an immense emerald aura just like Green Arrow's quiver. Ah. AHHH. Both of them blushed a lot when they felt that increase in power, and without stopping, I continued on my way, tracing a curve in my flight to go next to Killer Frost, who was trying to freeze one of the Cerberus that went after her. Killer Frost. When I called her, she smiled at me and extended her right hand upwards. Transfer. Just like with Rias and Akeno, I transferred 5 of my duplicated power to her, and she was also enveloped in an intense emerald aura, screaming and blushing. In the distance I saw that Kaneko was defending Asia from a Cerberus, and my flight traced another curve to go next to her. Conquer. I called her and she raised her left hand up. Transfer. She was the next to be enveloped in a powerful emerald aura, and the strength she gained was enough to grab the Cerberus that was attacking her and throw it into the sky until it crashed into the Citri clan's energy dome. The dome. Without a second thought, I flew in a straight line until I reached the highest part of this energy dome, and to ensure its strength, by touching it with my hands, I transferred 10 of my power. Transfer. The dome glowed a strong emerald color as it was strengthened by my power. As I did so, I descended back down to about 10 meters above the streets of Kuo and saw one of the Cerberus try to attack me head-on. Before it could finish its roar, a girl in a tight black combat suit jumped in front of me and decapitated the middle head of the huge animal. That was Zenobia. I came to help you, Seki. She told me with a smile and then used her Excalibur destruction to split the Cerberus's body into 2 pieces, which was consumed by the aura of her sword. Pew. Suddenly, a huge golden lightning bolt was summoned and completely engulfed one of the Cerberus, who screamed, feeling a pain that even I could not imagine. The one who did that was Akeno. Her power had increased a lot with the power I shared with her. You have a very interesting ability, Seki. Zenobia told me with an honest smile, and while Kaneko was giving a good beating to one of the Cerberus that came for her, another one appeared behind her and tried to attack Asia. Asia. I screamed, about to rush to her side, but then a huge number of demonic swords were summoned in front of her, mowing down the gigantic beast. Then, a handsome boy with blonde hair jumped in next to Asia. You're here, Kiba. I was quite excited to see that my friend had reappeared, and then a huge blast of ice completely engulfed another gigantic Cerberus. Killer Frost managed to freeze him. His metahuman power was already quite strong. I can't even imagine that it had increased so much as to do that to a legendary creature. It is complete. Zenobia and I heard Bulba scream. Then, the 4 Excaliburs in the center of the city began to flash with an immense amount of light. What's this? What's going on? Zenobia asked me as we both descended into the streets. He's planning to combine the Excaliburs. I told Zenobia, and the glow on those swords became so intense that all my friends scattered throughout the city had to cover their eyes. The eyes on the face of my scale mail armor's helmet protected my eyes, and I could see how the 4 Excaliburs joined one on top of the other. Excalibur was usually just one, but it split into 7 parts after the last Great War, but now 4 of them are becoming one again. Zenobia told me that as the holy light dimmed and the strange magic circle on the ground expanded to encompass the entire block. Because of the light created by Excalibur, the 4 swords combined into one, the spell is also complete. This city and many others will be destroyed in 20 minutes. The only way to stop it is to defeat Kakabiel. Alper mentioned it and I felt a strong chill. He is collecting the power generated by the holy sword and the one due to the multiple battles. He is also accumulating the kinetic energy of the speedster. He is right in what he says. This is pretty bad. My friends were busy facing their own enemies, and on top of that, Kakabiel had to be defeated. When I looked up I saw that he was still facing Diana at a speed that was difficult for me to follow. Can she beat him? If so, why is it taking so long? Just then someone crashed brutally into the city streets, creating a crater similar to the one I made when I fell not long ago. When the smoke cleared, I saw that the person in the crater was Diana. She got back to her feet, but there were numerous wounds all over her body. She had multiple sharp objects piercing her along her arms and thighs. It's true, I had forgotten that she, unlike Kara, can be hurt by sharp objects, and Kakabiel, like the rest of the fallen angels, used their powers to create immensely sharp spears. Asia quickly ran to Diana's side and used her sacred gear to speed up the healing of the Amazon Queen, who painfully removed the multiple sharp spears that had pierced her from her body. So who will take over as Queen of the Amazons? Sekiryuutei, Flash, Green Lantern, Rias, Gremory, all of them together? Kakabiel insisted, giving off a lot of holy aura throughout his body. There's no other way. Rias, Akeno, with me. Much of my energy went into my thrusters, and I quickly flew against Kakabiel, approaching him in a straight line. The Kabiel smiled quite happily, and when I arrived in front of him, he moved to my left with a speed immensely superior to mine, but Rias had flown in the opposite direction towards me, and with all the power that I had shared with her, she created a gigantic crimson gust with her power of destruction and bombarded Kabiel with all that gigantic magical gust. The Keno had flown towards my direction and counterattacked Kabiel with an immense yellow lightning bolt while I rose above her, and in my hands, I concentrated much of my remaining duplicate power to create a powerful highly enhanced dragon shot. The Kabiel smiled in amusement and stopped Rias and Akeno's attacks with both palms of his hands. Dragon shot. I exclaimed as I fired my attack at Kabiel, whose guard seemed to have dropped considerably after parrying my friend's attacks. The leader of the fallen angel smiled quite pleased and joined his two hands to combine Rias and Akeno's powers into a gigantic crimson energy bomb. Pathetic. The Kabiel countered my dragon shot with the gigantic crimson energy bomb. Hey boo. Both powers collided, forming an immense explosion of power that knocked Rias down, who crashed into the windows of a building. The Keno was also affected by the clash of those powers and plummeted straight to the ground. The Keno. I quickly flew next to her and held her in my arms before she could hit the ground. Issei-kun. Akeno looked at me quite surprised. Are you okay, Akeno? I'm so sorry. You gave me your power, and yet. That doesn't matter. Saying that, I took Akeno out of my arms and pointed my left hand at Kabiel, already quite annoyed. I'll be the one to face you. Once again I flew in a straight line against Kabiel, and just at that moment, Green Lantern and Green Arrow had managed to take down the last minion created by Kabiel. Green Lantern created gigantic energy spears with his ring, and Kabiel counterattacked his attacks with his own light spears, and when I arrived next to him, Kabiel simply disappeared from our sight. It's a damn slippery bug. Suddenly a gigantic shadow enveloped us, and when we looked up, we saw Kabiel, who from above threw at us a gigantic spear of light that was the size equivalent to an enormous building. Seki. Green Lantern exclaimed with wide eyes, creating a large energy shield with his ring. I'm on it. Boost. 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 My power doubled again a total of 3 more times, and I touched Green Lantern's shoulder to transfer at least 50% of my doubled power to him. Transfer. With my power transferred to it, the shield became powerful enough to withstand the enormous spear that Kabiel threw at us from above. Oh. So you can withstand that attack. Can you do it with these two? Kabiel extended his 2 hands and created 2 more spears of light, but this time they were each the size of skyscrapers. My eyes widened at the immense amount of power he had to create those spears. Before Green Lantern and I could counterattack, he brought both spears of light down on Green Lantern's shield, but this time the shield began to fracture until it broke completely. Hey boo. The spear of light exploded in a powerful burst of aura that completely enveloped Green Lantern and me, and we both fell from high in the sky to the hard asphalt of the streets of the city. On my armor's HUD, I saw that my scale mail's damage output was already at nearly 50. My nanogear's power had already dropped to 55. I tried to stand up, but my legs were already giving way. It was at that moment that a flash of yellow lightning sped toward a building, and on the opposite side, a huge jet of ice did the same. They were Flash and Killer Frost, both aimed to reach Kabiel, and in doing so, Flash jumped from the top of the building and fired a powerful lightning bolt, while Killer Frost shot an immense jet of ice at the fallen angel. Kabiel easily stopped Flash's lightning in his hands and sent it against Killer Frost's attack, knocking down the metahuman. Frost. She plummeted and Flash headed towards the ice path she had created, using it as a shortcut to reach another building that would allow him to run again with his super speed and catch Killer Frost before she fell to the ground. Diana, who had already recovered, tried to attack Kabiel again, but the fallen angel managed to dodge her in the air at the last second and tried to pierce her again with one of his spears, but the Queen of the Amazons did not fall into her movement and kicked the spear with one of her boots. Let's see what you think of this. Kabiel extended his hands and created a gigantic magic circle in front of him, and from it came thousands of blades of light that Diana began to block with her wristbands, but the amount was so insane that she could not block the blades that traveled towards her limbs. That bombardment lasted 10 seconds, Diana had managed to block half of those blades, but the other half had pierced her limbs, and because of the movement she made, she lost a lot of blood. They both separated again, descending from the top to the streets where the rest of us were catching our breath. Diana landed near Asia, who again began to heal her wounds, and it was at that moment that I saw Kiba approach Valper in a dangerous manner. Valper Galilei. I'm a survivor of the Holy Sword experiments. No, I was actually killed by you. I continued my life because I was reincarnated as a demon. Kiba told him calmly, although there was a lot of hatred in his eyes. I couldn't die before avenging my comrades. Kiba created a demonic sword and advanced towards Valper with murderous intentions. But at that moment Kakabiel had not lost sight of him and attacked him with a brutal spear of light. "Careful Hyoudou." I heard Rias scream, but before anyone could do anything. "Hey boom." Kakabiel threw that powerful spear that exploded brutally, enveloping Kiba completely. Valper had been protected by a barrier of sacred aura because of the Excaliburs, but Kiba, being a demon. Kiba. The spear of light had created a huge crater in the street, but Kiba wasn't in the crater, he was lying on the ground near where the explosion occurred. He avoided a direct attack. He's a sneaky rat. Freed. Kakabiel called that priest a lunatic. "What's up, boss?" The lunatic priest appeared out of nowhere when called by Kakabiel. "This will be your final act. Use the combined power of the Excaliburs and eliminate the demons and any vigilantes who cross your path." "Excellent." Freed exclaimed as he approached Valper and took the unified sword Excalibur. "Oh my dear super enhanced Excalibur-chan, you will rest safe in my hands." Freed said this while holding the Excalibur as if it were an offering and pointed his gaze towards the place where Rias and Akeno were, along with Asia and Kaneko. "So, who will be the first?" His eyes became more lunatic when he asked that question. Chapter 24. Night of the Holy Demonic Sword. Kuo City, Japan. June 11, 2017, 12:24 AM. 17 minutes until Kuo's destruction. "How about I start by dismembering that little demon?" Freed aimed his gaze at Kaneko, and using his super speed Excalibur Speedy, he advanced towards her, but at the same time, Zenobia jumped in front of him and tried to finish Freed off with a slice of her holy sword, but her attack never reached him as he dodged it with his super speed. "How awful." The psychopathic priest mocked her. "As you can see, this sword also contains Excalibur Speedy-chan." Freed reappeared behind Zenobia. "Thanks to the amazing Excalibur-chan, I can do whatever I want." The psychopathic priest tried to cut Zenobia in half with his holy sword, but the church warrior managed to dodge Fred with a jump, keeping her hands on the ground and both legs raised in the air. Huh? Freed did not expect a movement like that from Zenobia, who kept her left leg bent and with a quick movement with that leg, managed to kick Freed directly in his face when he was taken by surprise. "Oh." Freed yelped at the kick as Zenobia grabbed her own sword again, leaping away from Freed in a second forward leap, landing on her bent legs rather precisely. "You bucking bitch. How dare you kick me like that?" Freed had gone berserk again, and the sword Excalibur he wielded in both hands shone with a very intense holy aura. "I'm definitely going to tear you apart. From top to bottom." Freed's sword Excalibur began to lengthen considerably until it reached Zenobia, who again managed to dodge after jumping. "And it's not just mimic." Freed assured her by raising his holy sword upwards, and the elongated tip divided into 6 whips of pure holy energy that went against Zenobia. She blocked each whip using her own holy sword. Nightmare. Suddenly, it wasn't just one Freed, now it was a dozen of them. Zenobia was surprised, and the 12 Freeds rushed at her at the same time. This is an ability of Excalibur Nightmare. Illusions. How about adding a little invisibility? The blades of all the Freed's holy swords disappeared, and Zenobia had to deal with each and every one of them, defensively clashing her Excalibur against each and every one of them as they attacked her from every possible angle. Zenobia was cornered and she kept jumping and getting closer to me. "It perfectly combines all the abilities of the Excaliburs, huh?" She told me with a bitter smile. "If you want we can switch opponents, I'm willing to let you take care of Kakabiel while I deal with Freed." My answer caused a slight laugh from Zenobia, and then, we both saw Kiba get back to his feet with great effort, although he wasn't able to stay upright and fell back onto his knees. "I heard about a guy who escaped." Valper suddenly spoke, approaching Kiba. Kiba looked at him with quite a bit of hatred. "But who would have imagined you'd become a demon? I'm so grateful for all your contributions. Thanks to you, the experiments were finally successful." Kiba's body trembled when Valper said that. "Success? All you did was say we were a failure and get rid of us." Kiba raised his eyebrows, doubting the situation. "In the story Rias and Zenobia told, I learned that the experiment was a failure. Hadn't he gotten rid of them simply because they were failures?" However, Valper shook his head. "I realized that certain elements in DNA were required to use the sacred swords, and I began researching potential users, but I quickly discovered that there weren't enough of those elements in any one person to allow them to use the sacred swords. So I came to the conclusion that I should simply take the element that was in each of their DNA and then crystallize it into this." Valper said that, revealing a small bluish crystal which caused some shock in Zenobia. "I remember something, when those of us are chosen to use the sacred swords, something like that is placed inside our bodies." Zenobia said it with quite a bit of hatred upon realizing that dark truth. "That's right, holy sword user. With this, my research on holy sword users improved. Still, those fools from the church banished me as a heretic and took my research files. Looking at you, I see that the project was used even though Michael himself condemned me for it. Ha 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 ha. Valper began to laugh quite pleased as he finished his explanation. What I understood was that in order to create artificial holy sword users, he had to sacrifice all of Kiba's former comrades including Kiba himself. The madness that men like him are capable of creating makes me lose my faith in them. Diana commented on that. She had approached me, it seems she was also listening to Valper speak. Hey, I'm a man too. You had to kill me and my companions just so you could take those elements of our DNA. Kiba asked Valper with a voice filled with murderous intent. That's correct. I've used 3 of them on Freed. However, this is the last one. Freed then started laughing loudly and spoke after Valper. Ha. The other kids who died before me died because their bodies couldn't sync with the elements. If I think about it, this makes me someone special. If what Freed said was true, then the others who had their Excaliburs stolen died. Damn. It would have been better if Freed had died. Guys like him tend to be difficult. Freed pointed his gaze at me, maintaining his psychopathic smile. You think guys like me tend to be difficult, don't you, Issei-kun? No. I'm not going to die easily because of that. Don't read my mind, you psycho priest. Although I must admit, if it were Michael doing this, he probably would have taken the test subject's power without having to kill them. That might make him more human than me. Kiba stood up again upon hearing that, his eyes wide with disbelief. So there was no need to kill us, why? Valper took pleasure in answering Kiba's question. You and the others were simply material for my experiments. You were something I was going to discard once you were no longer of value to my purposes. We believed we were serving the Lord God and we endured unbearable pain. However, were we just your material? How cruel. Not even Raynor was as evil as him. Valper threw the crystal away as if he'd lost interest in it. The crystal rolled across the floor and landed at Kiba's feet. Take it if you want. My research has reached the stage where I can mass produce it with the necessary elements. First, I will destroy these cities with Kakabiel. Then I will gather the legendary holy swords that are stored all over the world. Then I will mass produce holy sword users and start a war against Michael and the Vatican with the combined Excaliburs. I will show the results of my research to the angels and their foolish followers who have condemned me. So that was the reason Kakabiel and Valper joined forces. They both had a deep hatred for angels. They both sought war. They made the worst duo. Kiba silently bent down and picked up the crystal. He patted it sadly, with love and affection. All of you, I'm so sorry. There was a tear on Kiba's cheek. His expression filled with sadness. You old fool. You're going to hell for that. I yelled at Valper, clenching my fists in a furious sort of way, and felt the power of my balance breaker increase a bit more. Then it happened. The crystal Kiba held in his hands began to emanate a strong celestial light. That light spread out further and further until it covered the entire street. From the ground, around Kiba, the lights took the form of a figure. Then those lights took on a more human shape. Yes. They took on human forms. Boys and girls who looked like blue and white lights, and they surrounded Kiba. Were they? The various powers that are present in the city caused the spirits inside the crystal to appear. Diana explained to me. Things like that happen. Demonic swords, holy swords, demons, fallen angels, metahumans, demigods, and a celestial dragon. They're all present here. So it wasn't unusual for something like that to happen. The sound of electricity was heard behind me, and then I felt Flash, Killer Frost and Vibe also approach me to see this event. Kiba stood up and looked at those around him with an expression of affection and sadness. Everyone? Aye. Yes. I understand. They were the ones involved with Kiba and the Holy Sword project. They were the boys and girls who were eliminated. I always wondered if I deserved to be the only survivor. Many of you had bigger dreams than I did. Many of you wanted to survive more than I did. Do I really deserve the second chance? The spirit of a smiling girl approached to hug Kiba. Don't worry. Everything is fine. Please live. The spirits of the boys and girls began to sing to the rhythm of a song, but I didn't know what it was. It is the sacred song. Zenovia muttered while still standing in front of me. They were singing a sacred song, right? Kiba began to sing, tears welling up in his eyes. At that time, they were suffering through those painful experiments. This was the only thing they had to sustain their hopes and dreams. It was the only support they had to continue that hard life. Kiba and his companions wore innocent smiles. Then, the spirits' bodies began to glow brighter in blue and white. The lights grew brighter and brighter, orbiting Kiba. We are not alone. We couldn't use the holy swords, but we all came together. We can make the impossible possible. The spirits' voices continued to sound like a melody as they spoke those words to Kiba. Hearing that generated something quite warm inside me. It was a warmth that made me think of my friends, my comrades, and most of all, of Kara. Suddenly, tears were welling up in my eyes, and those spirits orbiting Kiba rose to the sky. Accept the holy sword. Don't be afraid. Even if there is no god to take care of us, our hearts will always be. Now those spirits took the form of a beautiful spiritual energy that surrounded Kiba, falling upon him. 1. Kiba smiled through his tears as he said that. Spiritual energy enveloped Kiba, and the light that split the abyss of night seemed to bless Kiba. The feeling that witnessing this moment gave me. The warmth, the feeling of infinite joy, and the nostalgia. I feel very excited about this, and I feel like I have already lived this moment. Because that horse has reached its peak. The peak, that only means one thing. Ddraig smiled at my understanding. When the dreams and hopes of a sacred gear's owner change to such an extent that it moves against the flow of the rest of the world, the sacred gear will surpass its limits, creating a balance breaker. A balance breaker. My companions don't want revenge for themselves, they never did. Kiba advanced quite determinedly towards Valper, but there was no longer hatred in his gaze, but rather a strong determination. However, I have to eliminate the evil that stands before me. Kiba stopped and created a demonic sword and wielded it with his right hand, pointing the sword at Valper, who stepped back in fear. I must prevent this tragedy from happening again. And I must prevent anyone from following your example. Freed. Valper screamed for help to the psychopathic priest, who quickly jumped in front of him. To the rescue. Freed exclaimed and swung his sword from side to side, looking at Kiba, wanting to dismember him, and the Excalibur sword he held in his hands emanated a rather dangerous aura. You're really stupid. You should have died with your friends when you could have. Valper said it, full of confidence, having Freed in front of him. Kiba. Kiba turned his gaze towards me in confusion when I called him. Destroy Freed and his Excalibur. Don't let your former comrade's emotions go to waste. Ice-kun. Do it, Hyoudou. You're part of Rias Gremory's family. An Excalibur should be nothing to my horse. The one who said that was Rias, she was also here meeting with me. Hyoudou-kun. You can do it. Go for it. And Kiba. You can do it, Kiba Hyoudou. Give him what he deserves, handsome boy. Where it hurts the most. Finish him off. Make him regret messing with you. Don't let the city down. Akeno, Kaneko, Asia, Diana, Killer Frost, Vibe, Flash, Green Lantern and Green Arrow also cheered for him. Guys. Ah. What's with this cheesy moment? Freed complained and Kiba glared at him again, but this time it was controlled anger. Why were you crying? Were you happily singing that song with the ghosts, Chan? That song really bothers me. Did you know I hate that song? Just listening to it gives me goosebumps. I don't want to hear it anymore. I've reached my limit. I'll cut you into pieces myself and calm you down. With the strongest Excalibur that emerged from the four of us. For a second, there was only silence. Kiba closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. I will become a sword. My comrades, now one with my soul, let us fulfill our sorrows and our dreams from those days. Kiba raised his sword hand upwards, and the blade of that sword began to release a bright blue light, and then a large amount of white and black aura were released around that sword, taking the form of a whirlwind of aura around the blade of the sword that continued to shine in bright blue. I will become the sword of my king, my best friend, and all my companions. Sworth birth. The black and white energies completely enveloped the sword that Kiba wielded, and its appearance changed completely. The sword had an elegant shape, it was silver in color with gold details, and a short black line in the middle of the blade. Behold, the sword of betrayal. This is a sword that combines holy and demonic powers. Kiba took that sword with both hands and pointed it at Freed. A sword that is both holy and demonic at the same time. Vibe asked quite incredulously. On the black line of that sword, strange demonic and sacred symbols were formed, written in bright red. I see, so that was it. Huh? What do you say, Seki? Ria's group and Flash's team looked at me in confusion. Ddraig, the dragon within me, he and I were talking about what just happened to Kiba. We both realized that Kiba managed to break his limit. That's the forbidden ability of his sacred gear that can break the balance of the world. Balance breaker. Kiba fearlessly advanced towards Freed, and Valper was shocked to see the sword that Kiba had created. A holy and demonic sword. That's impossible. Two opposing forces uniting. That would never happen. As Kiba continued on his way, Zenovia appeared, walking to his right side. Rias Gremory's horse. Is our alliance made by the Sekiryuutei still valid? I hope so. Then let's work together to destroy that Excalibur. Are you sure? Kiba looked at Zenovia in surprise. It's a holy sword, but it's not a holy sword. It's an abomination. They both stopped as Freed continued to smile very impatiently. Okay. Kiba agreed, and Zenovia stuck her Excalibur into the ground and released her, then extended her right arm to her side with her palm open. Zenovia closed her eyes and began a prayer. Saint Peter. Saint Basil the Great. Saint Denis. Holy Mother Mary. Please hear my prayers. The space around Zenovia's right hand began to distort into a strange sacred magic circle, and something began to emerge from it. The sapphire blue chained sword with golden edges. Zenovia grasped the hilt of that gigantic sword in her right hand. In the name of the saint who rests within this sword, I am authorized to unleash. The chains of the sword were broken. The holy sword, Durandal. With great effort, Zenovia kept that huge sword held in her right hand. Durandal. It's a sword famous for being on par with Excalibur, and in terms of sharpness, it's one of the most powerful swords. Why does Zenovia have it? Durandal. Wasn't she just an Excalibur user? Not only Valper, but Cacabiel was also impressed. Wrong. I was originally a Durandal user. I was also chosen as the wielder of Excalibur. That's all. Zenovia took an offensive stance. Now it was 2 against 1 Excalibur. That's absurd. According to my research, we haven't reached the stage where anyone can use Durandal. Of course, even in the Vatican, they haven't made a user who can use Durandal artificially. So why? Unlike artificial users of holy swords, like Arena, I am a natural user. Valper was speechless. Unlike Kiba and Freed, Zenovia was someone who had the blessing of God. She can wield a holy sword. It said this sword pierces everything it touches. I can barely control it myself, so I must keep it sealed in another dimension. And who cares about that shit? Freed extended the blade of his sword again to strike Zenovia, but she repelled it with one movement with Durandal, sending it towards the sky. Then the stretched blade of the Excalibur divided into 6 parts, and each one tried to attack Zenovia again, but she made a circular movement with Durandal and managed to cut the blade that had extended towards her. She broke part of the sword. Freed was very incredulous, and Zenovia jumped towards him, positioning her Durandal with the intention of cutting Freed in 2. That's not a complete holy sword. It's no match for my Durandal. Oz. Before Zenovia managed to hit Freed, he managed to dodge her using his super speed, and the edge of Durandal hit the asphalt of the streets, passing through it like nothing. Damn bitch. I don't want to talk about that stupid balancing power. Freed disappeared from my sight, but Flash was able to keep up with him, and I only had to look where he was looking. The golden flash as fast as light. There's Freed. Suddenly, a flash of blue traveled alongside the flash of gold. You filthy sword. That was Kiba's voice. Shock. Oz 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 oz. Both flashes began to collide, causing a rather metallic and sharp sound. You won't be able to separate our bonds. Cracks. It broke. Freed became visible to my eyes again in the middle of the sky, and his Excalibur sword was shattered. He fell to the ground, and the remaining piece of his Excalibur lay in front of him. Are you serious? That piece of trash defeated me? Oz. A slash of holy demonic energy struck Freed diagonally, and then he fell unconscious. Kiba fell to his feet several steps in front of him, breathing quite heavily. Did you see that, my comrades? My power has surpassed that of the Excalibur swords. I can't believe what I see. Valper exclaimed, stepping back and continuing to speak. In theory, sacred and demonic power never. At that moment Kiba turned towards him, and Balba fell on his butt in fright. Valper Galilei, prepare to die. I see. Now I get it. It all makes sense if the balance between sacred and demonic powers are intertwined, that means Satan himself and God are also there. Ah. Just then, a spear of light pierced Valper, killing him and erasing him from this world. You were a great man, Valper. The one who did that was Cacabiel. The fact that you came to that conclusion is proof of that. But I should have eliminated you from the start and continued alone. So, let's get this over with. Cacabiel continued to float in the air, and his body was enveloped in large amounts of holy aura. Cacabiel, what are you up to now? Rias asked. I don't need these men to complete my plan, now that I'm the only one they have to fight, they know what they have to do. Cacabiel looked at me. Come on, show me your true power, Sekiryuutei. If you want to defeat me, you know what you have to do. Hearing those statements from Cacabiel, I gritted my teeth until I felt Diana's hand on my left shoulder. When I turned to look at her, I saw great determination in her eyes. Unleash your full power, share it a little with John, Barry, and me, and together the 5 of us will defeat that fallen angel recorded in the Bible. It was the first time Diana had asked me something like that. Things must be pretty serious if someone as powerful as Diana asks me for a bit of my power. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Ddraig, unleash the full power of our balance breaker. Okay. But once that's done, you'll only have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes of balance breaker. I hope that's enough. Before starting, I took a deep breath and took a few steps forward, accompanied by Diana, Flash, and Green Lantern. The bright red aura erupted in abundance, completely enveloping my armor. The emerald jewels ignited as they accumulated a significant amount of aura. On the HUD inside my armor's face, the counter regulating the energy currently being used by my balance breaker rose to 100. I usually keep that counter at 10 or 30 so I don't waste my aura. Since I started fighting Kakabiel, that counter has been at 100, but whenever I stopped fighting him, it would drop back down to 10. Now that the power of my balance breaker had reached its 100 again, I clenched my left fist quite tightly, raising it to my chest, and my power began to double insanely. Boost. 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 The word boost echoed from every jewel in my armor repeatedly. My power was doubled immensely, the red aura that surrounded me mixed with the emerald aura that represented my doubled power. The city we were in began to shake and the word boost kept being repeated. Boost. 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 5 o'clock. The countdown to finish my balance breaker reached 5 minutes after the last boost. I've reached my limit. An additional boost would be fatal for me from this point on. The streets around me glowed a deep bright red mixed with a bit of emerald green. That's bucking incredible. He's giving off a lot of power. Ah. I swear, everything just keeps getting weirder since I met you, Flash. I can feel the waves of immense power that he emanates. Green Arrow and Kiba said that. With my full power reached, I brought my left hand next to Diane's and my right hand towards Flash's and Green Lantern's. The three of them touched my hands with theirs, and I shared with each of them 5 of all my duplicated power, which would leave me with 85 for my own use. Transfer. My companions were also enveloped in a powerful emerald aura and shone with the same intensity as I had. What great power you all possess. Come on, come for me. Diana, Green Lantern and I flew straight at Kakabiel with immense speed, while Flash began to run at the speed of light throughout the city, forming a ring of yellow and emerald lightning. He was preparing an immensely powered lightning bolt. Diana and Green Lantern managed to reach Kakabiel before me, and the two began to clash their fists against Kakabiel's holy aura-shrouded fists. Strong shock waves formed in the sky, and each blow they made was powerful enough to knock Kakabiel back in the air, who was enjoying this to the fullest. When I managed to get to him, I put my 2 fists together to hit him with my 2 fists together, but he blocked it with a spear of light that he used to defend himself, although the spear was fractured since it could not withstand my strength. Kakabiel in response wrapped his arms with a greater amount of aura, and the two of us began to clash our fists, unleashing shock waves so powerful that they made the windows of all the buildings in the city burst. Green Lantern took advantage of that moment to create a gigantic mallet with his power ring, and it was so big that Kakabiel could not dodge it, but surprisingly, he did manage to stop it by creating a defensive magic circle, powerful enough to withstand that mallet of pure power. Diana threw her lasso of truth at Kakabiel to try to grab him by the neck, but all she managed to catch were a few of his feathers. Damn, Kakabiel was very slippery. That's another thing. Boost. Kakabiel couldn't finish speaking as a huge bolt of yellow and emerald lightning shot out at him from his back. Ag. What pains. I never felt so alive. That lightning bolt was thrown by Flash, and Kakabiel fell to the ground of the streets of Kuo. His back was smoking, but he immediately got back up. Then Flash came to him and started hitting him with a barrage of punches charged with too much electricity. That didn't seem to do much damage to the fallen angel, but he was able to hold him in a suitable place so that we could all go after him. The three of us who were still in the air descended to the streets of Kuo. Flash moved away from Kakabiel, and Diana jumped behind him and made their 2 bracelets collide with great force. Ooh. The shock wave was so massive that Kakabiel was thrown violently into the air, becoming disoriented. It's time, Seki. Green Lantern told me and flew to the top of the battlefield and with his power ring shot Kakabiel with an emerald beam of pure energy. I have it. My arms crossed diagonally and I kept both hands extended, forming a powerful dragon shot in each of them, concentrating 40 of all my power in each hand. These dragon shots had enough power to destroy several cities. The bright red was brightly illuminated from where I was standing by my 2 dragon shots. Interesting. But will you be able to do it? Just at that moment, when Kakabiel shouted those words quite happily and with great arrogance, Diana's lasso of truth grabbed his right ankle to prevent him from escaping. Now Flash, Jon, Seki. Diana screamed, and in the distance I could see that Barry had run across the city again at lightning speed. He's preparing a second lightning bolt. This time Kakabiel won't escape. Receive the power of the Justice League. Fallen angel recorded in the Bible. Shouting that, I fired my 2 dragon shot straight at Kakabiel. At the same time Flash sent his immense lightning bolt at him, and Green Lantern's beam of pure energy descended until it collided with Kakabiel. Hey boom. In the skies of Kuo, an immense amount of pure energy aura, red, green and yellow, exploded. That explosion was going to spread throughout the city, but Green Lantern and I did everything possible to ensure that the range of the explosion remained only in the skies of the city. It was not easy and required a lot of willpower and mental resistance. It was then that gigantic magic circles of the Gremory clan surrounded that explosion of power, doing everything possible to contain it. The ones who did that were Rias and Akeno. They did it. Killer Frost exclaimed happily, but Vibe remained very tense. No, he continues. Vibe said to Killer Frost, and then I looked back up at the sky. The immense amounts of aura were disappearing, and in the center a dark figure with 10 dark wings began to be distinguished. Not bad, Justice League. Ha 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 ha. You guys really bring out the best in me. It's a joke. Did Kakabiel just tank my most powerful dragon shot combined with the powers of Flash and Green Lantern? 4 o'clock. I only have 4 minutes left. This I didn't see it coming. Chapter 25. Secrets and Truths. Kuo City, Japan. June 11, 2017, 12:33 a.m. 8 minutes until Kuo's destruction. Kakabiel had been able to withstand the maximum powers that Flash, Green Lantern and I had thrown at him, although he didn't come out as unscathed as he appeared. Some parts of his black suit were torn and his hands were stained with quite a bit of blood, as were his arms. Could he possibly withstand a second or third equally powerful attack? Maybe yes, maybe no, I can't say for sure, but his damage resistance must have dropped considerably with that combination attack. The bad thing is that I could no longer fire a dragon shot as powerful as the ones I already fired. I'm reaching the physical limit of my body. I can feel how the energy of my nano gears is getting less and less. I still have 20 of power left, which although it may seem like little, was actually still a lot of power. Unfortunately, for someone like Kakabiel who received my dragon shots that had 80 of all my remaining power, that 20 would be quite insignificant. Okay, I can do this. I'm not going to give up. I'll keep fighting until my last breath if necessary. Lightning descends. Uo. The one who said that was Akeno, who sent a very powerful lightning bolt straight at Kakabiel, but Kakabiel blocked Akeno's lightning bolts by using his wings as a shield. How dare you attack me with the same powers as Barakiel? Don't you dare associate me with that name. Akeno opened her eyes wide, very enraged, and continued attacking him with her lightning, but these were perfectly blocked by Kakabiel's wings. Who's Barakiel? I asked, quite confused. He's one of the leaders of the fallen angels. He's known for being a master of lightning. The one who answered me was Zenobia, who was not far from where I was. Master of lightning. Just at that moment, the lightning Akeno had been channeling against Kakabiel disappeared. It seems she reached her limit. Kakabiel placed his wings back while standing with his arms crossed, quite pleased with everything that had happened so far. Akeno was breathing heavily as she struggled to stay afloat in the air. Who would have thought you'd be participating in this battlefield? This is so much fun. Kakabiel began to say, looking at all his opponents so far. The Sekiryuutei, the Queen of the Amazons, the Scarlet Speedster, Green Lantern, 2 metahumans, Green Arrow, the Durandal user, Rias Gremory, the deserter of the Holy Sword Project, and the daughter of Barakiel. That. Zenobia and I said it at the same time, and I looked towards the place where Akeno was. Akeno, are you the daughter of a fallen angel? Kakabiel continued to smile with amusement and brought the back of one of his hands to his chin. Rias Gremory, you seem to share the same peculiar tastes as your brother. It wouldn't be strange if you tried to persuade the Sekiryuutei to join you, although you don't seem to have much luck with that. Ha 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 ha. I won't let you insult my older brother, the Demon King. Besides, insulting my queen and my knight is a crime punishable by death. Kakabiel descended to the ground at great speed. Then go ahead and try to kill me, little sister of the Demon King. Crimson-haired ruined princess. I've already faced off against men who could easily crush you like a bug, and I'm still alive. What will you do? I'm the archenemy of the demons. Killing me would be a golden opportunity for you. Try your best and do something useful for once in your bucking life. Rias gritted her teeth in quite a bit of anger upon hearing Kakabiel's words. Shut up already, you damn fallen angel. I yelled at Kakabiel, and he looked back at me with a ruthless smile. Issei? Rias said, sounding very surprised from where she was. Dare to insult one of my friends one more time, and I'll rip off those black rightless wings of yours and use them for a barbecue. Kakabiel had a twitch in his eyes when he heard my insult towards his wings and formed a large sword of light in his right hand. Damn idiot, you dare insult my wings. You won't need them anymore after the beating I'm going to give you. As I shouted those words, my scale mail's thrusters charged up with a ton of energy and I flew straight towards Kakabiel to attack him head-on. But I wasn't the only one who charged towards Kakabiel. Zenobia ran as fast as she could to my left and Kiba did the same to my right. Seki, please share some of your power with us. Ice-kun, let's go with you, please do it. Kiba and Zenobia asked me for some power and in the middle of a race they extended their arms towards me. Understood. My left hand joined with Zenovia's right hand and my right hand with Kiba's left. Transfer. Of the remaining 20 of my power, I shared half with Kiba and Zenobia and they both became enveloped in a powerful emerald aura. This didn't affect the time limit of my balance breaker even though my current power was reduced by half. Zenobia blushed a little upon receiving that immense increase in power and she took a great leap being the first to reach Kakabiel wielding Durandal with both hands. Kakabiel smiled maliciously at that and Kiba did the same, jumping to Kakabiel's left with his holy demonic sword held in both hands. Kakabiel blocked Zenovia's attack with a lightsaber he had created in his right hand, then made another one in his left hand to block Kiba's attack. Patching. Zenobia and Kiba were using all their strength to overcome Kakabiel, who was able to block the attacks of both swordsmen, empowered with my power. HMPH. A simultaneous attack using a holy sword and a holy demonic sword, huh? Interesting. At that moment I jumped on Kakabiel being accompanied by Killer Frost, Kaneko and Vibe, the latter appeared from a gap made by the ladder. We got you. I screamed, about to attack him. Kakabiel emitted a strange energy wave that made Zenobia float in the air. Kakabiel then kicked her hard in the stomach. That blow resonated quite painfully, knocking all the air out of Zenovia's lungs as she was thrown into the distance. Several spears of light emerged from her wings, stabbing Killer Frost and Kaneko in the stomach. Killer Frost doesn't have the weakness of demons and can regenerate almost instantly, but Kaneko was a demon, and that blow could have been the death of her. Vibe managed to avoid the spear of light that was going for him by forming a gap in front of him, and in my case, I was able to resist it with my scale mail. Killer Frost and Kaneko were sent flying in the opposite direction to Zenobia. Flash's partner painfully pulled the spear of light out of her stomach and then withdrew Kaneko's. Flash quickly ran alongside her bringing Asia with him. The only ones left against Kakabiel in that attack were Kiba and I until Kakabiel created a powerful energy wave again that repelled Kiba and me. 3 o'clock. Damn, I only have 3 minutes left. Zenobia got back on her feet as the power I shared with her took care of reducing much of the blow she received. My thrusters took care of stopping me halfway, and Kakabiel brought his two swords together forming an X with them. The intensity of the sacred aura that he emanated was brutal, and he began to fire multiple slashes of sacred energy towards all those who were against him. Diana easily blocked his with her bracelets, Green Lantern protected himself within a barrier, Flash took care of keeping away everyone who would be vulnerable to that attack, Zenobia advanced in front of Kiba and protected him with the Durandal blade, while I was able to tank that attack with my scale mail. That holy energy was immensely strong and greatly reduced the resistance of my armor. We're not done yet. Zenobia was already reaching her limit, but her desire to continue fighting kept her standing. Alright. Come at me with all your power, girl. The first to react was Kiba who shouted to the four winds using much of the power I shared with him. Sword birth. The total of 10 holy demonic swords were summoned against Kakabiel. Oz. The fallen angel was surrounded by holy demonic swords. Do you think you have me? The 10 wings of a smiling Kakabiel sharpened into swords, and he destroyed them all without trouble, although that was actually a feint by Kiba, as his true attack was a head-on attack with the sword he was wielding, but Kakabiel blocked it with 2 fingers of his left hand, then Kiba created another holy demonic sword in his right hand, but it was blocked by 2 fingers of Kakabiel's right hand. Idiot. Kakabiel mocked Kiba. Not yet. Kiba assured him and created a third holy demonic sword that he wielded with his mouth and managed to cut Kakabiel's face. Kakabiel brought both hands to his face, holding back his screams of pain. Damn demon. As he removed his left hand from his face, he revealed a nasty bleeding cut made diagonally across the left side of his face. Kakabiel shot another strong wave of holy energy at Kiba, and before it could hit Kiba, Zenobia stepped in again and cut off Kakabiel's attack with her holy sword. You know, I'm surprised you can fight like that after being abandoned by your leader. Kakabiel told this to Zenobia who saw him now very confused. What are you talking about, Kakabiel? Green Lantern asked landing near Zenobia and Kiba. What do you mean my leader abandoned me? Zenobia demanded to know and Kakabiel began to laugh almost as psychotically as the Joker would. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. That's right. I completely forgot. The truth wasn't revealed to any of you. Since I'm trying to start a war, there's no need to keep it a secret anymore. In the Great War of the Three Factions, not only did Lucifer and the other demon kings disappear, but God disappeared as well. What did he say? We were all shocked and couldn't believe his words. It's normal that none of you know. Who can tell you that God is dead, or that perhaps he abandoned us, or that he simply no longer exists? Humans are incomplete beings. Without God, you can't control their hearts and make them obey the laws, you know. Even we, the fallen angels and demons, couldn't tell this to our subordinates. It would be impossible to prevent information about God's disappearance from leaking out, even among the three factions. Only the leaders and certain people know about it. Although it seems that Valper realized it just now before I assassinated him. God doesn't exist anymore. No, that can't be true, it's impossible. So who did we believe in while we lived in that high school? Kiba asked in shock. Lies, they're just lies. Zenobia looked like she was about to have a panic attack. She lost her strength and dropped Durandal on the ground. She is a living believer. A servant of God. A person whose mission is to serve God. But she wasn't the only one. Green Lantern had lost the aura of his power upon hearing that, and Asia looked like she was about to faint. The truth is, another war won't happen if we don't provoke it. That means all three sides have already gone through the hell of the previous war. Everyone decided that there was no point in continuing a war without their leaders, God and Lucifer. No one has heard from them since, no one knows what happened to them, except that they're no longer with us. Even that son of a bitch Azazel said that there won't be a second war after losing most of his soldiers during the war. It's hard to bear. I really can't bear it. Lowering your weapons once fired. No kidding. No kidding. If we hadn't surrendered, we would have won. Yeti. Is there any value to fallen angels who can only live by inviting humans who possess some sacred gear? Bakabiel stated his argument forcefully. His face reflected anger. Truth be told, we were more shocked than we expected to learn this. Asia covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide open, and her entire body trembled. Even with everything she'd been through, her belief never changed. Has God abandoned us? So the love we received. Bakabiel answered Asia's questions with a smile. You're right. It's normal that there isn't God's love and divine protection. God is no longer with us. Michael is certainly doing well. He's taking God's place and is in charge of the angels and humans. Well, the system used by God still works, so prayer to God, God's blessing, and exorcism still work. But if I compare it to the time when God was with us, the number of believers has decreased. That sword-wielding brat was able to create the holy demonic sword because the balance between God and the devil was broken. In reality, holy and demonic powers cannot be combined. If those who govern the power of holy and demonic powers, God and the devil, disappear, then many unique phenomena would begin to occur. Isn't that something logical and simple for you to understand? So the reason Kiba and I were able to reach Balance Breaker, why he was able to create a holy demonic sword, is because of that. Hearing Kakabiel's words, Asia fainted but was caught by vibe. It's natural that she reacts like that. I'm surprised I'm still conscious. Zenobia muttered without being able to look at anyone. From now on, I will start a war. I will take your heads as a gift. Even if it's just me, I will continue where we left off. I will show Surziches and Michael that we, the fallen angels, are the most powerful. 2 o'clock. Damn, I only have 2 minutes left. I must do something before I become a burden. Bakabiel has so much power, we've been fighting him for quite some time now, and he's still standing. I understand the difference in our powers is vast. I know I won't be able to defeat him, but that doesn't matter to me. It's true that the number of believers is decreasing, but at the same time there are a large number of people who believe in the Justice League, and I am part of that league, so I will not give up. There are so many people who trust me, Diana, Flash, Green Lantern. We won't let them down. The aura emanating from me began to glow with a great reddish intensity. That's enough. I won't allow you to destroy these cities, my friends and my comrades, just for your selfish reasons. What God possibly abandoned us? Well, what does it matter? Nothing lasts forever. We humans live for what seems to you a blink of an eye, but what matters is the mark we leave during that short time. I'm sure you know that very well. Without further ado, I charged towards Kakabiel using all the remaining power I had left. Much of my power was transferred to my thrusters, and I was able to fly in a straight line at such a high speed that Kakabiel had no time to avoid. Then, I concentrated every last drop of my power with my left straight fist and quickly slammed it with all my strength into Kakabiel's face. Goo. A brutal shockwave formed on Kakabiel's face when I hit him, and the fallen angel was shot in a straight line towards the city's buildings. He went through several of those buildings before being able to stop himself with his feet and his 10 fallen angel wings. That hit really hurt. I heard the fallen angel scream as he rose again to the highest heavens of the city. I'll give you back the pain you caused me and tear that bucking armor off your corpse. Bakabiel advanced like a meteorite towards me, releasing a lot of aura and murderous desires. Even if I move he'll find a way to get to me, I have no choice, I'm going to tank his blow with everything I have left. A red blur appeared in front of me and stopped Kakabiel's blow in its tracks. Kakabiel's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Nothing. Impressed. That voice, that beautiful blonde hair. Kakabiel was surprised to be stopped in his tracks. Kara had arrived. Kakabiel tried to create a spear in his hands, but Kara got ahead of him and kicked him very hard in the jaw, sending him into the air to the other side of the street. Ah. Kakabiel once again emanated a rather large aura, but before he could react to it, Kara aimed her sight at him and fired her heat vision. Kakabiel managed to react in time, but Kara's beam managed to touch his right cheek, causing a rather severe cut. The fallen angel flew headlong at her, forming a spear of emerald light, but Kara moved so quickly that she easily managed to dodge it. Kakabiel was surprised and turned around to find her floating behind him. Pooh. She hit him again with one of her fists, and Kakabiel was sent to another street. Tiba approached me and I said while smiling. It's here. Tiba nodded and said after me. Kara's Orel. We both moved towards where Kakabiel fell. The first to reach Kakabiel was Diana, who with a smile, collided her two bracelets creating an emerald-colored shock wave, and Kakabiel was sent towards where Kiba and I were. Tiba created two holy demonic swords and did a 360-degree turn to attack Kakabiel. The fallen angel was able to react in time and with both hands blocked Kiba's swords, but Kiba's attack was actually a distraction, so I could hit him. Pooh. All the aura of my armor concentrated on my right leg and I kicked Kakabiel's jaw with such force that he was thrown to another street where Flash was waiting for him with a supersonic punch. Pooh. The blow Flash gave Kakabiel was brutal and the shock wave it formed took on an emerald hue, implying that he still retained some of the power I shared with him. Her blow sent Kakabiel crashing into the top of a building and Kara swooped down on him, hitting the fallen angel again, causing him to crash into the city streets, forming a very large and deep crater with his body. Kara came down to where Kiba and I were and with a happy and arrogant smile she said to me. You always need me to save you, huh, Ice? I owe you 1. You owe me 6. Are you really keeping track? Kara shrugged while still smiling at me and we heard Kakabiel emerge from the rubble with a rather macabre laugh. The three of us stood on guard. How dare you put your hands on me, you disgusting alien with hexy legs. This is funny. It's seriously funny. Kakabiel created two lightsabers in his hands, but this time they were emerald colored. There was no mistaking them. They were weapons made of kryptonite. Kara, be careful. I know, I won't let my guard down like that time. We know that Kakabiel has quite a bit of kryptonite at his disposal, Raynor had mentioned it. Hahaha. Are you really having that much fun? An unknown voice said those words that were heard throughout the city. The voice also surprised Kakabiel. Who the hell said that? The answer came from high in the sky, which shattered into thousands of pieces, revealing a strange source of white and blue energy. The city of Kuo had been protected by a magical barrier which I had empowered with my own power, and now that same barrier had been broken as if nothing had happened due to that strange thing that emitted a strong white aura. That thing hovered in the sky with the moon behind it. I didn't know what it was until it emitted a bright flash, revealing itself as a being wrapped in shining white armor. There were jewels embedded in various places on its armor. This being had a total of 8 wings of light, 4 on each side, which were joined together as if they were a single pair of wings. The jewels shone with a strong white aura light and her eyes had a deep golden glow. Seeing him sent shivers down my spine. A sense of danger surged through every cell in my body. My body won't stop shaking. Who the hell is he? Vanishing Dragon. Kakabiel was the first to identify it. Vanishing Dragon. So he's my. Were you lured here by the red dragon, white dragon? It doesn't matter, I won't let you interfere with me. Play I Ash. The line of light descended from the sky to the ground. Ag. Suddenly, he was no longer in the sky, he had descended onto Kakabiel's back and with both hands ripped off 2 of the fallen angel's 10 wings, causing a horrible tearing sound. But what did he do? I asked, very surprised and with my eyes wide open at what I had just seen. How is that possible? I couldn't keep up with his speed. Kara said it just as surprised as I was. Wait. Kara couldn't see him. He's that fast. I don't think he's as fast as Flash, but for Kara to not be able to keep up with him, what kind of monster is my rival? The vanishing dragon rose again high into the sky, dropping the 2 wings it had torn off Kakabiel's. A pile of black feathers fell from above. They look like the feathers of a disgusting raven. Azazel's are much darker, like eternal night. Why you damn bastard, my wings. Insolent. What do you want from me? This is a symbol that you've fallen. You don't need to fly, since you're bowing down underground, right? Do you still think you can fly? Kakabiel gritted his teeth very tightly and rose to the same height as the vanishing dragon and extended his hands upwards, creating a spear of light. The spear of light he created reached the size of a skyscraper, then increased in size and continued to expand until it had the entire diameter of Kuo City. Is that what Kakebiel is capable of? Kakebiel let out a war cry, preparing his spear to throw it straight at the vanishing dragon. Why isn't he doing anything? The vanishing dragon extended its left arm forward with its palm open. Divide. 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 The spear that Kakebiel had in his hands began to reduce its immense size. It went from covering the entire city to only half of the city, and for 7 times the size was reduced until it was only barely 2 meters, and then simply, the spear of light disappeared. That. The vanishing dragon lowered its left arm. My name is Albion. That was one of the abilities of my sacred gear Divine Dividing. Every 10 seconds, it halves the powers of anyone I touch and grants them to me. Albion revealed the abilities of his sacred gear and left me speechless. Does he reduce power? Your power had already been dwindling from all the battles you had tonight, and now I've just divided it a total of 8 times. What do you think you'll be able to do with those mere crumbs you have left? Or do you plan to keep fighting so I can continue dividing your power to the point where you're as insignificant as a mere human? Albion challenged him. The Red Dragon Emperor is capable of duplicating its host's power and transferring it to others, while the White Dragon Emperor divides its opponent's power and grants it to its host. It's just as Elsha described it. The one who said that was Diana who, along with the rest of my friends and companions, had approached the place where I was with Kara and Kiba. Damn vermin. You lurking all this time? Kakebiel shot 2-meter-long spears of light at Albion, and he simply grabbed them in his hands and shattered them by squeezing them. And what a shame, after dividing your remaining power 8 times you're down to the level of a middle-class fallen angel. How boring. I thought I'd have a little more fun with you. Albion advanced in front of Kakebiel in a flash of light. Impossible. Pooh. Albion punched Kakebiel straight in the stomach with one of his fists, and that blow resonated throughout the city. You said the phrase of someone of lower class. Impossible. Me? What's next? It can't be. Is that it? Azazel gave me the order to take you even if I have to use force. You've gone too far. Albion's body was enveloped in a very bright white aura light, and then he moved across the sky at the speed of light, tracing various lines of light throughout the city of Kuo until he crashed into Kakebiel's body in the center of the city. Kakebiel's voice was heard in the sky, but he had already been slammed into the ground, and the gigantic magic circle that Valper had created rose above the city buildings, fading away. In the center of the city there was a gigantic crater as a result of that, and when the smokescreen disappeared, Albion could be seen levitating quite close to the ground, with a dying Kakebiel held by his left arm. Albion now looked towards the place where the unconscious psychopathic priest was not far from where I was standing. Once again, he moved with a speed that I simply couldn't follow with my eyes and grabbed Freed with his other hand, grabbing him by the collar of his clothes. Are you ignoring me, Blanco? Ddraig said it, and the vanishing dragon turned around to look at me. Is Seki's glove talking? Vibe asked from a distance, pointing at my left arm with one of his hands. But he heard Draig's voice means that this time he's not talking in my head. So you're awake, Red. The voice of the white dragon was heard in the lights of this individual's wings. What a pity we find ourselves in this situation. Don't worry. We're destined to fight someday. These things happen. Suddenly my eyes saw a different space. Above me there was an immense shadow, and when I looked up I saw the body of a huge red dragon. That was Ddraig. In front of us was the other guy with his respective white dragon who looked at Ddraig with a smile. It seems we've both entered a space that only he and I can share with the white dragon. Could it be something special because of our sacred gears? But Blanco, I can't feel any hostility like you had before. Red, yours is also incredibly low. Looks like we both have more interesting things to do than fight. That's right. We should have fun once in a while. It wouldn't hurt, right? See you soon, Ddraig. Yes. See you soon, Albion. When both dragons said goodbye, I saw again the city of Kuo, the buildings destroyed by the fight, my friends, my companions and my girlfriend, and also the rival with whom I am destined to fight. Understand? I stopped my opponent before he left. You're wearing the same thing as me, right? Who are you? And more importantly, why do you deign to show up right now? You need to grow stronger to understand the truth. Grow stronger so we can fight as destiny says. He covered himself in an intense white light and flew at such high speed that he disappeared into the night light. It's over. Even with the intervention of the being who will be my greatest enemy. At least this and the surrounding cities will be safe. Just then, my balance breaker countdown reached 0 o'clock, and with that, my armor faded away and the physical wear and tear on my body took a heavy toll. I felt my legs give out and I fell forward. It was at that moment that my face rested on something quite soft and firm at the same time, which was warm and quite comforting. It was a very relaxing and stimulating sensation that made the physical exhaustion I felt in my body diminish. "Are you okay, Ice?" Kara asked me in a voice that was cheerful, affectionate, and flirtatious all at the same time. The sensation I was feeling on my face was that of her breasts, those super breasts I love so much. I felt her chin rest gently on my head and her hands surround my neck. "Yes, I am now." I responded with a smile, hugging her around her waist, and felt like I was in heaven itself. I was pretty worn out from pushing my balance breaker to the limit, but now I feel infinitely better. Kara let out a slight, rather flirtatious giggle, and with her hand she buried my head further against her breasts. Now I could hear her heartbeat. I don't know how much time passed, but I felt like Kara had moved with her super speed to some part of the city and lifted my face from her breasts. I complained, pouting as I looked at her. Kara shrugged with an apologetic smile. "There's something you need to do, then you can continue lying down." Saying that, Kara gently pushed me with her super strength towards the place where there was a person. That person was Kiba. He was muttering that his battle wasn't over yet while holding his holy demonic sword. When I saw him, the first thing I did was give him a friendly smack on the back of his neck. "You did well, Casanova." Kiba turned around from the blow he received and admired the blade of the holy demonic sword. "So that's a holy demonic sword. It looks beautiful with the white and black colors mixed into a beautiful silver." "Ice Kundu." Kiba tried to say as he ducked his head and I made a stop gesture for him to stop. "Well, let's skip that complicated stuff for now. Anyway, we can say it's all over for now. Right? About the holy swords and your companions." Kiba looked at me in surprise, and after a few seconds he nodded with a very honest and happy smile. "Yeah. After everything that happened, all I want is to lay my head on Kara's breast again and stop thinking." Saying that I stretched my arms upwards, relaxing the muscles in my arms until the imposing image of Albion crossed my thoughts again. "Will I be ready when the time comes?" "Hyoudou-senpai. You'll be doing club activities again, right?" The one who said that was Kaneko, who approached him along with Asia. Asia was also worried about Kiba, the two have so much in common having been in the church, she had a hard time when she learned the truth about God, she really is a kind girl. "Hyoudou." The next to approach Kiba was Rias accompanied by Akeno. "This Rias. Thank you for coming back. You even got a balance breaker. I couldn't ask for more from my servant." Kiba knelt before her, bowing his head and said. "This Rias, I turned my back on you and my fellow club members. You're my savior. I can't apologize enough for what I did. Either way, you're back. That's all I need. Treasure all the friendships you've made so far." Kiba looked up again and seemed to be on the verge of tears with everything Rias said to him. "My dear king, Lady Rias, I, Kiba Hyoudou, will swear here once more. I, Kiba Hyoudou, will serve as Rias Gremory's knight and servant and will protect you and my friends until the end of my life." Rias approached in front of Kiba and with her hand she took him behind the neck and behind the nape of his neck and pulled his head towards her breasts. He blushed a lot at that action that Rias did. "Thank you, Hyoudou." Rias whispered as she leaned her head on Kiba's. "It was almost the same thing Kara did to me a few moments ago." The next to approach were Diana, Green Lantern, Green Arrow, Flash, Killer Frost and Vibe. Those who didn't know me were surprised to see me without my armor. "I had no idea you were so young." Vibe said this as he took off his glasses with a smile. "I'm Cisco Ramon, I love the design of your armor, we should meet and talk from time to time." Cisco extended his arm toward me and we both shook hands in a firm grip. "It's a pleasure, Cisco, I'm Issei Hyoudou. I'm still Killer Frost, Caitlin Snow's alter ego." The cold girl commented casually and I looked at Cisco confused. They are different personalities. The next one I saw was Green Arrow, but he didn't take off his hood. "My identity will still be a secret, I have no plans to join you." He looked at Barry. "Take me back." Flash sighed and took him back to Star City. "I'd tell you who it is, but I'm afraid he'll shoot me with his arrows. He once shot Barry and their friends." Cisco told me and the smile I had got bigger. "Really? I have a friend who's exactly the same, only he has the most powerful demonic sword instead of a bow and arrow." Speaking of swords. Cisco walked over to where Kiba was. "You know, since you can mass produce them I was wondering if maybe you could, if it's not too much trouble, spare me one for my collection." Killer Frost rolled his eyes at his friend's playful attitude and Kiba nodded smiling, handing him the holy demonic sword he had been holding. Cisco looked like he was given a toy as his eyes lit up with excitement as he now wielded that sword. "Now, Hyoudou." Suddenly Rias began to emanate a lot of demonic aura and we all looked at her again. "Yeah?" Rias was building up quite a bit of aura in her right hand, which reminded me of when Sona. "That's." The face Kiba had at that moment was priceless, I've never seen him so scared. This is the punishment for acting on your own. Please get on all fours and turn around. You'll receive your 1,000 spankings right now. You'll get the same punishment Sona gave Saji. Hahaha. Well, I hope you're still alive after that, Kiba. Hey, Ice-kun. Well, I have to go now. I said goodbye to Kiba with an amused smile and approached Kara again, wrapping my arms around her neck. She carried me in her arms and rose into the sky with me in her arms while on the ground you could see the bright crimson lights that were the spanking that Rias was giving Kiba. It was all over, for now. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.